Mewing's head buzzed. The fertility potion really worked wonders. Spring had just arrived, and all the animals at the camp were pregnant. With so many pregnant animals, I'm afraid you won't have enough staff to manage the camp. You can pick a few helpers yourselves and give me the list. After an assessment, I'll hire them long-term to help you out. Also, as good as the fertility potion is, don't use it too often. Pregnancy is hard on the mothers. They need to recover well after giving birth before breeding again. Sure, the part-time workers we have now are all reliable and have been with us a while. Let's go with them, Leuashia and the others agreed. All right, I'll give them better benefits. The pay isn't high, but I'll upgrade their ID cards to official residents, and the camp will provide them with small dorms, Ying said. Leuashia and the others not only managed the livestock and animal training, but also oversaw the food processing lab, so they really needed help. Part-timers came and went too often to be convenient. Leading the old yellow ox, who hadn't returned to the plantation all winter, back to the fields, Ying hitched him to the plow and thoroughly tilled the vegetable plots. Then she began mass-accelerated sowing. She also transplanted all the spirit fruit tree and shrub seedlings she'd cultivated over the winter into the prepared field ridges. Finally, she used water creation to conjure a small rain cloud, sprinkling water infused with spring of restoration over the fields. You have performed a professional cultivation, gaining +2 profession experience. You have performed a professional cultivation, gaining +1 profession experience. You have performed a professional cultivation, gaining +3 profession experience. With every action, her profession experience grew slowly but steadily. With the help of the gem fairies, the spring planting in the plantation was finished in just half a day. Afterward, she left her private plantation and went to the edge of Thorne Forest, continuing to plant trees along the small grove she'd started last year. The saplings she'd planted last year had already grown to the height of a person. Every day she went out to plant trees, witnessing firsthand the revival of all things as the spring herald birds called out chun again and again. From leaf buds to grass tips to flower buds, from birds and beasts to the chirping of insects, the forest, which had been silent and still all winter, was coming alive. As a druid highly attuned to the power of nature, Ying felt completely immersed in this world. The joy of all things growing filled her inside and out. She was full of energy every day, always in a good mood, and the smile never left her face. Even the hard work of planting trees didn't feel tiring. A touch of spring sunshine, a breath of mountain breeze, a hint of green breaking through the earth, each was enough to invigorate her. Even the experience points she gained seemed higher than before. Lord, long time no see. From a distance, a large group of people and horses moved slowly along the stone road. Many of them waved excitedly at her, while the rest looked over with curiosity. Ying, who was just finishing digging a hole and planting a sapling, heard the commotion and turned around. It was Xiaobai's team, and the one shouting at her was Leuyu. She took off her straw hat and waved back at them. Long time no see. Welcome back. Their team had been assigned the farthest stone road construction task, so they'd been away from the territory for quite a while. The other teams had all returned one after another, but they were the only ones still missing. Now they were finally back, and judging by the looks of it, they'd brought a lot of newcomers with them. No wonder they were so slow. After they'd finished burying all the mini models for the stone road, Ying had already completed the construction. Logically, they should have returned sooner, but now she realized it was because they'd brought so many people back. With such a big group, she'd feel bad if she didn't give them a bonus. To be honest, Ying had been pretty worried. She always had a bad feeling that the Apocalypse game was about to make a big move, and since they hadn't come back, staying out in the wild was dangerous. Xiaobai's team was the strongest in Qingshan town, and even Xiaosan had joined them this time. As the team drew closer, Ying could see more clearly. All the familiar faces were there, no casualties. That was a relief. She looked at the unfamiliar faces behind them, all gazing at her curiously. There were probably 1,000 or so. Ying nodded and smiled at them in welcome, then gave Xiaobai and Leuyu a big thumbs up. You guys get a raise. Haha, I knew you wouldn't treat us badly, Lee laughed heartily. Of course they'd brought people back, they wanted to earn more. Thanks for your hard work, Muing said with a smile. Xia Xin winked at her. You're not slacking off either. Just look at this little grove, you must have been grinding for ages. About to level up again, aren't you? Muing glanced at her player manual and nodded. Class, Druid LV6, 2097/2100. Just 3 points to go. I'll probably level up today. Awesome. I just barely made it to level 5.5 on this trip. Xia Xin said admiringly. Muing shook her head. Don't flatter me. With your leveling speed, you've already surpassed me. He'd gone from just over 10% into level 4 all the way to 5.5 in less time than she had. And he wasn't even a trial taker. Unlike her, he couldn't use the time difference in the trial world to cultivate new plants and then transfer them to reality for a big experience boost. So Xia Xin's leveling speed was nothing to scoff at. He might even be stronger than her. He was a real talent. Previously, he lagged behind because he was looking after Daigua, lost in the world of fluffy creatures. Now that they'd settled in Qingshan town, Daigua was safe and had playmates, so Xia Xin quickly caught up. Well, it only gets harder from here. I just got lucky this time. Over in Lingji, there was a pretty big gnoll tribe. Once everyone maxed out their kill experience, they let me have the finishing blows, so I could catch up fast, Xia Xin said modestly, though the pride on his face was obvious. As a ranger, killing his nemesis was a form of training, granting both kill and class experience. But once a nemesis was set, it couldn't be changed. Gnolls were Xia Xin's first chosen nemesis. Looks like they had a great haul this trip, even wiping out a gnoll tribe. Then Xia Xin half joked, half serious, but Zhang Qing's really fallen behind. He just can't let go, always worrying about the territory. If you ask me, he should come stay in Qingshan town for a while and learn your hands-off management style. Muing. She shot him a speechless look. Can you not? It's called focusing on the big picture. Besides, everyone in our territory is reliable, so I don't have to worry. But had Zhang Qing really fallen that far behind? She hadn't checked the forums lately, she'd been too busy planting trees. She pulled up the level leaderboard. Level rankings. Number 1. Muing, Druid LV 699%. Number 2. Leuashia, Priest LV 620%. Number 3. Xiaobai, Warrior LV 576%. Number 4. Xia Xin, Ranger LV 559%. Number 5. Miao Guowei, Warrior LV 553%. Number 8. Zhang Qing, Rogue LV 552%. It wasn't just her, everyone had been working hard lately. Xia Xin had jumped from 8th to 4th, making the most progress. Leuashia had closed the gap with her, they were at least the same level now. Xiaobai had moved up a spot, and that mysterious Miao Guowei was still in 7th. But Zhang Qing had slipped from 3rd to 8th. Clearly, managing Lingtian town was taking up most of his energy. Both Leuashia and Muing herself were also territory leaders, but the difference was that they always put their own growth first. But Zhang Qing, his pre-apocalypse job, and the old commander's trust weighed heavily on him. He couldn't do what Zhou Hongfei had done before, getting the whole territory to support his training. With his attention divided, falling behind was only natural. Muing thought for a moment and said, "You should talk to him, don't let his own training fall behind, or he'll pay for it later. Same goes for you guys, train as hard as you can, don't slack off. This is a critical time." She always remembered, the quota for Deep Blue Star's trial taker hadn't been decided yet. How would it be allocated? Strength must play a big part. Otherwise, why would the Apocalypse Games player manual have public leaderboards for level and achievements, with no anonymity allowed? What other benefits are there to being on the leaderboard, besides showing off your class and level progress? Xia Xin picked up on her unspoken meaning. He didn't know what was so urgent, but jokes aside, he trusted Muing. "I'll head to Lingtian town as soon as I get back." "All right, you guys go on. I've still got a bit left to plant." Muing called after them. Watching the team leave, Muing went back to planting trees. She didn't have many saplings left in her winter seedling basket she'd finished planting today. You performed a class training. Gained 2 class experience. You have reached the level 6 experience cap with 1 point of experience overflow. You have met the requirements to level up. Please prepare to advance as soon as possible. Ying glanced at her stats panel. Class, Druid LV6, 2100/2100. The long-awaited level up had finally arrived. Ying quickly packed up her things, transformed into a tawny owl in one swift motion, and soared toward the plantation. She landed beside the gem tree, shifted back into human form, lay flat on the ground, and began her upgrade in the most comfortable position she could find, with her body in contact with the earth. The power of nature surged over her like a vortex, brushing through her hair, swirling around her body, lifting her up and enveloping her completely. Nearby plants shot up and grew wildly. The sparse early spring grass instantly became a lush green lawn. She had no idea how much time had passed before the power of nature gently set the little green-haired girl, who was now softly snoring, back onto the ground. The energy gradually faded away, and the last wisp of natural power playfully brushed her nose before disappearing. Achoo! Ying sneezed as her nose tingled. Feeling the power surging inside her, she murmured, "Is it over?" This time, the upgrade had taken a long while. The warmth of nature's power was so comforting that she'd accidentally fallen asleep. Full of anticipation, she opened her player's handbook to check her adventure log. This was always the most satisfying moment. Sure enough, a long string of notifications appeared, just like the thrill of seeing new reader comments back when she used to write stories before the apocalypse. After being baptized by nature, you have become a level 7 druid. Based on your druid level, your class skill Wild Shape has unlocked a new form. Based on your druid level, your HP has increased to 560. Based on your druid level, your mana has increased to 150. Based on your druid level, your level 4 druid spell list is now unlocked. Her HP had increased by another 80 points. She was even tougher now. Mana had gone up by 10 points too. But with each 4th level spell costing 20 mana, it still felt like she never had enough. No new class skills this level, but Wild Shape had unlocked a new form. Curious, Ying opened her character panel to check the details of Wild Shape. Wild Shape. By observing and mimicking, you can transform into small or medium animals. After transforming, you gain the corresponding animal's attribute panel, and your HP is separate from your human form. You can transform twice per day, including into large, medium, or small terrestrial, aquatic, or flying animals. Large animals? Ying immediately noticed the new addition. Does this mean I should go find a bear to study? Is the druid's tanking ability finally coming online? She clearly remembered that the class description had called druids a versatile jack-of-all-trades. She'd already experienced most aspects of that, except for damage mitigation. The turtle form she'd had before only worked in water. Now that she could transform into large animals, maybe she could finally do something about that. She made a mental note to look into it later. But the most important thing now was the new 4th level spells. She counted 17 in total: hallucination, stone skin, wall of fire, polymorph, spike stones, giant insect, confusion, control water, divination, stone shape, grasping vines, neutralize poison, air walk, freedom of movement, command beast, command plants, and repel vermin. She looked through them one by one, each one making her drool with anticipation. As usual, she sorted the spells by priority, learning the most immediately useful ones first, and saving the rest for later. The top priority was still combat spells: attack, defense, and control. Stone Skin was an upgraded version of Bark Skin, a defensive spell. Wall of Fire could be used for both offense and defense. Spike Stones could attack, defend, and control. Pure attack spells were really just Grasping Vines and Giant Insect. Hallucination, Polymorph, and Confusion were all control spells. And then there was Airwalk. This was a spell that could truly give her an aerial advantage. Unlike flying brooms or magic carpets, which didn't allow spellcasting while in use, Airwalk let her cast spells while airborne. It was a status spell that allowed the target to walk on air as if on solid ground, moving up and down at a maximum angle of 45 degrees and lasting 10 minutes per level. But it wasn't quite the same as true flight, since movement speed was halved compared to normal walking. So it was only good for short-term hovering. Still, she was very satisfied. Against enemies without ranged attacks, Airwalk would make her nearly invincible. She really wanted to learn this spell, but since she wouldn't be leaving her territory anytime soon and had the territory shield for protection, Airwalk could wait. After some deliberation, she put Airwalk second and chose spike stones as her first pick. Even though she knew Extinguish Fire and wasn't afraid of forest fires, and Wall of Fire was also an option, spike stones had a wider range of uses, and she didn't have a spell like it yet. She didn't pick Stone Skin first because she already had Bark Skin and Nature's Shield for defense, which would suffice for now. But in terms of offense, she always felt lacking. It couldn't be helped, Druid attack spells were always a notch below those of wizards. Last time she'd been able to overpower Zhou Hongfei, it was only because he was several levels lower and didn't know many spells. Higher-level spells could be overwhelming. If she faced a wizard of equal level with a good spell selection and combos, she'd have to play it safe and rely on her mana pool. Sometimes, a single spell wouldn't even have the desired effect, since wizards had an even broader and more versatile spell list than druids. But at least she had no problem staying alive. Having chosen Spike Stones, Ying began to study the spell in detail. Spike Stones was a mid-range spell, affecting an area of 20 feet square per level, with a long duration, 1 hour per level. It caused sharp stone spikes to erupt from the ground, hindering enemies' movement and dealing damage. Any creature entering or passing through the area on foot would take piercing damage for every 5 feet traveled, and their movement speed would be reduced. The main purpose of this spell was to impede enemy movement and prevent them from approaching, like a magical spike barrier. But if cast quickly and at the right moment, it could also be used offensively. Just imagine, as an enemy approaches, you cast spike stones right under their feet. How would that feel? Just thinking about it was satisfying, and it wasn't just one spike, but many. Now that she was level 7, her spike stones would last for 7 hours. If she had to camp outdoors, she could use it as a protective barrier for her campsite. A spell like this, she'd feel cheated if she didn't learn it as soon as possible. Name, Ying. Race, Elf Green Witch. Class, Druid LV7, 0/2800. HP, 560. Mana, 150. Attributes, Strength 8 +1, Constitution 10, Dexterity 14, +2, Intelligence 12, Wisdom 18, Charisma 15. Languages, Common, Elvish, Druidic, Sylvan. Skills, Druid class skills, Nature's Eye, Wild Affinity, Animal Companion, Forest Stride, Pass Without Trace, Nature's Protection, Wild Shape, Nature's Recovery, Green Witch racial skills, Magic, Alchemy, Potion Making, Herbal Cultivation. Elf racial skills, Darvision, Sword Mastery, Archery Mastery, General skills, Crosshair, Spell Heightening. Spells. 0th level, Druid tricks, Light, Create Water, Clean, Flash, Compass, Detect Poison. First level, Shillelagh, Entangle, Cure Word, Ignite, Thorn Whip, Expedite, Fog Cloud, Jump, Speak with Animals, Magic Claw, Endure Elements, Identify Creature. Second level, Barkskin, Thunder Wave, Flame Blade, Enhance Ability, Spider Climb, Protection from Poison, Moonlight, Chill Metal, Heat Metal, Fireball, Spike Growth, Tree Shape, Gust of Wind, Wood Shape. Third level. Call Lightning, Sleet Storm, Wind Wall, Summon Animals, Nature's Shield, Water Breathing, Water Walk, Meld into Stone, Remove Disease, Speak with Plants, Plant Growth, Greater Magic Claw, Extinguish Fire, Feign Death, Dispel Magic. Free attribute points, 0. A week later, in the early morning, Ying went to Rocky Mountain to practice her spells as usual. The environment here was especially helpful for her to train her Stone Spike spell. Even so, after all this time, her stone spike was still not up to standard. She could barely cast it successfully, managed to avoid extra mana loss, but her casting speed was still painfully slow. You have to understand, during this period, she practiced for over an hour every morning, then again for over an hour in the evening after her mana recovered, yet her progress remained sluggish. This really showed just how difficult fourth circle spells were. Morning. Off to practice spells again? Passing by the quarry camp, Professor Du greeted her. Ying smiled and nodded, that's right. Leaving the camp, she climbed a rocky hill. The sun was just peeking over the horizon as she began her practice. If she simply practiced mechanically, 7 casts of a fourth circle spell would drain her mana dry. In reality, she spent most of her time reflecting and summarizing after each attempt. An hour passed, and she was down to just 10 mana points. The rocky hill was now covered in stone spikes. The sun had fully risen, bathing everything in bright daylight. Finishing her spell practice for the day, Ying was just about to head down the hill when an electronic voice rang in her ear. Doomsday Game has been online for a full year. The game has been updated. World Fusion will begin in 5 hours. All players, please stay away from dungeon areas. World Fusion will begin in 5 hours. All players, please stay away from dungeon areas. World Fusion will begin in 5 hours. All players, please stay away from dungeon areas. World Fusion will begin in 5 hours. All players, please stay away from dungeon areas. The first batch of Deep Blue Star's multiverse trial slots are being allocated. Allocating. Allocation complete. Player Handbook Forum Interface updating. Update complete. Congratulations to the top 5 players on the global level leaderboard, Ying, Dragon, Veronica, Adam, Maz, for becoming Deep Blue Star's first batch of trial challengers. Player Ying already has a slot. The next in line, player Leuashia, becomes the 5th challenger. Current number of Deep Blue Star trial challengers, 8. Challengers, your performance in the trial world will determine Deep Blue Star's resources and growth. Please do your best for your home planet. Note, once a trial slot is bound, it cannot be transferred. After listening carefully to this string of electronic announcements, Ying felt a sense of finality settle in her heart. She'd long anticipated both the world fusion and the allocation of multiverse trial slots. So the update came exactly at the 1-year mark. There was a lot of information in the announcements, but Ying didn't have time to process it all. She was still out in the wild, and her mana was running low. She hurried back toward the quarry camp. Fortunately, for safety reasons, she'd chosen a practice spot not far from the camp. At a jog, she arrived within minutes. The quarry camp was bustling with activity. Normally, players would rush straight to the mines to dig for stone and earn money, but now they were all gathered in the stone yard, deep in discussion. As soon as Ying entered, everyone started bombarding her with questions. Lord, amazing! You're number 1 in the world. Lord, you're really a challenger? What's the trial like? Lord, World Fusion is coming. What level is our territory shield? Will it hold? Ying. Was she stupid? She should have just turned into an owl and flown away. The trial is like playing a virtual game. If you die, your account gets deleted. The contraceptive potion you all drink? I got that from the trial, Ying replied mischievously. The shield can currently withstand level 8 damage. If things get dicey, we can pump in more energy to upgrade it. Don't worry, our territory savings are more than enough. We've been earning all this money for exactly this reason. As soon as the shield reached level 7, she'd used energy to upgrade it. Now, the main territory and all subcamps combined needed 2,000 energy per day to maintain their shields, the equivalent of 20 silver coins. After a few quick words, Ying teleported back to the plantation and started calling people one by one via the Bellflower communicator. Professor Su, all mining camps are temporarily shutting down today to avoid accidents. Please help evacuate everyone. Su Shan, the iron mining camp is closed for today. Achang, the quarry camp is closed today. Guanhai, the coal mining camp is closed today. Once she'd received replies, Ying finally had time to check out the Doomsday Game update. She opened her player handbook. The The main update was to the forum. The public chat area was exactly the same as before. What changed were the leaderboards. The battle record board was gone, and the original level leaderboard had split into two, a global level leaderboard and a regional level leaderboard. The regional leaderboard was the same as before, showing the rankings for the Xia Nation region. The global leaderboard was brand new. Ying tapped it open. Global level leaderboard. Number 1. Ying, Druid, level 7, 1%. Xia Nation region. Number 2. Dragon, Barbarian Warrior, level 6, 80%. Bear Nation region. Number 3. Veronica, Bard, level 6, 65%. Northern Europe region. Number 4. Adam, Rogue, level 6, 32%. Southern Australia region. Number 5. Maz, Mage, level 6, 25%. Western America region. Number 6. Leuashia, Priest, level 6, 20%. Xia Nation region. Number 7. Yusuke Yamada, Rogue, level 6, 19%. Neon region. Number 8. Dasha, Ranger, level 6, 17%. Northern Europe region. Number 9. Hope, Monk, level 6, 15%. Bear Nation region. Number 10. Ernan, Warrior, level 6, 12%. Western America region. Ying carefully looked over the top 10 names, classes, and regions. The top 10 included almost every class type, except for Paladin and Warlock. That was to be expected. Paladins had strict codes to follow, making them hard to play, while Warlocks were unavailable to Deep Blue Star's native players, who were all pure humans. Only those with special bloodlines could become Warlocks, as their powers came from their lineage. For this batch of trial challengers, Xia Nation actually did better than other regions. The Neon region must be fuming. There was still a significant gap between the top 5, but ranks 5 through 10 were very close. She and Leuashia were ranked 1st and 6th, respectively. Since she was already a challenger, the slot passed down, but at least it didn't go to an outsider. 7th place, Yusuke Yamada, was only 1% behind Leuashia, just a hair's difference. That's just luck. There were 6 regions in total, but only Neon had no challengers. Xia Nation had 2. Judging by the top 10, Xia Nation seemed the strongest. But in reality, both Ying and Leuashia, one a druid, the other a priest, weren't combat-oriented classes. Druids were a bit better off. Priests without teammates had poor survivability. So aside from Neon and Southern Australia, which each had only one in the top 10, the other regions were actually pretty even. Ying was a trial taker herself, so she knew just how much of a boost the abilities gained from the trials gave players. It was almost like having an extra class template. Counting the abilities she'd gained in the trials, Ying couldn't really be called weak in combat anymore. Leuashia was the same. Now that she had the status of a trial taker, she'd probably be able to quickly make up for her shortcomings as well. After checking the global level rankings, Ying teleported to the 3 dungeons bordering her territory. She started with the underground Myconid dungeon. At the dungeon entrance, players were streaming out one after another. Now that the worlds are merging, will the Myconids still be here? Can we still watch movies with them? I think so. The Myconids don't seem worried at all. I feel like they're just letting us out for safety's sake. Lord. When they saw Ying appear, everyone greeted her. Ying nodded and stepped into the Myconid dungeon, seeking out the Myconid Elder. Don't worry, World Fusion is very gentle. It's like the gift box from above for Deep Blue Star has finally arrived, and now it's time to open it. Who would send a gift that blows up your house? After today, I'll finally be able to go out and see what Qingshan Town looks like myself, though I'll have to suppress my strength a bit, the Myconid Elder reassured her. There won't be any large-scale land shifts, will there? That was what Ying was worried about. The Myconid Elder nodded, then shook his head. There will be, but it'll be gentle. Let me think, it probably won't even be as bad as a magnitude 3 earthquake. Ying was relieved. After that, she visited the Halfling and Mermaid dungeons and got pretty much the same news. Everyone seemed quite happy about it, especially the halflings and merfolk who'd never been able to leave their dungeons before. They'd been itching to go out and explore. Meanwhile, the public chat was in an uproar. With only a few hours left until World Fusion, Ying was feeling a bit anxious and couldn't settle down to do anything, so she decided to check the forums for news from other places. It's here again, that heartless robotic voice is back. What does World Fusion even mean? Can we get an explanation? Downvote warning. All I know is another huge change is coming. I just barely gotten used to the apocalypse. When will it ever end? I feel like it's safest to go back to camp. I really don't want to get up close and personal with zombies again. Help! There's no camp near me. What do I do? The global rankings are out. That Ying is still number 1. Haha, that poor guy in the Neon region missed becoming a trial taker by just 1%. I don't even know what a trial taker is, but Myriad Realms trial sounds awesome. Here's a simple breakdown. The planet can grow, but its resources depend on trial takers earning them in the Myriad Realms trial. If you're eyeing a trial taker slot, don't even think about killing someone for it. The slots can't be transferred. Just wait for the next batch, since if there's a first batch, there'll be a second. Finally, I get it. The level rankings are going to be even more competitive from now on. So basically, trial takers are Deep Blue Star's vanguard. Makes sense to pick the strongest. Ying thought to herself that the trials and real-world strength weren't really related. Real-world abilities couldn't be used in the trial worlds at all. The reason they picked the highest-level players was probably because they were the most adaptable. Honestly, the changes the Apocalypse game brought to the world were so drastic, it was almost like living in a completely new world. It was a lot like how trial takers entered a brand new trial world. Those who excelled in the Apocalypse wouldn't do too badly in the trials either. There are 5 trial takers this time, but the total number is 8. Ying is 1, who are the other 2? I knew it. Ying's druid is abnormally strong, must be because she's a trial taker. Ying shook her head at that. Her druid class wasn't ahead of others just because of the boost from the trials. Her high perception stat and the bracelet of nature were the real reasons her druid was so strong. Besides, she'd never used her witch abilities in real-world combat. The green witch powers didn't actually give her druid class that much of a boost. She kept reading. I think I saw a post before, someone saying they were a trial taker and guessing Ying was too, and that they were going to Qingshan town to find her. I saw that too. The post was called I Became a Trial Taker. Yeah, I read it. So apart from the trial taker slots created by the world, some outsider NPCs can grant slots too? Is it still possible to get one if I start a quest now? Why do some people only see the perks of being a trial taker? There's no such thing as a free lunch. There's gotta be a catch. Why do I feel like the once dominant warrior class is about to fall to the bottom? The author of I Became a Trial Taker here, see, I told you I was telling the truth. I'm still crossing the sea right now, should be arriving on the eastern continent soon. Whoa, impressive. What class are you, that you can cross the sea? Just an ordinary warrior. Ernon, the guy ranked 10th? No, my warrior class is trash, not even on the rankings. So this trial taker isn't even highly ranked? Ying pondered. Did he give up his original class to focus on skills gained from the trials? If the rankings were only used to allocate trial taker slots, then he really didn't need to care about them anymore, since he was already a trial taker. Maybe that was a good choice. She remembered that when she drew her second trial world, there was a hint saying that because she'd performed well in the first, the second world would be highly compatible with her. And it was true, the Green Witch and Druid classes complemented each other perfectly. Plus, the Green Witch bloodline had helped her purify her elf bloodline. The Green Witch's power came from her own bloodline, while the Druids came from nature. Although some of their abilities were similar, they were fundamentally different. Ying was sure of that. It was just that her current strength wasn't enough to clearly distinguish the two types of power, so she couldn't quite say what the difference was. Since there were highly compatible trial worlds and roles, there must also be ones with low compatibility. Low compatibility might mean no boost to your real-world class at all, making things feel very disconnected. In that case, it was possible to go down a completely different path. There was also the possibility that the abilities gained in the trial world were stronger and more suitable than one's real-world class, so one might just abandon their original class and focus on the new abilities. Ying suddenly found herself looking forward to this person's arrival. Different choices could lead to very different outcomes. When it came to the Myriad Realms trial, Ying had always been figuring things out on her own. She really needed someone to exchange experiences with, especially since she'd only just started her second trial world. As time passed and the world fusion drew nearer, the sky grew darker and darker. But this darkness was completely different from a cloudy day. It was as if the entire sky had sunk lower. When the moment of world fusion finally arrived, the whole world was plunged into utter darkness, the kind so deep that even artificial lights couldn't pierce it. Compared to the meteor shower that marked the arrival of the apocalypse last year, this felt much more like the end of the world. World fusion in progress. With the sound of an electronic voice, everyone felt a faint tremor in the ground. The shaking wasn't strong, it didn't damage any buildings, not even a single mountain collapsed. All the players waited quietly in the darkness for dawn to come. No one knew how much time had passed before that familiar electronic voice sounded again. Fusion complete. Everyone let out a sigh of relief. The sky gradually brightened, and the warm spring sun returned as if it had never left, just as radiant as before. Huh? Doesn't seem like anything's changed. So where did the fusion go? As the Lord of Chishan Town, Ying could see everything clearly. The worlds really had fused. On the territory interface's minimap, a new area had appeared directly beneath the main territory, just a bit smaller than the main territory itself, marked with a mushroom-headed icon representing the myconids. The halfling subcamp hadn't expanded much, only the previously empty spaces were now filled in. Half of the original halfling dungeon was inside the subcamp, the other half outside. From now on, both the myconid and halfling dungeons were officially part of her territory. The short-distance teleportation array now covered both these new areas as well. And Ying hadn't spent even a single point of energy to expand her territory by so much. The main territory's area had jumped from 20 hectares to 38 hectares, almost doubling. Beneath the main territory, the myconid's underground world now lay deep below. The territory's protective shield was spherical, so the underground area had always been within its range, and now the new underground zone fit perfectly inside it. As for the halfling dungeon, the territory's shield hadn't changed. The halfling village from the original dungeon was now inside the subcamp's shield, while the wilds and fields from the dungeon were outside. Looking at it this way, she'd really scored big. She'd gotten nearly 20 hectares of land for free. Additionally, since she'd already built roads connecting to several unclaimed territories nearby, these stone roads now showed up on her minimap. They seemed unaffected, no damage or destruction, but they no longer led to their original destinations. For example, the road that used to lead to the Linglong Gorge camp should have passed through its main gate and continued on to the Dawn Redwood camp. But now, the road's end was still some distance away from Linglong Gorge camp. As for the Dawn Redwood camp, who knew where it had been squeezed off to, it was no longer even within her minimap's range. This showed just how much Deep Blue Star had expanded. Ying slung her greenwood longbow over her back, hung her armorwood longsword and short sword at her waist, switched her Thousand Faces cloak to a lightweight combat outfit, and teleported into the main territory. Hey, Ying! The myconid elder, holding a sun-shielding mushroom umbrella, greeted her while out for a stroll. Behind it was a group of adult myconids on a sightseeing tour, but there was no sign of the little myconids. Seeing her looking around, the myconid elder said matter-of-factly, "We haven't grown enough sun-shielding umbrellas yet. The little ones are staying underground to watch the house." Ying. All right then. For some reason, seeing the elder like this, Ying, who had just been bracing herself for a big fight, suddenly relaxed. Maybe the powerful beings from other dungeons were just like the myconids. The first thing they'd do after being released was go for a stroll. Even the monsters and ghosts, with their high intelligence, might want to explore the area first instead of immediately causing trouble. The passage to the Myconid dungeon had survived the world fusion intact, but when Muing walked down, she found the end blocked by a solid stone wall. The newly fused underground world was still below. She turned to ask the Myconid elder, "How did you guys get out?" "Teleportation, of course. Super convenient, love it." The elder even gave her a thumbs up. The Myconid's hands were nothing like human hands. They only had a palm, no thumb at all. But thanks to their telepathic spores, the message included a big thumbs-up emoji and the word like. Muing was genuinely surprised at how trendy the elder was, even using emojis now. It was clear the elder was thrilled to be able to come out and play during the day, and the whole mushroom seemed livelier than usual. Shaking her head helplessly, Muing converted the stone wall between the underground area and the passage into energy, opening up the way. A bunch of baby Myconids tumbled out, covering her from head to toe. She carefully set them down, only to see them rush toward the adult Myconids, spamming crying emojis everywhere. This place was getting too crowded, time to take a walk. Teleporting to the halfling camp, she found the halfling chief inspecting Nevernight City, looking every bit the stern old leader, hands behind his back, pointing things out in front, with a group of young halflings trailing behind, heads bowed as they listened. "This road's too narrow. Didn't we design it to be wider? The greenery on both sides of the street isn't up to standard, needs improvement. Too many empty shops. They don't all have to be ours, get some humans in here. Their civilization is pretty advanced. Sometimes their ideas are even better than ours. We should learn from them." Chief Need's post-prison syndrome was very different from the Myconid elders, the prison being their previous dungeon. Muing silently sympathized with the young halflings and baby Myconids for a second, then teleported away without looking back. She couldn't handle all that chatter. "Hey, was that little Muing just now?" The halfling chief asked his juniors suspiciously, then muttered to himself, "No way. Little Muing is so well-behaved. If she came over, she'd definitely come say hello." "Sigh, getting old, my eyesight's not what it used to be." The young halflings. "It's not just your eyesight, chief, your mind's slipping too. Muing ran away because you scared her off. As the humans would say, you're just a lonely old man acting out for attention. Best to keep quiet, or he'll never stop talking. Worst of all, Chief Need isn't like a human elder. He could flatten all of them with one hand. They couldn't outtalk him, and they couldn't outfight him either. All they could do was accept their fate." The young halflings all sighed in unison. Life was just too hard. Why did world fusion have to come so soon? So suddenly? There was nowhere to hide. What's with all the sighing? Getting impatient already? Believe it or not, tonight I'll sneak into your homes and rob you all blind. Chief Need huffed, blowing out his beard. The undersea corridor was far less peaceful than the previous two locations. The seawater was much murkier than usual, and the currents were more turbulent than before. Thinking about it, if a new area suddenly appeared in the sea, it wouldn't be surprising if it triggered a tsunami. The fact that only some sand had been stirred up on the seabed was actually quite normal. The edge of the undersea corridor's protective shield, on the side next to the entrance of the Merfolk dungeon, had changed dramatically. The relationships between the Merfolk dungeon, the Halfling dungeon, the Myconid, Mushroom People, dungeon, and the territory were all different. The Myconid dungeon was completely attached to the territory. The dungeon core had fused with the territory itself. Its integration was the gentlest, simply pushing aside the deep underground soil layers. During the fusion process, none of the players in the territory were affected at all. The Halfling dungeon, although also inside the territory, still had an independent dungeon core. The dungeon hadn't been opened before, and its integration was a straightforward process. Because the dungeon entrance was already inside the camp, it ended up half inside and half outside the camp. The Merfolk dungeon, on the other hand, wasn't directly connected to the undersea corridor camp. It just so happened that the dungeon entrance was right up against the camp's shield, so the camp itself wasn't affected at all. But outside the camp's shield, where the Merfolk dungeon used to be, had now completely transformed into an endless forest of sea trees. The undersea corridor now sat right at the edge of the sea forest, with the outermost branches even stretching into the camp's protective shield. The priestess Granny was leading the merfolk warriors and casting spells above the forest, gradually clearing up the murky waters. Within the forest, little mermaid Lily, who wasn't old enough to join the spell casting, was holding her nose and waving at her. The merfolk's water manipulation magic was especially impressive. Ying thought it was on par with the Blue Witch's water-controlling abilities. After Ying reached level 7, she also had a water manipulation spell in her spell list, but judging by the description, it was far inferior. Not only was the casting range much smaller than the merfolk's innate abilities, but it was also less flexible and precise. She could only raise or lower the water level within a certain area, split water currents, create whirlpools, or change the direction of the flow. Basically, it was a nerfed, mechanical version of the merfolk's water magic. As the water cleared, the merfolk landed in the sea forest. Before long, they all emerged from the forest and stepped into the seawater side of the undersea corridor. Some of the merfolk were dragging large shells behind them, while others were traveling light. Those dragging big shells were mostly unfamiliar faces, curious newcomers at the undersea corridor restaurant, clearly ones who hadn't left the dungeon before. The ones traveling light were already veterans. Their big shells were already stashed in the undersea corridor's water area. Mooing. She could almost hear the system announcement. A large group of merfolk tourists is about to arrive at your territory. Please prepare to welcome them. She really should have seen this coming. Giving up, she let Lily cling to her waist and act cute, not even bothering to push her away. The priestess Granny smiled and nodded at her, then tapped her staff on the ground. All the big shells floated neatly in the water, forming a square formation, including Lily's flashy wooden fish tank, which was in the very first row. Ready. At the command, all the merfolk swam into their shells. Lily still wouldn't let her go, pulling her along toward the shell formation. The bucket you made is big enough, Ying. It can fit both of us. Ying pretended to resist, but quickly shifted into her turtle form. A turtle doesn't take up much space. Lily patted her shell and hugged her as they swam into her big wooden fish tank. One fish and one turtle clung to the edge of the tank. Let's go. With that, all the merfolk, along with their shell vehicles and wooden fish tank, vanished from the undersea corridor and floated up to Moon Lake. They're here. The historic meeting between the Myconid sightseeing group and the Halfling sightseeing group just ended, and now the merfolk sightseeing group has arrived. At this exciting moment, everyone, please mind your manners and make a good impression on our new merfolk guests. Now approaching us is the merfolk formation. Every one of them is a stunner, with blue skin as pure and enchanting as the sea. That wooden fish tank is going to drive perfectionists crazy. Shut up. That was personally made by the Lord for Princess Lily. Who are you to judge? Wait, something seems off. What's that dark green little turtle? Clearly you're new here. You don't even recognize our Lord? What a cute little turtle. Other territories are all about apocalyptic disasters, so why does it feel like ours is running a tourism business? I want to know that too, but whatever, mermaid girls are the best. Ying blended in with the merfolk, taking part in their entire sightseeing tour. As long as she was a turtle, she didn't feel shy at all. What a turtle did had nothing to do with Ying. Honestly, this kind of group outing was actually pretty fun. She'd been worried that monsters from the ghoul dungeon might attack the territory, but since nothing had happened for so long, she gradually relaxed and started enjoying herself. But not every territory was as peaceful and harmonious as Qingshan Town. After the Great World Fusion, most players chose to stay in their territories or camps and observe the situation. In reality, though, very few dungeon creatures immediately came looking for trouble once the fusion was complete. Because even though the monsters inside the dungeons were now free, their strength was still partially suppressed, just like the external invaders. They weren't brainless idiots. They all knew to observe the situation first. But some monsters, either mindless and driven by hunger, or those supremely confident in their own strength and full of hatred, didn't fall into that category. The Blood Crows near Linglong Gorge Camp were the former, while the Red Dragon in the Neon District, constantly harassed by players, was the latter. The moment the world fusion succeeded, both swarmed out in full force. The Blood Crow dungeon was just too close to Linglong Gorge camp. In the past, the Blood Crow's first stop after leaving their nest was always Linglong Gorge camp. But with the camp's protective shield, the Blood Crows that managed to escape the dungeon couldn't break through and were basically just free loot. As long as you camped in the territory, every so often you'd get a chance to farm materials. The Blood Crows seemed endless. Because of this steady supply, even though Linglong Gorge was the closest camp to Qingshan Town and the road was the first to be opened, not many people chose to move to Qingshan Town, especially those lacking confidence in their own strength, who all chose to hole up in Linglong Gorge. After news of the world fusion broke, the merchants in Linglong Gorge camp all decided to leave Deep Blue Star. Some even risked breaking the rules to warn the people there to run while they still could, not to stay. Unfortunately, only a few listened and escaped. The rest thought 5 hours wasn't enough to reach the next camp, and with the shield in place, what danger could there be? But now, the entire Linglong Gorge camp was surrounded inside and out by layers upon layers of blood crows. At first, the players who stayed behind thought it was just another chance to farm materials and were overjoyed. Only when the territory's protective shield began to falter did they finally panic. The forum was flooded with cries for help. Blood ravens are attacking the camp. Help. The camp shield is about to break. How did this happen? Anyone from Qingshan Town, help. Save us. Isn't Muing ranked #1 in the world? Please save us. They've broken in. Woo-woo, I don't want to die. The players in Qingshan Town saw these desperate messages, but not a single one went to inform Muing, who had turned into a little turtle and was touring the territory with the merfolk. Because they all knew, even though Muing was ranked first on the global level leaderboard, she wasn't omnipotent, nor was she obligated to risk her life to save others. Even if she could charge into the swarm of blood ravens, how many people could she really bring out? In the apocalypse, no one is responsible for anyone else. Muing only saw these messages on the forum in the evening after the parade had ended. She just smiled and scrolled past. Even if she'd seen those messages earlier, she wouldn't have gone to save anyone. Others feared death, and so did she. The moment she heard about the world fusion, she'd rushed back to camp without stopping. Wasn't that because she was afraid of danger? If she could survive, she'd be #1. If not, she'd just be a dead #1. Ignoring these posts, Muing noticed that, compared to Linglong Gorge, there were almost no posts from people actually at the Red Dragon Dungeon. They were all posted by distant eyewitnesses. The camp closest to the Red Dragon Dungeon was called Fushan Camp, and it was this camp that the Red Dragon attacked. The eyewitnesses were players from a subcamp near Fushan, belonging to another main camp. According to the information in the posts, after the world fusion, a huge red active volcano appeared where the Red Dragon Dungeon used to be. The Red Dragon's lair was there, and at the foot of the mountain were many draconic kobolds. When the Red Dragon emerged from its lair, it was so massive that people miles away could see it clearly. With a single breath, it incinerated Fushan Camp. Now the Red Dragon had returned to its lair, but those draconic kobolds were still active outside, much tougher than ordinary kobolds. No wonder people in Neon were terrified of dragons to their core, afraid that the Red Dragon would come out again and breathe fire on other camps. That showed just how powerful that dragon was. Besides these two places, other regions had also changed in various ways. Some territories hadn't shown any signs of dungeons before, but during this world fusion, a strange new area suddenly appeared nearby. This made Muing want to explore the surroundings of her territory again, to see if there were any new changes in the terrain. That day, the territory was peaceful, no monsters attacked. The next day, everyone returned to their usual work. Only the players who usually hunted and gathered outside chose to team up and explore this time. At that moment, Muing had transformed into a Eurasian eagle owl, circling above the forest. Her first stop, naturally, was the ghoul dungeon. Logically, there shouldn't be many ghouls left in the dungeon. Previously, players had been camping around the dungeon, and its restrictions had been gradually unlocked, allowing higher-level ghouls to emerge. Driven purely by hunger, These monsters had no cunning yokai to command them, so they didn't even know fear. Nothing could stop their urge to come out and hunt, not even certain death, so players had kept a close watch. So their numbers should have been steadily reduced, and after the last ghoul clearing operation, there shouldn't be many left. Could it be that the ghouls had gotten smarter? Decided not to gnaw on this tough bone anymore? Ying even wondered if the ghouls had overcome their hunger, which was why they hadn't shown up. But when she flew to the forest near the cliff where the ghoul dungeon was and perched on a treetop, she stared blankly at the cliff face where the dungeon used to be, her round black eyes full of confusion. Who did this? She'd only been away for, a few months? When did such a huge pit appear here? There's no way the ghouls dug this themselves, right? Even with the world fusion, the ghoul dungeon should still be on the other side of the cliff. And when she entered the ghoul dungeon before, she'd only seen an underground crypt, not a fresh pit with grass growing on the walls. This deep pit was right up against the cliff, with a large, dark hole in the wall, probably leading to the crypt she'd seen before inside the ghoul dungeon. Like the Myconid dungeon, this one was underground, with no obvious signs of fusion on the surface. Now, the pit was full of ghouls, more than Ying had expected. That level 5 yokai was at the edge of the pit, cursing and directing the ghouls to climb on top of each other to get out. She'd thought that yokai was pretty smart, but it didn't seem so clever now. It used to be bigger than the average ghoul, but now it was a bit smaller, though still muscular, and it had leveled up from a 5th level to a 6th level yokai. The horror story had suddenly turned into a comedy. Haha, another ghoul just fell in. There's a whole pit of them this time. Jackpot. Jackpot. What's that one? So skinny and small, is it malnourished? A group of players, armed with extra-long custom spears and wearing wet cloth masks, rushed out. When they saw the pit full of ghouls, it was like they'd found a treasure trove. As for the yokai that hadn't fallen in, the one smaller than the average ghoul, it was met with disdain. They charged in so fast that Ying didn't have time to stop them before they all collapsed at the edge of the pit. The yokai might have been small, but the stench and toxins from its body were much stronger than those of ordinary ghouls. Even with wet cloth masks, they couldn't block it at close range. In an instant, the hunters became the hunted. Seeing a group of human-shaped meals delivered right to its door, the yokai's long tongue was already lolling out. Ying hurriedly changed back to human form and raised a wall of wind between the players and the pit, blowing the yokai's stench back at it. Then she cast an entangling spell, controlling the plants to drag the poisoned players back. The yokai's toxic stench wasn't like that of ordinary ghouls, which only paralyzed people for a while before they recovered. This one was deadly. The only detoxification spell Ying had was the neutralize poison she'd just unlocked among her 4th circle spells. Her previous protection from poison only worked as a preventative, not as a cure. She lifted their masks and looked at the green-faced players, several of whom she recognized, especially Old Mao. After thinking for a moment, Ying took a detox mushroom from her storage ring, sliced it up, and fed each of them a piece. She wasn't entirely sure about the medicinal properties of these mushrooms, which were cultivated using poison. Both the myconids and her own scans had shown that the stronger the poison used in cultivation, the better the antidote effect, but she didn't know exactly how effective it would be. This was a good chance to test it out. If it didn't work, she still had detox potions as a backup. No one was going to die on her watch. After chewing on the detoxifying mushrooms, the sickly green color finally faded from their faces, returning them to normal. My money, my money! Old Mao was the first to come to. The moment his gaze landed on Ying, who was standing nearby watching him with interest, he jumped in fright. What are you doing here? Then, seeing his underlings sprawled all over the ground and realizing he himself was sitting on the floor, he belatedly asked, "What happened to us?" "You were poisoned by that skinny little demon ghost you had in your mouths," Ying replied, dismissing the wind barrier nearby. "A demon ghost's poison can't be blocked by a face covering, it's deadly. The mushroom slices you're chewing on can counteract the poison, so you don't need to worry now. It's just that." "I get it. You get 80% of the loot. Will that cover the cost of the mushrooms?" Old Mao said decisively. "Ying, I'm not that much of a money grubber. I just want the corpse of that demon ghost. It's useful for poison refining. The rest is yours, Mewing said. By the way, did you guys dig this pit? Hearing she only wanted the demon ghost's corpse, even though it was the most valuable thing here, it still couldn't compare to a whole pit full of ghouls, Old Mao quickly agreed. When Mewing asked about the pit, he answered proudly, yeah, we dug it. Pretty smart, right? Mewing nodded. It is pretty clever. No wonder there were no ghoul attacks on the territory last night. But you'll have to fill the pit back in afterward. With such a huge pit blocking the way, not only were the ghouls and demon ghosts trapped inside, but they themselves couldn't get in either. Old Mal looked at the pit and nodded with difficulty. All right. When they dug it, they hadn't thought about having to fill it back in. It had taken ages to dig. All right, if you've recovered, let's get started, Mewing said. The demon ghost was already getting restless. It was obvious that Old Mao and his crew weren't new to fighting ghouls in pits. They even had specially made extra-long spears ready. The ghouls trapped in the pit were like toothless tigers, completely helpless. Only the demon ghost, with its tongue much longer than a regular ghoul's, posed any real trouble. Mewing took the reinforced greenwood longbow from her back, planning to test it out on the demon ghost. She drew the bow fully, and an icy blue elemental arrow gradually formed on the string. She aimed at the demon ghost's tongue and let it fly. The arrow didn't pierce the tongue, but the moment it hit, it exploded in a burst of intense cold, instantly freezing the wildly lashing tongue into a long, solid icicle. Old Mao and his crew seized the opportunity, enthusiastically thrusting their spears. Each jab sounded to them like coins clinking to the ground. They didn't even care about the ghoul's stench anymore. To return the favor, they all stabbed the demon ghost through together. No way were they going to let someone else handle the demon ghost alone and then claim all the ghouls for themselves. That would be shameless. Old Mao's calculations were spot on. Mewing didn't even have time to fire a second arrow. Soon, all the ghouls were dead. Old Mao's group set up a rope ladder and climbed down into the pit to cut out the ghouls' tongues and claws. Seeing they'd even brought a rope ladder, Mewing was genuinely impressed. She used her entangling spell to control the vines on the cliff and haul the demon ghost's corpse out, then stored it away. Now that the world trial had been made public worldwide, she could use some of her more inexplicable abilities without worrying too much. Surely, no one would be bold enough to target her at this point. Of course, Old Mao and his crew noticed the demon ghost's corpse vanish into thin air. They'd seen spatial equipment before. The pawnshop owner, 559, often made things disappear right in front of people, and that black-footed guy wore a gemstone ring that was also a spatial item. But among players, such things hadn't appeared yet. Still, Mewing was the top-ranked druid and had become a trial participant early on. She was stronger than some of the territory's NPCs. It made sense she'd have such treasures. So they just looked on enviously and left it at that. Afterward, Mewing grabbed a vine and swung into the cave. The cave sloped downward, and after a few steps she could see the burial chamber hall she'd encountered when she first entered the dungeon. There were no ghouls left inside. This time, Mewing could see more clearly. This place definitely wasn't built by ghouls or demon ghosts. Although the wall near the entrance was naturally formed smooth to the touch, covered in tiny pits, dents, and protrusions of varying heights, and quite damp with traces of water flow, there were still collapsed stone bricks and rusty iron bars visible at the edge. On the other side, the burial chamber wall was much better preserved, with neat stone bricks inlaid with iron bars. The entire chamber was strewn with bones and rubble, making it impossible to see the floor's stone tiles. Mewing also found a lot of rotted wood among the debris. Some pieces still faintly resembled coffins. She nudged the junk with her foot and actually found 2 copper coins among the scraps. The designs on the coins were different from any she'd seen before, though they were about the same size. Despite being buried in this damp place for so long, they were still smooth and shiny, with no trace of rust, even though the bronze coffin in the center of the chamber was mottled with corrosion. This was just like the copper coins dropped by zombies. She wondered if these coins could circulate like those. It seemed that before the ghouls took over, there had been many coffins here, most of them wooden, with only one bronze coffin. But the ghouls had turned this place into their lair. Anyone could imagine what happened to a burial chamber used as a ghoul nest. Every corpse likely became ghoul food. Even the wooden coffins had been gnawed away. In the center of the hall, the bronze coffin had been pried open, its lid lying on the ground nearby. Last time she entered the dungeon, the demon ghost had been lurking here. As she'd guessed, the body inside the coffin had vanished. But there were still some burial goods inside, most of them so decayed they were unrecognizable. Only a small pile of gold coins and a few gemstones remained intact. The designs on the gold coins matched those on the copper coins. There were about a dozen of them. The gemstones were elemental stones, though their energy was mostly depleted. Ying happily pocketed them all. Finally, her gaze fell on the stone door at the deepest part of the burial chamber. The door was arched, covered in intricate carvings and some strange patterns that looked like writing. Above the door was a fierce stone statue with a glaring face. Everywhere else in the chamber bore the marks of ghoul claws, but this door was perfectly preserved, its carvings untouched, clearly suspicious. Ying checked several times and confirmed that the door was protected by a permanent magical ward. That's why the ghouls couldn't break through. She wondered if her dispel magic would work. Lord, this is... After dealing with the ghouls, old Mao and the others came in, loaded down with bags. The tomb was pitch dark, so he took out a lampvine for light and could finally see a bit more clearly. That's when he noticed Ying standing in front of a stone door, doing something he couldn't quite make out. Before he could even ask, the stone door rumbled and slowly opened a crack. Lifting the magic seal really worked. Inside was a corridor thick with cobwebs, stretching off into the darkness. Ying's vision wasn't hindered by the dark, so she could see that there were two more doors along the corridor, a small wooden door, and another large stone door much like the one in front of her. Thinking of the small pile of gold coins she'd found in the coffin earlier, she decided to go in and take a look. After all, the door was right here. If anything went wrong, she could just run for it. She carefully picked up a stone and tossed it inside to check for any traps. Nothing happened. So she walked in. At first, everything seemed fine, but when she stepped on about the third floor tile, she suddenly heard a crack from inside the corridor wall, as if something had snapped. Not good, she thought, and immediately tried to retreat. But just then, a strip-shaped stone block suddenly dropped from the corridor ceiling outside the tomb chamber. Only now did she realize. This wasn't just a stone block, it was like a dragon-slaying slab. One piece fell and completely blocked her way back. A seamless stone wall now stood behind her, making it impossible to tell there was ever a door to the tomb chamber there. The stone landed right behind her heels, and she instinctively took a step forward. Old Mao and the others, who had been about to follow her, were now trapped on the other side. Lord! Ying could still hear old Mao and the others calling from behind the stone. But she had no time to respond, because more stone blocks were falling from above. The next one was about to come down right on her head. Ying could only run for her life. If she was even a step too slow, she'd be flattened by the falling stone wall. Even the protective spells she had on wouldn't be able to withstand that. But no matter how fast she ran, she couldn't outrun a free-falling stone wall. Luckily, there were no outsiders around now, so she quickly pulled out her flying broom, hopped on, and shot forward, hugging close to the ground. As soon as she got on the broom and zipped ahead, the stone blocks above her finally stopped falling. Ying hovered in midair, looking back at the now silent corridor, and realized the trap was triggered by pressure on the floor. The stone she'd thrown earlier hadn't set it off, probably because it wasn't heavy enough. I'm really floating now, huh? Ying muttered, looking at the corridor behind her, now completely blocked by a wall of stone. All this, just for a dozen or so gold coins and the chance of finding some elemental gems. She'd charged in recklessly, and now there was no way back. Still, as long as she didn't touch the ground, the trap wouldn't be triggered again, so she was safe for now. Her storage ring was stocked with plenty of food and supplies, so survival wasn't an issue, but she didn't feel like exploring any further at the moment. Those dragon-slaying stones had really set her imagination off. She'd read plenty of tomb-raiding novels, and so far, this place was clearly an underground tomb. The chamber where the ghouls had been didn't seem like the main entrance, more like a thieves' tunnel. The dead usually don't want to be disturbed, right? If there's one falling stone trap, there are bound to be more. The corridor ahead was only about 10 meters before it ended, but there were side passages on both the left and right. Who knew how big this tomb was? What if she got lost? What if the traps ahead were even trickier? What if there were even more dangerous monsters? Call her timid or overly cautious if you want, but going forward might make things better or much worse. But if she didn't move forward, things couldn't get any worse than they were now. The way back was right behind her, just blocked by a few dragon-slaying stones. Dealing with those stones was a lot more reliable than searching for some unknown exit. If she really couldn't get the stones open, she could always look for another way out later. Since she couldn't stay on the ground, she took out her magic carpet and decided to stay airborne for now. The trap in this corridor was clearly single-use. Since it hadn't been triggered before, there probably weren't any monsters in here. Even if there were, the magic carpet had a cloaking function to avoid being detected. Switching to the carpet, Ying sat cross-legged and carefully inspected this section of the corridor, the floor, the walls, even the ceiling stones, but found nothing unusual. She also checked out the small wooden door and the stone door she'd seen earlier. Both were sealed with magic. Ying left them alone for now, planning to think of another solution. She took out her portable travel trunk and placed it on the magic carpet, then climbed inside. Next, she flipped through her spell list. She remembered that among the new 4th level spells she'd unlocked at level 7, there was one called Stone Shape, similar to Wood Shape, which could be used to reshape stone. She wondered if she could use it to change the shape of the dragon-slaying stone and open up a passage. After checking carefully, she confirmed it should work. At her current level, she could use Stone Shape to reshape up to 17 cubic feet of stone at a time, enough to make a stone door, an exit, or even a stone chest. Although the stone blocking the corridor was much larger than 17 cubic feet, she could just cast the spell multiple times on smaller sections. She didn't need a huge doorway, just enough space to squeeze through. And once she learned the spell, she'd never have to worry about being trapped in the tomb again. If the way was blocked, she could just dig through. In ancient times, there was Yugong who moved mountains. Now, there was Ying who could dig through dragon-slaying stones with Stone Shape. But first, she had to actually learn the spell. With her storage ring full of food and her comfy travel trunk to live in, she was confident she could master it. At times like this, she was grateful she'd gotten into the habit of tossing everything into her spacious storage ring. It was like a portable warehouse, and now it was paying off. Also, if she had to stay here for a long time, keeping the magic carpet floating would be a waste. It ran on magic power and, after being charged, could stay aloft for a while. But since she was in an unfamiliar place and would need to practice Stone Shape, which would drain her mana, she needed to conserve her magic as much as possible. Actually, all she needed was a place to put her travel trunk. The carpet only had to be used when she needed to come out. So she took out her greenwood longbow and fired a few elemental arrows at the dragon-slaying stone, making 2 holes. Then she stuck 2 sturdy wooden poles into the holes and set her travel trunk on top of them. Jingle jingle. As soon as she entered the portable space trunk again, the bellflowers hanging on the wall started to ring. "Hello? Are you okay?" It was Leuashia's voice. She guessed that Lao Mao and the others must have seen her get hit by the falling rocks and gone back to report. "I'm fine, really. I just need some time before I can get out," Ying replied, feeling quite touched that people were worried about her. "Some time? How long? What are you going to eat and drink?" Ying had no choice but to say, "Didn't Lao Ma tell you guys? I have a spatial ring." There was a brief silence on the other end, then several voices chimed in together. "Rich girl. You really don't want us to find someone to help break open the rocks." That was Zheng Jing's voice. "We could pay them some contribution points and wages," added a male voice, Lin Shang. Ying. So they just wanted to make some money. Why would she outsource something she could do herself? If she were that generous, she wouldn't be stuck in here over a few measly gold coins. Either way, if she were outside, she'd just be spending her days studying magic. Staying in here, isn't it the same? Well, it was a bit more cramped and a bit darker. Once she entered the space trunk, she couldn't see anything anyway. So she decisively refused. Thinking of Gun Gun and the other residents still in her territory, she added, "Help me let everyone know I'm safe, especially Gun Gun and the others who might be worried." "Are you sure you don't need help?" Lin Shang still wouldn't give up. "No need," Muing replied, then hung up the bellflower with a huff. Her stomach was rumbling, so she made herself a good meal first. Only after eating did she start studying stone shaping. She figured she'd be stuck here for quite a while, so she needed to get her life in order. No need to rush, good things take time. She had a great attitude about it. She'd just treat it as a secluded training retreat in a different place. Stone shaping was a fourth circle spell, and she didn't have enough mana to cast it many times in a row. So most of the time, after practicing stone shaping, she'd be free and would use that time to brew potions. All in all, she kept her schedule as full as it would be outside. After about a week, she could cast stone shaping steadily and successfully. Only then did she leave the space trunk and start working on the dragon-slaying stone. Up until then, she'd only practiced on the stones in her spatial ring. At first, she only planned to carve out a hole big enough for her to squeeze through. But while practicing, she tried shaping the stone into pillars and came up with a new idea. She wanted to make more pillars to support the other half of the corridor. After all, she wouldn't just leave after opening up the exit. She still wanted to explore the tomb, but this time with a way out. She didn't have enough stone with her, so she decided to use the material from the dragon-slaying stone itself. In the end, she carved out a person-sized arched doorway. On the other side, the intact corridor now had several thick stone pillars lining its walls. With these pillars, she didn't have to worry about triggering any traps that would make the dragon-slaying stone fall from above. The only downside was that it was a big job. Each day, she only had enough mana to carve out a doorway in one dragon-slaying stone and shape the removed stone into a pillar. So it took her a full half-month to get through all the dragon-slaying stones, rendering all the falling rock traps in this corridor useless with her big pillars. When she finally saw the familiar giant stone door again, Muing let out a sigh of relief. She really did prefer the green of nature. Spring was such a beautiful season, and staying in a cold, pitch-black tomb passage was pretty depressing. She glanced back at the arched passage she'd carved out herself and declared, "I'll be back." With a flourish, she pushed open the stone door and saw the light. Muing squinted and called out, "Is someone there?" "Lord." Lao Mao, holding a lamp entwined with vines, turned around in surprise and delight. "You guys are still here?" Muing asked in surprise. So much time had passed, what were they still doing here? "There are copper coins to be found in the rubble here. I even found a silver coin once, but I didn't tell anyone. So I brought my crew to search the whole place," Lao Mao explained. Seeing her look at the stone platform in the center of the tomb, he added, "We already carried the bronze coffin back. It was a huge effort. Wu Wu Jiao said it's an antique, very valuable for collection and research. We sold it for a good price. We made a fortune and finally became homeowners. Thank you for teaching us how to live. I never thought we could earn a house for ourselves after the apocalypse." Muing did a quick calculation of the price of a treehouse. Turns out she'd been focused on the wrong thing. The coffin itself was worth more than the junk inside. Hearing this right after getting out, Muing felt a pang in her heart, but comforted herself. The money would end up in her pocket anyway. "Congratulations," Muing said, though her words didn't match her feelings. "Also, I've already dealt with the dragon-slaying stones inside. The corridor is safe now. I haven't been further in, and I haven't touched those two doors. If you want to explore, be careful," Muing reminded them. Just one bronze coffin from this tomb had made them so much money, and they'd carried it back to the territory themselves. If the way hadn't been blocked, players would have swarmed in to hunt for treasure long ago. Muing couldn't stop them. Even she would have to come back. But next time, she'd be prepared, not caught off guard and forced to explore like this. There's always a way. If Lao Mao and the others could think of digging traps for ghouls, surely she could prepare for the traps too? Lao Mao nodded to show he understood. Muing transformed into an eagle owl and flew out. She'd originally come out to check on the results of the worlds merging around her territory, but ended up getting sidetracked by this tomb. During this time, even though she wasn't physically in the territory, Lulualuo and Zheng Jing would often contact her through the bellflower, keeping her updated on what was happening nearby. She'd also seen some news on the forums. It turned out there really were hidden dungeons near Qingshan town, right in the rocky forest where they'd built 3 camps. The rocky forest was huge. On the far side, away from the camps, a region of towering cliffs had appeared, with large flying monsters circling above. After the world merged, they'd even attacked the ranch at the farming camp. But the territory's shield had kept them out. Also, a new sea and coastline had appeared near the Binhai city port where the Quatao fishmen were. The fishmen weren't as easy to catch as before, and were much more hostile to humans. Players who used to render fishman oil for profit had their business affected, and some had even died there. The merfolk had clashed with the Quatao fishmen as well. Some fishmen tried to invade the undersea corridor, but the merfolk fought them off with no casualties. Finally, the Linglong Gorge camp was completely gone, but the Bloodraven nest seemed to be moving south. Some players exploring north had already encountered Bloodravens, and it was unclear if they'd keep moving south. And now, with this mysterious underground tomb, Muing really felt like danger was everywhere. After returning to her territory, Muing first made a trip to the copper coin pawn shop. Since 553 had bought that bronze coffin at such a high price, maybe he knew something about that tomb. Tomb? No, that's definitely not a tomb. Judging from the eye-shaped carvings on the bronze coffin, the flame patterns on the coins, and the information you brought back, that place is most likely the legendary ghoul and dungeon from history. Dungeons are a paradise for adventurers, full of countless secret rooms and treasures, but also fraught with danger. Opportunity and risk go hand in hand. Every adventurer who dies there becomes a treasure for those who come after. As long as you pay the entrance fee, anything you find inside is yours to keep. Ghoul Dungeon is one of the most famous dungeons. The original inhabitants of the city were especially skilled at traps and mechanisms, and even the entrance is a constantly shifting maze. Legend has it there's a mysterious spring in the city, dark as ink, but said to be a cure for all diseases and wounds. The first time you drink it, you get a permanent boost to all your stats. It's incredibly rare, but whether it really exists, who can say anymore? After all, Ghoul Dungeon disappeared 1,000 years ago. Who'd have thought it would show up here? From your description, the crypt occupied by the ghoul probably isn't the dungeon's entrance. If a ghoul could break through a hole there, and you could dig through the stone wall trap with stone shaping, then something must have gone wrong with the dungeon's core. Maybe it's even broken. Who knows what happened? Without the dungeon core, the place is much less dangerous. If my talents and strength were better, even I'd want to go in and look for that legendary spring. 559's eyes were full of envy. Are you planning to explore it? I can use my privileges to get you a spatial ring at a discount, but if you find the spring, you have to give me a share. Just a mouthful is enough. Copper Coin 559 was calculating in his mind. If his stats were better, who would give up cultivation to be a merchant? Even as a merchant, having more strength would mean more room to grow. A permanent all-stats boost, now that's something you can only dream of. Muing shook her head. I already have a spatial ring. Without it, I couldn't have stayed in that dungeon for half a month. As for the spring, who knows if it's even real? Even if it is, like you said, the dungeon core is broken, who knows if the spring is still there? So I can't promise anything. If it really exists, and there's a lot of it, there aren't many people in this territory who could afford it anyway. Just have your money ready. What she didn't say was, if it really does permanently boost all stats, the spring is probably worth far more than a spatial ring. Maybe most players don't have spatial items yet, but judging from these Outlander shopkeepers, outside of Azure Star, spatial items aren't that rare. These shopkeepers, who seem to be doing better than players, actually aren't much higher level. They just have accumulated skills and wealth from the past. But all the players are starting from scratch. The Apocalypse game wiped out almost all material assets of Azure Star's humans and changed the world's rules, which is why players are so poor. But players are growing fast, especially those with good stats and talents. Their future potential is much higher than most of these Outlander shopkeepers. 559's little scheme fell apart with a snap. This lord isn't easy to fool. She doesn't even need a spatial ring, so all the initiative is in her hands. He could only nod helplessly. On the surface, Muing acted calm, as if she didn't care much about the spring, but inside she was thrilled. A spring that permanently boosts all stats, and the dungeon's core is broken, making it a weakened version only a fool wouldn't go in and try their luck. And just exploring isn't enough. Since the place is abandoned and ownerless, it'd be a waste not to make use of all those traps and corridors. So Muing asked, if I set up a subcamp there, could I claim the whole dungeon as part of my territory? Muing was itching to try. If she could claim it, exploring would be a breeze, and with a teleportation array as backup, she'd feel much safer. 559 gave her a sidelong glance. She was even more of a merchant than he was. But he liked the idea. If it worked and there was a camp teleportation array, even he'd dare to go explore. He stroked his chin and thought, in theory, yes. If there are still monsters inside, they'd be expelled. Even if the dungeon is huge, you could use several subcamps to claim it. Hearing that, what was there to wait for? Muing immediately converted a large amount of energy and flew to the crypt by the cliff to set up a subcamp. But things didn't go as she'd hoped. The subcamp construction failed. Failed? 559 had been eagerly waiting for Muing to bring back good news. He paced around the shop, belly sticking out. How could that be? The traps are all one-time use, and with ghouls breaking into the crypt and no one stopping them, it shows the original inhabitants of Ghoulan are really gone. You managed to break through the wall to escape, so the building's protective magic must have failed, but the subcamp still can't be built. Clearly, it's incompatible. Could it be that the dungeon core just ran out of energy and went dormant? No, even if it's dormant, the main structure should still be protected. How did the ghoul break through? The original inhabitants are gone, so the Queen of Ghoulan must have had something happen to her, probably died. When the owner dies, the dungeon core should shatter. But the dungeon core is still there, and it's not dormant. I get it. According to legend, when a dungeon develops to a certain stage, the core can split. There must be a newly born dungeon core here. Muing felt like 559 was rambling and a bit scatterbrained. She managed to extract a bit of useful information. Basically, when the owner dies, the dungeon is ruined. But if you can't build a subcamp, it means there's still a dungeon core, so before the old core broke, it split off a new one. Slap. The sudden sound of a slap startled Muing. Turns out 559 had gotten so excited talking that he almost rushed out the door to check it out himself. But just as he reached the entrance, he stopped and slapped himself hard, so hard that a bright red handprint immediately appeared on his face. Muing was dumbfounded. Why are you taking it out on your own face? With his face so swollen, could it be he's done this to himself before? Hearing 559 still muttering under his breath, Muing leaned in to listen. I can't be greedy, can't be greedy, can't be greedy. Even if I throw in all my treasures, I might never come back. Oh, so he's just trying to talk some sense into himself. That's fine, Muing thought. If he wants to slap himself a few more times, that's okay too. After a while of mumbling, 559 suddenly grabbed Mu Ying's arm. If I can't do it, you can. Come with me. He dragged Muing over to the counter, pulled out a thick ledger, and flipped through it quickly. Look, these are diagrams of other dungeon cores from history. Although every dungeon core looks a bit different, once a dungeon core has recognized its master, it always takes on a miniature form of the dungeon itself, like a little city model. Usually, a dungeon core that's recognized its master is hidden away in a core chamber. Even if it's broken, you should still be able to recognize it from these diagrams. But the core chamber is the most secret and important place in any dungeon, extremely hard to find. A newly born dungeon core can't move, and usually just looks like an ordinary stone. But since this one split off from the core of the grand dungeon, it must also be in a core chamber. So, if you can find the core chamber where the broken dungeon core is, just drip your blood on every stone inside to try to claim it. Sooner or later, you'll find it. So the key is to find the core chamber. You've learned stone shaping, right? If you come across a wall, just dig through it and check. Even if you have to hollow out the entire dungeon ruins, you have to find it and claim it as your own. If you can take control of the dungeon, then Qingshan Town will have amazing potential for development. Even among the super cities and territories outside of Deep Blue Star, very few have their own dungeon. That's because dungeon civilization was brought over from another universe in the late ancient era. The methods for building dungeons have long been lost in our universe. Even the Evolution Center doesn't have them. One by one, the dungeons have disappeared. But the dungeons that still exist are all money-making machines and adventurers' paradises. If you control a dungeon, you'll never have to worry about foot traffic. You can make a fortune just by charging teleportation fees. As long as you're strong enough to protect what you have, Qingshan Town could become a super city, or even surpass one. Listening to his tone, Ying thought, super city? That must be something really impressive. Dungeons sound like some kind of adventure playground. Are they really that amazing? 559 could see her confusion and explained, do you know what people say? Dungeons are actually alive. Some say they're a kind of architectural life form that feeds on the emotions of adventurers exploring inside them, and they can grow. They're even more precious than Lord tokens, because a territory can't grow on its own. Architectural life form? Ying was stunned. A living building. She'd always thought that anything with a set upper limit, no matter how powerful, could be countered somehow. Only things that can grow, with no upper limit, are truly valuable. For some reason, an image popped into her mind. A miniature city slowly growing bigger, until one day its belly swelled and it gave birth to a little stone. The little stone called the city Mom, and then it too slowly grew into another city. It was both bizarre and, strangely, a little bit cute. 559 was still talking. Even if the Grand Dungeon doesn't have the Nether Spring, I can still apply to the Trade Guild for something similar, as long as you don't let any other copper coin pawnshops set up here. 559 looked at her pitifully. I've told you everything I know about dungeons. Until you find the dungeon core, I'll keep my mouth shut about anything else. I can even give you a wall viewing mirror to help you search for the core. In the future, if anyone tries to take my place, just help me out, okay? Please. A short, chubby guy weighing over 200 pounds, with a face swollen on one side, eyes brimming with tears, speaking in a deliberately whiny voice, clutching her sleeve and shaking it, anyone would feel their eyes were being assaulted. Ying struggled to free her sleeve, turned her face away in disgust, and said, all right, I get it. Stop being such an eyesore. Go look in the mirror. Are you begging for help or trying to scare people? Whatever works. I knew no one could resist me when I beg like this. 559 said smugly. He motioned for her to step back, then pulled out a 1-meter-tall oval mirror from his spatial ring. Judging by the way he handled it, it looked pretty heavy. This is the wall viewing mirror. Place it against a wall and you can see what's on the other side. But if the wall is enchanted, the mirror won't work. It only works on ordinary walls. But since the dungeon is abandoned, only some traps and magical locks on doors are still active. If you can dig through the wall, it's just an ordinary wall, so this will definitely work. Ying nodded, tried to lift it, and struggled to raise it even a little. Isn't this thing a bit too heavy? The lighter ones are too expensive, I can't afford them. And the bigger it is, the wider the view. Isn't your animal companion an iron bamboo beast? Just have it hold the mirror for you. But be careful it doesn't chew on it. The thing's made of metal, 559 advised sincerely. Gun isn't that greedy. Ying tried to defend her companion's reputation. 559 shook his head at her. This metal is called bamboo essence gold. You'll see when you get home. Ying put the wall viewing mirror into her spatial ring, said goodbye to 559, and teleported back to her plantation. Gun was lying in the iron bamboo grove, munching on bamboo. Ying took out the wall viewing mirror. Gun sniffed the air, instantly turned his head, rolled over like a ball, and hugged the mirror, completely ignoring his long-absent owner. Slurp. Ying heard the sound of drooling and twitched at the corner of her mouth. Seeing Gun already gnawing at the mirror, she quickly put it back into her spatial ring. With his arms suddenly empty, Gun stared at her blankly. This isn't for eating. Gun, can I at least lick it? Mooing. Is this bamboo essence gold really that irresistible to iron bamboo beasts? She sighed. If you help me hold the mirror, you can lick the edges a little, but you can't damage it. I still need to use it. And wipe off your drool when you're done. Slurp. Gun nodded enthusiastically. Just being able to lick it was already a treat. He'd never smelled anything so delicious. Only then did Mooing take out the wall-viewing mirror again. Gun immediately hugged it and started licking away. Although Mooing was eager to explore the dungeon right away, she still had to check out several newly appeared areas around the territory, and she also needed to prepare some tools for dealing with traps. So, without delay, she teleported to the quarry camp first, collected some stone materials, and stored them in her spatial ring. Next, she headed to the livestock camp. You're back. Leuashia, who had just finished drawing blood from a petrified lizard and was carrying a bucket out, saw her and asked happily. Mooing nodded. Did you figure out what kind of flying monster you mentioned before? Have they shown up again recently? I checked the monster compendium at the mercenary guild. They should be griffins. Jing also asked the NPCs in the territory. They all said griffins are fierce yet loyal flying mounts, but they're extremely hard to train. You have to start from the egg. Once they hatch, they're almost impossible to tame. The day before yesterday, Jing even snuck over to Griffin Cliff to take a look. That's the name we gave to that cliff area. The griffins nest on the cliffs, so it's really hard to steal from them. They seem to prefer livestock and aren't interested in eating humans, but if anyone tries to approach the cliff, they'll attack furiously. Jing tried using animal communication to talk to them, but it didn't work. The cattle and sheep in our pastures are a huge temptation for them. For a while, they came almost every day, but they couldn't break through the territory shield. Lately, they haven't attacked the shield much, but every time they pass by, they circle in the sky for a while, probably drooling over our livestock, Leuashia explained in detail. So, griffins aren't much of a threat to players in the territory as long as no one provokes them. Mooing felt relieved. She'd been worried that players might get ambushed by griffins while out hunting or gathering. As for training them as flying mounts, she kept that in mind too. That wasn't something that could be done overnight. Even if they managed to steal an egg, there was no guarantee of success, and raising such a large flying beast wouldn't be cheap. After leaving the livestock camp, Mooing rode her magic carpet to Griffin Cliff. She finally saw the legendary griffins with her own eyes. They were large flying beasts with the head, forelimbs, and wings of an eagle, but the body of a powerful lion. Their level ranged from 3 to 5. There weren't actually that many of them. They built their nests on the cliff tops using branches, leaves, and the bones of their prey. Each cliff only had one nest, and aside from the juveniles, there were just one male and one female griffin per nest, so fewer than 100 in total. Mooing observed for half a day and found that they were indeed highly territorial. Any bird that got close to Griffin Cliff or beast that passed below would be met with savage attacks. Birds would get their wings pecked, while beasts would be grabbed and tossed off the cliff. Only a few lucky ones became their food. It hadn't been long since the world merged, but already a layer of animal bones was piling up at the base of the cliffs, some half-rotted, swarming with insects. But none of the griffins that went out hunting ever chose humans as prey. With that worry settled, Mooing flew over to the area of the previous Murloc instance. A new stretch of sea had appeared here, clearly distinct from the original ocean. The sand and seawater in this area were a pale red. The Quitoa Murloc village was built right on the beach, with the pillars supporting their huts submerged whenever the tide came in. The settlement was more than 10 times larger than the one Mooing had burned down before. It was practically a town now. The Murlocs lived packed together, with the upper floors of their huts used for food storage and the lower floors crammed with sleeping Murlocs. Some even slept out in the open. It was clear just how many Quitoa Murlocs there were. At the center of the town was a very spacious area with no buildings at all. Instead, all sorts of jars of different sizes were buried there. Half buried in the sand, half exposed, they were packed densely together. The sand and seawater here were a deeper red than elsewhere. When the waves rolled in, The water was a pale red, but as they receded, it became a vivid, blood-like crimson, before being diluted again by the surrounding sea. It seemed as if this was the very source of the red sand and water. In the middle of these jars stood an altar, upon which was a bizarre statue of a goddess, with the head of a shrimp and the body of a woman. The lobster-like head was relatively intact, but perhaps due to crude workmanship, the lower half, supposedly a human female body, looked like it had been pieced together from mismatched limbs, as if assembled from parts of different women. Because the Murlocs were extremely sensitive to their surroundings, even invisibility wouldn't fool them, so Ying kept her magic carpet a safe distance from the Murloc town. But even from afar, when she looked at the statue, she felt as if it was staring back at her. An inexplicable urge surged up inside her, a desire to leap down and start a wild battle with the Murlocs. She quickly realized something was wrong, but still lost control for a moment, feeling as if she couldn't restrain herself. Clutching her magic carpet tightly, Ying forced herself to look away, breaking out in a cold sweat. It took a while for the feeling to fade. "That statue can actually affect people's minds," she muttered, frowning, still shaken and not daring to look at the altar again. This was the first time Ying had encountered something that targeted the mind directly. It was truly impossible to guard against. No wonder the Quatoa Murlocs worshipped such a thing and were all so crazy. This made the Murloc area seem much more dangerous. Although the Quatoa Murlocs weren't strong individually and couldn't beat players one-on-one, they had sheer numbers and never fought alone. They always swarmed their enemies, excelling at group attacks. And with that strange statue present, it would be much harder to deal with them than before. However, since the Quatoa Murlocs were amphibious monsters, their settlements were built on the coast, always on shallow water. Even though players had slaughtered so many Murlocs before, going so far as to boil Murloc oil outside the instance after the world merged, the Murlocs hadn't invaded inland. Their activity range only reached as far as the groves by the beach. It seemed they couldn't leave the water for long. Given the distance between Qingshan town and the sea, these Murlocs posed no immediate threat to the territory. It was just that the group of players who made a living by boiling Murloc oil would be out of work for now. With so many Murlocs and that bizarre statue, anyone who got close probably wouldn't come back. Ying took a long look at the Murloc town, then turned and flew back toward the territory. After returning, she teleported to the undersea corridor, found a mermaid, and asked to be taken to the merfolk village to visit the priestess. She was still very concerned about that statue. Since merfolk were also sea creatures, maybe they would know something about it. A statue of a goddess with a shrimp's head and a woman's body? That's Bribidup, the god of the Murlocs. He's a weak evil deity. It's just a statue. Even if it's imbued with divine power, it can't really influence anything. This world is still sealed off. Even powerful gods can't break through this kind of barrier or affect a world that's still evolving. Those jars you mentioned are probably filled with offerings. They're what powered the statue and gave it those effects. Destroy the jars, and the statue should lose its power. Even without the seal, destroying a shrine to such a minor evil god in the outside world wouldn't have any real consequences. Besides, you're a high elf. Your background is way more impressive than that of some petty evil god. The old priestess spoke of the Murloc god with obvious disdain, revealing quite a bit of information. She was so wealthy and unconcerned that she didn't care about the fines at all. Ying shook her head. I used to be a half-elf. It was only after the multiverse trial that I gained another powerful supernatural bloodline, which, combined with my original blood, pushed out my human heritage and turned me into a pure-blooded elf. Besides, I was abandoned in the forest at birth and never met my parents. Back then, there weren't even any elves on Azure Star, so I don't have any so-called background to rely on. I've always had to depend on myself. The priestess wiped away imaginary tears and looked at her with pity. Oh, my poor dear, don't say that. Bloodlines aren't that easy to purify. Your original elven blood must have been extraordinary. I suspect you're probably a god spawn, though I can't say which elven deity your lineage comes from. Elves are pretty loyal in love, but elven gods are a different story. Well, I shouldn't say too much, but let's just say that, their personal lives are a bit messy because of the examples set for them. But they do care about their offspring. There's never been an abandoned elf child. If you were left here by someone, it's probably because one of your parents wanted you to benefit from the world's evolution. So many people want to send their descendants into a high-potential, primitive world like this for training. But only those truly born in this world, with its bloodline, can participate in its evolution. As for us, the races that migrated here later, we went through all that trouble not just to find new living space, but also to get a share of the benefits from the world's evolution. At times like this, the children born here tend to be more talented, and other clansfolk have a better chance of breaking through. And Azure Star is even qualified to give birth to gods. Ying stared blankly as the priestess kept revealing one secret after another. Although she enjoyed hearing it, she couldn't help but worry. Aren't you afraid of breaking the rules and getting fined? Don't worry, Granny's got plenty of money. The priestess patted her hand. So don't overthink it. Your father definitely didn't abandon you. He couldn't stay in this world for long anyway. He just had poor taste in women and chose a mother who would abandon her child. Why do you say it was my father? Ying asked, puzzled. Because, while elves have reproductive organs similar to humans, their method of reproduction isn't gestation in the body. It's very difficult for female elves to bear children with other races, and the pregnancy lasts a long time. But when a male elf mates with a female of another race, the pregnancy is as short as it would be for the mother's species. So, most first-generation half-elves are the offspring of male elves and human women. Judging by the year you were born, it wasn't long before the world's evolution center discovered this place and began monitoring it. It's unlikely you're the child of a female elf and a human man. The discovery of a new world is always kept secret at first. If your father knew about this place before the secret got out, he must be someone special. The priestess then gave her a detailed explanation of the biology of cross-species elven reproduction, leaving Ying utterly stunned. So, her dad realized Azure Star's potential, found a human woman here, and, well, the priestess's talk of male and female mating had her all confused. Who would have thought a human woman gets pregnant by a man who then disappears, and nobody even knows where he came from? Isn't that just being tricked by a scoundrel? No wonder the child got abandoned. What's more, Ying noticed that the priestess always referred to her supposed father as he, with a capital H, suggesting he might be a god, which would fit with the rumor of elven gods' messy personal lives. Even a weak god probably wouldn't have the patience to woo a human woman before sleeping with her, right? And then, thinking about how her mother didn't just abandon her anywhere, but specifically left her deep in the mountains, who goes to that much trouble to abandon a child? Why not just leave her at an orphanage? So maybe there was some special meaning to that mountain forest. Maybe it had some significance. Could her dad have been pretending to be a god to trick her mother? And then, thinking further, wasn't sure Yin's father the one who prayed to the elven god with his life, so that her mother would be sent to Azure Star's Green Mountain Forest? Sure, Yin was only born with the help of that elven god, so it wouldn't be impossible for the god to have found a woman to have a child with while he was at it. So maybe that god is her father. An elf, even a god, would probably love forests, right? She didn't dare think about the rest. Ying couldn't help but feel her life was a bit melodramatic. What do you do if your father's a scumbag? Suddenly, her mother abandoning her didn't seem so unforgivable. Besides, she was pretty famous now, and her background wasn't much of a secret on the forums. If her birth mother were still alive, she probably would have come looking for her by now. But there's been no news, no one searching for her. Her mother was probably long gone. She had memories from her past life, so she didn't feel much toward the parents who never raised her in this one. Whether her father was an elven god or her mother just an ordinary human, she felt nothing for either of them. So hearing all this, she was just curious and a little wistful, nothing more. At most, she felt a tiny bit grateful to her father for leaving her the bracelet of nature, mainly because it had helped her a lot, and hey, a free artifact is nothing to sneeze at. And the bracelet recognized her not because she was his child, but because she was a druid whose philosophy and aptitude matched the bracelet's requirements. Each of its abilities was unlocked through her own cultivation. She was thankful he'd given it to her, but she still didn't see him as her backer. When she was weak, she couldn't rely on anyone. Without Shireen, she probably wouldn't have survived, even with her past life memories. So-called no other choice was really just parental irresponsibility, now that she had some power to protect herself. Though still far from being on her father's level, if he could gift artifacts, she could at least live on her own. He only gave her half his bloodline. They'd never met, and she felt nothing for him. Even if he could be a temporary backer, it wouldn't be reliable. After getting clear information about the statue, Ying posted a notice about it on the territory's residence bulletin board. She reminded the players not to approach the area where the Quatoa fishmen were active for the time being. If they had to go, they should avoid looking directly at the statue on the altar, or else they might lose their sanity. No wonder I couldn't hold them back before. They insisted on charging into the fishmen's ranks. So it's actually an evil god statue. Are there really gods in this world? Doesn't that mean immortality isn't just a dream? Did the Lord go investigate herself? Even she can't do anything about the fishmen. There are so many fishmen, even the Lord can't fight them all alone. Not to mention that creepy statue. Besides, just because we can't handle it now doesn't mean we won't be able to later. It wasn't that Ying couldn't deal with the fishmen right now. Just like when she wore down the goblin tribe before, as long as she was willing to spend the time and be patient, there would always be a way. The main issue now was that she didn't have the time. She hadn't finished learning fourth circle spells, and there was still the dungeon to explore. The fishmen would have to wait, but she needed to solve the problem soon. When she observed the altar with the eye of nature, all she saw was pitch-black darkness. The pale red sand and sea were slowly spreading, and the entire area was shrouded in a faint black mist. Although it wasn't like the withered monsters from before, whose black mist would corrupt the power of nature, nature itself still abhorred this place. Where the black mist lingered, the power of nature retreated, causing significant harm to the environment. Fortunately, the spread was very slow, probably because there weren't enough of those jars under the altar yet. If players stayed away, the Quatoa fishmen wouldn't be able to capture sacrifices as easily. According to the priestess, the Quatoa god especially favored land creatures, with intelligent beings being the best sacrifices. After posting the notice, Ying rode her flying carpet through the night to check on the blood raven nest. The only good thing about the world fusion was that she didn't need to get close to the dungeon area to observe it from afar, especially now that she could fly. Her safety was greatly improved. Previously, the Blood Raven dungeon was set on the cliffs of Spirit Dragon Gorge. As Ying flew toward it, she saw, from several miles away, a place where black mist swirled like a tornado, piercing the clouds and forming a vast patch of dark clouds overhead. Through the eye of nature, the black mist here was even more intense than at the Quatoa altar. She could practically feel nature's disgust and pain toward this place. It was right in the direction of Spirit Dragon Gorge. As she flew closer, she got a clearer look. The cliffs of Spirit Dragon Gorge were still there, but now a massive structure stood beside them. The players in the territory called it the Blood Raven Nest because from a distance, it looked like a gigantic bowl made entirely of piled-up white bones. From the side, it resembled a bird's nest. But from above, the inside wall of the bowl-shaped nest was covered with a kind of dark red tree leafless, twisted like the forests ravaged by withered monsters, with sprawling roots that bound the entire nest tightly together. She was too far away to cast spells and determine what kind of tree it was. It was the first time she'd seen a plant not favored by nature. Even the most poisonous mushrooms contain the power of nature, but these trees were actively rejected by it. Flesh hung from the branches, and countless blood ravens perched densely on them. Blood dripped down the branches, pooling at the bottom of the bowl-shaped nest. At the bottom grew a vast field of blood-red roses, each one blooming brilliantly. Amidst the sea of roses stood a massive white castle, pure as jade. In front of the castle was a small blood-red fountain, its waters sparkling like rubies. If you ignored the eerie forest of bones around it, the white castle in the sea of roses would have looked romantic and beautiful. But at this moment, it was only chilling on closer inspection, The castle's bricks were all finely polished bones. Blood ravens were undead. Their bodies were already dead. So who or what lived in such a castle? To create something on this scale, it was surely no ordinary foe. And the nest was indeed moving southward. Normally, when a dungeon merged into the main world, it wouldn't affect the original terrain, like patching a few new areas onto the world. The Bloodraven nest had originally been on the north cliff of Spirit Dragon Gorge, so after the fusion, it should have stayed to the north. But now it had moved to the south side and was some distance from the gorge. The original Spirit Dragon Gorge camp had become a ruin. Compared to the Quatoa fishmen, who relied on numbers and whose individual strength was weak, the Blood Ravens were even weaker individually, but they outnumbered the fishmen. None of this worried Muing. She'd even thought the Blood Ravens were less of a threat than the fishmen, since she'd assumed they were mindless monsters like ghouls, driven purely by hunger. Even if a head-on fight would be tough, there would be plenty of ways to deal with them, since their behavior was simple and predictable. For example, the traps old Mao and the others dug, no intelligent monster would fall for them, but the ghouls all did. But now Muing wasn't so sure. The Blood Ravens might be mindless, but they weren't wild, they were being raised by someone. Anyone who could raise such creatures would surely have ways to control them, which meant the Blood Ravens' behavior would be different. And their master was an even greater threat. Looking at it this way, the Blood Raven nest was much trickier than the Quatoa fishmen. The only silver lining was that the nest hadn't caused much harm to the surrounding environment, it was self-contained. After investigating the Blood Raven nest, Muing rode her flying carpet toward the plantation. Lying on the carpet, gazing up at the bright silver moon, she let out a heavy sigh. It felt as if the burden on her shoulders had suddenly grown much heavier. She was the lord, dealing with threats around the territory was her responsibility. It wasn't that she was determined to live and die with the territory, fighting to the last breath. If an enemy truly appeared that couldn't be resisted, the first thing she'd do would be to open the teleportation array and have everyone escape together. But this territory was something she'd built with her own hands. It was thriving and full of life now, she'd be loath to abandon it. "I'm still too weak," Muing murmured softly. She only allowed herself a brief moment of discouragement before pulling herself together. There would always be people stronger than her, no matter how far she advanced in her cultivation. No matter what the future held, no matter how powerful the enemy, she had to face it head-on. That was the only way to have a chance at victory. Besides, she hadn't even met the master of that castle yet. There was no need to despair. Even if she couldn't handle it, she still had the halfling chieftain who'd signed a slave contract to call on. It wouldn't come to that point, at least, not yet. For the next few days, Muing stayed within her territory, preparing for her upcoming dungeon expedition. She busied herself turning all the stone materials in her spatial ring into thick stone slabs of various sizes using stone shaping. She even wanted to make a closed stone hut with wheels, unless she ran into a crushing-type trap. This mobile little fortress should be able to withstand most dangers. Dingling! The bellflower chimed. Her wand slid into her hand, and with a gentle tap, the bellflower hanging in the room floated over to her. The name tag attached to this bellflower read Leuashia. She had so many double-stemmed bellflowers that she'd had to put name tags on each one to tell them apart. She touched the flower's stamen, and Leuashia's voice came from within. "Muing, you're still in your territory, right? Leuashia wants to see you and ask you some things about the trial takers." Muing had expected this ever since the trial taker slots were announced. After all, they were the only two trial takers in the Xia Nation region, and with a teleportation array open between their territories, visiting was easy. Plus, because of the slot handover, the Doomsday game had directly revealed that she was originally the trial taker. Of course Leuashia would want to ask her about it. What Muing hadn't expected was that it would take her this long to come. "Is she with you now?" Muing asked. "Yep. I'll be right over." Muing immediately got up, brushed the grass off her clothes, and teleported to the livestock camp. Leuashia was standing with Leuashia, waiting for her. As soon as Muing appeared, Leuashia waved. "You two go ahead and talk. I've still got work to do." Lulualuo handed Leuashia over to Muing and prepared to leave. There was always plenty to keep her busy at the livestock camp, especially with the food processing research lab. This year's big New Year's bonus depended on it. Since Leuashia had come alone, Muing simply brought her to her own plantation. Last time Leuashia's team had come to tour the territory, it happened to coincide with the birth of the gem fairies, so she hadn't brought them here for a closer look. Now, the gem fairies were much better at hiding themselves. Outsiders wouldn't be able to see through their concealment at all. Even if she disabled the magic cottage's shielding function, no one would know it was portable. It just looked like a nicely decorated house, and any lord could use the territory interface's blueprint design function to make something similar. For a lord, this was nothing special. So there was nothing in the plantation that needed to be hidden anymore. Your place is much prettier than Shihi's garden, Leuashia praised. Muing smiled and asked, "Why didn't you bring her along today?" She's been holed up in her little courtyard every day, growing flowers and plants to level up. She could never focus on studying before the apocalypse, but now she's so diligent, Leuashia said, though her tone was proud. Muing nodded. That just means she really likes being a druid. It's a good thing. She brought Leuashia into the magic cottage's parlor, served some tea and snacks, and they got down to business. I should have come to thank you sooner. If you hadn't become a trial taker ahead of time, I probably wouldn't have gotten the chance. The trial world is really amazing, Leuashia said. I meant to come find you right after my first try, but after the world fusion, so much happened in my territory. Then I heard you got trapped in a tomb, so I waited until now. You leveled up fast. If it wasn't you, someone else would have gotten it anyway. This is for the best, Muing said modestly. At least with you, we can talk openly about the trial. I actually have a lot of questions about the Myriad Worlds trial, too. Let's just be frank with each other, share as much as we can, and if there's something we can't say, just say it's confidential for now. Let's try to exchange as much information as possible, okay? Although it sounded like Leuashia was coming to ask her questions, Muing also wanted to learn about the Myriad Worlds trial from another trial taker, so she didn't beat around the bush. Alright. Actually, you're the one at a disadvantage here, so I have to give you a thank you gift. These are bandages I made myself. They're great for stopping bleeding and speeding up wound healing. I learned the bandage-making skill in the trial world. Leuashia handed her a box. Muing took it, surprised. You can already convert skills this quickly? How much source energy did it cost? She remembered her first converted skill, aiming, was a skill book and cost a full 100 source energy. She'd had to grind for ages to save up enough. 30 points. I saved up for a long time, Leuashia replied. That's so cheap, Muing said enviously. Luckily, the Emerald World only had knowledge-type skills. Once she converted the Green Witch bloodline, the other related abilities could naturally be used in the real world. But since Leuashia's trial world skills had to be converted instead of just learned, it meant her first world was probably similar to the block world. Muing asked directly, is your skill conversion also in the form of skill books? Does the world feel kind of unreal? She briefly described her own block world experience. Leuashia nodded. My trial world was a really strange tower with lots of floors, each filled with all kinds of monsters, slimes, skeletons, that sort of thing. But they were all motionless. You had to defeat them to pass through their corridors. My trial character was a swordsman. He had a sword skill, but when fighting monsters, I couldn't control his body. It was just turn-based. You hit me, I hit you, and whoever ran out of HP first lost. It was very rigid, and both the character and monsters looked kind of low-res, not very realistic. There were also yellow, blue, and red doors that needed matching keys to open. Behind the doors were treasures, red potions, blue potions, rubies that boosted attack, sapphires for defense, things like that. They could improve your trial character's stats. Unfortunately, after converting them into real items, they still boosted stats, but you couldn't just use them to increase your own attributes. You had to wear them, and wearing more than one didn't stack. Source energy was exchanged for gold coins, which you could only get by killing monsters. I bought the bandage-making skill from a merchant. Originally, it was a skill to stop continuous bleeding. The more Muing listened, the more familiar it sounded. Wasn't this just like the Magic Tower game she'd played in her previous life? A single fixed character, with the main quest to rescue the princess trapped at the top of the tower, and all those colored doors and potions, it all fit perfectly. Ying asked a few more detailed questions and was almost certain that Leuashia's trial world was indeed modeled after the Magic Tower. Even the name was literally Tower World. She didn't know how many floors there were in total, but the rules of the Magic Tower were much more restrictive than those of her own world. Although the trial takers inside could, just like in a video game, see a map of each floor by the stairs when entering a new level, the game itself was a puzzle game that required a lot of planning, the order in which to fight monsters, which doors to open first. And if you accidentally wasted a key or lost too much fighting early monsters, you might not be able to progress later on. Ying's first trial world, Block World, was much simpler. As long as she survived a day, she would get a fixed amount of source energy. Leveling up and the resources she gained could also be converted into source energy, but there were very few items of real value that could be physically materialized. Back then, the only things she materialized were the crosshair skill and a book with the infinite arrows enchantment, and both were ridiculously expensive. In contrast, Leuashia's Tower World was much richer in items than Block World, with all kinds of equipment, potions, and even skills. To Ying, her own Block World felt more like a source energy generator, while Tower World's items were much more valuable when materialized. However, it seemed that obtaining source energy in Tower World was a bit harder. According to Leuashia, it was 1 gold coin for 1 point of source energy. That sounded easy, since even the lowest level monsters dropped a gold coin. Plus, every time you entered a new floor, there was a source energy reward. Compared to how Ying used to have to painstakingly gather several stacks of resources just for a single point of source energy, this seemed much easier. But all these ways to get source energy were limited. In Block World, there were endless resources to mine, and after clearing the world with the village chief's seal, you could even reset the world once resources ran low. What's more, in Tower World, strengthening your trial character during the adventure also required gold coins, and the character's strength determined how far you could go. Balancing these choices was crucial. If you spent too many coins converting them into source energy, it could affect your later progress. If your character ran out of health and there were no more health potions to pick up, exploration would basically come to a halt. Ying remembered that when she first entered the Myriad Worlds trials, there was a prompt: if your trial character dies, you can no longer enter this trial world. So, if you couldn't continue exploring, that trial world was basically useless, almost as if you couldn't enter it at all. If, at that point, you hadn't unlocked a second trial world, it would mean your entire trial slot was wasted. All these deductions came from her memories of her previous life and the patterns she had observed during her time in the trials. She had previously suspected that some trial worlds were connected to things from Blue Star in her previous life. When she learned that the creator of the Myriad Worlds trials, Sage Chenmian, also came from a place called Blue Star, she thought maybe there were many planets called Blue Star. But when Leuashia's first trial world also felt so familiar. The first time might have been a coincidence. The second time, she still couldn't be sure. But when 3 mutually corroborating clues appeared, it meant her guess was probably true, even if the truth seemed unbelievable. Sage Chenmian and the two of them, one a top powerhouse from ancient times, the other a young woman not even 20, were separated by tens of thousands of years. Yet, when Ying awakened her past life memories, the moment of her previous death felt like it had happened just yesterday, as if she had only slept and then been reborn in another world. It was a very strange feeling. Because these things involved her past life, she couldn't explain the reasons to Leuashia. But Leuashia's current approach, just fighting every monster she saw while climbing the tower, definitely wouldn't work. She could only try to give her a hint. After thinking for a moment, Ying said, "I've already unlocked my second trial world. It only happened after I fully explored the first one." If you explore your first trial world thoroughly, it seems like the second trial world you unlock will be more compatible with you, both in type and with your trial character. But unlocking the second trial world might not be limited to just this one method. For me, after I finished exploring the first trial world, the second one was given to me as a reward. That probably means clearing it this way is the best method, but there might be other ways too. From what you've said, combat in the Magic Tower world is very rigid, all about HP and stats, and the higher the floor, the tougher the monsters. I suggest you plan your fights carefully, only fight the necessary monsters at first, pick up as many power-ups as you can, then go back to fight the earlier monsters when your losses will be lower. The same goes for gold coin drops. Also, don't rush to convert your gold coins into source energy. You can do that anytime, so save them for now. That way, you'll have more options later and can try to clear as many floors as possible. Leuashia frowned. She hadn't thought of that, but the more she considered it, the more sense it made. With each floor, the monsters got stronger, and the cost of fighting them increased. If her trial character's stats couldn't keep up, she might not be able to progress to the higher floors. Especially since only by fully exploring the tower world could she achieve a perfect clear and get extra rewards. Who wouldn't want a perfect clear? Even if she couldn't clear it perfectly, she should at least secure the qualifications to unlock the second world first. Otherwise, if she got stuck in the first trial world and couldn't meet the requirements for the second, she'd have nothing but regrets. I understand. Thank you so much for the reminder, Leuashia said gratefully. Luckily, I haven't wasted too many gold coins yet. Sometimes, she really felt that Muing didn't seem like someone under 20. In some ways, she was even more thorough in her thinking than Leuashia, who was supposedly an adult in her 30s. She couldn't help but treat Muing as a peer or even a senior. Seeing that Leuashia understood her point, Muing felt relieved. Trial takers were all working for their own home planets and universes, each earning their own rewards. So far, there hadn't been any direct competition between multiple trial takers in the same world. It was better to share information and progress together. Muing herself had also gained a lot of information from Leuashia's description of her trial world. For example, trial worlds, especially the first ones, were probably not very real, but instead based on games from Blue Star. And Sage Chinmian might really have come from the same Blue Star as her in her previous life, maybe even from a similar era. In short, this exchange was a win-win, and both of them gained a lot from it. After seeing Leuashia off, Muing began making her final preparations to head back into the dungeon. She restocked her spatial ring with a large supply of provisions, packed up everything she'd made with stone shaping, and brought along Gun, who was clutching the wall-peeking mirror. Ever since she'd cleared the dragon-severing stone, quite a few players had been coming to explore the dungeon. After all, there was the precedent set by Old Mao and his group, who struck it rich with just a single coffin. She'd overheard plenty of people in the territory discussing this over the past few days. So when she returned, Muing had assumed that at least the 2 remaining doors in this corridor, where she'd already cleared out the falling rock trap, would have been explored by other players. To her surprise, the wooden door had been smashed open, but the stone door was still intact. Sigh, don't even mention it. This door won't burn, and it won't budge no matter how hard you ram it. Yesterday, a halfling rogue came to check it out and said there's an arcane lock on it. You need to use knock or dispel magic to open it, otherwise you'd have to break it down by force. Rogues can only use their disable device skill on traps, regular or magical. We managed to break down the wooden door, and inside was a small, low-ceilinged living space, probably meant for a gnome or dwarf. But as for the stone door, we're stuck. A player searching the small room behind the wooden door explained this to her when she asked. She'd heard about arcane locks from Copper Coin 559 before, a spell that wizards and sorcerers used to magically seal a door. The knock spell, also from wizards and sorcerers, can temporarily open an arcane lock, while dispel magic can permanently remove it. Dispel magic is a 3rd-level spell, and classes like Bard, Cleric, Druid, Paladin, Sorcerer, and Wizard can all learn it. But among the level 5 or 6 players, aside from Muing herself, a level 7 Druid, no one else had it. The wooden door could be broken down because of its material, but the heavy stone door was another matter. There are actually quite a few classes that can learn Dispel magic, and it's not a high-level skill. While only rogues can use Disable Device to disarm magical traps, other classes can still disarm regular traps. And there are a fair number of regular traps in the corridors. For example, the falling rock trap in this hallway was just a standard mechanical trap. Of course, whether you can spot and disarm a trap depends on your skill level. Many players had already ventured deeper down the corridors, but what they'd found was still unknown. First, Ying had Gun press the wall-peeking mirror against the edge of the stone door to scout out what was inside. It was another hall, with a bronze coffin in the center and a dozen or so wooden coffins around it, much like the tomb chamber the ghouls had occupied before. Ying used Dispel magic to open the door. Nothing dramatic happened, none of the corpses in the coffins sprang to life. They were well and truly dead, though in slightly better shape than the ones in the previous tomb. Their skeletons were still intact. There were some burial goods in the coffins, but most had decayed over time. Only a few coins and gemstones remained, and this tomb's owner seemed much poorer than the last. The coffins were clearly made by the same manufacturer, but there was only a single gold coin inside. Ying collected the coins and elemental gems and put them away. These things hadn't lost any value over time. Elemental gems, of course, always hold their worth. Even the coins, though they were special currency from the Grand Dungeon and different from modern coins, were, according to 559, made with a special minting process. Even setting aside their historical value, they were still legal tender, even though the Grand Dungeon was now a ruin. In other words, 1 grand gold coin was worth the same as a current gold coin, but with extra value for collectors. So she made sure to take everything. This time, she didn't leave even the coffins behind, wooden or bronze, along with all the bones inside, stashing them all in her spatial ring, which still had plenty of space. Even if copper coin 559 didn't want them, she could always sell them later. If there's collector value, there will always be someone willing to pay for a piece of history. Back on Deep Blue Star, before the apocalypse, there were even collectors who bought ancient corpses. In a prosperous, developed civilization, all sorts of niche demands can arise. She definitely wasn't going to repeat her mistake of selling the box and leaving the pearl. Gun had undergone special training with copper coin 559 and could now recognize the appearance of the dungeon core by heart, so Ying left it in charge of searching for the secret room containing the core with the mirror. While Ying was busy collecting loot, Gun wandered around with the mirror, and Ying even cast web on it so it could check not just the walls and floors, but the ceiling too. After a thorough search, they didn't find the core's secret room, but they did discover a hidden compartment. It was beneath the stone platform where the bronze coffin had rested, directly under the coffin itself. It looked just like any other stone tile, but after moving the coffin, they found it was set a bit deeper than the others. Knocking on it produced a solid sound, and it was completely fixed in place, no sign of magic, and the mechanism was a mystery. But beneath it was a long, narrow little box. Ying used stone shaping to open a hole in the tile and, wearing insulated gloves, took out the box. She was wary of poison or traps on something so well protected. She cast Detect Poison, nothing. The box wasn't locked, just secured with a simple latch. Ying pulled out a thick stone slab to use as a shield, called out to Gun, "Come hide behind here." Gun, is this really necessary? Ying dragged it behind the slab anyway, readied her wand, reached around the side, and gave the box a gentle poke, then quickly pulled back. Whoosh! 3 jet black needles shot out, embedding themselves in the stone slab. Each was as thin as a hair and as long as a finger, and they pierced 20 centimeters into the extra thick stone, leaving only a knuckle length of the needle exposed. Gun. See? We're basically grave robbers at this point. Would you show mercy to someone trying to get rich off your coffin? Ying felt she'd been very wise. And that wasn't all. The needles seemed to be coated in some kind of corrosive liquid. The slab began to sizzle, and soon there was a fist-sized hole eaten into it. Inside the box, there was no treasure, just some writing carved into the bottom. It was in the script of the Grand Dungeon. The dungeon had a lot of different races passing through, so the spoken language was common, but they had their own writing system. Ying pulled out a grand dictionary from her spatial ring, courtesy of Copper Coin 559. She had a sponsor, after all. Bro, I could let it slide that you took the valuables I stashed with my coffin, but destroying my corpse? That's just too much. These 3 needles cost me a fortune, you know. Come on down and keep this dead man company. Ha ha. Ying. Honestly, this tomb owner is way too quirky. So the mechanism for the hidden box was actually inside the corpse. Only by damaging the body would the box appear, delivering a nasty surprise. But he probably never expected that an ordinary bronze coffin would skyrocket in value after the disappearance of the grand underground city. Now, tomb robbers don't even spare the coffins. And then there's someone like Ying, who took his corpse and the coffin together and was so cautious that she used a massive stone slab just to open a tiny box. If the tomb owner still had any awareness left, he'd probably be so furious his bones would shatter. Honestly, Ying thought, any tomb robber who broke into this pauper's tomb, one with only a single gold coin, would be crying. Of course they'd rummage through the corpse to see if there was anything else. Turns out, this guy spent his entire inheritance on a few poison needles. They were seriously nasty, dissolving into liquid and even leaving huge pits in the stone slab. At this point, even Gun didn't think its master was being paranoid anymore. Clutching the mirror, its tiny steps were extra cautious, terrified that another poison dart might shoot out from somewhere. Luckily, nothing else happened in this tomb chamber. Given the tomb owner's resources, these poison needles were probably the best he could manage. Too bad they still didn't work. Ying put the stone slab away and, with Gun, returned to the first stone chamber to check it over again. The craftsmanship of the bronze coffins in these 2 tombs was about the same, so maybe they were buried around the same time. One had hidden darts, who knows if the other had something similar. She was a bit curious. Sure enough, in the same spot, she found a hidden compartment with a box identical to the previous one, also unlocked. Ying pulled out another stone slab and prepared to open it the same way as before. Gun quickly hid behind the slab, utterly confused. Was its master stupid? Hadn't she learned her lesson from the last box? This is called leaving no stone unturned. Ying didn't believe her luck was that good, that she could just shine a light on the wall and stumble upon the core chamber. Rather than rely on luck, she preferred to comb through the entire underground city, room by room. No matter how cleverly a secret room was hidden, it couldn't escape this method. It might take a lot of time, but wandering around aimlessly and finding nothing would probably waste even more. Besides, she still had plenty of stone slabs left, trying again wouldn't hurt. Unexpectedly, when she opened the box this time, nothing happened. Gun underscore? It was baffled. Ying leaned in for a look. Inside the box was a slip of paper and something else beneath it. Time to consult the dictionary again. This paper is poisoned. Do not touch. Ying. She was wearing insulated gloves, so there was no need to worry. She lifted the note, revealing a copper ring, an actual piece of equipment. Storage copper ring. Quality: blue, excellent. Effect: contains 3 cubic meters of storage space, can store items. This storage copper ring wasn't like her super storage ring, which could be bound to its owner with magic. Anyone who got their hands on it could open it. Ying sent her senses inside. A large beast hide covered everything inside, and on top of it was a piece of parchment with more writing. Time to check the dictionary again. Sigh, I didn't expect my final secret to be discovered. Someone actually came here, even after finding Lewis's vicious trap, and searched my resting place, even going so far as to open a box just like his. Maybe the gods didn't want my genius to be lost to the world. Oh well, I'll gift you my personal memoirs in this ring, since you're as clever as I am and figured out where I hid my things. Just thinking that someone will read my works after I'm gone makes me a little excited, haha. Oh right, I forgot to introduce myself. My name is Fina Leuashia, a great poet. The more Ying translated, the more speechless she became. This guy's name was ridiculously long, and he seemed quite proud of hiding his stuff in the same spot as Lewis. From his perspective, he probably thought no one would fall for the same trick twice. After opening Lewis's carefully prepared poison needle box, they'd likely lose interest in his own box. He didn't even connect the hidden compartment's mechanism to the corpse. Normally, you'd only find this compartment after messing with the corpse in the other tomb and discovering the poison needle box, then you might suspect there was something similar here. But with that prior experience, you'd probably assume there was nothing good inside. In reality, anyone who couldn't dodge the poison needle trap would have died in the other tomb. Anyone who could dodge it once would have no trouble dodging it a second time. If he really wanted to hide something, he should have just dug a deep hole and buried it with no clues at all. That would have been much safer, right? Ying seriously doubted that his so-called memoirs and works were anything worthwhile. The note in the box practically screamed, "There's nothing here." As if he was afraid people wouldn't look at the ring. This guy, whose corpse had already been picked clean by ghouls, had stuffed a huge pile of manuscripts into the ring. All in grand language, Ying's eyes went blurry just looking at them. Translating them all would take forever. She randomly picked a few short pages to translate. Immediately, she felt her eyes and soul were being polluted. They were all bizarre, sappy poems. For example, one went like this. In front of him stood a beautiful maiden. Behind him stood a beautiful maiden. To his left was a beautiful maiden. To his right was a beautiful maiden. But tell me, was there a maiden above or below him? Let me tell you in secret, above was a dim chandelier, and below was the most beautiful maiden of all. They were all this kind of weird poetry. After reading them, Ying just wanted to ask where exactly this self-proclaimed great poet Fina had been standing at the time. Case closed. This guy was definitely one of those oddball poets who thought he was a misunderstood genius. It was impressive, in a way, that he'd managed to write so much unreadable stuff. Ying really regretted it. She shouldn't have opened that box. She'd already gotten the ring, and though the few pages she'd looked at so far were all like this, with no substance, she couldn't rule out the possibility that there might be something valuable hidden among them. After all, this guy lived during the heyday of the grand underground city. There might be records about it in there. She couldn't bear to give up that chance. So now she felt like she was stuck riding a tiger and couldn't get off. Exploring the dungeon was clearly going to be a long-term endeavor, so Ying had already prepared herself for a drawn-out campaign. She decided to take her time reading through the manuscripts she'd found. Inside the wooden door, Ying and Gun went over the room that had already been looted by players several times. They checked it thoroughly, but found no secret rooms or hidden compartments. They continued deeper into the dungeon. At the end of the corridor was a T-junction, with branching paths to the left and right. Judging by the signs of triggered traps, it seemed both paths had already been explored by other players. There was a fire trap on the left and an arrow trap on the right. No new doors in sight. Even though the traps had already been triggered, Ying didn't let her guard down. She had Gun shrink down and hide in her satchel, just in case. She picked a corridor at random and walked back and forth several times, making sure there were no other traps before letting Gun return to normal size and start checking the walls with the inspection mirror. The process wasn't fast, so Ying took the opportunity to translate another section of the manuscript while she waited. Of course, she didn't make a discovery every time. In this way, they slowly made their way down the corridors, marking intersections as they went and picking a path at random whenever they came to a fork. Ying even took out a large sheet of paper to record the routes she'd taken. For a long stretch, it seemed other players had already cleared the traps, so their progress was fairly quick. They just had to check for anything that might have been missed. Bit by bit, they searched every inch. At night, they would retreat into the dimensional suitcase to rest, and Ying would use the downtime to translate more manuscripts and study new spells. Occasionally, they'd run into other adventuring players. Most just greeted Ying, watched for a bit, and, seeing nothing interesting happening, moved on. "Hey Lord, what are you doing?" One day, Leuashia's team had a good haul and planned to head out to restock and store their loot. Passing by, They saw Muing squatting on the ground, scribbling on her map, while Gun was sprawled on the ceiling with a big mirror, doing who knows what. Leuashia walked over, curious. Looking for something, Muing replied. Huh? But this place has already been searched a bunch of times. What good stuff could possibly be left? If you keep searching brick by brick, all the tombs will be picked clean. Only a few tombs with arcane locks haven't been opened yet, Leuashia said helpfully. That's not necessarily true. I call this a carpet search. Good stuff isn't going to be left out in the open, Muing insisted. Wait, you said all the tombs? You've been to the end. The halfling rogues have gotten really good at disarming traps. Most of the corridor traps can be detected in advance, and even if we can't disarm them, we can always trigger them the dumb way. So lately, lots of teams have been coming in with halflings. Even Ling Tian and Leuashia's teams have people here. From what we've heard, pretty much every corridor has been explored. The map of the tombs is almost complete. There are only a few hundred tombs in total. Leuashia pulled out a sheet of paper. Muing hadn't been back to her territory lately, so she hadn't heard this news. She took a look. The map was rough, but it was surprisingly complete, clearly marking the locations of tombs and which traps had been cleared. Some of it overlapped with the routes she'd mapped herself, which meant the map was pretty accurate. Muing frowned. She didn't think it was that simple. Dungeons were meant to be places for adventurers to seek fortune and danger, and there were residents who lived off the dungeon, like the author of the manuscripts she was reading. So the dungeon served both as a place for adventure and for living. How could it be so small? Even if there were hundreds of tombs, that still seemed too few. And the traps seemed a bit too simple. If all it took was a rogue with some disarming skills to solve most of the problems, was this dungeon just handing out treasure? Adventurers paid an entrance fee, went into the dungeon to seek treasure. Some made a profit, some died and became part of the treasure. The dungeon grew by absorbing the emotional energy from these events. That was how a dungeon was supposed to develop. Muing also noticed something else. Leuashia only mentioned traps, never any other dangers. It was as if, with a halfling rogue to disarm the traps, you could just walk in and pick up treasure. She'd assumed that the area she was exploring had already been cleared by other players, which was why things seemed so easy. But now it seemed that, aside from the initial group of ghouls that snuck in to eat corpses, there really weren't any other monsters in this dungeon. The only dangers were the traps in the corridors. Did you ever run into any tough monsters up ahead? Muing asked. Nope, not a single one. Even the corpses in the tombs are dead as can be. At that, Xiaobai also realized something was off. Things had been going a little too smoothly. The group exchanged glances. Leuashia chuckled. Why overthink it? Maybe only those ghouls ever broken here before. That could be true for this tomb, but the key was, this wasn't just one tomb. But Muing couldn't say more. 559 had already helped her keep the dungeon's secrets. Now that the worlds had merged, it wasn't just players here anymore. There were plenty of outsiders whose actions were no longer restricted. According to 559, not many people knew about the Gulan dungeon anymore, mostly collectors and people in pawnshop-like trades. Players might not know what a dungeon really meant, but to outsiders, a newly born dungeon core was even more tempting than an artifact. If word got out and players found out, that would be one thing, but she was worried it would attract outsiders. She couldn't guarantee she'd beat them to it, and she might lose her chance. Muing wasn't a saint, of course. She wanted to keep something this valuable for herself. The more people who knew, the more dangerous it became. So she didn't say anything more and stuck to her plan of a thorough, carpet-style search. If there was anything hidden in this tomb, her method would be the best way to find it. And if she finished searching the entire tomb and still found nothing, she'd give up. She finished checking that corridor and moved on to the right-hand branch. Hey, that's a dead end. Leuashia called out as he and the others walked a few steps, noticing her heading that way. It's fine. I'm already behind anyway. A little more time won't hurt, Muing replied, perfectly at ease. Although this side passage was a dead end, it actually had several twists and turns and was quite deep. As usual, Muing first had Gun shrink down and brought it along to check for any remaining traps. Then she continued to use the wall-scanning mirror. Sometimes, surprises just come so quickly. When they reached the end of the passage, Gun placed the wall-scanning mirror against the wall and discovered a hidden secret chamber inside. Although the chamber looked empty at first glance, it was quite spacious, and there were areas she couldn't see. However, the wall in front of them was very thick and completely sealed, not looking like it had any mechanisms. Ying used her usual method, stone shaping, to create a small hole in the wall, just big enough for her to squeeze through. She reached her hand through first and placed a stone fort she had made, enclosed on the top, bottom, and 3 sides, with only one open side for entry and exit so that the open side was flush against the stone wall. Then she crawled through, entering directly into the protection of the stone fort. Through the observation holes she'd left around her, she checked the surroundings for any movement. For now, she hadn't triggered any traps. Beyond the stone wall was another long corridor, stretching into darkness on both sides. After confirming there were no immediate dangers, she turned back and used stone shaping to reseal the wall as it was. Then she put away the stone fort, took out a large, thick stone roller about as tall as a person, and placed it on the ground. Gun, it's your turn. Gun quickly returned to its normal size, blew on its paws, and gave the roller a strong push forward. Ying immediately brought out another fully enclosed fort and crouched inside it with Gun. Rumble. The big roller rolled forward, but there were no unusual sounds. After repeating this process several times, Ying confirmed that, for a long stretch, there were no traps on the floor or the person-high walls of this corridor. Only then did she begin to carefully investigate the corridor. This corridor was a bit different from what they'd seen outside, wider, and every so often, there was a door frame on each side of the walls, but the doors themselves were sealed with stone. Next to each stone door, there was a stone brick that looked a bit different from the others, inscribed with some words in the ancient Grand language. Ying translated the stone slab next to the door frame where she'd come out. Grand Underground City, Civilian Burial Chamber Number 112. Time: Dawn Era 2230 to 2240 inch. Wait, does that mean that huge tomb with over 100 burial chambers was just one of many? She looked at the seemingly endless corridor to the left and right. She had no idea where this number 112 civilian burial chamber was located. She glanced at the stone brick with writing next to the door frame across from her. Grand Underground City, Civilian Burial Chamber Number 113. Time: Dawn Era 2241 to 2252 inch. Looking at all these door frames, for the first time, Ying truly felt the former glory of the Grand Underground City. These were all once residents of the Grand Underground City. Even if they weren't from the same era, just judging by the number of civilian deaths every decade, you could estimate how many people once lived here. At the same time, Ying felt a deep sense of helplessness. With so many burial chambers, wouldn't she be exhausted if she explored them one by one? She hadn't even finished exploring Chamber 112. If a dungeon's burial area was this huge, how big must the adventuring and residential areas be? Ying felt like the whole world had gone dark. Does she really have to search inch by inch? That didn't seem realistic. Where could the core chamber be hidden? If there was ever a time to use a blessing spell, wasn't it now? She carefully blessed herself, praying to quickly find a clue to the core chamber. Then she started to think, if she were the dungeon master, where would she hide the core chamber? All these burial chambers were for civilians. If there were civilians, wouldn't there also be nobles? She flipped through the Grand Language Dictionary and found that there were indeed words for social classes in Grand, like civilian, noble, and royal. The civilian burial chambers weren't very well protected, just some basic traps and not much in the way of grave goods. This suggested that the civilians of Grand weren't very wealthy and probably weren't highly valued compared to other classes. If there were civilian burial chambers, wouldn't there also be noble and royal burial chambers? Those two should be better protected than the civilian ones, right? If the important core chamber was to be hidden, wouldn't it make more sense to hide it in a more heavily guarded burial chamber? Of course, it might not be in a burial chamber at all. The dungeon couldn't be all tombs. There could also be living quarters, adventuring zones, and so on. But if it was in the burial area, the most likely place would be the most heavily guarded royal tomb. Of course, this was just her guess. She'd need to verify it. She walked the entire corridor. There were a total of 220 burial chambers. The last one, Chamber 220, wasn't sealed. Inside, it was similar to Chamber 112, with a burial passage and small chamber, but there were no traps, and only half the chamber doors were sealed. The rest were empty. Even the stone brick by the tomb door only had a starting date, no end date. Grand Underground City Civilian Burial Chamber Number 220. Time, Dawn Era 3339. Which meant that after this, within at most a decade or so, the Grand Underground City was gone. Ying checked a few nearby burial chambers whose end dates were close to that of Chamber 220. Each had about a 10-year interval. This showed that the death dates of the people in these chambers were normal, with intervals similar to those before. But the last Chamber 220 was mostly empty. This suggested that when the Grand Underground City disappeared, either there wasn't a mass death of civilians, or the deaths happened so suddenly that there wasn't even time to bury them. The first scenario seemed unlikely. If there hadn't been mass civilian casualties, the sudden disappearance of the Grand Underground City wouldn't have become an unsolved mystery. If the city had been suddenly moved to another closed-off place, maybe some civilians could have survived, but the Grand Underground City was clearly destroyed, the core was shattered, and even the walls could be dug through by ghouls. The chances of civilian survival were extremely low. So the second scenario was more likely. But under what circumstances would that happen? Ying sighed and kept exploring. Next to Civilian Burial Chamber Number 1, there was a deep well, and the area above was open. Beside it was written, Tansen Floating Disc Boarding Point, but the so-called floating disc was nowhere to be seen, only a dark, deep well remained. Clearly, this well could go both up and down. Judging by the name, floating disc, it was probably something like an elevator. Right now, perhaps because the dungeon core has shattered, this floating disc is no longer usable. But as long as the stairwell is still there, that's what matters. Clearly, this place allows you to go both up and down. Should I go up first, or down? Ying decided to test how deep each way was before making a decision. She took out 2 lampvine seeds and used plant magic to rapidly grow them, one climbing up the deep shaft, the other down. The glow from the lampvine flowers illuminated the entire shaft. After a few minutes, both vines reached the top and bottom. It was about 10 meters in either direction. She looked up and down, then, trusting her instincts, chose to go down first. Riding her flying broom, she slowly descended. At the bottom, she found herself facing another long corridor. But this one looked much more luxurious. Judging by what she could see, there were dozens of doors on either side, far more numerous and closely packed than in the corridor of the commoners' tombs. And every door was different. Some were gilded and carved, some were heavy bronze, and some were wooden doors entwined with vines. Each had its own unique style. Once again, there were large stone rollers paving the way, and there were still no traps in the corridor. Ying felt like she was touring an exhibition of burial chamber doors. There were so many more than in the commoners section, about 500 doors in total, but the number of people buried here was actually less than in a single commoner's tomb. Unlike the communal burial chambers above, here there were individual tombs, couples' tombs, and even family tombs. In front of each door stood a stone stele, inscribed with the tomb owner's name, birth and death dates, and an epitaph. Ying examined them one by one. The first tomb she encountered after entering the stairwell was a bronze door carved with a demon-faced motif. Grand Underground City, Noble Tomb Number 2. Masher Pulley, Dawn Era 1023 to 1045. If there is another life, let us meet again. It looked like this epitaph was written by a lover. Died in their 20s, reading it made her heart ache. She continued onward. Grand Underground City, Noble Tomb Number 3. Ketakarudi Braga, Dawn Era 82 to 1061. The flowers on the door are for passing souls. Rest in peace. This was the wooden door she'd noticed earlier, the most distinctive among all the heavy stone and metal doors. It wasn't tall or imposing, just a regular single-leaf house door, even with a small square window beside it. It didn't look like a tomb door at all, more like a front door to a home. Both the window and the door were adorned with flowers that were still in full bloom, vibrant and fresh. She had no idea how that was possible. And this person had lived nearly 1,000 years, clearly not an ordinary individual. She used her Identify Creature spell to examine the flowers. Restful flower, a blossom that blooms where souls find peace. Legend says it guides departed souls to their place of rest. It seemed quite magical. Ying tried to use her claw of recompense to pluck some seeds. She could sense that it should be possible, but for some reason, she failed. Restful flower, nourished by vitality, it only blooms on souls. Young one, it is not for you. A new line of text appeared on the stone stele. Ying. Her heart nearly leapt out of her chest. Was the person inside really dead? She looked again, and the stele had returned to normal. Curious about the mechanism, she used her hand of recompense again. The same words appeared on the stele. Gun gun, you try, Ying said, letting Gun Gun reach out a paw toward the restful flower. Again, before the paw even got close, words appeared. She let out a sigh of relief. It was probably just a mechanism set up by the tomb owner to prevent the living from picking the flowers. Only blooms on souls, nourished by vitality. Maybe it meant that if a living person touched the flower, it would drain their life force? So this flower could even be used as a tomb security system. Truly, the world is full of wonders. She continued onward. Grand Underground City, Noble Tomb Number 4. Alanor Beloso, Dawn Era 799 to 1061. Wait for me, let's journey together. Ying looked at the inscription with suspicion, then checked the date of death. Was this person speaking to the one in tomb number 3? This tomb door was quite plain, about the same as those in the commoners section. It felt like it had been hastily prepared, as if this person wanted to join the previous one on their journey. These tombstones and doors were truly fascinating. Through them, Ying felt as if she could glimpse the vibrant lives of people from a distant past. She was engrossed. With over 500 tomb doors, it took her 3 whole days to look at them all. She didn't dare open any of the tombs. Unlike the commoners' tombs, where the doors were plain and unremarkable, these ones felt too vivid, and she felt it would be disrespectful to break in. Of course, if there were treasures inside, she'd definitely go in no matter what. But these tomb owners were clearly not ordinary people. Judging by the doors alone, they were all wealthy and each had lived at least several centuries. The youngest seemed to be the one in tomb number 2. Each door had a magical lock, customized and encrypted, far beyond Ying's ability to open. While casting spells, she triggered many warning messages from the tombstones. Things like, grave robbers will die, first warning, repeat offenders will be punished, no more room in this tomb, do not disturb, and so on. Some would even trigger a warning if she got too close to the door. She couldn't tell if these were real threats or just bluffs, but what if they were real? She was barely 20, wasn't it a bit overconfident to challenge people who'd lived for centuries? Of course, she wasn't about to let herself be intimidated. She took out her sturdiest stone fortress and shielded herself, then chose the tomb with the harshest warning to test it again. Suddenly, a blade of air appeared out of nowhere and sliced half her precious stone fortress away. Luckily, Ying had been crouching and wasn't hurt. That was enough to make her stop trying. She really was just a rookie. Still, these tombs weren't going anywhere. One day, she'd get her revenge for that slice. Thinking it through, the dungeon lord probably wouldn't hide the secret chamber's core in someone else's tomb, especially not with these arrogant and privacy-obsessed tomb owners. So Ying and Gun Gun just checked the corridor's floor and ceiling. The wall-peeking mirrors on the sides didn't work either. While the protective spells on other walls had failed, the walls of these noble tombs still had their own magical defenses. Clearly, these people were not to be trifled with. The floor and ceiling were fine. Finally, she stood before tomb number 2. Why was the first tomb labeled number 2? Where was number 1? Could there be a hidden tomb number 1? Also, the dungeon belonged to Queen Grand and was named after her. Did she prepare a tomb for herself? If so, could it be tomb number 1? To be honest, as soon as this theory came up, Ying felt a strange sense of familiarity. Hadn't she done something similar herself back then? Back when she wanted to hide her identity as a lord, she rented out Treehouse No. 1 to Oak General Store, then rented Treehouse No. 2 for herself, disguising herself as an ordinary tenant. There weren't any deeper royal tomb chambers here, so if Queen Galande had prepared a tomb for herself, it would probably be on this level, or even deeper. The Galande dungeon had flourished for thousands of years, always under the rule of Queen Galande alone. At the beginning, she must have been quite young, at least in her prime. Would a young woman really be in such a hurry to reserve a tomb for herself during the early days of the dungeon's development? Even if she had the same concerns about her identity as Ying did, she probably wouldn't have focused on the tombs so early. And these tomb chambers are arranged in order of time of death. Given how long Queen Galande lived, her number should be much further down the list. That makes the missing tomb chamber No. 1 very suspicious. It's such an obvious omission. If the only purpose was to hide tomb chamber No. 1, wouldn't it make more sense to simply skip its number in the sequence and not count the hidden chamber at all? That would be more discreet. No one would suspect there was a hidden tomb. So, more likely, it's a deliberate misdirection, starting the numbering at No. 2 to make people think there's a secret, treasure-filled No. 1, leading them astray. If you set aside the anomaly of the possibly non-existent tomb chamber No. 1 and focus on what's actually the most suspicious, shouldn't it be the thing this misdirection is really protecting? What else could it be? Naturally, it's No. 2. Normally, the first tomb in the sequence would draw the most attention, but with the mysterious disappearance of No. 1, everyone's focus is diverted from tomb chamber No. 2. The person buried in tomb chamber No. 2 died more than a decade before the one in No. 3, and even before the Galande dungeon was officially opened. According to Leuashia, the dungeon developed gradually, so by the time it opened, it must have already been around for a while. So, someone who died before the dungeon's opening being buried here, someone who only lived into their 20s, must have had a close connection to Queen Galande. And since the numbering was changed for this tomb, maybe the relationship was very close. If you go a step further, the epitaph seems to be written from the perspective of the person who buried them. Could that person have been Queen Galande herself? The more Ying thought about it, the more plausible it seemed. She had to find a way to get inside this tomb chamber. But the door was also sealed with an arcane lock, a type she couldn't open. And it was a bronze door. Even if she wanted to break in by force, it would be a real hassle. But just a hassle, not impossible. The same went for the other noble tombs. First of all, only the doors of these tomb chambers were sealed with arcane locks, the surrounding walls weren't. When the dungeon's core was still intact, the walls had strong protective enchantments. The dungeon was a kind of living architectural organism. The walls, floors, even the ceilings were like its body, and the level of protection for its own body was certainly trustworthy. But the defensive systems added to the tomb doors by the tomb owners were independent, so now that the dungeon's core was broken, the door's protections remained. So, it would be a bit troublesome, but she could just dig through the walls to bypass the doors and loot the tombs. And if that didn't work, she could always try brute forcing the doors, depending on the material. Ying walked to a spot a few meters beside the bronze door of tomb chamber No. 2 and cast stone shaping on the wall. The stone wall gradually bulged outward, revealing a hollow. She kept digging with stone shaping. She had to admit, noble tombs really did use better materials than the commoners' tombs. Although the dungeon's original defenses were gone, just looking at the thickness of the walls showed how much care had gone into them. Ying had to use stone shaping 3 times before she broke through. There was light inside. Ying peered through the hole. Inside was a small living room, with a carpet, sofa, ornaments, bookshelves, and a fireplace. She even spotted a dining area. The light came from a chandelier on the ceiling, a table lamp on the desk, a floor lamp beside the sofa, and wall sconces. How was this a tomb? It looked exactly like a lived-in home. If it weren't for the thick layer of dust everywhere, she would have thought someone was still living here. Ying carefully crawled inside. In a tomb chamber like this, there probably wouldn't be traps like falling rocks or fire. Any trap, even if it failed to kill an intruder, would ruin the carefully decorated chamber. Still, she was extremely cautious, not daring to touch any of the furnishings. Her attention was drawn to a model sitting on the carpet next to the desk. It was an irregular model, wider at the top and narrower at the bottom, roughly resembling an inverted pyramid, with 6 levels in total. The first and largest level was a huge maze, with miniature monster figurines inside. The second level had all kinds of buildings, looking like a small city. The third level was a fog-filled mini-maze. The fourth and fifth levels looked familiar to Ying. Weren't those the commoner's tomb level and the noble tomb level? The long corridor between them was especially distinctive. Although the tomb chambers on either side of the corridor were different, she counted carefully and found that the number of tombs on the fourth level matched the number of commoners' tombs exactly. The number of noble tombs on the fifth level was also a perfect match. So, it was obvious what this was. It was a scale model of the Ghoul dungeon. Seeing this, Ying knew she was in the right place. The dungeon's core, in its complete form, must have looked just like this model, but the one before her clearly wasn't the real thing. This couldn't be just a noble's collectible. In the model, each tomb chamber was just a frame. The details weren't shown. But the size and shape of each tomb matched the real ones exactly. How could anyone but an insider know the specifications of all the tombs? And Ghoul Dungeon was a truly centralized city, with Queen Ghoul as its sole ruler. It seemed this tomb chamber really was closely connected to her. Could this really be the tomb Queen Ghoul built for her lover? Is that why it was furnished like a home inside? But no, Ying noticed that, although everything was old, the items in the tomb were well preserved, and some even showed signs of use. For example, the cups on the coffee table had wear marks, the books on the shelves had been read, and the dishes in the cabinet were worn. It really seemed like someone had lived here. And the last, 6th level was the smallest, with only a single room, directly beneath tomb chamber number 2. Ying's heart skipped a beat. Could this be the core's secret chamber? Gun, hurry, shine it on the floor. Ying urged anxiously. Gun placed the wall-scanning mirror on the ground. All they saw was pitch darkness. Nothing. They tried another spot. Still nothing. Again. Still nothing. They scanned the entire living room, but found nothing at all. Only the 2 doors inside remained. There were no traces of magic on these doors. Ying stood at a safe distance and summoned a vine to twist the doorknob. The door slowly opened. Nothing happened. Inside was an empty bedroom. Judging by the decor, it seemed to belong to a boy. There was a portrait on the wall, depicting a blonde youth riding a black horse, clad in silver armor and holding a longsword. His amber eyes were particularly captivating. They opened the other door. Still safe. This room belonged to a girl, with a large wardrobe, vanity, and other furniture. The bed was draped with pale pink gauze curtains. There was also a portrait in this room. It showed a young woman in an elaborate formal gown, smiling radiantly, her gaze lifted as if looking upward, one hand raised as if waving to someone. Although the backgrounds of the 2 portraits were different, the boys showed mountains, grasslands, and a winding road, while the girls depicted a castle. A closer look revealed that the ground in both paintings was the same grass and dirt path. But here was the problem. The tomb chamber was only this big. Where was the body? This wasn't a tomb at all. Especially in the girl's room, there were clear signs of daily life, jewelry scattered messily on the vanity, drawers left partially open, and the bed looked just like any girl's unmade bed, a cozy, chaotic nest. A pillow was set to the side, suggesting the owner liked to sleep on her side with her leg propped on it. The boys' room, on the other hand, looked deliberately tidied. Not only were the items newer than those in the girl's room, but everything was neat and complete, with no signs of use. Could it be that the girl lived here, but the boy did not? Before long, Ying discovered some inconspicuous writing in the corners of both paintings. Makir Puli. Valeria Ghoul. So this girl was Queen Ghoul? Ying glanced at the messy bed. Yep, definitely queenly. This Makir must be the tomb's owner, but his body was nowhere to be found. Combined with the lack of signs of life in the boys' room, Ying pieced together a little story in her mind. A noble girl and a handsome knight fell in love. One day, the girl discovered an underground city and became its queen. Others coveted her treasures, and the knight died protecting her. His body never recovered. The girl swore revenge, lived in the knight's cenotaph, using it to motivate herself, growing the dungeon and her own power, all to avenge her beloved. Ying felt she was probably right. She applauded her own storytelling skills. In any case, this tomb was likely Queen Gillen's residence. And judging by the girl's bedroom, she must have lived here for a long time. There probably weren't any traps, after all. Who would set traps in their own home? If she accidentally triggered one, wouldn't she be hurting herself? Ying searched the place, but unfortunately, most things had decayed with time. Anything made of fabric or paper, like clothes in the wardrobe or books on the shelves, crumbled at a touch. Otherwise, she might have found more clues about the dungeon and Queen Ghoul. Metal and ceramic items hadn't decayed, such as the jewelry on Queen Gillen's vanity, but they were all ordinary accessories, no equipment to be found. Which made sense. In her later years, Queen Ghoul was powerful and wealthy. Of course, she'd have spatial storage items. With storage, she could keep everything inside, leaving only daily necessities outside for convenience, with spares in her space. Ying did the same. Not just in her main territory's treehouse, even in the magical cottage she now lived in at the plantation. Whenever she went out, she took everything with her except for furniture and daily items. The only things left in the tomb were the magical lamps, which, like everlasting lamp-vine flowers, could glow forever. All in all, her haul from this tomb was less than what she'd gotten from those commoners' graves. A woman who owned such a vast dungeon chose to live in her dead lover's humble cenotaph. The whole place felt warm and homey, less luxurious even than the gold-trimmed corridor outside. If there's another life, may we meet again. That epitaph must have been written by Queen Ghoul. It seemed that when she left, she didn't know she wouldn't return. Otherwise, the tomb wouldn't look like this. There would have been more defenses, and it would have looked more like a real tomb. That meant the real court chamber was likely still here. Queen Ghoul probably hadn't had time to move it. It should still be in its original place. In the entire dungeon, what could be safer than beneath the queen's own residence? But Ying had already scanned the walls and floors of both bedrooms with the wall-scanning mirror and found nothing. She returned to the living room and looked at the dungeon's miniature model. It seemed that the center of each level wasn't hollow, but solid stone. If this model was to scale, did that mean the 6th level was still more than 10 meters below? That was too deep for the wall-scanning mirror to detect. Nothing for it but to keep digging. But she'd have to take the dungeon model with her. This was her biggest find here. It might just be an ordinary stone model, but it was like a 3D map. She could use it to search for the broken dungeon core. She crawled out of the chamber again and chose to start digging diagonally down from the outer wall of tomb number 2. This time, she couldn't just dig a tiny hole. Given the height between the 4th and 5th levels, this would be a massive project. The wider she dug, the more ground she could cover, and the deeper she could go. Ying, who never skipped a carpet search, was fine with this. In fact, she felt a bit relieved. Her mana was limited, so she could only do so much digging each day, leaving her with plenty of free time. She could stay in her portable space, study spells, brew potions, and if she felt stifled from being cooped up, she could relax in the Emerald World. Thanks to the Myriad Worlds trial, she could hole up at home and still play in another world like a game. So she dug at a steady pace every day, at fixed times and with a set workload, never rushing, always in a good mood. It was just like those days she'd been trapped in the tomb before. She'd even accumulated a lot of free trial time in the Emerald World, and now was the perfect time to use it. In the Emerald World, the trial period for novice witches lasts half a year. You have to stay near the trial site for at least 6 months before you can move about freely. So during this time, Ying stayed by the lakeside outside Kantiara City in the Emerald World, living in her own little magical cottage and rarely venturing into the city. The royal family took the little princess's search for a fairy godmother quite seriously. Once all of Suna's requests were met, the palace held a ball to welcome fairy godmother Suna. Suna only made a brief appearance at the ball, because on that same day she was hosting a banquet for the witches living near Kantiara in her newly completed forest villa. Ying was among the invited guests, so she got to know several witches who served as fairy godmothers for noble families in Kantiara. In truth, fairy godmothers don't need to be with their godchildren every day. These experienced witches have all sorts of ways to leave surveillance items nearby, only showing up if something goes wrong. They rarely interact with outsiders and usually only appear in front of the ones they're responsible for. But that doesn't mean they're truly as detached from the world as fairies. Ying could attest to that. You could tell just by the endless stream of weekly gatherings how restless their hearts were. The host and location changed every time, and there was rarely any real business to discuss, just eating, drinking, gossiping, and completely letting loose. Age gaps didn't seem to matter among witches. Whether it was a 200-year-old senior witch, a 100-year-old veteran, or a young witch in her 20s or 30s, they all pursued happiness in the same way. Witches generally didn't age in appearance, either. There's a rejuvenation potion. Drink a dose regularly, and you can keep your youthful looks. It's a rather precious potion, costing over 100 gold coins per bottle, and each dose keeps you looking young for half a year. Most witches who start using it are over 200 years old, so the cost is nothing to them. It's the combination of youthful looks and mindset that makes the age gap among witches barely noticeable. As a teenage, newly graduated novice witch, Ying fit right in with this fairy godmother crowd. She didn't feel out of place at all, and she learned a lot from them. While fairy godmother is a term that wins people's favor, it also restricts the witches who take on the role. To look the part, they usually make themselves appear more mature when acting as godmothers. Just like Suna did when she disguised herself as an old lady. But when they go out in private, they take on different looks. Among the witches Ying met, some were social butterflies, some ran shops in town, and some performed magic tricks in the circus. When they heard she was a newly graduated witch still in her trial period, some wanted to take her to various noble salons and balls to broaden her horizons, some suggested she try her hand at business, and some wanted her to join the circus as a part-timer. But after Ying's nickname Dingling Witch got out, they all started coming to her place whenever they had time, claiming it was to build connections, or, more bluntly, to mooch off her. Ying glanced at the four witches playing cards in her living room and said irritably, "Nayaba, don't the boys at your host club need you to run the business? Doris, your flower shop's been closed for days. Aren't you losing your regular customers? Anaya, the circus has performances on weekends. Don't you need to prepare? And Suna, with that high salary, how many times have you actually checked on the little princess?" Ying truly regretted ever bringing out her homemade mahjong set at a gathering and teaching them how to play. Nayaba, how can those boys compare to the thrill of playing cards? Doris, I win more playing cards than I make in a whole day at the flower shop. Anaya, I'm a witch, just doing magic tricks. What's there to prepare? Suna, the little princess is still young and sleeps all day. I left something by her cradle to watch over her. Then why do you all have to come here to play mahjong? Ying asked helplessly. The four of them looked over in unison. It's not every day you meet such a promising, wealthy witch. We have to build connections. Witches need to live too. But you never let me play. Ying huffed. What kind of building connections is this? It's more like making enemies. Even though they came over all the time, they never needed Ying to host them. They brought their own snacks and even ate her food. Everything else was just an excuse. They were really just here to play cards. You're already so rich, and you still want to win our money, they accused her. They still remembered the day mahjong entered their lives. That little witch had taken almost half a month's living expenses from them in one go. Who would dare play with her again? Ying. She realized she'd gone too far at the start. She'd fleeced them so badly that, even though she was the one who brought out the mahjong set and table, there was no seat for her at the table anymore. Forget it. She wasn't going to stoop to the level of these childish witches. She grabbed a big plate of fruit from the snacks they'd brought and walked off in a huff. For the sake of the food, she'd forgive them for turning her place into a mahjong parlor. Out of sight, out of mind, Ying went to the swing by the door to bask in the sun. She rocked gently back and forth, the air filled with the lively shouts of Pung, Kong, One Bamboo. Excited or chaotic, but full of life. According to the delivery schedule on the Witch Association's item list, the delivery witch should be arriving soon. The new dingling flowers had been successfully cultivated, and she'd sold some to exchange for potion ingredients and magic books. The swing was so comfortable that Mooing was almost asleep when the sound of hoofbeats approached. She looked up. A dashing young woman was riding a black horse toward her at full speed. Catching Mu Ying's gaze, the woman waved. An acquaintance, it was the same delivery witch from last time, number 7. Mu Ying got up to open the garden gate. The witch rode up, dismounted, led her horse into the yard, and then the horse turned into a little wooden figurine. Meeting again. What's with the wooden horse? Mu Ying asked curiously. The delivery witch handed her the little wooden horse. It's a fake horse, a low-grade alchemy item. The association gives them to delivery witches as work equipment. Any order outside the forest qualifies for one. Just use magic to turn it into a real horse for travel. Riding a broom draws too much attention. To save time, we usually ride horses during the day and brooms at night. If you're interested, you can find it on the item list for about 20 points. It wears out pretty fast, though, not as durable as a broom. Mu Ying once again marveled at the wonders of alchemical items. It was a pity her own talent for alchemy was poor, but fortunately, she had money. If she wanted something, she could just buy it for fun. She handed the bellflower over to the delivery witch, signed for her own purchases, and watched as the delivery witch rode off on her horse, hurrying to her next order. After watching her ride away, crossing paths with an old carriage and disappearing from view, Mu Ying put her goods into her spatial ring, ready to head back inside and study them. Just then, she heard someone calling her name from behind. The voice sounded familiar. She turned around in confusion, then her eyes lit up with surprise and delight. The old carriage was being driven by a young man, so Mu Ying hadn't paid much attention to it. She hadn't expected that inside the carriage was Senior Sister Margarita, who was now leaning halfway out the door, waving excitedly at her. Senior Sister. Mu Ying waved back. Senior Sister Margarita ducked back into the carriage and soon emerged from the door, about to jump down. The young man driving the carriage was startled and hurriedly stopped the cart, quickly reaching out to steady her. He said helplessly, "Be careful." Margarita patted his arm. "It's fine, I'm nimble." Mu Ying? Who is this man? Oh no, could it be what she's thinking? Out of all her senior sisters, Margarita was the one Mu Ying worried least about when it came to romance. She was the type to walk through a field of flowers without a single petal sticking to her, a woman who only cared about finding a good genetic match for her future child. If you don't care, you won't get hurt. So who is this man? Margarita took the man's hand, and the man led the horse and carriage into the courtyard. Let me introduce you. This is my boyfriend, the father of my child, Artem, a werewolf. Boyfriend, okay, that's normal. The father of her child? A werewolf? Mu Ying was stunned. Senior sister, you're pregnant? And the father is a werewolf? Mu Ying remembered that a few months ago, Margarita had heard there were werewolves near Birchtown and decided to go check out the young werewolf men and, incidentally, check on her direct junior. How long has it been and she's already pregnant? And the father of my child, that was different from what Margarita had said before. Didn't she always say she just wanted a sperm donor and the child would have nothing to do with the father? Was this Artem really that great? Mu Ying scrutinized the man critically. He was indeed well-built, clearly strong and healthy, and stood a head taller than Margarita. He was good-looking too, the rugged, masculine type. Unlike Shireen, another werewolf she knew, this one didn't have ears or a tail. He looked almost exactly like a human, just more robust than the average young man. Handsome? Was this Margarita's type? No wonder she could never find anyone suitable among humans. It's been a month, Margarita said, hugging Mu Ying with a smile. Not bad. Our little Mu Ying is a titled witch now, ha. Mu Ying, don't hug so tight, be careful of the baby. Mu Ying was exasperated. Senior sister Margarita was still the same as ever, pregnant, but not the least bit more cautious. Haha, I win again, pure suit. An arrogant laugh rang out from inside. Margarita's smile froze. She gritted her teeth and said, Suna. Ying nodded dumbly. Oh no, are they going to fight? After Margarita enrolled, Suna had left the witch forest. Margarita should have missed her, but unfortunately, before Ying knew Suna's true identity, she'd accidentally let slip in conversation that Suna had said she didn't want kids when she was young, and only wanted to be a godmother when she was older. Suna's cover was blown. Margarita recognized her voice, and mother and daughter had a huge argument. There was some affection between them, but not much. Could Margarita be bringing her child here so soon just to spite Suna? Margarita stormed into the house. Mother. Suna, who had just won big and was happily collecting her winnings, jumped at the sound. She looked happily at Margarita and said, What brings you here? Didn't want kids when you were young? Mother, is that true? Margarita asked with a half-smile. Of course not, that was just for work. I've always loved children, Suna replied, her smile vanishing, her tone firm. Margarita shrugged. Well, good. You're about to have a granddaughter. Suna's joking mood vanished. What do you mean? You're pregnant? The father is. Before she could finish, she spotted Artem coming in behind Ying and couldn't sit still. A werewolf. Werewolves weren't just any ordinary race. Even witches might not win in a fight up close. They were big and strong. What if there was a quarrel? How dangerous. Why would her silly daughter choose a werewolf to have a child with? Aren't humans safer? Hello, I'm Artem, a werewolf from the prairie tribes and Margarita's partner. Artem introduced himself with a nod. When he said partner, he glanced at Margarita. Boyfriend. Margarita corrected. Are all witches like this, using someone and then running away? Artem said, aggrieved. Everyone else shook their heads in unison. Margarita is Margarita, don't generalize about witches. Ying. Partner or not, what difference did it make? There was no marriage registration in this world, and marriages weren't protected by law, especially for witches and werewolves, who didn't even have laws to begin with. But from the looks of it, Margarita wasn't all that invested in Artem, while Artem seemed more proactive, at least, for now, he seemed to genuinely care. Suna's face darkened even more. Ahem, let's leave it here for today, we won't disturb you any longer. The other witches, seeing the situation, quickly slipped away. Once everyone had left, Suna realized she hadn't collected the last round's winnings. Her heart ached even more. But a daughter is a daughter. Even if she's an independent witch, there's still mother-daughter affection. Besides, witches are weak during pregnancy, and she'd chosen a werewolf as her partner. Suna couldn't help but worry. You'll stay at my place while you're pregnant. Margarita readily agreed. She was still upset that Suna had disappeared for so long, told people she'd never had a child, and then ran off to Kantiara to be someone else's godmother. Didn't she love children? Fine, she'd bring her own child to her. She'd wear her mother out if she had to. Ying shook her head. Senior sister Margarita was probably just jealous. But this was good, with Suna looking after her, Margarita should have a safe delivery. But Ying probably wouldn't be around to see it. In half a year, it would be time for her to set out on her travels again. As the time for the trial approached, Ying began to pack her things. She planned to first visit the Kingdom of Thorns, then take the shortest route through it to Moon Port in the Kingdom of Warbler's Beak. Margarita had gotten pregnant so quickly. Meanwhile, Rosie, who started dating even earlier, didn't seem to be having much luck. Ying still felt uneasy, so she decided to check on them in person. Thinking back on the friends she'd made over the past 6 months, she realized she'd always been the guest at their gatherings. Before leaving, she wanted to invite everyone over for a get-together of her own. She sent out invitations and carefully prepared food for the party. Of course, the most important thing was the gifts she'd made for her friends. Because there was a party that night, the witches who usually came by during the day to play cards stayed away, only showing up after nightfall. Nayaba arrived with Doris and Anaya, while Suna came with senior Margarita and her boyfriend Artem. In no time, Ying's little courtyard was buzzing with activity. Tonight's dinner was beer and barbecue, though Ying herself just drank sparkling water. With magic to help, none of them had to lift a finger. They all lounged in vine chairs Muing had just made, eating, drinking, and chatting. Time flies. I remember when my trial ended, I couldn't wait to travel to other places, Nayaba sighed. If I didn't need to make money, I'd be on the road right now. I'm already bored of the men in Kantiara. They're not nearly as fun as Mahjong. Muing couldn't help but worry for the noble family that had hired Nayaba. Would the girls she taught really not turn into socialites? Then again, the private lives of nobles in this world were pretty chaotic to begin with. Speaking of Mahjong, Muing brought out the gifts she'd prepared. Once I'm gone, you won't have anyone to play Mahjong with, so I made these sets for each of you as a farewell gift. It wasn't anything particularly valuable, every witch could make a set, but Muing had put a lot of thought into hers. The backs of each set were decorated with different designs, each tailored to the recipient's favorite elements. So, while not precious, they were heartfelt gifts. Sure enough, everyone loved them. Even Margarita, who had been resting for her pregnancy, had gotten hooked on Mahjong lately. Muing also received carefully prepared gifts from her friends. Nayaba gave her a book, which surprised Muing until she opened it and quickly snapped it shut. "What is this?" Nayaba said proudly, "It's my hand-drawn compendium of handsome men. Of course, this isn't the original. I copied it with transcription magic. It's a collection of all the gorgeous men I've encountered in pleasure houses across various kingdoms and cities over the years. For a little witch who's never tasted the world, it's a real eye-opener." Muing, the so-called little witch who's never tasted the world, wanted nothing more than to show everyone the book. She suspected it was much more than just a compendium of handsome men. In the real world, before the apocalypse, distributing a book like this would probably get you called in for a chat with the police. "Wow, really? Let me see." Margarita was curious. Muing quickly stashed the book in her spatial ring. "This isn't suitable for pregnant women." Artem immediately understood and pulled Margarita to his side. "Since you're traveling, I went hunting in the forest for you on Margarita's behalf. Here's a bunch of fresh meat, wishing you a safe journey." He nudged Margarita, who then brought out 3 large baskets overflowing with game. "Perfect timing." "I was running low on meat from graduation," Muing said happily, accepting the gift. It really saved her a lot of trouble. Next, Doris gave her a big sack of flower seeds with smaller bags inside sorted by type. It was a collection of every flower species Doris had gathered in the Rose Kingdom over the years, almost 80% of all the flowers in the kingdom. Anaya gifted her a book of tips on disguising magic as sleight of hand when performing in front of humans, while Suna gave her an illustrated guide to the customs and landscapes of various countries. With her arms full of gifts, Muing felt her heart brimming with happiness. This farewell banquet had definitely been worth it. Afterward, as Muing discussed her travel plans, Nayaba warned her, "All the thorn trees in the Kingdom of Thorns have become sentient and mutated. Everyone there has fallen into a permanent sleep. Almost no one who enters the Thorne Forest ever comes back. If you have to go, be careful. Just fly over it on your broomstick and you'll be fine." Sentient. Muing had chosen this route because, back when she entered the Emerald World, the second trial character she could pick was the sleeping princess of the Kingdom of Thorns. The déjà vu was strong. Plus, the Kingdom of Thorns was right between Kantiara and Moonport, making it the fastest route. But if the Kingdom of Thorns was this dangerous, if she'd chosen the sleeping princess for her noble status, wouldn't she have ended up trapped in the forest for ages? That would have ruined the whole trial world. She also remembered that in the first trial world, she hadn't been able to choose her character. The ability to pick in the second world was a reward for a high completion rate in the first. If her completion rate in the first world had been low, and she'd been randomly assigned a human identity in the second, her gains would have been much smaller. Her greatest reward in this world had been the extraordinary bloodline abilities that came with her role. If she hadn't drawn the witch character, she never would have gotten them. Only things that truly belonged to her could be taken out of the world. Muing resolved that even if the third trial world opened early, she would explore the Emerald World to perfection before moving on. That was the only way to maximize her gains. 18 years ago, the Kingdom of Thorns was cursed by a green witch, Doris, the oldest and most experienced, explained. At first, no one took the witch's curse seriously. 10 years later, mutated thorn trees started appearing. The fools there treated them as treasures, studying and cultivating them. But as the mutated thorns grew and spread, their true power became clear. They attack any living thing that comes near, and they actively spread and reproduce. About 5 years ago, the thorns covered the entire kingdom. By then, most of the commoners had fled. Only the royal family remained. They were the main targets of the curse. At that point, the Thorne Forest was still expanding. No one could stop it. The witch who cast the curse couldn't bear it any longer, so she returned and used blessing magic to suppress the curse. That's the only reason the thorns stopped spreading. Ying had a feeling that the affairs of the Thorn Kingdom must be one of her quests as well, and Doris's account had helped her make some progress. But this green witch Doris mentioned, who could both curse and bless, why did she seem so familiar? Ying, this green witch's talent is a lot like yours, Senior Margarita remarked. Green witches weren't uncommon, but one who could both curse and bless was rare indeed. Thinking back to the key dates, 18 years ago, wasn't that exactly when Ying's trial character was born? And 5 years ago was very close to the time her mother disappeared. Recalling her memories with her mother, Ying realized that before leaving, her mother had stored a large amount of food in the basement, even using magic to keep it from spoiling. If it was just a short trip, there was no need to prepare so much. It was thanks to those supplies that she survived alone in the forest after her mother disappeared. Doris, do you know that witch? Ying already had a guess in her heart. I've never met her. Everything I know is told to me by Thanatos. She was a young witch named Katerina, not even 100 years old, yet she was able to cast a curse on an entire kingdom. Although the curse later spiraled out of control and she had to use up all her life force to contain its spread, her abilities were undeniable. Thanatos once prophesied all of this. The key to breaking the curse lay with Prince Fina, so she helped arrange the engagement between Prince Fina and the Princess of Thorns. Later, when Katerina regretted her curse but couldn't control it, Thanatos told her the solution. Katerina herself would bless the Thorn Kingdom, ensuring it would one day revive and the Thorne Forest would stop spreading. In the future, Prince Fina would enter the forest with the help of her daughter and break the curse, though Katerina herself might have to pay with her life. Katerina knew the consequences, but she did it anyway. Thanatos asked me to pass this message on to the first young witch I met who was heading to the Thorn Kingdom. Katerina also left a message. Use your curse powers with caution. I'm sorry. Doris looked at Ying as she spoke. She hadn't expected that the witch Thanatos spoke of was Ying herself. Katerina was the mother of Ying's current body, and Thanatos was none other than the fairy godmother of Queen Cinderella. When Ying took over this body, she also inherited its memories and feelings. She did have emotions toward Katerina, but these emotions and memories existed only as part of the body. They didn't influence Ying's own will. Hearing that apology, her eyes stung and tears fell. The feelings came from the body, but in her own heart, there was only heaviness and regret. Not from the perspective of a daughter, but as an observer, she felt sorry for her. A talented young witch, not even 100 years old, lost her life to a curse cast in a moment of anger. Ever since her own cursed talent had emerged, Headmistress Melanie had warned her, and she had researched the subject in the library. Since then, she'd been very cautious with curse magic. Now she understood just how serious the consequences of exceeding one's limits with a curse could be, so serious that even the caster couldn't control or undo it, and in the end, it would rebound on themselves. Ying wiped away her tears. Do you know why she cast the curse? Doris shook her head. I don't know. But Thanatos's prophecies are always accurate. Once the curse is broken, you should find your answer. Ying sighed. That was all she could do for now. Sensing the somber mood, Ying forced a smile. I'm actually fine. This was Katerina's own choice. But I'll still get to the bottom of what really happened. Fina has come of age now, Suna said, stroking her chin. I overheard a maid say he's preparing to go to the Thorn Kingdom to meet his fiancée, whom he's never seen. He's already packing. I was surprised the royal family didn't try to stop him from doing something so dangerous. So it's because you're going with him? As expected of the prophecy witch Thanatos. Ying shook her head. I'll set out tomorrow. I want to see for myself if things really will turn out as she predicted. That plump innkeeper she met in Flower Town was probably Thanatos in disguise. She must have known who Ying was, which was why she appeared. Honestly, being seen through like this was a terrible feeling. She hadn't even taken action yet, but someone already knew what she would do. Was prophecy magic really that powerful? Everyone tries to challenge prophecy magic, Dora said, but it's not that prophecy controls people's actions, it's that the prophet has already seen what will happen. Prophecy magic is absolutely true. Even if you know the contents of a prophecy, you can't avoid it. Only the parts of a prophecy that are meant to be revealed can be told to those involved. That's part of the prophecy as well. The rest cannot be spoken. Thanatos actually has it pretty hard. She must pay a price for every prophecy she makes voluntarily, and for those she receives passively, she can't change the outcome. That's why she's gone into seclusion and refuses to see anyone, to avoid accidentally receiving more visions of the future. Ying nodded. She understood the logic, but when it came to herself, she still wanted to try. She decided to just go with the flow and stick to her original plan to head to the Thorn Kingdom. She wondered how Prince Fina would end up joining her journey. The royal family probably didn't even know she was planning to leave. What Doris had told her had already advanced her progress on collecting the third missing page. She figured that as long as she broke the curse and uncovered the truth behind it, she'd be done. Though she still didn't know how to break the curse. But anyone who'd read Sleeping Beauty knew the key lay with the princess herself. A prince's kiss was needed to wake her. That prince was probably Fina. The Emerald World seemed to be a patchwork of many fairy tales, but not quite the same as the stories she remembered. There were big differences, but the general outline was similar. Now it seemed that Fina was determined to brave the one-way Thorne Forest to find his fiancée, just like in the story of Sleeping Beauty. Night fell, and the banquet ended. Witches lived long lives, hundreds of years, so they were used to countless farewells. They cherished the present and the beauty of the moment. After seeing the witches off, Ying used magic to tidy up the courtyard and returned to her cottage. Her magical house could be shrunk and carried with her, along with everything inside, so there was no need to pack. She could just get a good night's sleep and set out in the morning. Early the next morning, Ying packed up her magical cottage and set off in her enchanted carriage. The further she traveled from Cantiala toward the Kingdom of Thorns, the more desolate the landscape became. Along the way, she often saw abandoned farmhouses and overgrown fields that had turned into wilderness. In fact, the climate here was pleasant and the land fertile, an ideal place to live. But out of fear of the Thorne Forest, people had gradually abandoned the area. The once prosperous and wealthy Kingdom of Thorns had become a forest so infamous that people spoke of it in hushed tones. The carriage stopped at the edge of the Thorne Forest. Ying got out and looked at the dense woodland before her. If she hadn't already known there was something unusual about this forest, she might not have noticed anything strange at all. At first glance, it just looked like a forest denser than most, the trees lush and leafy, and every single one of them was a thorn tree. The thorny branches filled nearly every space, leaving almost no room for anyone to pass through. Looking closer, she realized there weren't even any small animals in the woods. Ying picked up a stone by the roadside and tossed it into the forest, but the trees didn't react as she'd half expected. They didn't move at all, as if they were rooted in place. Next, she summoned a small flame with fire magic and flicked it into the thicket. Magical fire burns much hotter than ordinary flames, it can even ignite wet wood. But this time, the fire didn't catch on the thorn trees at all. The flame fizzled out almost immediately. She tried again, lighting an oil-soaked torch and holding it to the thorns, but it still didn't work. It seemed these mutated thorn trees were truly difficult to deal with. She tried using plant magic to control the thorns, and to her surprise, it worked easily, as if these were just ordinary plants. Ying guided the thorns aside, opening a path for herself, and walked in. These thorn trees were indeed alive, but they didn't seem nearly as aggressive as Doris and the others had described. As she passed, the branches carefully curled their thorns away from her, something she hadn't even commanded them to do. Ying tentatively released her magical control, and sure enough, the thorns made no move to attack her. Instead, they parted to let her through. One by one, the thorny branches curled up into little spirals, swaying as if to greet her. What was going on here? Clip-clop, clip-clop. The sound of hooves approached. A young man in a blue short coat of armor rode up to the edge of the Thorne Forest and saw the path that had opened up inside. "Fairy Ying," he called out when he spotted the girl at the end of the path. Sword in hand, he urged his horse forward and charged in. "Hey!" Ying barely had time to call out and stop him. Who else could this be but Prince Fina? Where was his sense? This was the Thorne Forest. Shouldn't the sight of all these ruined houses have put him on his guard? He was about to charge into the infamous Thorne Forest without any preparation at all? Just barging in like that? Even Ying, a witch, had known to keep her distance and test things out first. Ying didn't believe for a second that the Thorne Forest was truly so gentle. Most likely, it was because she was a green witch. The Thorne Forest had been created by a green witch's curse, her own mother, in fact. Usually, a witch's magical traits and affinity are very similar to her mother's. Sure enough, as soon as Prince Fina rushed in, the thorns turned hostile. Just moments ago, they'd been cute little things with their thorns curled up. Now, they straightened into sharp spikes and lashed out at the prince and his beloved horse. Thankfully, Fina's swordsmanship wasn't just for show. He barely managed to defend himself. But his horse wasn't so lucky. It was full of openings, and in an instant, the thorns had surrounded it. Ying tried to use plant magic to calm and restrain the thorns, but it was extremely difficult. She could feel the resistance, and even a faint sense of anger from the plants. It was a strange sensation. In reality, druids could sense the natural energy in plants and thus get a vague impression of their mood, but it was never direct, since even mutated plants don't have true will or emotions. Even when communicating with plants, all she usually got was emotionless feedback. Green witches, on the other hand, influence plants through the magic in their bloodline. Their magic is highly compatible with and adaptable to plants, which is why they can so easily control or even guide the evolution of plants with magic. In short, a green witch's magic is a kind of energy very similar to, yet distinct from, natural power. But a green witch can't sense a plant's emotions because plants don't have emotions. Unless, of course, these thorns actually had a will of their own. Ying felt like she was breaking up a fight. The thorns seemed to see Prince Fina and his horse as mortal enemies, eager to skewer them both, while she was the only thing holding them back. Before she sensed their anger, holding them back had been easy. But now, as she struggled to restrain them, she saw that while the thorns rarely managed to touch the prince, his sword was flashing wildly, hacking off thorny branches left and right. He himself wasn't badly hurt, but his horse had taken a beating. What's more, the more he fought, the more aggressive he became, as if he wanted to charge even deeper into the forest. Ying was starting to feel annoyed. She was only holding the thorns back to keep him from getting killed, not to give him a chance to chop them up. After all, these thorns might have a will of their own, and they'd shown her nothing but goodwill. And the more he attacked, the angrier the thorns became. Ying could barely keep them in check. "Stop cutting. I'm controlling them, just get out of here," Ying shouted. Prince Fina froze, his sword mid-swing. Only then did he realize that although the thorns were still lashing out, none of them had actually touched him, as if some invisible force was holding them back. It was obvious now. It wasn't his swordsmanship that was keeping him safe, but someone else weakening his enemies. Prince Fina breathed a sigh of relief and carefully led his horse out of the Thorne Forest. Ying was drenched in sweat from the effort of restraining the thorns. Only after he finally left the forest did she release her magic. The thorns were still a bit restless, but those nearest to Ying kept their spikes curled up, maintaining their friendly attitude. The difference in their behavior was obvious. Ying hadn't expected to meet Prince Fina in such a way, and at such a coincidental moment. She'd had no choice but to intervene. Although she already knew about Thanatos' prophecy, Ying pretended not to as she went out to greet him. "Prince, what brings you here?" "I've come for my fiancée, the princess of the Kingdom of Thorns. I must rescue her," Prince Fina replied. He'd always thought there was no challenge he couldn't conquer, what was a mere forest of thorns. But now he realized it was far more dangerous than he'd imagined. Without this fairy Ying, he would have been in much worse shape. If Ying remembered correctly, the princess of the Thorn Kingdom was born 18 years ago, the same age as Ying herself. At that time, the curse and Fina had only just come into the world. Within a couple of years, the thorns began to mutate. Everyone in the Thorn Kingdom who could escape had already fled, leaving only the royal family, those most targeted by the curse, trapped inside the palace. 5 years ago, the thorns had even spread to the kingdom's borders. By all rights, Fina shouldn't have had much chance to meet the Thorn Princess at all. Could his feelings really run that deep? Deep enough to risk his life to save someone he'd never even met? Even if she were his fiancée, would she really be that important? That's what Ying thought, and so that's what she asked. "I've never met her, but this is my responsibility, my destiny, granted by the heavens. Only my kiss can awaken her and restore the Thorn Kingdom to its former glory," Fina declared with conviction. Ying was stunned by his overconfident, almost childish declaration. Responsibility was one thing, but what was this about destiny? Who gave him this mission? Wasn't the point just to break the curse? This wasn't some fairy tale. Was a prince really going to risk his life in a deadly forest of thorns just for the sake of a mission? Wasn't that a bit naive? If you can't even get through this thorn forest, how are you supposed to save her? "That's why the heavens let me meet you here. Let's rescue the Thorn Princess together," Prince Fina said eagerly. Surely Fairy Ying can't bear to see the 18-year-old Thorn Princess, who's never even seen the outside world, just die in her sleep? Ying never imagined she'd one day be morally blackmailed like this. "Fairy, my foot." She'd already finished her business in the Rose Kingdom. She didn't need to play fairy godmother anymore. "I can absolutely bear it, unless you tell me what the Thorn royal family did to bring this disaster upon themselves. This can't be a punishment out of nowhere, right?" Ying said irritably. She was a witch now. The curse had to be broken, yes, but how it was broken would be up to her. From the looks of it, all Fina needed to do was go in and kiss the Thorn Princess. But Ying couldn't shake the feeling that something was off. The curse targeted the Thorn royal family, yet all that happened was that they fell into a deep sleep, their bodies perfectly unharmed. And the curse could be broken with just a kiss from Fina? What was so special about this kiss? Logically, the real target of the curse should be the one the cursor hated most. But her mother, Katarina, had paid for this with her life, and yet her enemies just slept for a decade or two and then woke up good as new. Ying didn't care about any so-called prophecy. She'd break the curse, yes, but she'd also avenge Katarina. Fina hadn't expected Ying to say that. Weren't fairies supposed to be kind? Ying could tell what he was thinking just by looking at him. "What? Fairies are just supposed to work for free. I can get you inside, but you have to tell me the whole story. You're royalty too, and even engaged to her, you must know something, right?" Fina blushed. It was true, other fairies got paid to be godmothers. It was only fair for Fairy Ying to want information in exchange. "I don't know all the details," he admitted, "but I heard the current king of the Thorn Kingdom angered an evil witch, and that's why the whole country was cursed. As for what he did to anger her, only the Thorn King himself would know." Ying. No way could her cheap father in this life actually be the Thorn King? When witches traveled, the people they most often got involved with were men. After all, to have children, witches had to find men from other clans. Love left a deeper mark than friendship, so when witches went dark, 9 times out of 10 it was because of a man. Ying changed tack. "Tell me everything you know about the Thorn King." Fina nodded and began his story. Unlike the Rose Kingdom, which followed primogeniture, the Thorn Kingdom's succession was full of intrigue and competition. All the king's children had an equal right to compete for the throne. The current Thorn King was originally an illegitimate son, born to a maid. He was at a disadvantage in the struggle for the throne, but he mastered the cultivation of the iron thorn tree, a kind of thorn that was fireproof, incredibly tough, and, once processed, could rival metal as a weapon. It was thanks to this iron thorn tree that his power grew rapidly, allowing him to outmaneuver the other princes and become one of the two leading contenders for the throne. But the other contender's mother came from a powerful family, so the two were evenly matched. In the end, the current king secured his position by marrying a princess from the Rose Kingdom. The king and queen had a daughter, the current Thorn Princess. Now, in the Thorn Kingdom's palace, the three of them lay in enchanted sleep. By this point, Ying was already suspicious. Fireproof, steel-strong thorns, could an ordinary person really cultivate something like that? Had her mother, Katarina, played a role in all this? Maybe the king had deceived Katarina for the sake of these mutant thorns, and after getting what he wanted, betrayed her and married someone else? If so, then this sleep was even stranger. It seemed less like a curse and more like protection. Think about it. If not for the enchanted sleep, the spreading thorns would probably have killed the real culprit by now. But Fina didn't know any more than that. He only knew that the kiss of a loved one could awaken the sleepers, either a blood relative or a betrothed. Ying sighed. Looks like she'd have to ask the people involved herself. That's really all I know, Fina said nervously, seeing Ying's expression grow darker. Ying didn't press him further. There were only two ways to wake the three sleeping royals in the Thorn Palace. 1. The king of the Rose Kingdom could kiss the Thorn Queen awake. Though they were half-siblings, they were still blood relatives. Then the queen could kiss the king and princess awake. 2. Fina, as the Thorn Princess's fiancé, could kiss her awake, and she could then wake her parents. Obviously, the king of the Rose Kingdom would never go kiss the Thorn Queen, even if they were related. So Fina really was crucial. Ying could get him inside easily. There was no need to fight through the Thorne Forest at all. She healed the injured horse with life magic, then took out her magic carpet and stepped onto it. Come with me. This is the flying carpet? Fina asked curiously. That day, when his mother suddenly appeared on the balcony, the maids had been terrified. Later, they learned it was the fairy who'd brought her back on a flying carpet. Ying nodded. That's the one. We'll fly straight to the Thorn Kingdom's palace. After Prince Fina climbed onto the flying carpet, Ying directed it to rise into the air and head toward the Thorne Forest. This time, they finally managed not to trigger a rampage from the thorn trees. The Thorne Forest stretched as far as the eye could see. All the buildings that once stood on this land had been overtaken by thorns. The shorter ones were entirely hidden, while traces of bricks and stone could still be faintly seen on the taller structures. Even so, the capital and royal palace of the Thorn Kingdom were still very conspicuous. The Thorn Kingdom didn't get its name from these mutated thorn trees. Rather, the people here had always loved planting all kinds of thorns, especially around the walls of their houses. Even the city walls of the Thorn Kingdom's capital had once been encircled by a ring of thorns. After the appearance of the steel thorns, these new thorns replaced the old ones. The later mutated thorns, though generally tree-like, had very tough, flexible branches and were excellent climbers. That's why the tall city walls of the capital now served as living landmarks. Even covered in thorns, they still towered above everything else. It didn't take Ying long to find the place. A city blanketed in green, its buildings crawling with thorns. It actually looked rather beautiful. The royal palace was the tallest building in the capital, also covered in thorns, and the ones growing here were even thicker and stronger than those elsewhere. But on closer inspection, you could see that all the thorns on the palace were only clinging to the surface. Not a single branch had penetrated inside. That was strange. In the inner city, not far from the palace, the thorns had invaded the interiors of the houses, leaving no gap untouched. Was something protecting the palace? Ying picked a high tower where the thorns were sparse, used plant magic to clear a path, and led Prince Fina inside. Fina took out a map of the castle. The princess's bedroom should be over there. Ying nodded, signaling him to lead the way. The castle, sealed off for so many years, was thick with dust. The gold paint on the walls had peeled, and signs of decay were everywhere. But once they reached the main palace, everything was different. There wasn't a speck of dust, nor any sign of decay. It was like stepping into another world. Fina glanced at Ying. "Fairy Ying, what's going on here?" Ying shook her head. She couldn't tell either. The bedrooms of the princess, queen, and king were all in the main palace. Soon, they arrived outside the princess's room. At the time of the incident, the princess had been very young. Her bedroom was right next to the queen's, while the king's was farther down the corridor. Pushing open the princess's door, they saw, behind a lace canopy, a golden-haired girl lying quietly on the bed. Up close, Ying had to admit, she was a beautiful girl. Her skin was fair, her lips a deep red, and her cheeks held a faint blush. Her arms, folded across her chest, were just the right size, not thin and frail like someone bedridden for years, but healthy, showing no sign that she'd been asleep for over a decade. Ahem. Fina swallowed, glancing at Ying. "What are you looking at me for?" "Go on, kiss her." Ying looked at him, puzzled. "Wait, don't tell me you're embarrassed?" Fina nodded. Ying was a little surprised. "I thought Rose Kingdom wasn't so conservative. Don't you have cheek-kissing and hand-kissing customs? Are you shy about kissing the back of her hand?" "Fina. Or is it that you have to kiss her lips?" Seeing his face turn even redder, Ying asked. That couldn't be right. If it had to be a kiss on the lips, would the princess have to kiss the queen on the mouth to wake her up? It's normal for lovers, but for family, that'd be a bit weird, wouldn't it? Is this method of awakening really so inhumane? If she'd chosen Sleeping Beauty as her trial character, wouldn't she have risked being taken advantage of right from the start? Fina shook his head, sighed, and gently took the beauty's hand, bending down to kiss it. Sleeping Beauty's eyelashes fluttered at just the right moment, and her eyes slowly opened, revealing a pair of light green irises. See? That worked. And he was pretty decisive about it. Now Ying understood. He'd been embarrassed because he'd wanted to kiss her on the lips. It was their first meeting, after all. Even if she was his fiancée, it wouldn't be right. This prince, like his father, was a bit of a chauvinist, both fond of beautiful women. "Who are you?" The awakened Sleeping Beauty stared blankly at Fina, still a little dazed. "I'm Fina, your fiancée." "My kiss woke you up," Prince Fina said. Sleeping Beauty pulled her hand back from Fina's grasp, half her head burrowing under the covers, and timidly asked, "What's a fiancé?" "Pfft." Ying couldn't help but laugh. Fina and Sleeping Beauty must have been betrothed as children, exchanging tokens but never meeting. At the time, both were just babies. When the palace was surrounded by thorns and the royal family fell asleep, Sleeping Beauty couldn't have been more than 3 or 4 years old. Though her body had continued to grow slowly during her sleep, she looked about 17 or 18 now. Her mind was probably still that of a child. Fina was at a loss for words, not knowing how to explain. Ying checked the wardrobe, and sure enough, it was full of children's clothes. She rummaged in her spatial ring and found a set of ordinary clothes and underwear she'd prepared for travel before she had a magic wardrobe, and handed them to Sleeping Beauty. The clothes were plain, but brand new. Her old clothes wouldn't fit anymore. "Do you know how to dress yourself?" Sleeping Beauty shook her head. Ying looked at Prince Fina. "Could you step outside for a moment?" Prince Fina left, looking dejected. His beautiful fiancée didn't even know what a fiancé was, and the romantic love at first sight moment he'd imagined hadn't happened at all. "All right, he's gone. Let's get you dressed, and then you can go wake your mother, okay?" Ying said gently. At the mention of her mother, Sleeping Beauty's eyes lit up. She threw off the covers and jumped out of bed. Ying squinted. What a great figure. Apart from her chest, the rest of her build was similar to Ying's, so the clothes fit well. Once she was dressed, Ying led her out the door. The girl skipped happily to the queen's bedroom, knocked, and when there was no answer, carefully pushed the door open and ran inside. Seeing her mother still asleep, she dashed over like a little cannonball, threw her arms around the queen's neck, and planted a big kiss. "Mama, wake up and play with Benny." "Fina." Suddenly, his fiancée's beauty didn't seem so appealing anymore. The queen soon woke as well. At first, seeing the grown-up Thorne princess, she was confused. But with such a big girl snuggling in her arms like a little piglet, the gesture was so familiar that she tentatively asked, "Benny." Mother and daughter reunited, and everyone was overjoyed. Princess Benny, innocent and naive, had no idea what had happened. The queen, however, held her daughter, who seemed to have grown up in the blink of an eye, and couldn't help but shed tears. It wasn't until Ying and Fey Reyna approached that she wiped her tears and asked, "You're Fey Reyna? Was it you who awakened Benny?" Fey Reyna nodded. He still hadn't recovered from the shock of discovering that his fiancée was, mentally, still a child. The queen turned to Ying. "And you are?" "I'm Ying. I brought him through the Thorne Forest. I have a question for you, and I ask that you answer truthfully. That's the price for me getting you all out. After all, the thorns are still out there," Ying said. By now, she was certain that the royal family's slumber had nothing to do with the curse. Otherwise, if they had awakened, the thorns outside would have reacted. The queen, well aware of how terrifying the thorns were, nodded. "Do you know why the Kingdom of Thorns was cursed? And why can't the thorns enter the palace?" Ying asked directly. "The thorns can't enter the palace because, when it was built, a witch was hired to lay down protective wards. As for why we were cursed, it's because the royal family offended an evil witch." "You're a witch too, aren't you?" "Of course not. Ying is a powerful fairy. Mother even wanted to ask her to be Chris's godmother, but she refused," Fey Reyna interjected. The queen smiled. "Fey Reyna, fairies are just witches, only kind ones." Ying didn't reply, but continued, "Then your sleep was." "It was a special elixir left to me by my mother. After drinking it, you can stay alive in a deep sleep, without needing food or water, but only a kiss from a blood relative or a lover can wake you." "There were 3 bottles in total, and we've used them all," the queen said, her gaze lingering on Ying with a hint of scrutiny. Ying noticed her look. "Why are you looking at me like that?" "Do you know the king?" the queen asked. Ying shook her head. "Why do you ask?" "There's a painting hidden in the king's study of a woman named Katarina. She must have been his first love. You look quite a bit like her, especially your hair and eyes," the queen sighed. "I used to think I was his first love, but when I saw that painting, I realized there was someone before me." "The princess is turning 18 this year, right?" Ying asked. The queen nodded. "Her 18th birthday is October 18th. Ying narrowed her eyes. Her own birthday in this body was the 9th day of the month of winter, which, by human reckoning, was October 9th. She didn't ask further. "Let's go see the king." They walked down the corridor to the king's bedchamber. The queen led the princess forward, and the princess kissed the king on the cheek. The king was a stern-looking man, even frowning slightly in his sleep. When he awoke, he quickly regained his composure. "Someone finally made it in?" The king looked delighted. "My queen, which brave soul braved the Thorne Forest. As long as you escort us out, you'll be richly rewarded." Before Fey Reyna could speak, Ying stepped forward and said, "It was me." "A woman?" The king was momentarily stunned, but quickly recovered. "Good, good. As long as you get us out, you can choose any treasure from the royal vault." The king must be joking. "I only need you to answer one question. Do you know Katarina?" Ying looked at him expressionlessly, her wand already in hand. A flash of panic crossed the king's face, but he shook his head. "Never heard of her." The queen stared at him in shock. "You." Ying tossed out a few vine seeds. They sprouted instantly, thick vines growing and pushing the queen and princess aside before binding the king tightly, leaving only his head exposed. The king was terrified. "What are you doing? Are you trying to murder your king?" "Miss Ying, what are you doing?" Prince Fey Reyna was also stunned. Ying said nothing. Under her command, the vines carried both the king and herself out onto the balcony. She threw out a flying carpet, which carried her through the thorns and into the air outside, the king still suspended in midair, bound by vines. "You may not know this, but witches are most sensitive to their own bloodlines. I also heard there's a painting in your study? Do you really not know the name Katarina?" Ying's voice was flat, her eyes as cold as if she were looking at a corpse. The king looked down at the writhing thorn forest below, panic-stricken. I remember now. I slept too long and forgot. Katerina was the love of my life. Are you her daughter? Then I'm your father. How is that possible? The queen, who had chased to the balcony, couldn't believe what she was hearing. Daughter? The king had a daughter this old? Wah! Sleeping Beauty burst into tears. Father! Miss Ying, don't do anything rash. Fei Reyna shouted. Ying ignored them. Father? A witch doesn't need a father, especially not a hypocritical, treacherous one. I'm only 9 days older than Benny. You must have been busy, father. My mother died because of you. There's nothing more to say. The thorns below are already impatient. As king, you should be the one to resolve the curse you brought upon this land. Your retribution has come. No. It's not like that. You can't kill your own father, the king screamed. But the vines had already loosened, and the king plummeted from the sky with a scream. Below, the thorns rejoiced. He really was the father of Ying's current body, and her mother, Katerina, had died cursing him. When Ying first saw him, she'd realized, thanks to her own knowledge of curse magic, that the source of the curse was this king. All these thorn trees were born from Katerina's hatred. Only by having the king killed by the thorns could the hatred be dispelled and the curse on this land be lifted. The so-called palace protection was simply a barrier that prevented witches from entering and magic from being used. That's why the thorn trees, born of a curse, couldn't enter, only surround the palace, trapping everyone inside. But Ying was an exception, since she was also of royal blood. The barrier didn't work on her. The thorns stretched taut, stabbing toward the king. 1,000 arrows through the heart would be no worse. As the king died, the thorn trees were stained with blood, the color spreading rapidly. Then, countless thorn trees began to shrink toward the spot, redder and brighter by the moment. In the end, the entire thorn forest condensed into a single seed, blood red and emerald green intertwined. A gentle magic lifted it and brought it to Ying. Mother. Tears streamed down her face. The seed landed in her palm, its magic gently caressing her head and spreading out across the land. Everywhere the thorns had ravaged, greenery now sprang forth and flowers bloomed. The king's twisted, scar-riddled corpse stood in stark contrast to the lush, blooming flowers that now covered the land. On the balcony, the queen didn't know whether to feel joy or sorrow. So the root of the curse was the king himself. It wasn't the royal family that had offended the witch, just the king, and in the most despicable way, by playing with someone's feelings. And this was the man she had married. Had she really hoped for love from him? As king, even when he saw the entire kingdom destroyed by thorns, he still refused to tell the truth, instead fabricating lies about an evil witch. How laughable! He was unworthy not only as a husband, but as a king. He had deceived her and the people. Prince Fina was utterly stunned. In his mind, fairies had always been gentle and kind. No one had ever told him they could kill with such ruthlessness. Now, he truly believed fairies were just witches. Ying had no time to care about them. She was focused on the seed in her hand. Blood-red thorn seed. Function, born of a curse and bound by a blessing. This is a collective embodiment of the life and will of the Thorne Forest, a mutated companion thorn rooted in both curse and blessing magic. Its texture is as hard as steel, with powerful vitality and regenerative abilities. Once bonded by a magical contract, it grows alongside its host, its life linked to theirs. When the host faces mortal danger, it can help the host survive by sacrificing part of itself. The host has complete control over it. Physical conversion, 500 source energy each. Physical description, same as above. Source energy conversion, not available. Ying keenly noticed the word will. So her earlier feeling hadn't been an illusion. The Thorne Forest really did have a will of its own. A companion thorn that could form a contract? That could root itself in magic and grow stronger with its host? And could help its host survive by sacrificing part of itself? She wasn't sure exactly how that worked, but she knew this was something precious. She'd have to form a contract to find out the details. but she definitely couldn't use it in the Emerald world. Here, as long as you didn't get obsessed with love or abuse magic, witches could basically do as they pleased. Rather than use it here, it was much better to convert it into a physical item. And it only cost 500 source energy. What a bargain. It was much cheaper than things like the magic cottage or the space travel trunk. Of course, that was because the blood-red thorn seed wasn't man-made. The more artificial an item, the more source energy it took to convert. She decisively chose to convert it. Your trial character Ying in the Emerald world has participated in a major historical event. You have gained 1,000 source energy and 1 world consciousness fragment. Another fragment. This journey had finally come to a close. Ying flew over to the balcony. The thorns are gone. You should be able to leave safely now, so I'll be on my way. Where are you going? Prince Fina asked, his feelings complicated. He didn't even know why he was asking. He had no right to interfere. Of course, I'm continuing my journey. With that, Ying hopped onto her flying carpet and left in style. With the fragment in hand, she had no more reason to stay. She had no intention of getting involved in whatever happened next. She didn't care about the rest of Sleeping Beauty and the prince's story. Even though Sleeping Beauty was technically her half-sister, the girls still had her mother to protect her. As for Ying, the only time she'd ever felt a hint of motherly love was that fleeting wisp of magic that brushed her hair, a trace of Katarina's power, now vanished from this world. The Thorne Forest might be gone, but so was the Thorne Kingdom. All that remained was a queen and a princess with the mind of a child. Even if, in this world, princesses could inherit the throne and there was still plenty of treasure in the palace, there was no one left to serve them. Without subjects, there was no kingdom. Whether 2 powerless women could even keep their wealth was uncertain. At least the queen was the half-sister of the current king of the Rose Kingdom. If she wanted to keep her fortune, she could always rely on the Rose Kingdom. This vast, fertile land would probably end up in the Rose Kingdom's hands. In the end, the Rose Kingdom turned out to be the biggest beneficiary of all this. Thanatos really lived up to her reputation as a prophetic witch. This marriage alliance was well worth it. No wonder the king and queen of the Rose Kingdom had dared to let Fina venture into the Thorne Forest alone. Reality is never a fairy tale. Sometimes Ying found it ironic. Ever since she graduated, none of the kings she'd met were the upright gentlemen from the stories. Yet they had all once been the perfect princes of those fairy tales. Even Fina, the male lead of Sleeping Beauty, wasn't as idealistic as the story made him out to be. Compared to these wonderful fairy tale heroes, it was the so-called evil witches who were truly wronged. It was as if the witch forest was the only pure land left in this world. Ying pulled herself from her thoughts. Next stop, Moon Harbor. Moon Harbor was located in the kingdom of Brushbill. Among all the poetic, romantic-sounding kingdoms, the name Brushbill seemed especially plain. In her previous life, she'd heard a fairy tale about the king of Brushbill and a proud princess. But in that story, Brushbill was actually a mocking nickname the princess gave the king because his chin looked like a bird's beak. Who would name their country after such an insult? She wondered if this kingdom of Brushbill had anything to do with that king. If so, maybe she could find another fragment there. With some time left in her trial, Ying called Windsor through the bellflower stamen that connected their worlds. Hello? Windsor. I'm here. Windsor's voice came through. The curse on the Thorne Kingdom is broken. I should arrive at Moon Harbor earlier than expected. You don't have any travel plans, do you? Ying asked. Nope. I really like it here in Moon Harbor. The people are open-minded, it's lively every day, though their sense of style is a bit odd. But that's no big deal. My perfumes are really popular here, so I plan to stay a few more years. I've opened a perfume shop called Azure Fragrance on King's Cross Street. Just come find me when you arrive. Moon Harbor won't disappoint you. Windsor said happily. Weird? How so? Ying asked, curious. Ahem, that's a secret. You'll see when you get here, Windsor teased. Ying. She regretted using the last bit of her trial time to call Windsor. On the surface, she'd be reaching Moon Harbor soon, but in reality, she was about to return to the real world. Who knew when she'd have enough time for another trial? Windsor, just you wait. Now you're even learning to keep me in suspense. Ying hung up the bellflower in frustration. The trial ended, and she woke up on the bed in her space travel trunk. The first thing Ying did when she got back was check on the blood-red bramble seed she had just transformed. It looked exactly the same as it had in the Emerald World. She channeled her magic to envelop the seed. The seed slowly floated up. Whoosh! Whoosh! The round little seeds suddenly bristled, sprouting a bunch of fine needle-like thorns. In the blink of an eye, it puffed up from a tiny ball into a big fluffy mass, rubbing itself against her magic, greedily absorbing it. After a while, it grew even bigger, then started to elongate, turning into a blood-red bramble branch, with emerald green patterns running along its surface. It kept growing and growing, though the branch itself didn't get much longer. Instead, its roots stretched out eagerly, wrapping around her fingers and the back of her hand. From the moment it sprouted, Ying could feel the connection between herself and the plant. Unlike other plants, it didn't need to root itself in soil. As a companion plant, it could root itself anywhere on her body and grow together with her. Only this way could it help her survive in a crisis, sacrificing a part of itself to save her life. Once the contract was complete, the blood-red bramble's life became linked to hers. It was essentially a part of her body, even granting her some of its traits and abilities. It was a bit like those beast-taming novels, where the contractor and their beast share skills by merging together. Of course, Little Red was still weak for now, and its abilities weren't very strong. But as long as Ying kept nourishing it with curse magic and blessing magic, it would grow stronger and stronger. Even her own power-ups would benefit Little Red. In the future, once she reached a certain level, she could even use the bramble's ability to regenerate from severed branches to save her own life. Even now, Little Red was already very useful. Oh, and Little Red was the name Ying had given to the blood-red bramble. When Little Red's roots spread to her forearm, Ying said, "Let's stop here." Little Red nodded its pointy head at her, and the entire bramble branch turned into a stream of red and green light, merging into her arm. A small red bramble tattoo now adorned her forearm. If she scratched it, Little Red would squirm out, wrapping itself around her finger and darting about, as if giggling. Its thorns would soften and curl up, making it look like a sparsely haired red caterpillar. You have contracted with the blood-red bramble, forming a symbiotic bond. Constitution +3. Gained special skill, Bramble Lord. A new notification popped up. She hadn't expected her constitution to jump by 3 points all at once. That was a lot. As a druid whose constitution had just barely reached the average, only 10 points, her HP was only a bit higher than a typical mage or priest. Physical toughness had always been her weak point. Without using wild shape, she could only rely on ranged spells or agile close combat. But now, those 3 extra constitution points pushed her HP up to 590. She was almost on par with melee classes now. Little Red, you're amazing. Ying couldn't help poking the bramble tattoo on her arm again. Even though curly Little Red felt a bit stiff to the touch, not as soft and squishy as Ruagungun, it was still adorable. As for the skills she gained, it was basically a collection of all the abilities she could use through Little Red. Bramble Lord. As the master of the blood-red bramble, you can command it to transform into armor, weapons, or even magical implements to assist you in battle. You can also rapidly heal injuries using the bramble's regenerative powers. Just don't forget to feed it after a fight. An undernourished bramble can't even keep its thorns up. Little Red, armor up. Ying sent the command to Little Red, who was now completely in sync with her. Starting from her arm, a suit of blood-red bramble armor quickly spread over her entire body. This was living armor, adjusting its shape to fit her movements and body. The side touching her skin was smooth and warm, while the thorns were all on the outside. Most of them curled into red rose-like carvings, looking like delicate engravings on the armor. Only her shoulders, the backs of her hands, and the outer sides of her arms had some sharp spikes. The helmet looked like a crown of thorns. It looked beautiful, but its effects were even more impressive. The blood-red bramble was as hard as steel, with incredible defense. Even if damaged, it could heal itself rapidly. It was basically an upgraded version of her bramble forest spell, far stronger than Barkskin, and possibly even better than the 4th-level Stone Skin spell. Despite its amazing defense, the armor was much lighter than metal armor, lighter even than regular leather armor. And if anyone tried to attack her up close, all those rose-shaped carvings would instantly pop open, turning into sharp spikes. If they pierced flesh, they could even hook into the enemy and tear out a chunk of meat, a truly bloody suit of armor. Just this armor transformation alone made Mooing feel like she'd hit the jackpot. On top of that, Little Red could also transform into a weapon or a magical implement, in any shape she wanted. It could become a bramble longsword, a bramble dagger, or even a heavy bramble mace. With this, she'd never have to worry about weapons again. Even though it wasn't technically equipment, it was just as good as the armored wood sword and dagger Grandpa Xiaomu had made for her, and it could even grow stronger. Magical implements usually referred to gear that aided spellcasting, like staves, which could channel mana and amplify spells. Little Red could do that too. It could serve as her druidic focus to help her connect with nature, or as a wand to channel her magic. It felt like it was part of her own body, all her power was intimately connected to it and could flow through it. As a bramble wand, Little Red was even more comfortable to use than the one she'd made herself. It felt like an extension of her arm, letting her channel magic smoothly and even boosting her spell effects a bit. It also amplified her spells to some extent, though the boost was limited and the defense wasn't invincible, about on par with purple tier equipment. The key was that it was alive. Little Red was completely in sync with her and would obey her commands unconditionally. But it wasn't rigid in battle. It could react appropriately at the best moment, almost as if it were intelligent. The result was definitely greater than the sum of its parts. Mooing even felt she could go toe-to-toe with warriors now. Wearing this, even warriors without gauntlets would hesitate to punch her, since even if she took the hit, their hands would probably fare worse. The bramble's thorns would suddenly hook out and do some real damage. Who would ever guess that the decorative roses on her armor were actually curled-up bramble thorns? And that they could suddenly bristle out like that? Hee. Imagining that satisfying scene, Mooing couldn't help but laugh out loud. What a huge win. Gun, confused face. Did my master go silly? Why is she laughing so loudly? When Mooing saw Gun come back, she introduced, "Look, this is our new little friend, Xiao Hong." Xiao Hong poked her head out from Mu Ying's arm, tilting her head as she eyed the furry creature. So many spikes, so impressive. Sensing Xiao Hong's emotions, Mooing couldn't help but laugh. Gun was a panda, not a hedgehog. She brought her arm closer to Gun, who carefully reached out a paw to poke the little red creature. Xiao Hong shyly curled up into a ball. /Omega, hee. So soft. Gun. Is this a sensitive plant or something? It's not even that prickly. Boring. Time to get back to business. Gun couldn't stand another second in this pitch-black underground. It missed its bamboo grove, missed the scenery of its own territory. It poked its master and pointed outside. Huh? Something up? Mooing asked in surprise. Lately, after running out of mana, she'd been doing other things in the portable space suitcase or going on trials. Gun, bored, would sometimes take the wall-peeking mirror outside to look for clues. Gun nodded, patting its chest. Even though Gun had raised false alarms several times before, Mooing didn't dare ignore anything unusual. This time was no different. She followed Gun out of the suitcase and into the deep tunnel she'd dug. Gun carried the wall-peeking mirror to the lower left corner of the wall, adjusted the angle a few times, then motioned for her to look. In the corner of the mirror, there was a quail egg-sized gap, looking sharp-edged. Could this be the corner of a room? Mooing felt hopeful. Her mana had just recovered a bit, so she immediately started digging. Sure enough, she broke through to a hole. Looking inside, she saw an empty stone chamber. In the center, on a raised platform, was a thoroughly shattered stone sculpture in the shape of a city. Looking closely, she could spot some edges and corners that looked just like the miniature model she kept in her ring. Found it. Ying was breathless with excitement. It hadn't been easy. She jumped down through the hole. Where was the newborn dungeon's core? Ow! Ying cried out in pain. What was that? Looking down, she saw a fist-sized little stone clinging to her foot, biting her toe. It had even broken through her barkskin spell, biting 2 small holes in the shoes made by her shape-shifting cloak. Blood welled up and was licked away by the little stone. When Ying looked over, the little stone retracted its tiny fangs and gazed at her with pitiful beady eyes, reaching out its little hands. Mama, hug. You have received the newborn dungeon's active recognition. Dungeon interface unlocked. Ying. Help. Aren't newborn dungeons supposed to be super cautious, disguising themselves as rocks to hide? Why does this one cling to her so eagerly? She had a really bad feeling about this. It was one thing to be loved by plants. After all, she was a druid plus high elf plus green witch combo, so plants being drawn to her was normal. But a dungeon? Why her? Mama, hungry. The little stone whimpered at her, flattening itself like a stone pancake to show how hungry it was. Ying helplessly picked it up. Even though it had clung to her first, she'd come here to find it anyway. Whatever pitfalls there were, she'd just have to deal with them. With trembling hands, she summoned the player handbook and flipped to the newly unlocked interface. Dungeon. Dungeon. Age, none. Size, none. Your dungeon is gaunt and severely malnourished. Please feed it as soon as possible, or it might starve to death. Ying. So that's why it was about to starve, so it desperately sought out someone to feed it. How to feed it? The little stone blinked, then pulled out a stone tablet book from its belly. Who knew how such a tiny thing could pull out such a big book? Guide to feeding your baby dungeon? The writing was conveniently in the common tongue, but what was with the baby part? The little stone pointed at itself. I've been hungry since birth, I'm the baby. Ying rolled her eyes and opened to the first page, reading, Baby dungeons mustn't go hungry. If they get as thin as a stone pancake, they're not far from dying. The little stone nodded, flattening itself into a stone pancake. That's right, that's me. If I don't get fed soon, I'll die. Ying wasn't buying it. This stone pancake was actually pretty thick. Maybe it really was malnourished, but it wasn't on death's door yet. Before a baby dungeon turns 1, it hasn't grown teeth and can only eat fine stone powder. It needs to eat about a ton of stone powder to reach 1 year old. But if it's already starved into a stone pancake, it must first eat stone milk for a while to recover to 0 years old before it can start on stone powder, or else it'll get diarrhea. Stone milk is a slurry made by the dungeon mama, mixing stone powder and water with love. No wonder there were so many stone fragments in this chamber, but not a speck of dust. The little stone must have eaten it all. But now it needed stone milk, which wasn't rare, just labor-intensive, since it had to be ground by hand. This really was a baby-raising guide. She kept reading. At 1 year old, the baby dungeon grows its first little room and can start gnawing on small stones. At 2, it can chew on stone slabs and keeps eating. At 3, the baby dungeon's diet gets more complex. Different stones help it grow different bodies, but only emotional energy can help it grow special features. The baby dungeon has inherited a legacy from its predecessors, especially the Nether Spring. Be sure to take it to inherit and consume it. After quickly reviewing the dungeon's growth stages and feeding methods, Ying realized that only the first year was tricky. A starved baby dungeon was even more troublesome, needing handmade stone milk to nurse it back to health. But after that, things got much easier. Small stones and stone slabs were easy to find. And seeing the bit about the predecessor's legacy and the Nether Spring at the end, Ying felt it was all worth it. Though she'd have to raise it a bit before it could inherit, it was the Nether Spring. Didn't that mean the little stone came with its own food supply for after age 3? It was just too small to eat it now. If she raised it to age 3, it could go gnaw on the Grand Dungeon. The Grand Dungeon was huge. She'd only explored a few lower levels so far, and the top 3 levels were the real prize. Even if it could only absorb half, it would be a massive gain. So even if she'd have to wrestle with a stone for a while, Ying was willing. Now, looking at this clingy little stone, she found it much more endearing. She patted its stone pancake body. Don't worry, I'll make you some stone milk as soon as we get out. Having found the mini dungeon, Ying's mission was finally complete. She could finally go home. She returned to the entrance of Civilian Tomb number 112. This wall was the only place connecting the outer tombs to the main area of the dungeon. Everywhere else, the tombs were separated by layers of earth. The dungeon was Littlestone's emergency food supply, so she had to leave it for her. Likewise, it was best to keep the dungeon's existence a secret for now. So she needed to find a way to patch up this last loophole. After thinking it over, Ying set up a small camp of just 500 square meters outside the passageway to Tomb 112. She then dug out parts of the stone wall on either side of the tomb's entrance, as well as some of the floor tiles outside, completely severing its connection to the rest of the dungeon. Next, she went to the soil layers between other tombs, dug up a lot of earth, and used it to fill the gap, sealing it off with a stone wall. The edge of the small camp fit snugly against this stone wall. For now, the camp would be for her use alone. If someone dug through the dead-end passageway from the neighboring tomb, all they'd see was an ordinary layer of earth, nothing to suggest there was anything special hidden beyond. Even if someone noticed something odd and dug their way over, the camp's protective barrier would block them, and they wouldn't be able to get past the stone wall. Plus, she'd be alerted immediately. This way, the dungeon's secret could be kept safe for the time being. Plus, the camp could be linked to her territory's short-range teleportation array, making it much easier for Ying to come and go in the future. With Littlestone in one arm and holding Gun's hand with the other, she disappeared down the passageway. When she reappeared, the spring sunlight made her squint. She really hadn't seen the sun for a long time. Even though she had darvision and could see in the dark, darkness was still just darkness. This brilliant blue sky, the lazy drifting clouds, the dazzling sunlight, and the breeze brushing over mountains and meadows, none of it could be matched by the gloomy underground. Ying took a deep breath and let it out slowly. It felt so good. Only now did she realize that, even though she often visited the Emerald World to relax, she'd actually been tense all this time. Big sis. Big sis. Big sis. Mama. Mama doesn't like being called Mama, call her Big sis. Oh, Big sis. Hearing the crisp little voices, Ying looked over. The gemstone fairies were fluttering over on their tiny wings, throwing themselves into her arms. 1, 2, 3, 4. Ying glanced at the gemstone tree. Sure enough, there was a new leaf and another little house under the tree. Mama. Big sis, I'm Dong Dong. The gemstone fairy, dressed in a skirt of fine green grass and wearing a pink-purple flower and a blue berry on her head, lifted her skirt and curtsied, 2 little blushes blooming on her cheeks. Mama it is then. Ying let it go. With so many little ones, she was getting used to being called Mama. She already had a baby stone to raise, what's a few more kids? Peach Blossom got excited at once. Mama, I missed you so much. Mint poked her little fingers together. Mama. Iron Bamboo kept a straight face. Mama. Finally, the new little one hugged her finger. Mama, Mama, Mama. Littlestone, my mama. Oh. Ying ignored Littlestone and pinched the little gemstone fairy. You're a Mondo fairy? She'd planted Mondo grass in the empty plots of her garden, and this year's crop was indeed growing much better than last year's. Even though she'd used plant growth magic on the land, it still shouldn't be time for Mondo grass to flower en masse, and yet a small patch had already produced berries. Her garden's Mondo grass was a bit out of season. The gemstone fairies born from the gemstone tree always matched the nearby plants, each with their own specialty. For example, Peach Blossom had the greatest effect on peach trees, Mint was best at tending mint, and Iron Bamboo had a big impact on the bamboo grove. But as gemstone fairies, they could take care of other plants too, just not as well as their specialty. With Peach Blossom around, the peach grove stayed green even in winter, the flowering season was extra long, and fruit ripened early. If not picked in time, the fruit wouldn't rot, it would just stay in perfect condition on the tree. But she couldn't do the same for other fruit trees, she couldn't make them flower and bear fruit out of season, only help them grow more vigorously. That's right. I made the little berries grow. Dong Dong said happily, picking a berry and handing it to her. Thank you, Dong Dong. Mooing poked the fairy's rosy cheek and popped the berry in her mouth. Her eyes lit up. So sweet. The mutated mondo berries were edible, but usually not very sweet and a bit tart. But this one burst with sweet juice at the first bite, with only a hint of tartness, much tastier. Little Red poked her head out from Mu Ying's arm, curling her little thorns as she curiously eyed the fairies. Dong Dong poked Little Red. Want to try one? Little Red nodded. Gemstone fairies really were nature's darlings and experts at tending plants. They had no trouble communicating with Little Red. Soon, Little Red's thorns were decorated with a bunch of blueberries. Little Red puffed up her chest, very pleased with her new look. Little Stone, slurp Grandma. Mooing. She still had a baby stone about to faint from hunger. Luckily, only she, the owner and Stone Mom, could hear its voice, or she'd die of embarrassment. As for a certain big fur ball who'd abandoned her the moment they got back, dashing off to the bamboo grove, she couldn't count on that one. She'd have to handle this herself. Stone milk was no problem for her. She returned to the Magic Cottage's potion workshop and took out her grinding tools. Then she pulled a thick stone slab from her storage, used stone shaping to break off a palm-sized chunk, crushed it, put some into the mortar, buffed herself with a strength spell, and started grinding, adding water as she went. Mortar, oh. Little Stone. As the mortar silently screamed and Little Stone drooled, the stone powder mixed with water and turned into a slurry. Is this good enough? Mooing, novice Stone Mom, asked her stone baby. Little Stone nodded eagerly. Wanna eat? Mooing got a small wooden bowl, poured in the stone milk, and dropped Little Stone right in. Little Stone. Slurp slurp my miamia. Mooing watched as the cloudy, grayish-white stone slurry was sucked in through Little Stone's tiny mouth, then squirted out the hole on the other end, now crystal clear. Little Stone's biscuit-like body even plumped up a little. Mooing. Little Stone, is your dungeon's digestive tract just a straight line? You don't need to digest anything? The Little Stone lay flat like a pancake, then split down the middle into two smaller pancakes, revealing a belly identical to its own. There's nothing there. Well, that made sense. It was a stone through and through, so of course it'd be stone all the way inside. Are you full yet? Mooing asked. Little Stone. Mooing understood and dutifully started grinding again. Raising a kid is no easy task. Fortunately, Little Stone wasn't a bottomless pit. After about 2 bowls, it was finally full for now. Mooing picked it up and went to find Copper Coin 559. He'd provided the exploration equipment, so it was only right to report back. You're back? How'd it go? As soon as Copper Coin 559 saw her, he stood up, face full of anticipation. Mooing lifted the limp Little Stone in her hand. Here, meet Little Stone, a half-starved baby dungeon. You did it. Copper Coin 559 leaned in, excitedly examining the unremarkable-looking stone. This is a dungeon? It really does look just like a rock. It's half dead from hunger. It'll need a long time of eating stone milk, hand-ground by its contractor, to recover. After that, it'll need stone powder for a while. Once it's grown, it can go look for the nether spring to inherit. If it works out, I'll give you a share, assuming the nether spring still exists and is usable, Mooing explained. She'd only found Little Stone thanks to all the info and the wall-peeking mirror provided by 559. He deserved his share. 559's eyes crinkled with a smile. I knew I was right about you. You've got guts. His best decision was not getting greedy and handing things over to the most suitable person. And this person wasn't stingy either. Dungeons were precious, but you needed the luck to get one, the resources to raise it, and the ability to keep it safe. Since I'm so gutsy, how about giving me a fair price for these? Mooing took out everything she'd collected from the dungeon. There was a bronze coffin with a corpse inside, several wooden coffins, 2 poison needle boxes and their notes, and the bizarre manuscript of that poet, which she'd already finished reading and found disappointing, so she might as well sell it. She also had some ordinary jewelry from Queen Gouland, keeping only the space ring, a few ever-burning lamps, and the miniature model of the Gouland dungeon. Finally, she even took off her own leather breastplate and a few other pieces of armor. Now that she had Little Red, she didn't need them anymore. All this is from the Ghoul dungeon? 559 asked. Mewing nodded. These pieces were even Queen Galan's personal jewelry. Don't try to fool me. Queen Galand was one of the richest women in history. These trinkets don't really fit her status, do they? 559 was skeptical. That set Mewing off. Can you believe Queen Galand lived in her lover's memorial tomb? The place wasn't even as big as your pawnshop. What? Tell me the details. Who wouldn't be curious about the gossip of a famous historical figure, especially one who vanished so mysteriously? Mewing glanced aside. All this stuff is taking up space. How about we do business first? 559. Why did he just think she was generous? Was he blind? If he didn't offer a good price, he could forget about hearing the story. Reluctantly, 559 pulled out his abacus. Bronze coffins aren't worth as much as before. Several have turned up recently, so the price has dropped. Even with a corpse inside, I'll give you 5 gold. Wooden coffins with corpses, 10 silver each. These 2 boxes, even if you say they had poison needles, the needles are gone. The notes inside are interesting, though 5 silver each. The manuscript is well preserved and valuable for research, 25 gold. As for the jewelry, even if it belonged to Queen Galand, the style is plain and not very exquisite, 10 gold. These pieces of armor are low quality, 1 silver at most. That's 47 gold and 11 silver in total. That's a fair price. Make it 50 gold, flat. The dungeon is sealed for now, but there's more good stuff to come. These coffins are just from the commoners section. There are noble tombs further in. I'll sell you everything then, so let's make this quick. Mewing haggled. The bronze coffin at 5 gold was way too cheap last time. Old Mao and the others got at least twice that. 559 clutched his chest in mock pain. Who bargains like you? So ruthless. You're not going to lose out, Mewing said. 559 snorted and handed over a pouch of coins. If you weren't a lord, I'd recommend you join the Copper Coin Merchant Guild, just for your miserly ways. Money in hand, she didn't care if he called her a miser or a money grubber. A good deal was a good deal. With such a big territory, she had to be frugal. Everything cost money. She conveniently ignored the piles of income sitting in her warehouse. Aside from 559, she couldn't talk to anyone else about the dungeon. In fact, she rather enjoyed venting and chatting with him. 559 made a great straight man. After gossiping about Queen Galand, Mewing left the copper coin pawnshop satisfied. What next? Mewing felt a little lost. She was out of mana, couldn't practice spells, and there was nothing urgent in her territory. She was actually free. Maybe she'd go sunbathe on Moon Lake? It had been ages since she'd turned into a turtle to bask. Such beautiful spring sunshine and scenery, it would be a shame not to enjoy it. She blinked and teleported to the lotus platform in the center of Moon Lake, then flopped down and turned into a turtle. Bliss. She closed her eyes, savoring the beautiful spring afternoon. Little stone, hungry. Mewing. She hadn't even warmed up her shell yet. She'd forgotten baby stones get hungry fast. Her sunbathing was cut short before it even began. Mewing sighed and teleported back to her territory. 2 little turtles, who just climbed up, tilted their heads at the now empty lotus platform. Plop, plop. Their short legs gave out, and they slipped back into the water. Passing players by Moon Lake saw this and said to their friends, "Wasn't that the Lord just now? Why'd she leave so quickly?" She used to sunbathe for hours, sometimes even days. No idea. Haven't seen her in days. I heard she was searching every inch of the ghoul crypt for secret rooms. Wonder if she found anything. That place has been turned upside down. Even the doors with arcane locks have been forced open. What could be left? Didn't you see the announcement about the merman's statue? The Lord must have gone to deal with that. Mewing truly had no intention of provoking either the merman village or the blood raven nest right now. She just couldn't feel safe until she'd finished learning all the combat spells on her list. During breaks from dungeon exploration, she'd already mastered spike stones and had just learned Wall of Fire, a spell she'd specifically prepared to deal with the merfolk, since they were especially afraid of fire. Because of the underground environment's limitations, she'd pushed Levitate, originally her second priority, further down the list. While feeding Little Stone, she'd already decided, for the time being, she'd stay put in her territory and focus on studying spells. At the very least, she wanted to get a good grasp of several combat spells before tackling those two threats. But plans never keep up with changes. That day, while practicing Levitate in the plantation, she saw from a distance a dense, black cloud surging toward the territory. It was a flock of blood ravens. Like a plague of locusts, they devoured every living creature with flesh and blood, a foul wind sweeping in their wake. The players who saw the black cloud all rushed back to the territory as fast as they could. Blood ravens only targeted living, fleshy creatures, so the private plantation area was relatively safe. Judging from their flight path, the ravens weren't heading for the main territory, but toward the rocky forest. We're doomed. The blood raven nest really has migrated south. Are we going to end up like Linglong Gorge Camp? One player, who narrowly escaped the massacre at Linglong Gorge, trembled as he watched the flock. What are you afraid of? Our territory's shield is level 8. If it can't hold, we can upgrade it again. Look at our lord. She either gives her earnings back to the people or invests them in developing the territory. She hardly spends anything on herself. Isn't this money meant for dealing with crises like this? Besides, if Chishan Town can't hold, then no other camp in this world can. Exactly. We're a town-level territory, not an unclaimed camp. Instead of worrying, you might as well hurry to the livestock camp and grab a spot. Looks like the ravens are heading that way. Didn't the people from Linglong Gorge used to brag about having a flock of blood ravens delivering materials to their doorstep every day? To players, blood ravens were not only a nightmare but also a chance to strike it rich. The first thing many did after returning to the territory was teleport to the livestock camp. Muing teleported over as well, her levitate spell still active. She appeared in midair, rose a bit higher, and arrived at the edge of the livestock camp's shield from above. She'd just been practicing spells, so her mana was running low, but with the territory shield in place, she could try close combat. Donning her thorn armor, she summoned a massive black scythe. Blood ravens were mindless undead, and the Scythe of Balance was their nemesis. The huge number of livestock in the camp had indeed attracted the ravens. When Muing arrived, they were clashing with a few griffins that usually hovered over the pastures, eyeing the livestock. The ravens swarmed them like maggots on a corpse. As soon as Muing appeared, her scythe swept across, creating a gap in the flock. Blood raven corpses rained down. Individually, blood ravens were incredibly weak, and with the Scythe of Balance's bonus against undead, they stood no chance. But there were just too many of them. The gap her scythe carved was filled in less than a second. Muing never intended to wipe them all out by herself. Anyone who'd seen the scale of a blood raven nest would know better. All she could do was kill as many as she could. For now, it seemed the ravens couldn't break through the level 8 shield. As long as everyone stayed inside, they were safe. So she kept swinging her scythe, calm and unhurried. Unable to help, Leuashia watched from under the eaves, exclaiming, "Oh my god, who is that? She can fly. So cool." Jing was watching too, and noticed the streak of dark green hair. "That's the Lord. Wow, when did she get such awesome armor? It's gorgeous. And that badass scythe. Who needs men anyway?" Leuashia was both envious and admiring. Other players fighting the ravens felt the same. Those with ranged attacks just picked a spot and fired into the sky. The ravens were so dense, even the worst aim couldn't miss. Those without ranged attacks fought at the edge of the shield, sometimes even more efficiently than the ranged attackers. But the highest point of the shield, where no one else's attacks could reach, was dominated by a petite figure in crimson armor wielding a giant scythe. With every swing, a heap of blood ravens fell. This scene left a deep impression on many. Her invincible form became the starting point of many players' dreams of becoming strong. After a fierce battle, the blood ravens finally retreated, leaving feathers everywhere. The livestock were frightened by the rain of corpses, and Zheng Jing was busy calming them down. Ying descended from the sky. The area beneath her was littered with her spoils, and no one dared touch them. She had to admit, killing blood ravens from behind the shield was satisfying, but picking up all those feathers was a pain. Still, they could be sold for money. She glanced at the townsfolk, who were eyeing her furtively. If she started picking up feathers herself, it would ruin her image. With a grand gesture, Ying issued a territory quest. Territory quest: collect raven feathers. Quest description: help the Lord gather and sell raven feathers. Quest reward: 10% of the sales proceeds from the feathers. Quest requirements: none. Quest duration: starts now. It was a bit of a slapdash quest. But as soon as it was posted, players snapped it up. Who would turn down easy money for bending over? Some who hadn't made it in time to fight the ravens hurried over. Hurry, the Lord's giving out benefits again. Collect feathers for a cut, kids could do this. Is the Lord just trying to share more money with us? 10% of the sales is generous. Too bad there's no territory contribution. Don't be greedy, man. Contribution points are precious. I don't really care about the money, I just want to get a closer look at the Lord's armor. So cool. Total queen vibes. I love it. Looks like Thorne armor. Doesn't seem heavy either. When will the armor shop get new stock? I want to wear something that cool too. I doubt the shop can make something like that. No way Paul could craft it. Even the best stuff in the shop isn't that high quality. I bet it's at least purple grade. While eating dinner that night, Ying was scrolling through the player forums for entertainment when she suddenly spotted a post titled, "The Queen Finally Has a Face." She clicked in to take a look. The first post was from the original poster. Oh my god, Ying was so cool today. That red thorn armor, that massive scythe, just one swing and blood crows came raining down. But the most important thing is, she can fly. She can fly. She can actually fly. It was like the air had weight, and she could step up and down on it. The moment I saw her, the queen finally had a face in my mind. Why doesn't the forum have an image upload function? When I got home, I angrily drew a picture of the Thorn Queen, but I can't even share it with you all. Sigh, half the fun's gone. Ying's gaze locked onto the words Thorn Queen. Not bad, you've got good taste. She kept reading. She can fly? Damn, does that mean druids get flying abilities at level 7? Humanity's ultimate dream has come true. Who cares about airplanes? Flying on your own is way cooler. If druids can fly at level 7, I bet mages and priests, other spellcasting classes, aren't far behind, right? Maybe skill-based classes will get it a bit later. I just wonder if our skill classes will get flying skills at all. Up. Are you in Qingshan Town? Show us the drawing, please. If it's good, I'll buy it. Me too. Willing to pay big money. It's just a drawing. Do you all have to go this far? Are people in Qingshan Town really this rich? You can barely afford food, but you've got spare cash for useless stuff like this. Picked up a bunch of crow feathers today, made a killing jealous? Even if you are, I'm not giving you any. Given everyone's enthusiasm, I've decided to display my artwork at the tavern tonight. If the price is right, you can even take it home. 8 p.m. sharp, don't miss it. Ying. Not bad business sense. Does this count as infringing on her portrait rights? Oh well, money from her subjects will end up in her pocket anyway. Since he called her queen, she'd let it slide. Tonight's forum posts were especially entertaining. After dinner, in high spirits, she set out on her flying carpet. There had been a lot of blood crows today, and they hadn't just attacked the livestock camp. By now, the crows should have returned to their roosts, so she wanted to check out their flight paths. If these crows kept harassing the territory day after day, it wouldn't be good. It'd affect everyone's ability to get around. Although the territory was now basically self-sufficient, with half the players having found jobs within it, so even staying inside for a while wouldn't mean starving. Still, everyone needed to fight and level up. Hiding in the territory every day just to fight blood crows wasn't a long-term solution. She wasn't sure how to deal with them yet, but gathering information in advance and looking for a solution couldn't hurt. She flew out on her magic carpet, heading first to the livestock camp, then following the traces left by the blood crows deeper into the rocky forest. Wild beasts and magical creatures alike hadn't escaped the blood crow's locust-like feeding. Every so often, she'd spot animal corpses picked nearly clean, nothing left but bones and scraps of hide. She even saw a fresh griffin skeleton not far from the livestock camp, probably the one that had been hanging around there earlier. A level 4 griffin couldn't even handle a swarm of level 1 blood crows. Sometimes, a group attack really is effective. A thought struck Ying, and she flew toward Griffin Cliff. Sure enough, it was a mess. Griffin Cliff had been attacked too. There were 2 or 3 griffin corpses at the base of the cliff. But overall, the griffins hadn't suffered too badly. Many were injured, but the number of dead was small compared to the whole group. However, several nests had been destroyed in the fighting, and quite a few griffin eggs had been smashed. The sight made Ying's heart ache. By now, it was dark. The griffins were still licking their wounds and rebuilding their nests. She wondered if there were any griffin eggs that had lost both parents in this disaster. Ying thought she'd be happy to take care of one. That griffin over there hadn't moved at all. She circled Griffin Cliff several times, noticing that one griffin on a ledge in the middle hadn't budged. Its feathers seemed unnaturally dark. Was it dead? Ying quietly approached on her flying carpet. Thanks to the carpet's magic that blocked other sight, she drew near the nest without anyone noticing. Griffins weren't as perceptive as Murlocs. With Murlocs, if you got within a certain range, they'd sense you instantly, even if you were invisible. That's why, even though Murlocs weren't strong individually, they could quickly react to danger. Griffins, on the other hand, had great eyesight and smell, but their sixth sense was weak. As long as she didn't get too close for them to catch her scent or notice a disturbance in the wind, the magic carpet kept her hidden. This time, Ying was really close. The griffin, wings spread and crouched over its nest, still didn't move. She caught a strong scent of blood. Looking closely, she saw its feathers were matted with blood, its body battered and covered in wounds, as if it had been pecked badly. Its eyes were tightly shut. It didn't move at all, no sign of breathing. It really did look dead. But its posture suggested it was protecting something. A red thorn wand appeared in Ying's hand. She gently lifted the griffin's body with the tip of the wand, revealing a flash of white underneath. Eggs. Ying's heart leapt. She nudged the carpet closer to the cliff. She tossed 2 vine seeds into the nest and cast a spell, making them prop up the griffin's corpse a bit. Its wings still drooped, so from a distance it didn't look like it was floating. Now she could see clearly. There were 3 big eggs under the griffin's belly. The vines reached out and slowly pushed the 3 eggs outward, little by little. Ying maneuvered the carpet to catch them. One by one, the eggs rolled onto the carpet. Got them. Ying hugged the 3 griffin eggs and made a swift getaway. She flew several miles away in one go, heart pounding from her first ever theft. Even though these griffin eggs were orphans and wouldn't survive if left there, there were still plenty of griffins back at the cliff. After calming down for a while, Ying started thinking about what to do with the 3 griffin eggs. She definitely didn't have time to raise them herself, and griffin mounts weren't that useful to her anyway. A magic carpet was much more convenient. Plus, she had her all form and could fly long distances on her own. So it'd be better to let someone else raise them. As for who, no need to think about it. Of course it would be Ying, who was always in charge of animal husbandry at the livestock camp. Ying had been studying animal taming for quite a long time now. She had practically carved out her own path as a beast master, branching off from the druid profession. Her animal communication skills were even better than Ying's. Through long periods of conversing with animals and experiencing life in animal form, she had discovered another way to gain professional experience in animal taming, and she had plenty of hands-on practice. The jumping rabbit and little galloping ox were both tamed by her, and even the notoriously bad-tempered fire-spitting chicken had been subdued. It no longer went around spewing fire everywhere. Knowing that Ying had been eyeing griffin eggs for ages, Ying wanted to share her joy with her as soon as possible. She took out a bellflower marked with Ying's tag to contact her. The bellflower connected, but the background on the other end was noisy and chaotic. Mooing, hello? Where are you right now? Jing jing, huh? What did you say? I can't hear you, hang on a sec. A minute later, things quieted down a bit on her end. I'm at the tavern watching an auction. Oh, did you know? A famous artist painted a scene of you fighting today. It looks amazing. They're auctioning it off right now. When I left just now, the bid was already up to 10 copper coins. Mooing could tell Zheng Jing was even more excited than she herself had been when she was sneaking the eggs. Jing Jing kept talking. Oh, and I heard the artist actually made 2 paintings, one is being auctioned, and the other he wants to give to you. He was just asking around for a way to contact you. Don't you want to come and see? No. That would be way too awkward. Mooing refused immediately, though she was genuinely curious. She added, help me pass on a message. He doesn't need to give me the other one. I'll buy it at the same price as the one at auction. Got it. I'll tell him right away. The flower drooped, and the bellflower connection was cut off. Under the pitch-black night sky, Mooing shivered in the cold wind. She looked at the flower in her hand, then at the eggs beside her and sighed. How did she end up getting led astray like this? Forget it. She'd check out the situation elsewhere first. Zheng Jing would definitely contact her again once there was news. She brought out a bamboo basket lined with grass and placed the 3 griffin eggs inside. Since the eggs were living creatures, she didn't dare put them in her spatial ring, so she just left them on her magic carpet. Following the traces of the blood crows northward, she reached the site of the old seaside city and suddenly noticed that the blood crows seemed to have gone all the way to the shore. Oh no, don't tell me they want to mess with the fishmen too? Mooing flew in that direction. From a distance, she could see that, unlike usual, the fishmen weren't sleeping, they were burying bodies. The fishmen village was a mess, with blood crow feathers scattered everywhere. Judging by the number of fishmen, the losses weren't too severe, probably because they could escape into the water. This time, she finally got a good look at what was inside the jars at the center of the altar. Corpses. They didn't even spare their own deadkin, stuffing them one by one into small jars, some mixed with blood crow feathers and remains. Then the jars were buried around the altar. A fishman wearing a robe made of seaweed and holding a staff adorned with fish scales and coral stood on the altar, swaying back and forth around the idol, chanting something, a full-on shamanic ritual. Although the fishman's movements looked bizarre, it was the only one allowed on the altar, the only one who could get close to the idol. The other fishmen, after burying the jars, only dared to kneel from afar and pray to the idol. Clearly, this fishman was the equivalent of a priestess or shaman among the merfolk. She was too far away to use Identify Creature to check its level. But watching this ritual made Mooing very uncomfortable. She didn't dare look directly at the idol, but just seeing the fishmen growing more and more frenzied and fanatical, she knew this was no good ritual. She needed to find a way to disrupt it. It had been a while since she'd burned down a village, and her freshly learned wall of fire spell hadn't had a chance to shine yet. She rode her magic carpet to a high altitude at the edge of the fishmen village. Then she slowly lowered her altitude, testing the fishmen's detection range. It didn't take long for the fishmen to sense something was off. Though they still couldn't see Mooing, they all raised their heads in unison, pinpointing her location. Stiff. Another incomprehensible language. The fishmen erupted into chaos, each grabbing a spear and running toward her. She was still quite high above the ground. Mooing had already experienced how high the fishmen could throw their spears. Even if these fishmen were a bit stronger than the ones she'd encountered in previous dungeons, their strength wasn't that much greater. They couldn't possibly reach her at this height. But she was still out of casting range. She hovered for a while, estimating the distance, then descended a bit more, just enough to enter spell-casting range. A long, thick wall of flame suddenly appeared in the middle of the fishmen village. Even though the sand on the ground was still damp and shallow seawater washed over it, the wall of fire conjured by her spell was unaffected, burning fiercely. This was way more efficient than her previous attempts at burning villages. She didn't attack the altar directly, but instead targeted the densely packed houses a little further away. Partly, she was wary of the fishman priest and the idol, and partly, She didn't want her wall of fire to be extinguished before it could do any damage. Based on her experience with the merfolk, also an aquatic race, even if the fishmen had fewer spellcasters, the priestly-looking fishmen could at least use water control magic. Being so close to the sea, if she got too near, her wall of fire would be instantly doused by waves conjured by their spells. Her caution paid off. The priest's casting range wasn't that far, and it seemed reluctant to interrupt its ritual dance halfway through. So it didn't chase after her with the other fishmen minions. Ying took the opportunity to cast Wall of Fire 3 times in a row, setting half the fishmen village ablaze. When the fishman priest finally couldn't take it anymore and rushed over to put out the fire, Ying flew her carpet higher, staying out of its casting range. Sure enough, the priest could control water waves over 10 meters high surged up, crashing down on the burning village again and again, quickly extinguishing the flames. But after being burned for a while and then battered by waves, the houses were a total wreck, and even the stored fish meat inside was ruined. The fishmen were furious. Even though they knew they couldn't reach her, they cursed from below, hurling spears one after another. Ying, seeing there was no more opportunity for attack, lost interest and decided to leave. Sidisf. The fishmen kept cursing and even chased after her for several hundred meters. They only stopped when their skin was starting to dry out. Ying felt thoroughly satisfied. She loved seeing them hopping mad, but completely helpless against her. After leaving the Fishoak village, they continued flying north. It wasn't long before they spotted the blood crow nest, shrouded in a swirling mass of black, vortex-like clouds. Judging by its position, it seemed to have moved at least a mile south. Ying was genuinely curious. How could such a massive nest have been relocated in one piece? Other than the spot where the nest now sat, there were no signs of the surrounding mountains, forests, or grasslands being crushed or disturbed. Clearly, it hadn't been dragged across the ground. If it hadn't been moved along the ground, then it must have been moved through the air. Could it be that the blood crows carried their entire nest as they flew? Ying pictured the scene in her mind. Just how many blood crows would it take to lift such a huge nest? The flocks they'd seen outside before must have only been a small portion. They'd killed quite a few blood crows today, but as she gazed at the nest from afar, the number of blood crows covering the forest of bones didn't seem any less than last time. It was still a dense, black mass, not a single gap in sight. But today, the sea of roses before the bone-white castle in the center of the forest wasn't as silent and desolate as before. There was a long table set up. At the head of the table, on a throne of bones, sat a woman in a pure black lace gown, holding a crystal goblet filled with deep red wine, swirling it slowly. Her head was bowed, long black hair veiling her face so Ying couldn't make out her features. There were others at the table too, 7 in total, all appearing to be men. But they were all standing, and the wine in their glasses looked murky. Only the woman on the throne lounged lazily, her wine sparkling and clear, even from this distance. All 8, 1 woman and 7 men, had jet black hair and pale skin. They looked human, but somehow not quite. After all, even among black-haired, black-eyed people in Xia, it was rare for hair to be so purely black. Most had dark brown tones. And these people were so pale, unnaturally so. What's more, the wine they drank came from the blood-red fountain at the center of the bowl-shaped nest. That wasn't wine at all. It was clearly the blood collected from the blood crow's slaughter. Strangely, Ying's eye of nature could sense a strong aura of natural revulsion and death from the blood crows, the forest of bones, the sea of roses, and even from the 7 men. Only the woman on the throne, though shrouded in the heaviest death aura, didn't seem to carry much of that natural revulsion, nor was she surrounded by the power of nature. What a strange person. Most living beings either have some trace of nature's power or, if not, carry the aura of nature's rejection, usually accompanied by the aura of death, marking them as undead. But Ying had never seen anyone who lacked both nature's power and nature's revulsion, yet was so steeped in death. With such a strong death aura, she should be an undead as well. Suddenly, the woman on the throne seemed to sense something. She lifted her head and glanced up at the sky. Ying's pupils contracted. She quickly averted her gaze. Fortunately, she was far enough away that the woman probably only sensed something and didn't actually spot her. But her eyes were red, just as red as the wine in her hand. Ying fell into thought. Although she couldn't probe the woman's race, the clues were clear: humanoid, pale-skinned, drinks blood, and the nest was perpetually shrouded in dark clouds. The signs were obvious: she was a vampire. The Monster Compendium's Black Mass section had an entry for such creatures. They were indeed undead, and highly intelligent ones at that. As for their specific abilities, Ying didn't know. She'd have to ask the other outsiders in the territory. In any case, they were powerful, formidable enemies. Ying rode her flying carpet away. Intelligent vampires were troublesome, but that wasn't the main issue. No matter how strong they were, there were only 8 of them. Besides, the Doomsday Game imposed heavy restrictions on dungeon creatures whose power far exceeded the players. While their movements weren't restricted anymore, their strength, like that of other powerful outsiders on Azure Star, was still suppressed to a certain level. Compared to them, the Blood Crows, whose individual strength was low, but whose numbers were unlimited and unrestricted, were a much bigger headache. It also seemed the vampires drank blood collected by the Blood Crows from slaughtered creatures. If she could deal with the Blood Crows, she'd be cutting off their main support. But Blood Crows were like cockroaches. No matter how many you killed, there were always more, endless and inexhaustible. Cockroaches? A sudden idea struck Ying. Cockroaches breed rapidly and are almost impossible to wipe out. These Blood Crows were the same. No matter how many died, there were always more. She didn't know how they did it, but there had to be some way they replenished their numbers so quickly. Killing off the flocks that attacked each time barely made a dent in their population. It really was just like cockroaches. When you see a cockroach in your house and kill it, there are always more hiding where you can't see. You can never kill them as fast as they reproduce. That's why people came up with all sorts of ways to get rid of cockroaches. In her previous life, Ying's rented apartment had cockroaches. She'd bought a kind of contagious poison bait to wipe them out. The poison took advantage of cockroaches' habit of eating dead members of their own kind. When one cockroach ate the bait and died, its body became a new source of poison, infecting the next one, and so on. Could the same method work on blood crows? From what she'd seen, blood crows always stayed close together, whether out hunting or roosting in the Forest of Bones, and the corpses and blood they collected were all piled together. They didn't seem to eat their own dead, but a contagious poison might still work. She'd have to look into magic potions for this. She didn't have a recipe for such a potion yet, nor was she skilled enough to invent a brand new one herself, but that didn't mean there was no hope. There were plenty of witches far more knowledgeable about potions than she was. Back in her second year, one of the witches who came weekly to teach advanced classes was especially skilled in potion making and had helped her a lot in her studies. That senior witch was nearly 200 years old and had a wide circle of potion specialist friends. She'd even founded a dedicated potion society. Only those of a certain level could join. They had the ability to create new potion recipes, and the latest commonly used low-level potion in the textbooks was invented by a member who was still alive. Compared to them, Ying, who'd only studied potions for 2 years, was a complete novice. She still had that teacher's contact information and kept in touch. Tonight, she'd return to the Emerald World and write her a letter to ask about it. She'd just sold her second batch of bellflowers and had the money to commission a custom potion or recipe. With a plan in mind, the pressure on her eased a lot. For a moment, even the moons seemed brighter. Ding-ling, ding-ling. Jing finally remembered to contact her. Ying tapped the flower stamen. Hello? I bought the painting for you. When do you have time? I'll bring it to you. Jing's voice came through. Right now. I'll come find you at the breeding camp, Ying said, glancing at the 3 griffin eggs beside her. She set her flying carpet to maximum speed, entered the breeding camp, picked up the bamboo basket with the griffin eggs, put away the carpet, and teleported to the door of Jing's lounge. She had barely knocked when the door swung open. Come quick, look. Jing was so excited she tried to pull her in, but then she caught sight of the bamboo basket in Ying's arms and froze. This. What is this? Griffin eggs, obviously. Wasn't that why I called you? But someone just had to drag me off topic, Muing complained. Are these for me to tame? Jing stroked the 3 eggs lovingly. Muing nodded. They're all yours. Go for it. Hee, awesome, Jing beamed, taking the basket. Oh, right, the paintings on the table in the main room. 98 copper coins. Muing. Typical, out with the old, in with the new. She wasn't acting like this just a moment ago. Muing walked over to take a look. It was a medium-sized watercolor, nicely framed in wood. The painting was really good, not a lot of color, but it perfectly captured her likeness and spirit. Honestly, Muing thought it looked even better than she did in real life, especially cool. Worth every coin. But where did he get the paints? Muing wondered, then asked out loud. From the general store, obviously. You didn't know? There's a rumor in the territory that Leuashia can dig up anything you want from under the counter, except equipment, Jing said, still cradling the eggs. By the way, how'd you manage to steal these eggs? The blood crows attacked Griffin Cliff too. These eggs were left orphaned, no griffins to care for them, so I took them, Muing replied. Jing looked even more tenderly at the eggs, hugging and kissing them. Don't worry, little darlings. Mommy will take care of you from now on. Muing was a bit stunned. Wasn't this a little over the top? She must really love griffins. Let me tell you, you can totally trust me with these little ones. If I can't tame them, there's probably not a single other player on Azure Star who could. I even awakened a special skill. Jing boasted. Muing raised an eyebrow. Awakened skill. Yep. Jing nodded. I've been researching animal taming methods, right? I've picked up some tricks, taming fire-breathing chickens, bouncing rabbits, charging bulls, all going pretty well. Then one day, after organizing all my notes, the player manual notified me I'd gained a new skill, animal taming. What did the notification say again? Oh, right, through continuous research and summary, you've made achievements in animal taming and gained the general skill animal taming. You can choose to learn the taming method for one animal for free. Guess which animal I picked? Jing teased. Was there even a question? Judging by her look, it had to be griffins. Griffin, Muing said. Exactly. I've been drooling over them for ages, such strong bodies, those sleek lines. They're my dream second beast. Jing said. Muing asked curiously, what's your first? Pandas, obviously, Jing replied as if it were obvious, shooting her a look full of envy and resentment. Why is it that some people get to claim a panda as their animal companion for free? Muing decided to change the subject. Now that you have a dedicated animal taming skill, you're officially top talent in our territory. Let's give you a raise, daily wage from 10 to 15 copper coins, and there's a bonus for every griffin mount you successfully tame. Work hard. If I get the chance, I'll bring back more griffin eggs. Our flying mount army depends on you. Tempted by the pay raise, Jing finally put down her precious griffin eggs and threw her arms around Muing. Boss, I love you. All right, it's getting late. Get some rest, I'm heading out. Muing wriggled free from her grip and left. Even outside the door, she could still hear Jing muttering, how should I incubate these eggs? Fire-breathing chickens? No, even though they're much more obedient now, one slip and the eggs would be roasted. Bouncing rabbits? They're gentler and have the right body temperature. Muing felt hopeful about the territory's future griffin army. She hadn't expected such a windfall from this trip. So it turns out, aside from skills granted by your class, you can develop new skills on your own through research. And not just a skill name recognized by the player manual, it can even grant you specific knowledge related to that skill. Although it's not as comprehensive as the knowledge and training you get from leveling up and acquiring class skills, this is a general skill, not limited by class. Anyone can learn it. She wondered if this path could be replicated. But for herself, Muing didn't have the chance to go down that road anymore. She still hadn't finished learning all the druid skills and spells, and there was a pile of witch magic to study too. Compared to developing a new skill from scratch, learning what others have already figured out is much more efficient. Still, she had to admit, the way the player manual taught skills was pretty great. It was like having the whole tutorial downloaded straight into your brain. Of course, even with the tutorial, not everyone could master the skills, but since the knowledge was already in your head, everyone was theoretically talented. It was just practice that made the difference. Learning spells was much harder. The knowledge wasn't downloaded, just displayed in the manual, so you had to study the theory yourself. That's why spellcaster classes were harder to learn than skill-based ones. Suddenly, Ying thought of something. The player manual could provide all kinds of professional knowledge, even languages. As far as she knew, in the multiverse outside Azure Star, everyone had a player manual bound to them from birth. Unlike people from Azure Star, who had to kill zombies to get a player manual, outsiders were born with theirs. If the player manual handled all knowledge transfer and inheritance, did that mean there were no schools or teachers in the multiverse outside Azure Star? Did everyone just follow the manual and self-study with skill guides, like they did here? She was genuinely curious about this. With the whole vampire situation too, she figured she'd ask around tomorrow. Normally, whenever Ying wanted to gather information, she would go to the copper coin inn to find Jio-san, since he was easy to get talking. But you can't always fleece the same sheep. This time, regarding the dungeon, she realized copper coin 559 from the pawnshop also knew quite a bit. So the next day, she went to the copper coin pawnshop. Got something good again? Copper coin 559 asked as soon as he saw her. Ying didn't answer, instead asking, "Did you hear about the blood ravens attacking the breeding camp yesterday?" Copper coin 559 nodded. "Of course I did. The raven feathers we collected yesterday almost burst a spatial ring. I also heard you were pretty impressive, some kind of red thorn armor. What grade is that gear? Show me." "It's not graded, not equipment. It's more like a companion plant I've contracted. It's alive," Ying explained briefly. "I'm here on serious business. The blood raven nest keeps moving south, and it's bound to clash with the territory sooner or later. I scouted it yesterday and saw a few people inside. The leader had black hair and red eyes, probably a vampire. I don't think I can beat her right now." "Vampire?" Copper coin 559 swallowed hard. "Black hair and red eyes? Are you sure? Pure black hair? Eyes this shade of red." He fished a ruby out of his spatial ring and showed it to Ying. She nodded. "Damn, pure black hair and ruby red eyes. That's the hallmark of a pure-blood vampire." At the very least, she could reach the rank of Count. Copper coin 559 shuddered. Ying noticed that copper coin 559 didn't seem to be penalized by the Evolution Center for sharing this information. Come to think of it, it was the same with the dungeon last time. "Has your confidentiality restriction been loosened?" Copper coin 559 nodded. "Ever since the worlds merged, the restrictions have eased a lot. Except for rules related to the Doomsday game, we can share most other things now." That was good news. She wouldn't have to beat around the bush anymore when asking questions. "Then I'll get straight to the point. What do you mean by count level?" "Vampire ranks are a bit different from ours. They can take on classes too, but since they're a dark race, it's usually warrior, rogue, or sorcerer. Most of them are sorcerers because vampire bloodlines come with special powers. The purer and higher the bloodline, the higher the class cap for a vampire sorcerer. From highest to lowest, the ranks are Prince, Duke, Marquis, Count, Viscount, Baron, and Commoner. For humans, if the bloodline cap is level 8 or below, that's a commoner vampire. Count level means that as long as the vampire lives, with their long lifespan, they can at least reach level 14 as a sorcerer. And pure-blood vampires start at the threshold of Count, with a starting class level of 8. Vampires turned after birth can only reach up to Viscount at most. Ying understood now. So vampires were similar to supernatural bloodline creatures like temporal werewolves, elves, or even witches, just of the dark variety. Besides that female pureblood vampire, I also saw 7 male vampires. Their hair wasn't black, some were blonde, some light brown, some red. What rank would they be? Ying asked. That's probably their original hair color, so commoners. Most likely retainers turned by that vampire count. Bloodline suppression among vampires is very strong. An 8th level vampire count can completely suppress a 12th level vampire viscount by bloodline alone. But between different races, vampire titles only represent their potential and status. Bloodline suppression doesn't work on outsiders. Seeing Mooing deep in thought, Copper Coin 559 reassured her, even if the one you saw is a pure blood vampire, don't worry. It just means her potential is at the count level. She can reach at least level 14. But vampires live almost forever, so their level up speed is extremely slow. Reaching count strength takes at least several centuries. Besides, if she really was at count level already, the Evolution Center wouldn't have let her enter from the dungeon. Now that the worlds have merged, creatures from dungeons are half-native. A fully powered vampire count could wreak havoc on a world still in its early development. Deep Blue Star is a life planet, and its evolution leans toward life and nature. The Evolution Center would never allow such a high-level dark race to settle here. I'd guess she's still very young. Her strength probably doesn't exceed Baron, at most level 10, maybe just level 8. While Barons and above can appear in sunlight, below count level, sunlight still greatly weakens them, so you don't need to worry for now. You're part of the first generation of Deep Blue Star natives to receive the Player's Handbook, which gives you many advantages. At the very least, your growth rate far surpasses future natives, us outsiders, and even dungeon migrants. Copper Coin 559 said a lot. He'd already applied to the guild to settle long-term in Greenhill Town. The town's development potential was highly valued by the guild, and he also owed a favor from the dungeon incident. The better Greenhill Town did, the more he stood to gain in the future. Mooing was struck by a thought. Is your player's handbook different from ours? All I can say is, every newborn in the multiverse gets a player's handbook. But as for knowledge infusion, only the first-generation native players of each original world in the Doomsday game get that. After all, you're this world's true children, and you've suffered a lot from the changes. The Doomsday game gave you this as a gift. Copper Coin 559 winked at her and wouldn't say more. But that was already a big enough hint. Yesterday, Mooing had wondered if the player's handbook's knowledge infusion was so powerful that there was no need for teachers anymore. Turns out, only the first generation gets that benefit. As for spell knowledge, both theory and practice aren't directly infused. Only skills and languages come with theoretical knowledge and training methods. So in the future, she'd have to find people to revise training methods, skill knowledge, and language knowledge for each class, compile them into books, and use them as materials for new children in the territory to learn reading and class knowledge. Schools, it seemed, were indispensable in any world. Thinking about it, no wonder Lady Seraph's son, Little Tom, and Dong Xiaojiang were both rangers, but Tom had been training for years and was still just a beginner, far behind Dong Xiaojiang's progress. It wasn't just about talent. Lack of skill knowledge infusion made a difference too. After her conversation with Copper Coin 559, Mooing felt much more at ease. That female vampire wasn't so powerful as to be completely invincible. Her strength was weakened by sunlight, and although she had great potential, her leveling speed wasn't that fast, so for now, she wasn't a major threat. As for concerns about the next generation, there was no rush either. Since distributing the contraceptive potion, there hadn't been any newborns in the territory, so she just kept it in mind. She was planning to go back and continue practicing her spells when she suddenly received a bellflower call from Professor Han, asking her to come take a look at the iron smelting camp. Professor Han was the materials scientist recommended by Professor Su earlier. He was indeed very capable and was now in charge of the iron smelting camp. Mooing had also kept several other applicants with expertise in this area, all of whom were now working under Professor Han, researching iron and steel smelting and equipment forging. After receiving the call, Mooing teleported straight to the iron smelting camp. The iron smelting camp was quite close to the quarry, though it wasn't very large. The stone hills had all been leveled, replaced by a tall stone factory building. The workers' dorms, the smelting area, the iron ore storage, the fuel storage, and the finished goods warehouse were all located inside. When Mooing teleported into the smelting area, she saw the workers covered in dust and soot, their clothes and hair looking as if they hadn't been washed in weeks, including Professor Han. Lord, we've let you down. The steel smelting failed, Professor Han told her as soon as she arrived. Ying was a bit surprised to hear this. Professor Han was an expert in materials science. Even if the conditions weren't as good as before the apocalypse, with his knowledge, he should have been able to smelt iron and steel using even the most primitive methods. How could they have failed? But judging by their appearance, it was clear they'd worked hard, so the problem must have been something else. Ying asked calmly, "Did you find out the reason?" "You know, our initial goal was to produce steel. Using iron for the spine and steel for the edge, so the weapons would be both tough and sharp, not inferior to white-quality weapons. Before the apocalypse, we understood the properties of steel very well. Steel is just an iron alloy with a carbon content between 0.02% and 2%. Anything outside that range is just iron. Higher carbon makes cast iron, which is hard but brittle. Lower carbon makes wrought iron, which is soft and malleable. But now, the properties of iron have changed. Even when we strictly followed pre-apocalypse smelting methods, the results were far from what we expected. After eliminating all other possibilities, we came to a baffling conclusion. The properties of the materials themselves have changed." Professor Han sighed and continued, "And I suspect this isn't an isolated case. Coal now burns hotter and longer than before the apocalypse. Maybe the properties of many materials have changed. In this situation, most of what I've learned in my life might be useless. I've let you down, I might not be fit for this position anymore." It was clear that Professor Han's confidence had taken a big hit. If the properties of materials had changed, it was true that his knowledge might no longer be practical. But Ying didn't think his expertise was worthless. "Don't worry. Even if the properties have changed, so what? We can just study them again. I'm sure you know more than just the properties of materials. Just treat the current iron as a brand new material to research. Didn't you spend your pre-apocalypse career developing new materials? As for the camp's productivity, you don't need to worry. The territory can support it for now. If we don't use the iron or ourselves, we just end up selling it as raw material or converting it directly into energy, which isn't cost-effective." Ying comforted him, and who's to say that changes are a bad thing? Take coal, for example. You said it burns hotter and lasts longer. That's a good thing. Maybe the same is true for iron ore. Once we figure out its new properties, it might be even better than before. Her original intention in building the iron smelting camp was just to refine the iron ore from the mining camp for higher profits, a simple investment. So she could accept a temporary lack of output. Even if they had to start from scratch researching material properties, the territory could handle it. At worst, it would just cost some labor, and the iron ore was self-produced anyway. She was a bit concerned about the change in material properties, but overall, she was optimistic. On the surface, the iron and coal looked no different from before the apocalypse, but their properties had changed. Still, these changes hadn't altered their fundamental nature. Iron ore was still hard and could be made into tools and weapons, and coal was still combustible and used as fuel. Thinking about the purpose of the apocalypse game, wasn't it to promote the evolution of the whole planet and its life forms? Humans, plants, and animals had all evolved, generally for the better. If non-living materials also evolved or mutated, that was only natural, and likely for the better as well. The only downside was that much of the pre-apocalypse experience was now less relevant, or even useless. But what they'd learned before wasn't just knowledge, but also methodology. Methods never go out of date. As long as you have the right methods, you can master new knowledge. I've made a fool of myself. Getting old, I'm not as open-minded as you young people. As the saying goes, a blessing in disguise. I was too fixated, Professor Han sighed. But thank you for your trust. I promise to devote my life to researching new materials for the territory and meeting this challenge. All right, research doesn't have to be rushed. Don't wear yourselves out. Just look at those dark circles under your eyes. Take the day off, everyone, go home and rest. Once you're refreshed, you can get back to work. Ying said. She wasn't a heartless boss. It would be a real shame if, after surviving the apocalypse, her people didn't die in battle, but from overwork. After giving the workers a day off and watching them leave to rest, Ying said to Professor Han, "Don't stress too much about the iron. I'll see if I can find someone to come and give you some guidance." Professor Han's eyes lit up. "You mean old Luber?" Ying nodded. "Deep Blue Star isn't what it used to be. Now that it's part of the multiverse, everything's evolved. He may not be as skilled as his two sons and is just an ordinary blacksmith who can only make basic tools, but after a lifetime of forging, he should still know the properties of iron. Actually, I've observed him before. He uses the most primitive methods to smelt iron, then refines it by hammering. It looks just like how ancient blacksmiths in our country used to work, so I didn't pay much attention at the time," Professor Han said. When the ironworking camp was first being established, Ying had actually considered recruiting old Master Lu, Curry, and Paul. Although Paul and Curry's methods for making equipment weren't particularly advanced, with only rare successes at producing blue-quality gear and green quality being considered excellent, their knowledge was a closely guarded family secret. Getting them to teach it would likely require a hefty price. Still, based on the taxes their shops paid, Ying could roughly estimate their turnover and profits. The territory could certainly afford them. What ultimately made her abandon the idea was that, at present, the only commonly used material for making weapons and equipment in the territory was iron ore, which meant the range of equipment that could be produced was very limited. Moreover, aside from what the territory mined itself, there were no other sources of raw materials. The shops she could recruit all sold finished goods. There were only buyers for raw materials, not sellers. So, the territory simply wasn't in a position yet to support full-time craftsmen like blacksmiths. However, hiring old Master Lu as a technical advisor to help everyone achieve breakthroughs in ironworking should be no problem. Professor Han wanted to join her in persuading old Master Lu, so Ying teleported with him to the blacksmith shop. As soon as they reached the door, the rhythmic clanging of hammer on metal rang out continuously. This shop was probably the most unpretentious place in the entire main territory. The walls and floor were lined with the shop's main wares, mostly farm tools and kitchenware, with a few low-grade swords and weapons. Further inside was the smithing area, which had 2 forges, a rack for grinding tools, and a large anvil. Old Master Lu was hammering out a rough iron blink. When he saw Ying enter, he tossed the blink onto the forge, wiped his coarse hands on his clothes, and nodded at them with a smile. "My lord, what can I get for you?" Ying shook her head. "I'm here for something else. As you know, the territory has set up an ironworking camp. This is Professor Han, who's in charge of the camp. Before the apocalypse, he was a materials science expert in Xia country. He and his team are leading the iron and steel production efforts, but lately they've discovered that the iron here is different from what it was before the apocalypse, which has caused problems in the smelting process. We'd like to ask you to serve as a technical advisor. Would you be willing?" Professor Han also stepped forward to shake old Master Lu's hand. "We really need your help." Old Master Lu was flattered. "I'm just an ordinary blacksmith. What qualifications do I have to be a technical advisor? Blacksmithing just takes patience, strength, and a willingness to work hard. Anyone can do it. If you want to learn, I can take on apprentices here, but the pay is low. Some players have applied before, but none stuck with it. And as for steelmaking, I don't know anything about that." He was well aware of his own abilities. Out in the world, his blacksmithing skills wouldn't even qualify him as an apprentice. He joined the Evolution Center's shop program mainly because both his sons wanted to develop in the new world, and all he could do was make some ordinary iron tools. No. The fact that you can turn iron ore into usable tools is already something we can learn from. I noticed your smithing techniques are very similar to how we forged iron hundreds of years ago. But before the apocalypse, we'd switched to industrial iron and steel production. Steel is just a kind of iron with a different carbon content. It's better for blades, sharper. But now, our old steel-making methods don't work anymore, probably because the material itself has changed. So we'd like to exchange ideas with you, learn from each other, and see if we can rediscover steelmaking, or at least try to industrialize ironworking." Professor Han spoke earnestly, carefully explaining to Old Master Lu the principles and history of iron and steel production on Deep Blue Star before the apocalypse. Old Master Lu listened intently. He truly loved blacksmithing, the sparks flying from the hammer, the way a piece of iron slowly took shape under repeated blows. But after all these years, this was the first time he'd heard that iron wasn't just pure iron, that it contained carbon, and that different carbon content changed its hardness and toughness. It was all very novel to him, and for the first time, he realized how brilliant the world's metallurgical civilization had once been. This knowledge was precious and still valuable today. Although Professor Han was talking about pre-evolution iron, Old Master Lu knew that evolution didn't change the essence of things, it just made them mutate from their original base. Whether before or after, iron was still iron. Maybe this was a chance to figure out how to make even better iron tools. Old Master Lu made up his mind on the spot. My lord, I don't want to be a technical advisor, but I am very interested in your ironworking and materials research. If I didn't have to look after my smithy, I'd want to work for you full-time. Could you give me a part-time position at the ironworking camp? I'm willing to share all my blacksmithing knowledge and experience, as long as I can participate in the research and have the right to use any results. We can sign a confidentiality contract. I won't even tell my own sons. Ying hadn't expected this outcome, but it was even better for her. Old Master Lu wasn't losing out either. He was investing in the future. She agreed on the spot. After the contract was signed, Old Master Lu was officially on board and had no more reservations. Brother Han, there's still a lot I don't understand about what you just explained. Let's talk it over in detail. If you have any questions, just ask. I'll tell you everything I know. Great. Where should we start? Professor Han was excited too. He had a belly full of questions about steelmaking and wanted to compare notes with Old Master Lu to figure out the properties of the current iron ore. It's a long story. How about we go to the tavern for a drink and chat? Old Master Lu suggested. Professor Han nodded. Sounds good. My lord, you're underage, so no drinking for you. We'll take our leave, Old Master Lu said to Ying. Ying. And so, the two men, both over 50, completely ignored the territory lord who had brought them together and went off to bond over drinks. Don't drink too much, Professor Han, and make sure you get some rest. Ying called after them. They really were the treasures of the territory. She wasn't worried about Old Master Lu. Anyone who could swing a hammer all day was clearly in good health. But Professor Han had been under a lot of stress lately with the steelmaking setbacks, and the dark circles under his eyes were worrying. He needed to take care of himself and not get so caught up in conversation that he lost sleep. Even though he was a professional now and much stronger than before the apocalypse, he didn't look his age at all. Staying up late was still bad for his health. Got it. Professor Han smiled and waved at her, then left with his newly adopted big brother. In the days that followed, her life settled back into a steady routine. She studied new spells morning and evening, tended to the elven fruit trees she'd planted in early spring and the seasonal herbs in the mornings, then practiced archery and swordsmanship in the afternoons, and brewed potions needed by her territory. When she had spare time, she'd give the now even chubbier Gun a good rub, feed the ever-rounder little stone, or join the gem fairies in harvesting the plantation's crops. During her leisure hours, she'd experiment with new recipes, make snacks to stock up her food stores, or go to the tavern with Leuashia and Jing for a drink, listen to the latest territory gossip, accompany Lily to watch the Mushroom Folk's latest melodramatic play, or visit her newest collection of treasures. Sometimes, she'd shift into wolf form to play with the wolf cubs around the territory, or into turtle form to bask and nap on the lotus platform in the middle of Moon Lake. Occasionally, she'd become an owl to fly through the forest at night, or, after a blood raven attack, ride her flying carpet to Griffin Cliff to scavenge for eggs, or set fire to the Murloc village. Life was peaceful, fulfilling, and beautiful. With plenty of free time, she made sure to use up her daily free trial time every day. Moon Harbor was on the coast at the edge of the Thrushmouth Kingdom. To get there from the Briar Kingdom, she had to cross 2 countries. To gather more information along the way, she traveled by magic carriage. So she was always on the road, but it was a comfortable journey. This routine lasted for about half a month, during which she learned 2 new fourth circle spells, Giant Insect and Mirage. She moved Stone Skin and Grasping Hand, both combat spells, down her study list. Now that she had the Briar Armor, plus Nature's Shield and Bark Skin, her defenses were solid, so learning Stone Skin could wait. As for Grasping Hand, she could achieve a similar effect with other magic, so there was no rush. Giant Insect and Mirage were spells she was preparing specifically for her next assault on the Murloc village. Giant Insect could transform up to 10 centipedes, 5 wasps, 3 spiders, or 1 scorpion within casting range into their giant versions, turning them into giant centipedes, wasps, spiders, or scorpions to assist in battle. Like Summon Animal, it was a support spell for group attacks, perfect against enemies like Murlocs, who were individually weak but relied on numbers. Mirage was an illusion spell. It could make a 150-foot cube of natural terrain within range appear, sound, and even smell like a different kind of terrain. An open plain or road could appear as a swamp, hills, ravines, or other difficult or impassable terrain. A pond could look like a grassy field, a cliff like a gentle slope, or a rocky gully like a wide, flat road. It was perfect for confusing and obstructing the Murlocs. She was also learning Confusion, a spell that could mentally affect enemies. Used together, it would make Mirage even more effective. That day, as usual, she squeezed in the last few minutes of her daily trial time, leaving the Emerald World just before the free trial ended and switching to the Block World. When she returned to reality, time in both the Emerald World and Block World would freeze. But when she was in one trial world, the other would continue to run at its own pace. For example, when she was in the Emerald World, time would also pass in the Block World. Roughly, 1 hour of real-world trial time equaled 3 days in the Emerald World, and a day and a night in the Block World. But since Mu Ying's consciousness was in the Emerald World, her character in the Block World remained in a sleeping state. With her focus now on the Emerald World, she only visited the Block World at the end of each day's trial time to collect resources. When she woke up from the single bed, the old village chief had already gathered all the resources the villagers collected that day into a backpack. Mu Ying took it, converted it into source energy, and ended the trial. As she exited, a new prompt appeared on the Long Quiet Player Handbook trial interface. Your source energy accumulation has reached the required threshold. The third trial world can now be unlocked. Would you like to proceed? Source energy accumulation limit? Mu Ying checked her trial interface. Trialist, Mu Ying. Origin, Multiverse, Deep Blue Star. Source energy, 42, 270/50, 023. Trial worlds, free trial time, 1 hour per day. First, Block World. Second, Emerald World. Third, Unlockable. By now, thanks to the 50 villagers in the Block World working day and night, plus her own rewards from collecting pages, she had accumulated 50,023 source energy, of which she'd spent over 7,000. It seemed the number of source energy accumulated really was a condition for unlocking new trial worlds, and it was cumulative, not the remaining amount. Once you'd earned 50,000 in total, you could unlock the third trial world. She remembered that when she unlocked the second trial world, there hadn't been such a prompt. Back then, she'd only accumulated about 500 source energy. Most likely, she hadn't met the source energy requirement for the second world, but had already finished exploring the first, so the second world unlocked early. This confirmed her earlier speculation with Leuashia about the conditions for unlocking more trial worlds. Although she could now unlock the third trial world, she didn't want to do it yet. She hadn't finished exploring the second trial world. The page fragments she'd collected were only 3 so far, still a long way to go. If she unlocked the third world now, she'd miss out on targeted world and character selection, which would greatly reduce her rewards. Most importantly, she noticed that under the third trial world, there was no prompt for a fourth. Previously, before unlocking the third world, there had at least been a third, requirements not met line, but now there was no fourth, requirements not met. It was obvious what that meant. Either there were only 3 trial worlds in total, or the requirements for unlocking further worlds changed drastically. It was a pity that Grandpa Shamu was still in seclusion, trying to save his oak dryad, or she could have asked him for details. In any case, one thing was clear: the first 3 trial worlds, unlocked by meeting source energy requirements or completing the previous world's exploration, were precious and shouldn't be wasted. So, even though she was curious about the next trial world, she didn't unlock it right away. She wanted to do as she had with the block world: push the exploration progress as high as possible, get the selection reward, and then draw for the next world, instead of just leaving it to luck. Because of the matter with the trial world, the next day, Ying prepared to make a trip to Leuashia town to give Leuashia a heads up. Leuashia territory had now also been upgraded to a town-level territory. As soon as she stepped out of the teleportation array, a chill that seeped into her bones hit her, making her shiver violently. She had known that the gourd-shaped valley where Leuashia town was located, while lush and pleasant in climate, was close to the snow-capped mountains. Even though it was already spring, it should still be colder than Qingshan town. So before leaving, she'd already changed her Thousand Faces garment from spring wear to a fleece-lined early winter dress. But she was still frozen to the core. Last year, when she'd come, the green pastures and leisurely cattle and sheep were everywhere. Now, all she saw was a blanket of white. Snow was falling thickly. There were no more tents in the town square and not even any pedestrians on the streets. Instead, there were a lot more stone houses, many of them taller than before, clearly expanded. Most of the stone houses had smoke curling from their chimneys, indicating people were living inside. Ying hunched her shoulders and cast an elemental resistance spell on herself before she finally felt warm again. Something was definitely off with Leuashia town's weather. She walked to the edge of the square and knocked on the door of the stone-walled clinic. After a long moment, someone finally answered. It was Lin Jixio. Lin Jixio was startled to see Ying, but quickly recovered and pulled her inside. "Why did you come dressed so lightly? You must be freezing. Come in and warm up. Is your weather here a bit abnormal?" "I thought it wouldn't be much colder than Qingshan town," Ying asked. She noticed Lin Jixio didn't look well either. When she opened the door, her brows were tightly furrowed, only relaxing a little when she saw who it was. Something bad must have happened in Leuashia town. It's very abnormal. It wasn't like this last year. It's a long story. The Lord and the others are all here. I'll explain in detail in a bit, Lin Jixia said, rubbing her hands together as she led Ying upstairs to the large room she'd been to last time. As soon as she entered, a wave of warmth greeted her. The fireplace, which had been just one last time, was now 2, both burning brightly, with several braziers lit as well. "Ying, what brings you here?" Leuashia exclaimed in surprise. She was an unexpected guest, but a welcome one after all. They were friends now. Having a friend come from afar eased some of the worries in her heart. Leuashia pulled her to sit down. The whole Leuashia squad was present. "I'm here because of something important. What we discussed last time has basically been confirmed. I wanted to remind you, to unlock the 3rd world, you need to accumulate 50,000 source energy. The 2nd world should be somewhere between 500 and 50,000. 5,000 is the most likely," Ying said directly. Even though the others weren't trial takers, the matter of the trials was no longer a secret, and the trial taker identity was even more restrictive than that of a lord. At least the lordship could be transferred voluntarily, but the trial taker status was bound to the individual and couldn't be taken by others, so there was no need to worry too much. While this information was valuable to trial takers, it was probably all Greek to non-trial takers, who might not even know what source energy was. Leuashia patted her hand. "Thank you for coming all this way to remind me. I'll keep it in mind. Since you're here, you should stay for a good meal before you go. We have plenty of beef and mutton these days." Ying nodded. "Did something happen here? Why did the climate suddenly get so cold? And it's still snowing." "Sigh, we're all worried about it. You know there's a dungeon on Leuashia Snow Mountain, right? We didn't know much about it before, and nothing had ever come out of it. But after the world fusion, the snow mountain area expanded, which affected the valley's climate. Now it's almost a snowfield, pastures buried under snow, cattle and sheep can't survive the prolonged cold and have frozen to death. It's almost impossible to camp outside in tents now. I had to lower the rent on stone houses to keep some people from leaving. Otherwise, anyone with savings would have run off. But now the snow outside just won't stop. I can still control it within the territory, but outside, it's almost waist deep. Going out is a problem. In a while, we might run out of fuel. Qingshan Town has coal mines, right? Could you sell us some? Leuashia asked. Ying nodded. Just go to the reception center in Qingshan Town and talk to the business team. Coal was coal, whether she sold it to someone else or to them. These days, aside from supplying the ironworks, she mostly sold it to territory players as fuel. After spring, demand dropped, and sometimes she just converted the excess coal into energy. But even if the snow mountain area had expanded, it shouldn't be snowing all day in the valley. The dungeon was behind Leuashia Snow Mountain, and even after the world fusion, the original mountain should buffer the territory from such drastic effects. Something wasn't right. Ying voiced her doubts. You're right, we've suspected as much. The change didn't start right after the world fusion. It began about half a month later, and the cold crept into the valley gradually. The area outside the valley wasn't affected much. We've been up the snow mountain several times, but found nothing unusual. Until recently, when the environment got so harsh, some people who couldn't afford the teleportation fee left for nearby unclaimed territories to try their luck. A couple of days ago, they came back. They were wearing high-quality, warm snow beast fur coats. They said they'd met the Snow Mountain Guardian, who taught them weapon-making skills, took them hunting snow beasts, provided them with fine food and drink, and helped them build a paradise-like camp. The Snow Mountain Guardian could also predict the future and help them avoid danger. This time, they came back because the Snow Mountain Guardian prophesied, Leuashia Valley will soon be buried under snow. They want to bring more people to that camp, where there's no need to worry about food or shelter, and all you have to do is work, no money needed. Another group has already left with them. We're planning to go up the snow mountains soon to find this camp with the Snow Mountain Guardian and see what's really going on. Leuashia sighed. If the Snow Mountain Guardian's prophecy is true, and one day Leuashia Town is buried in snow, we may have to abandon this territory. Luckily, with the long-distance teleportation array, we have a way out. At worst, we'll lose our lordship and become residents of your Qingshan Town. After hearing Leuashia's rather pessimistic remarks, Ying felt a bit worried. This so-called guardian deity of the Snow Mountain was just too strange. She still remembered what the priestess had told her. Deep Blue Star was a primordial world, with the potential to give birth to its own gods. Foreign deities couldn't descend in person, they could at most develop priests to help spread their faith. But since Deep Blue Star had previously developed along a technological path, true believers were extremely rare, and even fewer had both faith and the qualifications to become priests. So for now, the influence of foreign gods on Deep Blue Star was negligible. Moreover, the Evolution Center restricted entry to minor faith-based deities. The gods currently available for priest players to choose from were all powerful, good or lawful neutral deities handpicked by the Evolution Center, principled ones, with little chance of causing trouble. They weren't even that interested in casual believers. To this day, she hadn't heard of any priests preaching on the forums. Most priests themselves were still wavering between several deities, not yet recognized by any one god. So, what was this guardian deity of the Snow Mountain supposed to be? It couldn't be a native god, there hadn't been enough time, not even a rocket could ascend to godhood that fast. And why would one of the powerful gods authorized by the Evolution Center to proselytize lower themselves to take on the title of guardian deity of the Snow Mountain? That would be beneath their dignity. As for other gods, that was even less likely. The Evolution Center's blockade was still in place. Even the fish people could only worship a statue, which never responded. It was only the residual divine power in the statue itself that influenced the minds of nearby creatures. So Ying was certain. This guardian deity of the Snow Mountain couldn't possibly be a real god. She selectively shared her reasoning with Leuashia and the others. Leuashia fell into thought. She was already level 6, and the gods she kept in close contact with had never tried to preach through her, nor given her any special responses. It didn't seem like their power was simply a reward for her devout prayers. Because she herself was a priest, the gods had a strong influence on her, and she held a deep sense of reverence for them. Just hearing the title, Guardian Deity of the Snow Mountain, had shaken her morale. But was the prophecy necessarily true? Maybe not. You're saying this guardian deity of the Snow Mountain isn't a real god? Then could it be a monster from that previous Snow Mountain dungeon? After all, the location of that snowfield camp those people mentioned is on the far side of Leuashia Mountain, Wu Qingshan said, stroking his chin. But what's its goal? It can't really be helping humans out of the goodness of its heart, right? If we want to be a bit more suspicious, maybe this heavy snowfall is its doing. If the snow keeps falling, it's only natural for the valley to get buried. And after that? We could still run, but most people don't even have the money to escape. What would they do if they're desperate? Turn to the snowfield camp for help? Lin Jixio suggested. Muing nodded. That's very possible. Whatever it is, we'll know if we check it out. If this guardian deity of the Snow Mountain wants people, it probably won't act against us for now. Most likely, it wants followers, otherwise, it wouldn't use a title with deity in it. And it's not just providing food, it's also teaching people how to make weapons and hunt. If it only wanted to lure people in and kill them, teaching them to make weapons and hunt would be counterproductive, wouldn't it? If it just wants to expand its influence and win people's support, maybe you could even negotiate with it. Muing offered them as much advice as she could, but she didn't intend to join their expedition to the Snow Mountain. The snowfield was a disadvantageous terrain for her. The power of nature was nowhere near as strong as in the forests, so her spellcasting would be greatly affected. Even the Green Witch's plant magic would be suppressed in such an environment. Besides, the Leuashia team had worked together for a long time and had great teamwork. Her joining might not actually help, so she didn't offer to join their team. But that didn't mean she was staying out of it. Although this place was far from Qingshan town, if this being turned out to be hostile to humans or a threat to the natural environment, she needed to be prepared. If Leuashia's team couldn't handle it, she'd have to face it herself eventually, so it was necessary to get some advance intel. Plus, she was genuinely curious how this guardian deity of the Snow Mountain managed to feed so many people up there. She couldn't go openly, but sneaking over on her own was doable. There was no need to keep this from them. Sisterly, I'm actually quite interested in the true identity of this guardian deity of the Snow Mountain too. But in the snowfield, my strength will be weakened, so I probably won't be much help in a direct confrontation. Still, I can hide and follow you from the sky at a distance. And I know a spell that can identify a creature's species, level, and abilities. I can provide you with some information when the time comes. As she spoke, Muing took out a pair of twin bellflowers, handing one to Leuashia. This is a bellflower. If you touch the stamen, you can talk to me. If anything happens, we can use this to communicate. It'll be a backup plan. Leuashia had considered asking Muing for help, but her own daughter was a druid, and even her spellcasting speed and effectiveness were affected by the icy environment. Muing was stronger, higher level, and had abilities from the trial world, but asking her to risk herself and accompany them into the snowfield would be too much. So she hadn't brought it up. She didn't expect Muing to offer to follow them, even if only secretly as backup. That was already a great favor. After all, they wanted outside help because they worried their team might not be strong enough and wanted to be safer so they'd have a better chance of survival if they got trapped in the snowfield. With Muing secretly following from the sky, if they ran into danger, they wouldn't be completely on their own. That was exactly what they needed, and it would also confuse their enemies. Thank you for being willing to help. That's already more than enough. If the 5 of us together can't even put up a fight, it's better if you don't show yourself. When the time comes, just do what you can. Help if you're able, but protecting yourself is more important. Whether you end up helping or not, I, Leuashia, and all of Team Leuashia will remember your kindness. If you're ever in trouble, we'll do our best to help you in return. Leuashia was deeply moved, feeling that Muing was a truly loyal friend. She didn't even ask how Muing would follow them from the sky, giving her complete trust. Muing felt a bit embarrassed and smiled. "Don't worry, I'm not doing this just for you. If this endless snowfall really is the work of the guardian deity of the snow mountain, then it's an enemy of all druids. Taking it down would be valuable professional experience for me too." At Mu Ying's current level, she no longer gains any experience from killing. Her progress now relies entirely on profession experience. Aside from planting, tending, and cultivating plants and experiencing the animal forms of her wild shape, she can also occasionally gain profession experience by dealing with certain specific creatures or facilities. With the eye of nature, she can distinguish the auras these targets carry. Not all creatures despised by nature grant druid profession experience, but any creature that does grant such experience is certainly despised by nature and always carries a significant amount of black aura. Take blood crows and ghouls, for example. They both have plenty of black aura, but since their environmental impact is minor, killing them doesn't grant any profession experience. Wither monsters, on the other hand, also carry black aura and are despised by nature, but because they actively destroy forest environments, killing them does reward her with profession experience. All these are creatures that, when slain, grant her profession experience. As for facilities, she discovered a few days ago that destroying certain ones could also grant her profession experience, like when she set fire to the Murloc village. Murlocs themselves are surrounded by only a faint trace of natural aura. They aren't considered creatures despised by nature. However, the altar area they built is shrouded in black aura, especially around the idol, and the jars holding sacrificial offerings are slowly contaminating the surrounding seawater, causing the red water zone to expand. She investigated and found that this tainted seawater also affects the minds of the marine life living in it. Here, the fish are just as crazed as the Murlocs. But with the Murloc priests guarding the altar, her attempts at a sneak attack had failed several times. Only recently did she come up with a good idea, riding her magic carpet and dropping rocks onto the altar from above. She didn't have to worry about being attacked by the Murlocs, and the higher she flew, the more powerful the impact of the falling rocks. Although this gave the Murloc priests time to react, most of the rocks were blocked by summoned waves. If she threw enough, at least a few would hit their mark. Each jar she smashed instantly netted her 10 points of profession experience, a generous reward. Judging by the number of sacrificial jars at the Murloc altar, smashing them all would be enough for her to gain 8 levels, with some left over. So, she'd already started treating the Murloc altar as her personal experience pool. The reason destroying it granted her profession experience was because the altar was actively harming the local marine ecosystem. So, as long as something is both shrouded in nature-despised black aura and is damaging the environment, she can identify it. Such creatures or facilities are her lifelong enemies, as well as stepping stones for her growth. If the abnormal weather in Leuashia town really is the work of this snow mountain guardian deity, then a look with the eye of nature should confirm it. Even if she can't defeat it now, she'll find a way to kill it in the future. Hearing her explanation, Leuashia no longer stood on ceremony. She specially prepared a room for Muing, inviting her to stay the night in Leuashia town. They planned to head up the mountain together the next day. Muing settled in comfortably. After dinner, she returned to her room to prepare her gear for tomorrow's journey. When she mentioned secretly following from the air, she meant riding her magic carpet. But flying a carpet in a blizzard is no easy feat. Her Thousand Faces cloak did have a cold-resistant mode, and she could just about endure the elemental damage, but the snow piling up on the carpet was another problem. If she didn't find a way to shield it, the carpet would soon become a snowdrift. So, she planned to add a steep roof to the carpet. Once inside, she took out her dimensional travel case, pulled out a pile of wood, and used wood shaping to craft the structure. She'd add a windproof enchantment to the roof, and that should do the trick. She was in the middle of her work when someone suddenly knocked on the door. She paused, climbed out of the travel case, closed and put it away, then went to open the door. It was Leuashia. Muing, I have something to discuss with you. May I come in? Muing nodded, stepped aside, and invited her in. After they sat down by the bed, Leuashia said, I didn't want to ask too much earlier, but this bellflower must be something you converted from the trial world, right? I wanted to ask about the price. I'd like to equip our Leuashia squad with them, so we don't lose contact if we get separated on the snow mountain. I can pay in gold coins or exchange with items I've converted, things from the tower world, as you know. Would that be alright? They were preparing for the worst on this mountain trip. Muing had no reason to refuse. The bellflower was rare, but she'd mastered the cultivation method, and after converting the seeds, she'd grown them herself in the real world. It actually consumed very little source energy, and since she'd already grown a batch in reality, she had seeds in reserve. The only reason she couldn't mass-produce them was that bellflowers couldn't be planted in large numbers at once. Otherwise, she'd already be the new world's exclusive telephone supplier. Besides, some tower world items were quite useful to her. No matter how you looked at it, she was getting the better end of the deal. Muing agreed without hesitation. How about we base the exchange price on the source energy cost of converting the items? Sure, Leuashia nodded. Muing was pleased and didn't stand on ceremony. Whether in the Emerald World or the real world, bellflowers were her signature product, a personal specialty she'd already priced out in her mind. Bellflowers come in different numbers of stems. For example, a double-stemmed one allows 2 people to communicate. Each additional stem adds 1 more person. A double-stemmed one costs 100 source energy to convert, and each extra stem is 50 more. Counting you, she, and the rest, your squad has 6 people, so a 6-stemmed set is most cost-effective. That would be 300 source energy to convert. I'd like to exchange for 1 ruby, 1 sapphire, and the rest in 10 bottles of blue potion. You can deliver them gradually. A ruby grants +1 to strength, constitution, and agility when worn. A sapphire grants +1 to intelligence, perception, and charisma. Each costs 100 source energy to convert. You can't stack multiple gems, and the attribute boosts don't count as innate stats. For example, increased perception won't let you learn higher-level spells, but it can boost spell attack power and similar effects. Still, together, the 2 gems give a full +1 to all attributes, at least equivalent to purple quality gear. Blue potion quickly restores mana. 1 bottle restores 100 mana points and costs 10 source energy to convert. Honestly, all these tower world items are very practical. The only downside is their limited quantity, and converting them consumes resources from your trial world character, so overdoing it can hinder that character's development. When she heard the price, 300 source energy, Leuashia nearly gave up, but when she realized she could pay in installments, she relaxed. About this double-stemmed bellflower you gave me. That's just a gift, so we can stay in touch free of charge. Muing cut her off before she could finish. Leuashia first converted 10 bottles of mana potions for her, while Muing gave her a box containing a set of 6 bellflowers. The next day, the Leuashia squad set out from their territory, fully armed. Muing also followed them out, riding her latest modified flying carpet, now equipped with a canopy. Snow was still falling tirelessly. Muing stopped her flying carpet in midair, watching as the 5 tiny black dots of the Leuashia squad trudged with difficulty through the snow, heading toward the snowy mountains. Fortunately, they had cold-resistant clothing made from snow beast pelts. Otherwise, they'd probably freeze to death in the snow not long after leaving. As it was, their only problem was moving slowly. Luckily, in this kind of weather, it wasn't just humans who struggled. Monsters were affected too. Most had either fled, gone into hiding, or become corpses buried beneath the snow. Only when they neared the mountains did they occasionally encounter snow beasts blocking their way. The Leuashia squad were experts at hunting snow beasts, so these creatures weren't much of a threat, just a drain on their stamina, which slowed their progress. Leuashia probably had some kind of storage equipment, since they weren't carrying much luggage and they weren't in a hurry, conserving their strength as they traveled. Muing lounged comfortably on her flying carpet, padded with thick quilts, occasionally glancing at their progress. It was much more pleasant. In the vast whiteness of the snow, The group was easy to spot, no risk of losing them. Once they started climbing, the snow actually stopped. Looking back, the valley where Leuashia town was located was still a sea of white, as if the snow only fell there. It took the Leuashia squad a day and a half to circle around to the back of the Leuashia snow mountain. Ying could already see the location of the snow mountain camp. The legendary snow mountain camp was nestled in a sheltered hollow behind the mountain, next to a grove of snow pines. Calling it a camp was generous. It was really just an area fenced off with pine logs, filled with houses built of snow and ice, and several man-made caves carved into the mountainside. There were indeed people active here, each with rosy cheeks and high spirits, well-armed, and all dressed in snow beast pelt clothing, no easy feat, since snow beasts were hard to catch. Their white fur was natural camouflage in the snow. Unless they attacked first, it was nearly impossible to spot them. They were also incredibly fast. Defeating them wasn't too hard, but actually catching them and gathering enough pelts for a full set of clothing was a real challenge. Along the way, the Leuashia squad had been ambushed by snow beasts several times, but only managed to kill 2. Snow beasts were small, and 2 pelts were only enough to make a pair of gloves. So in Leuashia town, only a handful could afford a full set of cold-resistant clothing. Even the town's strongest team, the Leuashia squad, each had just 1 set, collected through the team's combined efforts over a long time. But here, everyone had one. Clearly, life here was pretty good. At first, when the sentries in the camp's watchtower saw people coming up the mountain path, they happily called for others to greet them. But when they got closer and realized it was the Leuashia squad, their faces immediately soured. Ying and Leuashia kept their bellflowers connected, so she not only saw the meeting, but also heard the conversation. "What brings Lordly to our place?" The speaker's tone was unfriendly, with a hint of mockery. A territory lord, she could set whatever entrance fees or rent she wanted, and no one had any choice. With the heavy snow, there was no income, and even getting enough to eat was a problem. All the hard-earned money ended up in her pocket, no different from the heartless capitalists before the apocalypse. "You've been sending people to our territory to poach our folks, and now you don't want us to come see what your place is like?" Xiang Gang, quick-tempered as always, shot back. We're not afraid of you anymore. We have the Snow Mountain Guardians protecting us. Even if your levels are higher, it's useless. This is their territory." The other person blustered, growing more confident as they spoke. The rest of the Leuashia squad, as well as Ying, who had lowered her flying carpet to just above the ground, all frowned. "Guardians? There's more than one Snow Mountain Guardian?" "Tai, the Snow Mountain camp welcomes all friendly visitors." A deep voice sounded, and the people in the camp parted to make way, bowing to the speaker. "Yes, sir." Ying saw clearly the speaker wasn't human at all. It was a massive stag, with long, curved antlers and thick, snow-white fur covering its muscular body. Even its pupils were the color of snow. Behind it stood a herd of similar white stags, more than 20 in all. Ying immediately maneuvered her magic carpet to just within spellcasting range and used Identify Creature on them. Frost Stag, level 5 to 11 large ice-type magical beast. Can speak Common, Dwarvish, Giant, Goblin, Infernal, and several other languages. Possesses innate skills such as Powerful Charge, Ram, Defense through Offense, Weapon Crafting, and spell-like abilities including Despair Aura, Masterwork, Blood Fury, Greater Phantasm, Divination, Frost Gaze, Frozen Wasteland, and Hero's Banquet. Skilled at deceiving and rallying other tribes in cold regions. This was the first time she'd encountered a magical beast that could speak so many languages, a testament to their intelligence. Their skills were also extremely varied. Powerful Charge, Ram, and Defense through Offense were close combat abilities using their natural weapons. Weapon Crafting was a utility skill. Frost Gaze was a ranged attack. Frozen Wasteland could alter the environment. And they had several spell-like abilities. The presence of divination meant the Frost Stags really did have prophetic powers. This was the most versatile magical beast Ying had ever seen. Although many abilities had usage limits, like Hero's Banquet, frozen wasteland, and divination could only be used once a week. Of all these, the most unique was Hero's Banquet. Every 3 frost stags could work together once a week to create a Hero's Banquet, a truly lavish feast, complete with luxurious tables and chairs, attentive service, food, and drink. Not only did it fill you up, but after the banquet, all participants would be cured of diseases, nausea, and other negative conditions, and would be immune to poison for the next 12 hours. Drinking the fine wine at the feast would grant a temporary boost to maximum health, while the exquisite food would raise morale for the next 12 hours. However, the banquet had to last at least an hour and couldn't be interrupted, or all effects would be lost. So this was the so-called free feast provided by the Snow Mountain Guardians. It had to be said, it really was something special. The abundance of food and the feeling of fullness were nice, but the buffs were the real treasure. With a herd of frost stags like this, wouldn't you have unlimited food without ever needing to grow crops? However, the frost deer's spell-like ability, Frozen World, is just too similar to the current situation in Leuashia town. While a single frost deer's power can't cover such a vast canyon, there are now over 20, nearly 30 of them. With that many, it's entirely possible for them to create a scene of endless snowfall day and night. Combined with what's been uncovered about their ability to beguile people and win over tribes, it's hard to believe that the blizzard in the canyon and their prophecy about the canyon being buried in snow are mere coincidences. Thinking about it carefully, apart from the frost deer and the other snow-dwelling beasts on the mountain, the biggest force in this snowy region is actually Leuashia town. If this herd of frost deer wanted to expand their influence and win people over, it wouldn't be impossible for them to secretly target Leuashia town. No matter who you are, as long as you come here with goodwill, you're a friend of our Snow Mountain Guardians. I hope everyone can let go of past grievances and make the snowfields more prosperous together, the leading frost deer said to the Leuashia squad. Welcome. You've arrived just in time for today's banquet. Please join us. This giant deer could talk and was so polite, even calling itself a Snow Mountain Guardian. Could this be the legendary Snow Mountain Guardian spirit? The Leuashia squad members looked at the herd of giant deer with curiosity and intrigue. At least, since the other side was treating them with courtesy, it meant there wouldn't be a direct confrontation. This was a relief. Just looking at the size of these giant deer, they wouldn't be easy to deal with, and there were nearly 30 of them. In terms of both numbers and strength, the Leuashia squad was no match. If there wasn't going to be a head-on fight, even if things got tricky, at least they'd have time to react and come up with a plan. Besides, the other side was stronger, yet instead of using force, they were showing goodwill first. Maybe they really did mean well? If their opponents were humans or humanoid creatures, they'd still be suspicious, but these were deer. Being kind and pure-hearted seemed plausible. So, the Leuashia squad followed them in. Unfortunately, with so many people around, Ying couldn't use her bellflower to secretly warn her teammates. Luckily, even if these frost deer didn't have pure intentions, for now they were focused on winning people over, not showing their true colors. There was no harm in eating this meal. Ying floated in the air, munching on snacks and watching the frost deer prepare their hero's feast. 3 frost deer stepped out from the herd and took up positions in a triangle in the clearing at the center of the camp. Brilliant multicolored light shot from their antlers, connecting and spreading out. Within the colorful glow, tables, fine wine, and delicious dishes appeared one after another, filling the entire clearing. The players living at the Snow Mountain camp cheered, while the Leuashia squad was left stunned. Food conjured by magic, was it really edible? When they heard other players boasting about the special effects of these foods, they were even more shocked. Everyone was trying to eat as much as possible, since the food couldn't be stored and had to be eaten on the spot. The Leuashia squad had been hesitant at first, but seeing the other players eating without a care, they couldn't resist either. It turned out the food was not only edible, but actually quite tasty. The more Ying watched from above, the more regretful she felt. The frost deer's magic was both powerful and practical, but they were just too intelligent, almost as smart as humans. Their strength was nothing to scoff at either. The weakest frost deer was level 5, most were level 8 to 10, and the leader was level 11. They were ambitious, too. Their generosity in providing food wasn't just out of kindness. They wanted to recruit these people as their followers. Judging by how the players who'd settled in the Snow Mountain camp treated the frost deer with such respect, it was clear the deer didn't really see humans as friends. Although they called themselves the Snow Mountain Guardians, the players referred to them as the Snow Mountain Guardian Spirits. Ying didn't believe for a second that wasn't intentional. All of this proved that the frost deer were valuable, but impossible to tame. If only she could raise a herd of frost deer in her own territory, she'd never have to farm again. After the hero's feast, the players, energized by their buffs, grabbed their special traps and went out hunting. These traps were taught to them by the frost deer, greatly increasing their success rate in catching snow beasts. With the frost deer leading them to the snow beasts' habitats, they never came back empty-handed. When Leuashia and her group toured the camp, they found that aside from the lack of shops and limited supplies, there weren't really any downsides. For those who were weak, struggling to survive in the apocalypse, and barely able to feed themselves, living here cost nothing. The cost of living was truly low. Plus, the frost deer taught them hunting and weapon-making skills hands-on. With the frost deer's strength ensuring the camp's safety, this place was actually more attractive than Leuashia town. Later, the Leuashia squad went to the frost deer leader to ask about the prophecy. The prophecy says the canyon will eventually be buried in snow. It's no longer suitable for humans to live there. You'd best start looking for another place, the frost deer leader said. Aren't you the Snow Mountain Guardian Spirits? Don't you have a way to stop the blizzard? Leuashia asked, holding on to a last shred of hope. They were called gods, after all, and could conjure food out of thin air. Surely they were powerful? The frost deer leader shook its head. We are only guardians of the Snow Mountain. Our duty is to protect this cold land, but we cannot change its will. If it wants to fill the canyon and spread the snowfields, there's nothing we can do. All we can do is use prophecy to warn people to avoid the blizzard. Give up. The Snow Mountain camp will always welcome you, and we do need capable people to help manage the camp. We only listen to the will of the Snow Mountain. We're not good at managing human tribes. You'd be perfect for the job. If that wasn't blatant poaching, what was? And they were even poaching right in front of their rivals. But with only a few dozen official residents compared to the general player population, they were almost negligible. The impatient ones were already running to the bulletin board. Those with connections went to ask their official resident friends for details. The clever ones just spent a copper coin to teleport straight to the bulletin board. Luckily, if the target spot was blocked, teleportation would fail. Otherwise, there'd have been a stampede at the board by now. A loudmouth at the front had already read the quest details aloud. The news spread through the territory like it had grown wings. There are so many Murlocs. This time we should finally be able to earn enough contribution points to become official residents. I'm so tired of squeezing in here like sardines every time there's a quest. Harbor camp? When did that get built? Are we getting our own port? I majored in shipbuilding. Maybe I can finally land a steady job. These rewards are generous. The fish oil from a single Murloc corpse sells for a lot. With everyone going together, we don't have to worry about being swarmed by Murlocs. Who knows, maybe we'll be the ones doing the swarming. Is the winter of my fish oil business finally over? Who knows how much I lost after the worlds merged? The Lord set up a subcamp just to clear out the Murlocs? Awesome. With the camp shield, it's basically a tower defense. I'm great at that. Kinda makes me nostalgic for those dumb zombies from before. They'd just get lured back so easily, and with the shield, we were invincible. These Murlocs, driven mad by the evil god, are about as smart as zombies. I can already picture them mindlessly charging the camp shield, wave after wave. After posting the territory quest, Ying lurked on the forums to see how her people were reacting. Whenever something happened in the territory, it wouldn't be long before it spread to the forums. Over time, players from Qingshan Town got nicknamed Versailles Masters by others, and someone even started a thread called Versailles Concentration Camp, just for them. That thread became the daily bragging spot for Qingshan Town players. As the Lord of Qingshan Town, Ying was a bit embarrassed to be praised in person, but she couldn't help lurking in that thread in secret. She swore it was just to get feedback from her people, not because the compliments were so nice to hear. After all, if there were a Qingshan Town Haters Camp thread, she'd follow that too, but there wasn't one. Sure enough, when she opened the thread, she saw her people's reactions to the new quest. The Lord's giving out benefits again. Just grab a knife, pick a spot, and stab a Murloc down. 3 + 2 + N income. Nothing special, really. What's 3 + 2 + N? 3 copper coins plus 2 contribution points plus N units of Murloc oil. At other lords, look at this. When are we going to have events like this? With a camp shield, I dare to kill not just Murlocs, but dragons. Hey, shields can't block dragon breath. Remember that camp in Neon that got wiped out? Our camp shield is level 10. Murlocs are so cute, and the Lord wants to wipe them out? If the rewards weren't so good, I'd protest. Yeah, cute, until they chop you up and stuff you in a jar. I'm in Lingtian Town, already at the teleportation array. I have to get in on this. Welcome. Once you're here, don't leave. For just 1 silver coin teleport fee, you could spend the rest on some good food. Doesn't that sound better? They're here. The Qingshan Town Versailles crowd is at it again. They don't even try to hide it anymore. Players, eager and ready for action, gathered in small groups, waiting for the teleportation to begin. Ying opened the teleportation access right on time and, together with Gun, teleported over. The once empty harbor camp instantly became lively. Ying hovered in the air as usual, using the blueprints from the previous underwater corridor construction to quickly build a simple 3-story platform at the edge of the camp. Ranged classes, get on the platform. Don't look directly at the statue. Ying's voice rang out, amplified by a spell. With the thorn armor grown by Xiaohong, the inconspicuous thorn branch in her hand could easily switch between wand and magical focus, so she could use her magic abilities as needed. The main reason for building this platform was that, with the camp's protective shield in place, there was no need to worry about safety. Ranged classes standing higher up had a better view and left more space below for melee classes. Ying, together with Gun, also went up to the top level of the platform right now. Probably no one else had a longer attack range than she did. From here, all the altars in the Kotao Murloc village were within her attack range. Naturally, the Murlocs couldn't tolerate such a large group of humans suddenly appearing within their perception range. They immediately went into an uproar, grabbing their weapons and charging over. The entire Murloc tribe, under the influence of the statue, had lost most of their reason. Only such creatures could fanatically worship a god and offer up the purest faith. But they weren't as mindless as zombies. If things looked bad, they would still try to escape. Especially since they were led by a level 10 Murloc priest, who still retained a bit of rationality. So this first wave of assault was the key to killing enemies. Once the Murlocs realized there was an impenetrable transparent barrier in front of them, that their attacks couldn't get through, but the humans could, they probably wouldn't be so reckless anymore. As the Murlocs charged closer, Ying gave the order to attack. Everyone formed up, either acting alone or in small teams, launching attacks on the Kotao Murlocs. The Kotao Murlocs already had poor defenses, even worse than zombies, so under this direct assault, they were no match for the players. Ying didn't bother hunting the Murlocs herself. Though she could wipe out a group with a single spell, there was no benefit for her in killing Murlocs. Her focus was always on the altars. Her goal in issuing the Murloc clearing quest was to have the players tie up the bulk of the Murloc forces, giving her the chance to attack the altars and earn class experience, so the Murlocs themselves weren't a priority. With the camp providing a strategic advantage for the players, she could let go and focus on her own objectives. The territory players were happy with this arrangement too. After all, killing Murlocs meant rewards, and the more Ying killed, the less there was for them. This time, the Murloc priest wasn't busy conducting a ritual, so it reacted much faster than last time. It rushed to the back of the Murloc ranks and used water control magic to send waves crashing toward the camp. While the Murloc priest was casting, Ying made her move. Instead of using a large area attack spell, she cast an illusion around the altar, covering some of the offering jars. The illusion perfectly mimicked the terrain, making that area look unchanged. At this moment, Ying took out her greenwood longbow, drew it fully, and nocked an ordinary energy arrow. Activating her aiming skill, she quickly fired at the offering jars hidden by the illusion. You have destroyed an offering jar to Bribidup, god of the Murlocs. Gained 10 class experience. You have destroyed an offering jar to Bribidup, god of the Murlocs. Gained 12 class experience. The adventure log kept popping up with kill notifications, and Ying's class experience soared. The battlefield was chaotic. Her arrows shattered the jars and then vanished, making barely a sound. With the Murlocs frenziedly attacking, none of them noticed the destruction of the offering jars. The players' battle was going smoothly too. Melee classes were slashing and hacking, while ranged classes unleashed spells everywhere. But the good times didn't last. The Murloc priest's first wave of water crashed over, having no effect on the players inside the camp. After trying a second and third time with more force, the priest's mind, somewhat twisted by the evil god, finally cleared a little. Its tribe was suffering heavy casualties. The Murloc priest gave up on attacking, stomped its staff, cast a group healing spell, and commanded Stuff. Murlocs might be crazy, but their worship and obedience to their god and high priest were absolute. At the priest's retreat order, they immediately stopped fighting and began to fall back, moving quickly. Keep attacking. They're running, the players shouted, increasing the pace of their attacks. The spellcasters also tried everything to slow the Murloc's retreat with spells. At that moment, on the platform, Ying said to Gun, "Now's the time." Gun took a deep breath, activated the fruit pitcher skill, and a big round watermelon appeared in his hands. He hurled it into the Murloc crowd. As soon as it hit the first Kotao Murloc, it exploded, splattering red juice over dozens more. Suddenly, among the orderly retreating Murlocs, dozens went completely berserk. Eyes red, they turned and charged back, hurling their spears straight at Gun. When they ran out of spears, they squeezed toward the harbor camp's edge, waving their tridents and cursing at the platform above. Who threw the watermelon? Have the Murlocs gone totally crazy? These were the questions on every player's mind. But questions or not, they weren't about to slow down their money-making. Soon, they got their answer. No one knew when a giant vine had appeared on the platform, its lower half wrapped around the platform's pillar, upper half coiled around a black and white figure, swinging it out again and again. With each swing of the giant vine, more fruits, honeydew, cantaloupe, papaya, apples, pears, and all sorts of others, were hurled far into the Murloc ranks. These fruits looked real enough, but as soon as they hit, they exploded like firecrackers, spraying juice and pulp everywhere. Every Murloc touched by the fruit instantly forgot the High Priest's orders and locked onto their new lifelong nemesis, charging toward the figure swinging in the air. The giant vine would fling one way, then another, leading the Murlocs on a wild chase. And as they chased Gun, the Murloc numbers dwindled, picked off by players seizing the opportunity. With the help of the giant vine, Gun's fruit-throwing range was even farther than Ying's arrows. And with more and more rebels among the retreating Murlocs, the whole formation fell into chaos. What had been a coordinated, orderly retreat turned into utter bedlam, with even trampling incidents breaking out. Oh my god, is that Gun? Someone widened their eyes, finally recognizing the figure amidst the wild, mesmerizing dance of the giant vines. Do these fishmen really hate fruit or something? Why are they so furious after getting pelted, like we killed their parents? Look, even that fishman priest is dumbfounded. I don't think those are ordinary fruits, they're fruit bombs. Gun's been hiding his skills deep. He's a master of taunting. Am I the only one curious about those vines? There's no way that's the Lord's entangling spell, right? That's way too overpowered, almost like an alien octopus. If we just toss it into the fishman, there's nothing left for us to do. Look, the Lord is being held up high by a vine branch too, and she's not even using magic, just her bow and arrows. Isn't she clearly going easy on us, letting us earn more money? She's probably shooting at the offerings on the altar. Didn't the quest say only druids and rangers can destroy the altar for profession experience rewards? But I just looked from the platform, and the altar's still perfectly fine. Said a player who'd run out of mana and come down to join the melee. Ying wasn't stupid. If the giant vine was really that powerful, she could have just tossed the vine seed at the altar and used plant magic to stir things up. Why go to all this trouble? The giant vine was a magical plant seed she'd brought over from the Emerald World long ago. It was originally bred by a green witch as a toy for her own child. It's huge, soft, and very bouncy, perfect for playing throw me up and catch me with a little witch. Accordingly, it has 0 attack power. Getting hit by one of those thick vines is like being smacked with a pillow. It's fine for lifting or tossing people, but useless for attacking. Once the players realized the fishmen were all distracted by Gun Gun, they started shouting, "Gun Gun, come over here. We want some too." Though Gun Gun was a bit dizzy from all the tossing, the enthusiastic shouts from below instantly revived him, and he started throwing with even more gusto. Chin held high, he conjured fruits at lightning speed, going from throwing one at a time to tossing several in a single go. His main target was the Fishman Priest, but unfortunately, his aim wasn't great, and he kept missing. Seeing the fishmen were temporarily held back, Ying felt free to continue her sneak attack on the altar. She didn't attack the idol itself, since aiming at it would require looking directly at it. Only by destroying all the offering platforms would the idol's power drop to its lowest, making it much less risky to attack. The Fishman Priest, noticing his tribe in chaos and many ignoring his orders to keep attacking, quickly realized the fruit being thrown was the cause. He raised his staff again, and a wave of water swept over his tribesmen. The pale red wave washed away the fruit juice from the fishmen, and with it, the taunting effect. The fishmen snapped out of it and started fleeing again. Just then, a massive blue wave surged from the coastline. Compared to this towering blue wave, dozens of meters high, the red wave controlled by the Fishman Priest looked like a child's toy. What's that? A tsunami. The players noticed too. Before the apocalypse, they'd have run for their lives, but now the camp's shield was their umbrella. Ying narrowed her eyes, watching. From her higher vantage point, she could see clearly. Atop the towering blue wave were fully armed merfolk warriors, riding sharks. They were driving the polluted red seawater toward the shore. This time, it wasn't as gentle as the priest washing fruit juice off his people. Even the agile Quatoa fishmen couldn't stand against such a sudden wave. They were swept away, many slammed right into the camp's shield. Another feast for the players. "Hey, Moo girl, give me water breathing and water walking, will you? I'll go cripple that priest and drag him back for you to finish off. How much contribution is that worth?" Halfling chieftain Need climbed up the giant vine, reaching Ying in just a few breaths. A lot of halflings had come this time, joining the scramble for contribution points. But they weren't after official resident status, they were trying to pay off the 5 million contribution points their whole tribe owed for the subcamp management rights. Chief Need wasn't about to fight with the youngsters over small fry, so he set his sights on the Fishman Priest. "Ying, why are you getting involved, old man? Isn't this bullying the fishmen? This guy's a level 14 rogue. But drag the priest over for her to kill?" Ying found that very tempting. Ordinary fishmen were pretty clean, without any aura of natural corruption, but the priest was shrouded in black energy. He led all the tribe's worship and sacrifices, and was the closest to the evil god. The experience points must be substantial. But Ying had already used Identify Creature. This Fishman High Priest's melee ability was about the same as a regular fishman, but he knew plenty of spells: water control, water shield, mass healing, spirit guardian, spirit weapon, devout shield, and more. Most notably, his devout shield, given his fanaticism for the merfolk god and his proximity to the altar, had insane defensive power. That's why Ying hadn't dealt with him yet. She wanted to weaken or destroy the altar first, and wear down the fishmen a bit more. Then, with the players' numbers, they could make up for the level gap. Chief Need was sharp, he knew she was hungry for profession experience. So thoughtful. How could she say no? After a brief moment of silence for the Fishman Priest, Ying promptly cast water walking and water breathing on Chief Need. The spells last 7 hours. I'll knock 5,000 contribution points off your bill afterward. Chief Need grinned, snapped his fingers at her, and entered stealth mode. Ying watched him vanish. Even then, she had to look closely to spot any trace of his movement, and soon she couldn't see him at all. No wonder he was a level 14 rogue like a ghost. She wondered how he'd catch the fishman priest. If Ying could understand the halflings and fishmen joining the fight, the arrival of the skywolves and myconids was a bit of a mystery. At least the skywolves had grown up with her. Ying had expanded the treehouse's basement for them, and even got them official resident ID cards. They didn't need contribution points at all. Still, they insisted on paying the daily entrance fee like all the temporary residents, hunting to support themselves, and even offering her tributes on top of living expenses. Maybe they just wanted to help her. But the skywolves couldn't read or understand human speech. How did they even know about this? The myconids were even stranger. They'd never participated in a fight before. At this moment, several adult myconids had taken up positions atop the high platform, standing where spellcasters usually stood, blowing spores outward. When those spores landed among the Quatoa, they had an effect similar to Guanguan's fruit throwers. The Quatoa lost the last shred of their sanity, stumbling around in a daze. But unlike fruit juice, once the spores took hold, seawater couldn't wash them away. Ying watched and guessed these were likely hallucinogenic mushroom spores. They wouldn't kill, but they would leave you dizzy and disoriented, plagued by hallucinations. It seemed the myconids were different from the halflings. They were purely here to provide support, with no intention of racking up rewards for themselves. After all, myconids were masters of poison. There were so many deadly fungi, and when she'd been cultivating antidote mushrooms, she'd gotten all sorts of toxins from them, plenty of which were outright lethal. The fact that they were only using hallucinogenic mushrooms now clearly meant they weren't looking to kill directly. The skywolves, on the other hand, were a different story. Every swipe of their air blades targeted the Quatoa's gills, their vital organs for breathing, showing no mercy at all. She didn't know why all these groups had shown up to join the fray, but she had to admit, with their help, wiping out the Quatoa had become much easier. The Quatoa priest was truly stunned. It had already been pushed back a good distance by the tidal wave conjured by the merfolk, and only managed to steady itself by using its innate wave-riding ability. There were fewer merfolk warriors than Quatoa, but they were much stronger, excelling at both melee and ranged spellcasting. The merfolk warriors, riding sharks, stood atop a massive wall of deep blue waves. Their water manipulation was even more formidable than the Quatoa's. The red seawater here had been tainted by the evil god's power, making it uncontrollable for them. But the colossal waves they summoned from the deep sea far outmatched this patch of red water. As the waves crashed down, they conjured water chains to bind the limbs of the Quatoa, tossing them toward the harbor camp. The players cheered, swords and blades at the ready, coordinating perfectly. At this point, the Quatoa priest was truly terrified. When had they ever offended the merfolk? Yui asked. Unlike Ying, the merfolk could understand the aquatic tongue. Laji fiery. This is the price for offending us and our friends, and for trying to taint the ocean. The Quatoa priest was about to die of frustration. Hadn't it told those idiots not to go into the deep sea? When had they ever provoked the merfolk? And how did they know about the tainted seawater? It would never have guessed that the merfolk and the land dwellers were so closely connected. The merfolk's spell-like abilities were mostly control spells. For direct damage, they relied on melee. With their numbers, it was hard to say who would win in close combat. If that were all, it would be manageable. But on the horizon, a dark mass was rapidly approaching. Those damned blood crows again. Ying thought back carefully. She was pretty sure she hadn't cursed the Quatoa with any bad luck magic, right? Why were the blood crows here too? For the Quatoa, these blood crows were even more troublesome than the players attacking from the camp or the merfolk warriors manipulating waves from afar. There were more of them, and they were utterly fearless, because they were undead to begin with. Fortunately, this wasn't the first time the blood crows had appeared. Aside from the first encounter, when they'd suffered heavy losses due to inexperience, things had gone much better since then. Right now, the Kutoa priest couldn't spare a thought for its addled underlings. It could only issue orders to the few remaining lucid Kutoa, telling them to flee into the sea. The priest itself raised its staff, trying to control the red seawater and drag itself and the nearby Kutoa into the depths. But just as the staff left the ground, before it could even cast a spell, a sudden pain shot through its gills. From that spot, a wave of numbness spread rapidly through its entire body. The staff slipped from its grip, fell into the water, and was swept away by the waves. The Kutoa priest's eyes bulged, but it couldn't move a muscle. It hadn't even caught a glimpse of its attacker. Mewing, however, saw everything clearly. It was halfling chieftain Ned. No one knew when he'd gotten behind the priest. With a pitch-black dagger, he simply drew it across the priest's gills, and the priest was instantly paralyzed, dropping its staff as if it had been hit by a hold spell. Are level 14 rogues really this powerful? That ghost-like stealth, especially considering the priest wasn't standing on land, but on the water surface. To get close, you'd have to walk on water. Even though Mewing had cast water walk on him, stepping on the surface would still cause ripples. Stealthing on water was much harder than on land. A well-trained rogue was truly a spellcaster's nemesis, especially those without any defensive spells, like the Kutoa priest. No matter how strong its shield of faith or how fast its casting speed, it still needed time to cast. If someone could sneak up unnoticed and strike in an instant, there was no chance to resist. Of course, there were still plenty of Kutoa around the priest. With their leader down, they weren't about to let it slide. They immediately surrounded Ned. By now, the blood crows were almost upon them. Mewing no longer bothered to hide her actions as she destroyed the sacrificial jars, not even bothering with illusions. She kept shooting while keeping an eye on Chieftain Ned. How was he going to escape, caught between the Kutoa and the blood crows? Chieftain Ned, dragging the completely paralyzed Kutoa priest with one hand and wielding his dagger with the other, slashed at the surrounding Kutoa. Even though he couldn't re-enter stealth while holding the priest, he still managed to carve a bloody path through the chaos. The players who witnessed this were stunned. How did he suddenly appear behind the Kutoa priest? Damn, now that's how you play a rogue. He wields that dagger way better than any polearm. I bet even the top-ranked rogue on the global player leaderboard can't match this. I'd call him the god of assassins. Are all halfling rogues this badass? Halflings and halfling chieftains are two different breeds. Do I look that awesome to you? Chieftain Ned is so cool. Is he taking apprentices? I'll work for food and lodging, even take care of him in his old age. Or maybe he'll just unlock every chest, find every hidden compartment, and make sure there are never any secrets left. A halfling warrior nearby couldn't help but complain. The chieftain's lockpicking skills had tormented his own people for years. Annoy him, and the treasure you hid yesterday would be stolen and publicly displayed today, or worse, ruined by him. Having a kleptomaniac patriarch was every halfling's childhood nightmare. So halflings both admired and resented their chieftain. Even as they felt proud of the human player's praise, they couldn't help but grumble. You had to admit, while spellcasters' ranged magic was dazzling and visually impressive, it still couldn't compare to the sheer thrill and blood-pumping excitement of the halfling chieftain charging alone into enemy ranks, carving a bloody path with nothing but a single blade. Even Mewing couldn't help but steal a few extra glances. But the blood ravens were almost here. Who knew if the halfling chieftain could really defend himself with just a dagger, turning offense into defense and keeping himself completely safe? Then, a deafening shout rang out across the battlefield. "Moo girl! Pull me up!" The voice was even louder than when Mewing used her amplification magic. Mewing understood. He couldn't hold them off any longer. She reacted quickly, immediately controlling a giant vine to reach out toward the halfling chieftain. She saw the chieftain, almost like a circus acrobat, grabbing the fishman priest and leaping onto the vine, riding the waves as he went. The fishmen tried to throw spears to knock him down, but the giant vine curled up, shielding the chieftain inside and pulling him up onto the high platform within the harbor camp. "I brought you your guy, don't forget to clear my debt. The paralysis toxin on him will wear off in about half an hour." The halfling chieftain tossed the priest at Mu Ying's feet and sheathed his dagger. Mu Ying nodded. The thorn staff in her hand transformed into a red thorn longsword, which she plunged downwards. You have killed the Koda Fishman Priest. Acquired. Fishman Priest Robe ×1. Fishbone Amulet of Protection ×1. 500 class experience. 500 class experience points, equivalent to 50 sacrificial jars. Mu Ying's level progress shot up again. Class: Druid LV7, 1212/2800. With the Fishman Priest dead, only the small fry were left. There were still a lot of fishmen, and less than half had been killed so far, but without their priest to lead them, they were just a scattered mob, no longer a threat. The blood ravens now filled the sky, attacking every living thing in sight. But the fishmen suffered the most. The merfolk warriors had never come ashore, and now that the Fishman Priest, the only spellcaster among the fishmen, was dead, they retreated back into the deep sea. Meanwhile, the players here had the camp shield for protection. Not only were they unafraid of the blood ravens, some even hoped for more. Jackpot. The blood ravens are bringing us more materials. Ugh, too bad I'm out of mana. What a loss. Recently, the blood ravens had attacked the livestock camp, quarry camp, public farm camp, and several others. Players in Qingshan Town now felt about the blood ravens the same way the players at Linglong Gorge camp had before. These locust-like birds had lined countless players' pockets. So this time, only the fishmen truly suffered. As the tide receded, many fishmen were left stranded on the shore or in the shallows, unable to make it back to the sea in time. The blood ravens swept through, completely engulfing the fishmen's bodies. In no time, the ravens scattered, leaving behind only piles of fresh bones. Once the blood ravens had finished feeding and flown away, the fishman village was completely abandoned. The fishmen who'd barely escaped into the sea didn't dare return. Their numerical advantage was gone, many were wounded, and a group of hungry humans still waited on the shore. Mu Ying lifted the entry restrictions on the harbor camp shield and was the first to step outside, heading above the fishman altar. This time, she didn't have to worry about any fishman interference. She unleashed all her area of effect spells at once: stone spikes, wall of fire, blazing fireball, snowstorm, lightning call, moonlight, all of them, covering the entire fishman altar. What followed was a constant stream of class experience notifications, flooding her screen. You destroyed a sacrificial altar of Blibdal Pulp, god of the fishmen. Gained 12 class experience. You destroyed a sacrificial altar of Blibdal Pulp, god of the fishmen. Gained 10 class experience. You destroyed an idol of Blibdal Pulp, god of the fishmen. Gained 1000 class experience. You destroyed a sacrificial altar of Blibdal Pulp, god of the fishmen. Gained 10 class experience. You have reached the level 7 experience cap. 8 class experience overflowed. You have met the requirements for leveling up. Please prepare to advance as soon as possible. Mu Ying glanced at her character panel. Class: Druid LV7, 2800/2800. She immediately had the giant vine pull her back to the high platform and began her level-up process. The spell effects at the altar were still ongoing, and the experience notifications kept coming. She had to start leveling up right away, or all that extra experience would be wasted. Even if she had to level up in public, it didn't matter. After all, she was in her own territory now. She was absolutely safe. Plus, she had the giant vine and gun by her side for protection. And so, the natural energy around her grew denser and denser, gathering at her side. Other druids saw a massive green cocoon through their natural senses, while players of other classes, who normally couldn't see natural energy at all, could now faintly make out a green aura swirling around Mu Ying. Oh my god, the Lord's level progress just shot up to level 8 like a rocket, and it's still rising. The forums are blowing up. Are those altars really that crazy? Each one gives about 10 points. Xia Xin shot a few too, and now his level progress has surpassed Hua Xiaobai. He's third on the Xia Nation region leaderboard. Why couldn't I have picked a nature class? Dragon from Bear Nation and Venonica from Northern Europe were about to catch up to the Lord. Last night, their level progress was the same, but now they've been left in the dust again. Haha, I'm dying. Yesterday's trending post was full of people saying our lord was about to lose first place. They said druids level up fast early on but slow down later, and that soon she wouldn't even be in the global top 5 or 10. What a slap in the face. She's almost first by a huge margin again, our lords at level 8, 5%, while Dragon and Venonica are only at level 7, 14%. They won't catch up anytime soon. It's insane. Who would have thought destroying the fishman's corpse jars as a nature class would give so much experience? Nature isn't what it used to be. In the past, if you ruined the environment, that was it. Now, if you dare mess with nature, it'll hold a grudge and turn you into an XP farm for nature classes. You can't even complain. I think it's great, honestly. Nature's learned to protect itself, and the environment will only get better. Am I the only one who thinks the natural energy during the Lord's level up is way too intense? I'm a druid too, and sure, I'm not as high level as her, but the difference shouldn't be this huge. Her affinity for nature is just off the charts. After being blessed by nature, you have become a level 8 druid. Based on your druid level, you gain 1 additional daily use of your class skill, Wild Shape. Based on your druid level, your HP increases to 670. Based on your druid level, your MP increases to 160. Based on your druid level, you gain 1 free attribute point. No new spells unlocked at this level. The upgrade ended, the power of nature faded, and Mewing woke up. There weren't many changes at level 8, her HP increased by 80, her MP by 10, and there were no new spells or skills. The only real difference was that her wild shape uses per day increased from 2 to 3. But compared to that 1 free attribute point, none of the other changes really mattered. It had been ages since she last got a free attribute point. The last time was when she reached level 4. So it seemed that leveling up did grant free attribute points, just once every 4 levels. The next one wouldn't come until level 12. Without hesitation, she put the free attribute point into perception. Free attribute points were so rare that it made more sense to invest them in her strongest attribute rather than trying to shore up her weaker ones. She glanced at her character sheet. Class, Druid LV8, 180/3600. HP, 670/670. MP, 160/160. Attributes, Strength 8 + 1, Constitution 13, Agility 14, +2, Intelligence 12, Perception 18 + 1, Charisma 15. At level 8, the experience needed for the next level was now 3,600, 800 more than at level 7. Now that the Murloc altar had been destroyed, it would be hard to rack up large amounts of experience in a short time. Her attribute panel had also changed a bit. Compared to a year ago, her stats had really improved. The numbers in parentheses showed bonuses from equipment. The green quality ironwood bracers gave her +1 strength, and the blue quality seamless cloak gave her +2 agility. These would disappear if she took off the gear. But after signing a contract with Little Red, her companion plant, the +3 constitution bonus it provided was added directly to her base stats, as if it were her own. Aside from these visible bonuses, leveling up also increased her affinity with nature, as well as the effectiveness of her druid spells and skills. Things like spell duration and power would improve. That's why, unless someone's stats were overwhelmingly superior, it was very difficult for someone to defeat an opponent of the same class at a higher level in a head-on fight. Of course, every class had its strengths and weaknesses, and there was more to combat than just level differences. It was especially tough to fight beasts, magical creatures, or certain bloodline races above your level, especially those with spell-like abilities. Unlike human spellcasters, their physical stats weren't usually lacking. Take the frost deer, for example. Not only did it have strong spell abilities, but its physical stats were also impressive. So, even at level 8, she wouldn't dare take on a frost deer. If it hadn't been for Chief Need's powerful assassination skills, she would have had to rely on the players to weaken the Murloc priest's spellcasting before making a move herself. And since they were near the ocean, if the Murloc priest had tried to escape, it would have been hard to stop him. The reason the Murlocs fell so quickly was largely due to Chief Need's decapitation strike, the merfolk warrior suppressing the priest's water control magic, and the help from the Myconids. She could set up a camp next to the merfolk village to neutralize their home field advantage, but that wouldn't work with the frost deer. There weren't many of them, but each one was an elite, and they were highly mobile. Swarming tactics wouldn't work. Chief Need might be able to take on the frost deer alone, so selling him the management rights to a camp was definitely worth it. He was practically a one-man protection squad for the territory. But if he had to leave the territory to fight, his strength would be limited. Besides, Ying didn't want to rely on others for everything. Sure, it was nice to let someone else weaken the prey and then swoop in for the experience, but that wasn't a sustainable strategy. It was better to rely on herself. Since she couldn't take down the frost deer, it would be a long grind to accumulate more experience. Ying was mentally prepared for this. A period of steady growth wouldn't be a bad thing. There were only a few scattered Murlocs left, and without the advantage of numbers, they were no match for the players. The Murloc altar had been completely burned down. Without the idol and the sacrificial altar, the red hue over the sea began to fade, and the waters returned to their original color. In time, the ecosystem in this area would gradually recover. Through the eyes of nature, she could already see natural energies slowly influencing the area. The mission to wipe out the Murlocs was a complete success. Ying breathed a sigh of relief, but she didn't remove the quest. Those scattered Murlocs still needed to be dealt with. Without their idol and priest, it would take a long time for the Murlocs to regain their former strength. They probably wouldn't be able to build another altar for a while, but with their rate of reproduction, it wouldn't be hard for them to recover their numbers. Since they were already enemies, she was determined to see things through to the end. The rest could be left to the territory's players. After finishing her upgrade, Ying teleported back to the plantation. Today, Gun had a blast throwing fruit. After the taunt effect was washed away by the Murloc priest's water magic, he was still itching for more and stayed behind to keep harassing the Murlocs. Ying wasn't worried about him. Gun's defense was strong enough to handle 2 or 3 Murlocs at once, and there were plenty of players nearby. After returning, she went to see the Myconid elder and the merfolk priestess to thank them for sending help. Unlike the halflings, who helped out to earn contribution points, the Myconids and merfolk mainly used control abilities and were genuinely helping out. The Myconid chief said, "Huh? They helped out?" Actually, they just went to witness the battle and gather material for Qingshan Town's New Year blockbuster too. As long as we've seen it with our own eyes, we can recreate it more realistically later. Last year, we had to rely on secondhand stories, which wasn't ideal. If they helped out, it was probably just for fun, no need to thank us. Ying hadn't expected that reason. Was it already time to start prepping for the sequel to the New Year's movie? She could only remind them to keep it realistic and not turn it into another over-the-top praise fest like last time. The merfolk priestess just waved her hand dismissively and said, "Even without us, you could have handled it. Besides, they tried to pollute the sea with an evil god. We couldn't tolerate that either. If anything like this happens again, just tell me. We're all family here. We can't help much on land, but in the sea, the merfolk have some influence." Whether it was the priestess Granny, the mushroom elder, or the halflings and players who joined in for contribution points and coin rewards, Ying was grateful for all their help. It made her feel like she wasn't fighting alone. Even though she was still a solo player, she wasn't lonely. Isn't that what having a territory is all about? In high spirits, she returned to the magical cottage in the plantation. Little Pebble was starving, clinging to her finger and wriggling around. After drinking stone milk for so long, it was still only palm-sized, but it had changed from a flat stone cake into a plump, round pebble. Ying had become a seasoned caretaker by now, grinding stone milk with practiced ease. In no time, she'd prepared a big bowl. Little Pebble lay in the bowl, slurping away. Usually, as it ate, the stone milk would turn clear, but this time, not only did the milk clear up, Little Pebble's color also grew lighter, turning into a translucent pale gray. Its shape shifted from an oval pebble to a perfectly round stone ball. And it didn't feel like stone anymore, When she squeezed it, it was bouncy and squishy, and she could knead it into all sorts of shapes. According to the Dungeon Baby Care Guide, this meant Little Pebble had finally regained all the vitality it had lost after who knows how many years of hunger. Ying checked the dungeon interface. Dungeon. Age 0. Size none. At last, its age had changed from none to 0, though its size was still none. A dungeon's age wasn't measured by time, but was more like its level. Now that it was 0 years old, Little Pebble could start eating stone powder. She finally didn't have to grind stone milk for it by hand anymore. She'd already prepared the stone powder, having set up a grinding station at the quarry and hired people to make it. She had a whole ton, enough to feed Little Pebble until it turned 1. Ying took out a big wooden vat and tossed Little Pebble in. The vat was filled to the brim with stone powder. Little Pebble, eat, eat, eat. While Little Pebble was busy chowing down, Ying made herself something to eat and browsed the forums as she ate. The hottest thread was level 7 14%, level 8 5%. What kind of monster is this druid? Ying. Who else could they be talking about but her? Seeing this thread, she knew just how many jaws her level up today had dropped. And honestly, she was pretty pleased about it. Dragon, the barbarian from the Bear Nation region, and Vinonica, the bard from the Nordic region, were also leveling up fast, closing the gap with her. Yesterday, they'd even caught up to her. Lately, there was another thread that had been trending, always in the top 3. Now, it was still in second place, and its title was a stark contrast to the first. Druids fall off late game. Number 1 on the leaderboard won't be a druid. That thread was full of people saying that many players with good perception had followed Ying's lead in picking druid because she leveled up fast, but they'd regret it later. They claimed druids were jacks of all trades, but masters of none, with weak combat power and poor prospects. Ying's level was just inflated, and she'd fall off soon. They also said that 2 of the top 10 global players from the Xia Nation region were both high-perception support classes, a druid and a priest, and that in a real fight, they couldn't compare to other classes. The 2 trial spots were wasted on them. In short, it was mostly snide remarks and mockery. Ying had eaten plenty of meals while reading these negative threads and didn't take them to heart. The anonymous nature of the World Forum just amplified people's ugliness. It was normal for people to say things like that. Maybe she didn't know much about other classes, but as for Druid, she didn't think it was a dead-end class. There were 11 classes in the Doomsday game, and not a single one was useless. Each had its own strengths. This wasn't some regular online game where the class system could be unbalanced by human error. Beyond Deep Blue Star, the entire Multiverse's combat class system was based on these, tested by time. There were only 6 attributes, each favoring different classes, and only 11 classes in total. If any class was truly weak, it would have been eliminated long ago. Ying always believed there were no weak classes, only weak players. The best class is the one that suits you. So she just treated that thread as a joke. Still, she clicked in to take a look. Are the people who said druids were trash still here? Does your face hurt yet? Haha, this is hilarious. Can't do anything right, but number 1 at getting slapped in the face. I don't know if druids can beat other classes at the same level, but I'm sure Ying can if you've ever seen that giant vine monster of hers that looks like a tentacle beast. The tone of the comments had completely shifted. She didn't really care, but seeing these people get proven wrong was still pretty satisfying. That's why she clicked in to enjoy it a bit as an appetizer. After scrolling for a while and feeling much better, she went to check the first thread. In just a few hours today, we witnessed Ying rocket from level 7, 14% all the way to level 8, 5%. Those who are watching the leaderboard waiting to laugh at her are probably out of laughs now. She's back to being number 1 by a mile. But this doesn't mean druids are easier to level than other classes, it just means Ying is a monster. Previously, it was widely acknowledged that druids leveled up quickly in the early game, and I think Ying played a huge part in that. She was the first to figure out the fastest way for druids to level and shared it with her territory, spreading it around and saving a lot of druids from detours. This time, it's the same. Ying has once again found a shortcut for druids to gain class experience, by dealing with those who destroy the natural environment. When judging a class's strength, you can't just look at the top players. You have to look at the middle and lower tiers, the majority. In fact, the proportion of strong players is about the same for every class. Some classes just have fewer players overall. So the monster isn't the druid class, it's Ying. Although Ying took issue with being called a monster, she had to admit this post wasn't just clickbait. Some points were spot on, and it was pretty fair. There were also some amusing comments below. I'm not jealous of Ying's rocket leveling at all. I just think the Doomsday game owes me a giant panda, the kind that throws fruit. Not only is Ying the #1 druid, her panda is also the #1 animal companion. Too bad its owner is so OP that all its taunt skills go to waste. Today, I'm a lemon spirit again. It's not just a taunt panda, it's a kung fu panda. I saw it crush Murlocs with my own eyes. Their spears couldn't even pluck a single hair from it. Can you believe that? This time, Gun has really made a name for itself. Before, it was just a cute little thing everyone liked to pet. While many players were fond of it, they didn't really know how strong it was. Some even thought it was just an adorable little weakling. But now, with its skills finally on display, it's shown everyone what it's capable of. To be fair, its owner, Ying, has always been a bit too cautious, keeping it in the back row all the time. She constantly worried it might stray too far from her, and if anything dangerous happened, she wouldn't be able to save it in time. After all, she'd raised it from the size of a palm, bit by bit. It was her first time feeding and caring for a small animal, so she was understandably overprotective. Besides that, there were also some comments about the other races in her territory. A level 10 Murloc priest, taken down single-handedly by the halfling chieftain with just a dagger, and he even brought it back for the lord to finish off. I noticed the lord's experience bar jumped by at least 700 or 800 points at that moment. And those merman guys and gals are awesome too. They know we need the kills for quests, so they don't steal them. They even push the Murlocs over for us to kill. Love it. And those adorable myconids. Their poison spores are insane. They were only supposed to be here gathering material for their movie, you know. This place is just so wholesome. I really want to visit Greenhill Town. So many friendly races. But you guys hyping up these outsiders, have you ever thought about it? These foreign races are actually invaders. They're the ones who disrupted our peaceful lives. Why are you treating them like friends? Yeah. What's the difference between Murlocs and Merfolk? Aren't they both outsiders? Both dungeon mobs? Just because one's ugly and one's pretty, you kill the Murlocs but befriend the Merfolk? This isn't some fairy tale, you know. Ying just smiled when she saw these debates and didn't pay them much mind. It's normal. Some people view the apocalypse game positively, others negatively. Ying was more on the positive side. Maybe it was because she had few ties to this world to begin with. When the apocalypse came, she didn't really lose anything. As an orphan, she had no family or friends who died because of the apocalypse, and being poor, she had no property worth mentioning. On the contrary, thanks to the apocalypse game and the Lord's order, she achieved financial freedom ahead of time. She was one of the beneficiaries of the apocalypse, so it was only natural for her to see it in a positive light. But for others, who lost the wealth they'd worked so hard for and the loved ones they cherished, the coming of the apocalypse was nothing but pain. To them, all the creatures brought by the apocalypse game were invaders. It all comes down to personal experience. If you ask Ying, she actually prefers the world as it is now. She likes the feeling of power being in her own hands, where every bit of effort translates directly into her own strength. She loves the clear blue skies and the fresh air. So she takes a rational view of the apocalypse game. For some humans, the apocalypse is a disaster. But for the world itself, for Deep Blue Star and all its plants and animals, the apocalypse is actually an opportunity, a kind of evolution. There are good and bad among the outsiders too. If peaceful coexistence is possible, then of course that's better. It's not about who's pretty or ugly, it's about where your interests lie. The Murlocs, for example, are on the opposite side from her as a druid, so they're enemies to be wiped out. But the Merfolk have no conflict of interest with her, and they can communicate amicably, so they can be allies. In fact, these races that arrived on Deep Blue Star via the dungeons can't really be called invaders. They all migrated here with their own territories. It's not like they're pure invaders, coming to plunder someone else's home. From Deep Blue Star's perspective, these outsiders are more like immigrants who brought their own property and paid a settlement fee. As for the native humans, who once did so much harm to the planet, they're not really any nobler than the newcomers. Humans aren't the masters of Deep Blue Star. They're just another species living here. Deep Blue Star itself is the true master. These were things Muing only gradually came to understand after becoming a druid. If the world had a consciousness, it would probably align closely with the will of nature, since nature's protection is fundamentally about preserving the environment, and all living things depend on the environment to survive. Come to think of it, aren't the pages she gets from fairy tale-related events in the Emerald World just manifestations of the world's consciousness? The physical transformation effect is a blank, ownerless fragment of world consciousness. If that's the case, maybe Deep Blue Star really does have a consciousness. Muing looked up at the sky, then awkwardly lowered her gaze. She was in her magic cottage. There was no sky, only a ceiling. Ding-ling, ding-ling. The bellflower hanging on the wall chimed again. Muing walked over to check. It was Zheng Jing. Hello. It hatched. The griffin hatched. Zheng Jing's excited voice blasted through the receiver, making Mu Ying's head buzz. Muing shook her head. She's totally lost it with excitement. No wonder she hadn't seen her at the harbor camp today. She must have been busy hatching the egg. Muing hung up the bellflower phone, cleared away her dishes, and disappeared from her cottage, reappearing in the griffin area of the breeding camp. This was a newly designated area. Since griffins, like basilisk lizards, are highly aggressive, they'd been given their own section, separated by a camp barrier. Inside was a patch of grass and a small hill. The griffin eggs were all kept in a wooden shed at the foot of the hill, where 2 hopper rabbits took turns incubating them every day. As soon as Muing teleported outside the shed, she sensed magical fluctuations inside. Wasn't everything fine when she got the bellflower call just now? Why does it sound like a fight in there? That kind of magical fluctuation doesn't sound like animal communication. Sure enough, when she went in, she saw Zheng Jing using entangling spell to restrain a furious, scruffy little chick. On the haystack nearby, the hopper rabbit huddled protectively around 2 eggs. Zheng Jing was holding a thin twig, threatening to smack the chick. Are you going to behave? Doe. 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 The scruffy chick pecked furiously at the vines binding it, completely ignoring Zheng Jing's threats. Its sharp little beak had already poked some holes in the spell's vines. Smack. Zheng Jing didn't hesitate to give it a whack. The chick hit once, got even more worked up. It stopped pecking at the vines and, as if seeing a mortal enemy, struggled to peck at Zheng Jing's face. Smack. 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 3 more hits. Are you going to behave or not? If not, I'm making bird stew tonight. Zheng Jing threatened fiercely. Cheap, 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 cheap. Never. A griffin will never be a slave, the scruffy chick retorted defiantly. Having barged into the scene of domestic violence, Muing curiously cast animal communication on herself. After understanding what the chick was saying, she raised her eyebrows. This little guy's got guts. Even now, it's still mouthing off. Zheng Jing let out a heavy sigh, nearly dying of frustration. Griffins were nothing short of little devils. They barely had any feathers, yet they were already so stubborn and aggressive. Would it kill them to show a little submission? If she kept hitting it, she was afraid she might accidentally kill it. After all, it had just hatched, and while its temper was tough, its body definitely wasn't. The knowledge about taming griffins in her animal training skill hadn't lied at all. When it said untamable, it really meant it. Calm down, Muing came over and patted her on the back. She'd known Zheng Jing for so long, but had never seen her this worked up before. Zheng Jing let out a long sigh. You have no idea. This little thing tried to attack its own siblings as soon as it hatched. One of the eggs already got pecked and cracked. Crack. A faint sound came from the direction Zheng Jing was pointing. Both of them looked over. In Tiao Tiao Rabbit's arms, the egg with the crack was splitting further. Tap. A sharp little beak poked through. Another griffin was hatching. After poking its head out, the little one obediently nibbled at its own eggshell, its shiny black eyes occasionally glancing around at the people nearby. "This one looks much more well-behaved than its older brother," Muing said. Zheng Jing was on high alert. "That's what I thought half an hour ago." According to the skill info, only one griffin per clutch survives, because the first to hatch will eat its siblings' eggs. But just now, I was so excited to see it hatch, and since it was just quietly nibbling its shell and seemed so docile, I let my guard down. Who knew? While I was on the phone with you, it cracked the egg next to it. Luckily, it had just hatched and wasn't strong yet, and griffin eggshells are pretty tough. Otherwise, sigh, forget about cute, fluffy griffins. Why did I ever think using my chance to learn a taming method on griffins was a good idea? I can already see myself going bald from stress. Zheng Jing mourned for the days ahead, soon to be surrounded by little troublemakers. Muing. It sounded tragic, but why did she feel like laughing? Zheng Jing complained about the little griffins, but despite her grumbling, she was still attentive and caring. The second hatched griffin chick finished nibbling its shell and, sure enough, started eyeing the third egg, inching toward it as sneakily as it could. With experience, Tiao Tiao Rabbit quietly tucked the last griffin egg deeper into its arms. With another round of entangling spell, the two bald little chicks were tightly bound and hung upside down. Bald chick number 1 was still stubbornly pecking at the vines binding it, while bald chick number 2 looked aggrieved. "Cheep cheep." Muing leaned in and whispered something to Zheng Jing. Zheng Jing nodded and released the second bald chick, who hadn't had a chance to cause trouble yet. Newly freed, bald chick number 2 ran straight to Zheng Jing, hugging her pant leg with its little wings and rubbing against her. "Greater than over equal to less than over equal to. Cheep cheep, mama." Zheng Jing squatted down suspiciously and tentatively reached out to touch the two silly tufts of fluff on bald chick number 2's head. Had she misjudged it? Was the first one just a special case? Bald chick number 2 let her pet it obediently. Zheng Jing almost believed it. But then she saw bald chick number 2 happily scamper off toward the pile of grass, chirping mama as it ran. This time, no one stopped it. It smoothly made its way to egg number 3, patted the egg gently with its little wings, and even chirped at Zheng Jing, acting as if it was just giving a friendly pat. Meanwhile, the not-so-brotherly bald chick number 1 finally pecked through its vine restraints and grumpily came over to peck its enemy, Zheng Jing. Zheng Jing cast Entangling Spell again, binding it up like a cocoon. In the blink of an eye, bald chick number 2, who had just been acting all affectionate with egg number 3, suddenly tilted its head and pecked down hard on the egg, only to let out a muffled, pained screech. Cheep. That wasn't an egg at all, it was a rock. Muing had just wanted to test if this little griffin was faking it. Of course, she couldn't bear to use one of their precious 3 griffin eggs for the experiment, so she cast an illusion on a round stone, making it look like a griffin egg. If the chick really was pretending, this would teach it a lesson. Taming griffins wasn't about loving care, it was all about tough discipline. Griffins were vicious by nature. Being nice to them wouldn't make them submit. Only by overpowering them in every way and earning their respect could you truly tame them. The illusion wasn't even that convincing, anyone touching it would see through it right away. But the griffin chick was so young it didn't notice at all. Maybe its urge to eat eggs was too strong, so it went all in with that peck, and now it was wailing in pain. Its beak was even cracked. Zheng Jing, who'd just been fooled by bald chick number 2's cries of mama. All her fantasies about griffins vanished into thin air. They were just little troublemakers, through and through. There was no way around it, they had to be disciplined. She'd have to follow the rather brutal taming methods to the letter. Zheng Jing summed it up as the PUA Eagle training method. First, be ruthless. If they behave, give them a little reward. If not, keep up the discipline. Lock them up, withhold food. She had to get them under control before they grew up, or she might not be able to handle them later. She used Entangling Spell to bind both chicks and tossed them into the specially prepared iron cage, the timeout room. The cage had been custom-made by old Luber. Only one side was made of thick iron bars, the rest were solid iron plates. No matter how much these little griffins pecked, there was no way they'd break out. Crack! The sound of an egg splitting rang out again. This time, Jing didn't hesitate. She put the unhatched egg straight into the timeout room. Better to be safe. Tap, tap, tap. Cheep, 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 cheep. Cries of anger, grievance, and confusion rang out one after another as Jing paced back and forth, fists clenched, determined to ignore them. Those blood crows are out again today. I wonder if there are any fresh orphan griffin eggs at Griffin Cliff? Should we go take a look? Mooing mused, stroking her chin. Jing, are you the devil? Don't want them. Mooing asked, trying not to laugh. Jing snorted. It's not up to me whether we want them or not. These griffins are all yours. I'm just here to help you discipline your little monsters. You're a mature capitalist now. If you want to go, just go. Don't ask me. Mooing burst out laughing. In the end, didn't she still want them? She asked curiously, so where do griffins rank in your heart now? Tamed griffins are second place. Untamed ones are dead last. Jing declared righteously. Even if they're little monsters with proper discipline, they're still the future stars of the territory. Mooing laughed out loud. I'm off to see if there are any more hidden future stars at Griffin Cliff. After leaving the breeding camp, Mooing took her flying carpet for a trip to Griffin Cliff. This time, she could clearly sense that the number of griffins had dwindled again. Several more had died. Unlike last time, there weren't any eggs being fiercely guarded, though there were a few broken ones at the foot of the cliff, but even fewer than before. It wasn't that the griffins had gotten better at protecting their eggs, but rather, there were simply fewer griffins laying eggs now. Apart from those small families in breeding season, those who had laid eggs or had chicks not yet able to fly, most of the other nests were empty. Of course, it wasn't as if all the griffins had been killed by the blood crows. Unless a griffin was alone and got ganged up on by a flock of blood crows, it might be killed. At other times, even when facing a flock of blood crows, griffins could usually hold out for quite a while. Though they were outnumbered, their flying speed was much faster than the blood crows. As long as they didn't stubbornly try to fight to the end, escaping wasn't a problem. So most of the griffins that died were those who had eggs or chicks in their nests and couldn't flee. They had to stand their ground and defend their homes. Mooing figured that the griffins from the empty nests had probably migrated elsewhere. Blood crows really were a troublesome enemy. It seemed that after future blood crow attacks, she'd have to check on Griffin Cliff more often. If she didn't pick up a few more eggs, her dream of a flying mount army would have to wait until the griffin chicks in her territory grew up and started laying eggs themselves. Not finding any eggs, Mooing was a bit disappointed. Cheap. As she circled the cliff on her flying carpet, Mooing heard a faint, weak sound. She listened carefully for a while, but it didn't come again. Still, she didn't think she was imagining things. She quieted her mind and listened intently. After a few minutes, she finally heard it again. It sounded like a griffin chick, even weaker than before. This time, she managed to pinpoint the direction. It was near the bottom of the cliff. Mooing flew over. About 5 or 6 meters above the ground, there was a small recess in the rock face, and inside it lay a griffin chick. It had only a bit more fluff than a newly hatched, bald chick, clearly just born. The little griffin lay motionless in the hollow. If you didn't look closely, you'd think it was dead, except for the faintest rise and fall of its belly. Mooing looked up. Sure enough, there was a ruined griffin nest above. The chick must have fallen from there and rolled into this hidden little nook. It had escaped being eaten by the blood crows, but it was still close to death. No griffin eggs, but Mooing wasn't about to turn her nose up at a griffin chick. She drew her wand, gently pointed it at the chick, and used her magic to float it out slowly. The chick was badly scraped and bruised, and one finger on its left claw was half broken off, hanging by a thin strip of skin. As she lifted it, the finger finally broke away completely. Even so, the little griffin only let out a faint cheep. Mooing gently placed it on the flying carpet and tapped its chest with her wand, channeling life magic into its body. The chick finally regained a bit of strength, its eyes opening to a thin slit. It caught sight of the person crouched beside it. "Don't be afraid, you'll be better soon." Muying spoke to it in animal speech. She used life magic to restore some of its vitality, so it wouldn't be too weak to survive further healing. Then she placed her hand on it and began to cast a healing spell. The little griffin, whose body had been so numb with pain it could barely feel anything, now felt a tingling warmth as death slowly retreated. When the spell was done, most of its wounds had healed, except for the tip of its left wing, which had broken off and couldn't be restored. But it was only a tiny bit, nothing serious. Muying saw the griffin chick still lying there, staring at her with wide, curious eyes, not blinking at all. She poked its little belly. "You're all better now. Want to try moving?" The chick looked at her finger, as if just realizing it could move. Its wings gave a tiny tremble, then its body, and it slowly stood up, flapping its little wings, cheep cheep. It sounded much more energetic now. Muying relaxed. Seeing its shrunken belly, she conjured some spring of recovery water. "Have some water." The chick waddled over, still not used to missing a claw, swaying like a little duck. It shuffled up to Muying's hand holding the water sphere, even bracing itself on her hand with its wing. But it quickly pulled away, sneaking a glance at Muying's face. Muying smiled at it. After seeing how the two griffin chicks behaved at the breeding camp, she was a bit suspicious of this one's apparent shyness. Seeing that Muying didn't seem bothered, the chick finally took a sip of the water. Then all pretense vanished. It gulped down several big mouthfuls. After a while, it slowed down, taking a couple of sips, glancing at her, then drinking some more, then looking again. When it finished the water sphere, its shrunken belly was round and full. It lost its balance and plopped down on its butt. Seeing it was full, Muying took it away from Griffin Cliff. The little griffin glanced back at the receding cliff, then shuffled over to Muying's side and stared at its own little claw in a daze. Once they reached the breeding camp, Muying picked up the chick and put away her magic carpet. The chick froze, then found itself in free fall with Muying, which instantly reminded it of falling from the cliff before. Its feathers all stood on end. But in less than a second, after a brief wave of dizziness, the wind stopped. Muying had already teleported them to the griffin shed. The little griffin, still shaken, clung tightly to Muying's hand with its wings, peering curiously around. Jing, who was sulking at the door of the griffin shed, immediately noticed Muying's arrival and her new companion. "What's that?" "Found it at Griffin Cliff. Nearly fell to its death, so I saved it. Should be able to tame it, right?" Muying said, offering the chick to her. Jing instinctively reached out to take it, only to let out a yelp. "Ow." The chick, just about to be handed over, gave Jing a fierce peck, then burrowed right back into Muying's hands. "Muying." She set the chick down and took Jing's hand to heal her. Jing didn't seem to mind the injury. "Why does it trust you so much?" Muying looked down at the chick now clutching her pant leg. "Maybe because I saved it? Are griffins the kind of magical beast that'll obey you just because you saved their life?" "I don't think so. The taming manual says you have to subdue griffins by force. Sure, it might like you more because you saved it, but that doesn't mean it's tamed. A tamed griffin is not only loyal to you, but will also follow your commands to the letter. Why don't you give it a try?" Jing eyed the little griffin, which clearly trusted Muying immensely, and couldn't help but feel a surge of envy. This was exactly the scene she had pictured in her mind before the two baby griffins in the shed hatched. Aren't most birds supposed to imprint on the first creature they see after hatching, treating it as their mother or master? But griffins, with their eagle heads and lion bodies, really don't play by the rules. Sure, they called her mom, but there was no real bond at all. It was just lip service. Yet this little griffin that Muying picked up halfway was still rough with everyone else, just like the other griffins, but it was clearly different with her. Jing was so jealous. Following Jing's instructions, Muying used her animal communication skill to tell the little griffin, "Be good and listen to her. Don't peck her anymore. She'll take good care of you. I'll come visit when I have time." The little griffin froze for a moment, then nodded, let go of Muying's pant leg, and waddled over to Jing. "Oh my gosh, you really tamed it." Jing was stunned. She tried picking up the little griffin again, and this time, it didn't attack her. It was a bit reluctant, its body stiff as if trying hard to restrain itself, but it didn't resist. Jing hugged the little griffin with satisfaction. Good girl, big sis will take care of you. The cozy little nest I prepared can finally be put to use. Happily, Jing carried the little griffin back to the shed. This little one was nothing like those two fierce troublemakers. There was no need to subdue it with force anymore. With just a word from Ying, it would behave. No more stick and carrot approach, just provide it with different training as it grows. Chirp. The little griffin poked its head out of Jing's arms, looking longingly at Ying, its little eyes wet and shiny. Even though it was an ugly, bald little chick and not at all Ying's type, she was still touched by how quickly it accepted her, especially in contrast to the rattling and banging still coming from the iron cage in the shed. Griffins aren't usually tamed by a few small favors. This little one was truly rare. Ying almost wanted to take it back and raise it herself. But griffins were different from Gun. Gun didn't need to learn how to walk, just feed him, and he'd slowly grow up and awaken his skills. But without an adult griffin to guide it, a baby griffin needed all kinds of training to reach an adult's combat and flying abilities. That was part of the animal taming skill set. Jing had the right skills and was more professional. Besides, Ying really didn't have the time to raise it herself. She barely managed to look after Gun, who was basically free-range. She'd just have to visit the little griffin whenever she had time. Ying didn't go into the shed again, worried she'd distract the little griffin, and simply teleported away. By now, it was already dark, but still a bit early for bed. She still had some mana left and could practice spells for a while, but right now, she just wanted to relax. So she transformed into a white wolf, teleported to Moon Lake, and found the pack of sky wolves playing and resting by the shore. It had been a while since she'd spent time with them. The last batch of wolf pups had grown old enough to start practicing hunting, tumbling, and wrestling on the grass. The young adult sky wolves were also fighting, but theirs was much rougher and more intense. It was all about courtship, with players watching and cheering from the sidelines, making for a lively scene. Elsewhere, the adult wolves lounged in pairs, lazily grooming each other. Ying joined the adults without hesitation. She had no interest in fighting, preferring to just lie there and enjoy the breeze. Come to think of it, they'd also participated in the Murloc extermination quest today. Oh whoa. We can't be a burden, we have to protect you. That's the king's order. Dahui said, bowing his head to the little Shireen figurine sitting atop Ying's head. Ying. Oh whoa? So you guys joined the fight today to help me? Dahui nodded. Oh whoa. And to earn contribution points, so we can officially become your subjects. We can't let those humans outdo us, can we? Ying shook her head, knocking the Shireen figurine off, then poked him with her paw. She really wondered what kind of ideas he'd been feeding his underlings. The Shireen figurine obediently sat on the ground, letting her poke him, his little head bobbing. Sigh, she kind of missed Dean. She wondered how he was doing lately. Ying lay there listlessly, watching a few wolf pups rolling around in the Ophiopagon grass, covering themselves in glowing flower buds and howling with excitement. Seeing how happy they were, Ying felt her spirits lift and joined in the rolling. The Shireen figurine also transformed into wolf form to play with her. Halfway through, she caught a glimpse of a figure out of the corner of her eye and was so startled that she lost control and ended up pinning the Shireen figurine underneath her. He struggled out from under her, poked his head out, and just lay there. Ying kept staring at that familiar figure in the distance, her fur bristling. Pale skin, thick black hair, dressed in a fitted, vintage black gown. Outfits like that weren't uncommon in Qingshan Town these days. Many female NPCs in the territory liked similar dresses, and when not fighting, Ying's own shape-shifting clothes often chose similar styles. The only thing special about this one was the overly intricate dark patterns and lace on her dress. And her eyes. Even though there were spots of glowing light in the territory, it was still pretty dim overall. Others might not see clearly, but with her dark vision, Ying could see plainly. Her eyes were blood red. Wasn't this the vampire countess from the Blood Crow Nest? Behind her stood a blonde man in Black Knight's attire, who also seemed to be one of the vampires. But compared to the leading female vampire, it was the man behind her who drew the most attention from the players. Because his hair color was clearly not from Xia country. Although Ying had put hair-dyeing potions in the territory's specialty shop, they weren't cheap. So far, only the wealthy and beauty-obsessed fabric shop owner Penny had bought one. So, in the territory, the only people without black hair were NPCs and Ying herself, whose bloodline had been purified into an elf's. Players were all speculating whether this guy was a new NPC. Ying was glad she was in wolf form so they couldn't see her true identity, but also a bit frustrated that she couldn't use Identify Creature to check their levels. The territory's protective barrier hadn't reacted at all, so they must have paid to enter. No matter how hard she thought, Ying couldn't guess why they'd come. But once inside, they had to obey the territory's rules. That wasn't just talk. By entering, they were automatically bound to her rules. Any violation would get them instantly expelled, so Ying wasn't worried about them causing trouble. But what exactly were they here for? Ying quietly observed the movements of the two vampires while they, like ordinary people visiting the territory for the first time, openly and curiously looked around without any attempt to hide it. The players didn't really notice the aura coming from the vampires. Some of the more outgoing ones had already gone up to chat with them. Hey, are you new NPCs? What kind of shop do you run and where is it? Ying covered her wolf face with a paw. The territory's not that big, how could you not know if there's a new shop? In her wolf form, Ying's senses for danger were much sharper. The aura from these two vampires made her first stand on end, especially that vampire lady. As the two of them approached Moon Lake, even the wolf pups who had been playing nearby stopped what they were doing. The adult sky wolves also stood up, quietly moving to shield the pups behind them, watching the newcomers warily. What is an NPC? Unexpectedly, the vampire lady asked this question. It's what we Deep Blue Star people call outsiders like you, like the shopkeepers in the territory, someone replied cheerfully. The vampire lady stroked her chin. Interesting. Pretty lady, what should we call you? Are you and this handsome guy a couple? A bold girl asked. The vampire lady raised an eyebrow at that. Aren't you afraid of us? We're not NPCs from your territory. Murlocs are so ugly and we're not scared of them. You're so good-looking and have such a great figure, what's there to be afraid of? Besides, if you're not an NPC, then you must be from outside, right? That's not unusual. Now that the dungeons are open, our lord is super friendly. Even merfolk come here to hang out and halflings and myconids have joined us. You'll definitely like it here. The beauty-obsessed girl finished her speech nonchalantly, then looked the vampire lady and her boyfriend up and down with some confusion. You two look exactly like humans, especially you. You look just like someone from Xia country, just with a hotter figure. Aren't all the dungeon races supposed to be non-human? Are you not human either? As she spoke, the guy next to her shifted, and Ying finally saw who it was. She almost wanted to kneel in disbelief. Wasn't that Siqing? And this beauty-obsessed girl? Well, no doubt, it was Leuashia. The vampire lady licked her crimson lips playfully, revealing her fangs. Little sister, I'm a vampire, the kind that loves to drink the blood of pretty girls like you. Vampire? Leuashia was delighted instead of scared. Is that the kind that runs super fast, can't be in the sun, never ages or dies, and everyone's a hottie? Ying. She was starting to regret not telling everyone about the vampires in the Blood Crow Nest. So Deep Blue Star has vampire legends too. And the prettified kind, no less. The vampire lady was stunned for a second. Did this world have some misunderstanding about vampires? But thinking about it, there was some truth to it. She'd originally just been curious why this territory could get help from merfolk, halflings, and even myconid monsters. Plus, the crows had never been able to take it down, always suffering losses whenever they came. She wanted to see what was going on. But after hearing this human girl, her interest only grew. It's not that all vampires are good-looking, it's just that good-looking people are more likely to be embraced. Little girl, you have great potential to be a vampire too. Want me to help you? You could stay young and live forever, the vampire lady said temptingly. Such an interesting girl deserved to join her in the darkness. She was getting bored of men. Ying's internal alarm bells rang. Even if these two vampires couldn't harm players inside the territory, they could still trick them. They could lure someone out of camp, take a bite, and drain them dry. And with looks like that, they were way too convincing. There were plenty of players like Leuashia who'd lose their heads over a pretty face. And the promise of eternal youth and immortality was a huge temptation. Hee, thanks for the compliment, but I'm a foodie. If food had no taste, I'd go crazy, Leuashia declined politely. The vampire lady. She'd just looked so into vampires, but a few good meals were enough to sway her. Humans are so annoying. Blood is delicious too, you know. Different creatures' blood has different flavors. Your food can't compare, the vampire lady persisted. So vampires really can't taste food? Ying wondered. She and Leuashia had similar thoughts. Eating tasteless food would be torture. And you couldn't go out in the sun either. Only high bloodline vampires could eventually ignore sunlight, and that was much later. Plus, according to Copper Coin 559, vampire immortality came at a price. Low bloodline or low-level vampires had tons of weaknesses early on and had to survive on blood, which meant endless fighting and killing enemies everywhere. And vampire hearts were valuable materials, with specialized vampire hunters out there. So outside of Deep Blue Star, ordinary vampires weren't really a powerful race. When they were low-level, they'd hide among humans as best they could. Only vampires like Ganchas, with pure bloodlines and long lives, were truly strong. This vampire lady's bloodline was pretty high, but her level might not be. She was probably acting so high-profile because Deep Blue Star's average player strength was much lower than that of vampires, so this world was relatively safe for her. Blood has different flavors? Like what? Leuashia asked, curious as ever. Besides blood, can you taste other drinks? Like tomato juice? Want to go to the tavern and try a few drinks? She'd seen plenty of vampire shows and movies. Lots of vampires survived on tomato juice. She herself loved tomato juice and red wine. The vampire lady covered her mouth and laughed, giving her a kiss on the hand. Even through the skin, she could smell the vibrant, sweet blood in the girl's arteries, but she could control her appetite now. Cute girl, are you inviting me? Of course, but we're splitting the bill, Leuashia replied. She lived paycheck to paycheck, barely enough to get by, sometimes even mooching off others. Treating someone was out of the question, and NPCs usually weren't short on money anyway. This vampire lady might be gorgeous, but she wasn't as appealing as money. Haha, we're happy to split the bill too. The surrounding players, always up for some fun, chimed in. If splitting the bill got them a kiss on the hand from a beauty, they were in. Mooing. This group of players probably isn't worth keeping around. Those are vampires. After seeing that blood pool formed from a mountain of corpses and a forest of bodies, Ying no longer believed she could peacefully coexist with vampires. They had wiped out the entire Linglong Gorge camp. Through her recent interactions with the blood crows, Ying had discovered that, individually, blood crows were all about the same strength. Before the worlds merged, the blood crows couldn't break through the camp's protective barrier. After the merge, they shouldn't have been able to break through it either. But in reality, the Linglong Gorge camp's barrier didn't last long at all. If it wasn't the blood crows, then it had to be the vampires' doing. Even though blood crows and vampires seemed worlds apart, one foul and evil, the other glamorous and alluring, they were actually on the same side. The blood crows were just the vampire servants, collecting blood for them. If Qingshan Town's territory barrier was a little weaker and the vampires could break through it, they probably wouldn't have bothered to pay the entrance fee or follow the rules. The result would likely have been the same as Linglong Gorge. After all, blood was far more important to vampires than humanoid corpses were to ghouls. Ghouls love eating humanoid corpses simply because of an uncontrollable appetite, but even if they don't eat, they won't starve to death, nor would it affect their strength. But vampires, if they don't consume fresh blood, will grow weak and die. It's not just about appetite, it's about power. As for other things, even if they can taste them, they're not necessities. Low-level vampires, like ghouls, can't control their craving for blood. This is a survival instinct. High-level vampires can control their hunger, but they still need to drink blood regularly to maintain their strength. Vampires aren't limited to human blood. In fact, the blood of any creature is food to them. The stronger or more unique the bloodline, the more tempting and beneficial it is to them. But human blood is the most special of all. There are generally two origins for vampires. One is naturally awakened from a human corpse in a tomb steeped in dark energy. These vampires usually have high bloodlines, but are extremely rare. The most famous example is the vampire ganchas. These are called progenitor vampires. The other kind are victims transformed after being attacked by vampires, also called vampire spawn. They are greedy creatures consumed by bloodlust and controlled by their vampire creator. If a vampire allows its spawn to drink its own blood, the spawn will become a true vampire, gaining its own will and greatly reducing the creator's control. The strength of such vampires depends on their creator's power. No matter the origin, all vampires are deeply tied to humans, and human blood is the best nourishment for them. Likewise, compared to extraordinary blooded races and magical beasts, humans are generally weaker. With such delicious and easily obtained food, what vampire could resist? So, by the laws of nature, humans and vampires simply cannot coexist. Whether or not vampires retain memories of their past lives, any true feelings they once had have long since withered and twisted due to undeath. A vampire might be drawn to a young, beautiful body, or a child might become a target because of their vibrant energy and potential, but such attraction is not love, it's desire. All of this came from Copper Coin 559's explanations and warnings. No matter how cautious Muing was, the vampire lady had already accepted Leuashia's invitation and headed to the tavern. Forget it. What's the point of hiding her identity? This was her own territory. She wasn't about to be intimidated. No sense wasting time second-guessing. She might as well go see what the vampire wanted. Muing returned to her human form, placed the hand-sized Shireen on her shoulder, and teleported straight to Bruce's tavern. Thanks to its unique card game business, even though there were other taverns in the Halfling Night City, most people still preferred to drink at Bruce's. Even the halflings themselves felt the same. Although the taverns in Night City now also offered card tables, many people had already formed the habit of going to Bruce's, so business there was still much better. With more and more people in the territory, Bruce's tavern had expanded again. Now it was a two-story duplex tavern. The style was still the same old, shabby, vintage look, but the hygiene had improved a lot. Leuashia and the others had walked over. Muing arrived first and found a seat by the bar where she could see the entrance. "What would you like to drink, my lord?" Madame Marlene asked her. "Just some juice," Muing replied. She'd originally wanted to order alcohol, but thought better of it. Although she was confident in her drinking ability in real life, there would probably be trouble later, so it was best to play it safe. "We have a new sourwood fruit tea this month. Would you like to try it?" Madame Marlene recommended. Mu Ying's attention was on the door, so she agreed absent-mindedly. The fruit tea had barely arrived, and Mu Ying hadn't even taken a sip, when she saw Leuashia and the vampire lady walk in, chatting and laughing as if they were having a great time. "My lord, you're here too." Leuashia spotted Mu Ying as soon as she entered, waving happily and introducing the vampire lady beside her. "Sister Sharon, that's our Qingshan town lord, Mu Ying. She's even younger than me, but she's the most powerful person in our territory, maybe even in the whole Deep Blue Star." Embarrassed by Leuashia's praise, Mu Ying didn't forget to use Identify Creature on the two vampires. Vampire Commoner, Level 8 Warrior, Retainer of a Vampire Count Bloodline. Innate Skills, Shapeshift, Misty Escape, Regeneration, Spider Climb, Charm, Child of the Night. Class Skills, Climb, Intimidate, Jump, Powerful Charge, Cleaving Strike, Mastery of Obstacles, Advanced Weapons Specialization. Vampire Baron, Level 9 Sorcerer, Count Bloodline, a dark race awakened from the endless night, craving the life they lost and quenching their thirst with the blood of the living. Innate Skills, Shapeshift, Misty Escape, Regeneration. Spells: Mage Hand, Ray of Frost, Minor Magic, Comprehend Languages, Fog Cloud, Sleep Spell, Yidweo at hashtag. The initial scan went smoothly, but when she got to the vampire lady, the information became garbled halfway through the list of first-level spells. A level 9 sorcerer should at least have access to 4th-level spells. Sharon's blood-red eyes stared straight at her. Little lord, that's not very polite. How can you use magic to probe your sister's secrets the moment we meet? If you want to know something, just ask your big sister. Ying brushed away Sharon's hand as it reached for her neck, pulling Leuashia away from Sharon's side. Miss Sharon, please have some self-respect. Was this vampire lady the kind who flirted with both men and women? She had a vampire man trailing behind her, yet still radiated charm everywhere she went. Admittedly, Sharon was stunning, the type that appealed to everyone, regardless of gender. But Ying was only into cute, fluffy things, not just good looks. Her mind was perfectly clear. This was a vampire. She didn't feel guilty at all for trying to probe Sharon's information and getting caught. She was an enemy after all. Isn't gathering intel just basic procedure? It was just a pity she hadn't managed to get much. My apologies, I shouldn't have been so forward. You're just so beautiful, my dear lord, I couldn't help myself. Sharon withdrew her hand, leaning against the bar with a coquettish laugh, her curvaceous figure on full display, her voice laced with a subtle hook. Men and women alike in the tavern couldn't help but sneak glances at her. For a split second, even Ying found her especially alluring, but the little ears of her Shireen figurine brushed her jaw, snapping her out of it. Stop using your charm ability. I'm adding a new rule to the territory right now. Any kind of malicious mental influence is a violation. Sharon blinked innocently. Ying tapped her finger, editing the 3rd territory rule from no fighting of any kind within the territory to no malicious conflict of any kind within the territory, including but not limited to physical altercations and mental influence. That completely blocked Sharon's path. Sharon's expression stiffened slightly. How could her charm not work on such a sheltered little thing? Haha, what are you saying, little one? Are you complimenting your big sister's looks? Sharon said with a smile, but she withdrew her charm ability. After all, this was human territory, and the Lord's rules couldn't be violated. While the Lord couldn't use the rules to suppress her by force, she could easily expel anyone who broke them. Unless you were strong enough to overpower the territory's defenses. Ying took a sip of sourwood fruit tea, neither agreeing nor disagreeing. As expected from something with sour in the name, it was indeed tart, refreshing, and invigorating. By now, many of the players in the tavern had already averted their lingering gazes from Sharon and the vampire man behind her. Looking again, the two were still dazzlingly beautiful, but no longer so mesmerizing that people couldn't look away. Some even felt a sense of resistance in their hearts. After all, everyone's standards of beauty are different, and everyone has their own type. Before the apocalypse, with such convenient information exchange, people had seen countless real and virtual beauties. No one was truly universally irresistible. Most people would just take a look and move on. In reality, beauty could be striking, but not enough to make people lose their minds. The feeling of regaining control over their thoughts after being unconsciously influenced left many uncomfortable. Combined with what Ying had just said, everyone's guard was up. No matter how beautiful, a dangerous person was still a femme fatale. Even Leuashia sensed that Ying's attitude towards Sharon wasn't quite right. Although she'd just had a pleasant chat with Sharon and, thanks to pre-apocalypse movies and TV, had a favorable impression of vampires, they'd only just met. Knowing Ying, she wouldn't target someone for no reason. So maybe there really was something off about Sharon. Leuashia quietly stood behind Ying, saying nothing. Whatever the situation, she was on Ying's side. Not to mention, Ying was the boss, generous with raises and holiday bonuses. Boss, bring out your best bottle of red wine. I want to treat these two beautiful ladies to a drink. Sharon called to Madame Malin. Madame Malin had never met a vampire before. Although she sensed some tension between the Lord and Sharon, she remained calm. But since Sharon asked for the best, she didn't hold back and signaled to Bruce. Soon, Bruce brought out a long wooden box from the wine cabinet. "This is our tavern's treasured homemade red wine, brewed by my father back in the day. There's only one bottle left, and it's almost 100 years old." "This will do," Sharon said. It might not be from a famous winemaker, but it was probably the best this little tavern had to offer. "That'll be 10 gold coins," Bruce said with a fawning smile. The players nearby all had interesting expressions. This bottle was famous. Anyone who frequented the tavern had heard Bruce brag about his winemaking skills and the tavern's history. In the story, his father was a tough man who managed to run the tavern into the ground with his winemaking, serving as a foil to Bruce himself. To be fair, Bruce wasn't lying. The wine's age and origin were real, and it was indeed a rare bottle. But the reason it was treasured was because no one wanted to buy it. The only reason this last bottle remained was because everyone in the territory had heard the story and wouldn't even take it for free, not wanting to torture their taste buds. In other words, aside from its commemorative value and age, the wine was worthless. 10 gold coins? What a ripoff. But everyone held back their complaints. Being mentally manipulated earlier had left a bad taste in their mouths. Mooing included. If she weren't curious to see what would happen, she would have turned down Sharon's offer long ago. 10 gold coins from a single transaction meant 50 silver coins in taxes for the territory. No one could stop her from making money, especially from an opponent. Sharon was clearly wealthy. She seemed a bit disdainful of the wine's quality, but didn't think the price was too high. With a flick of her hand, 10 gold coins appeared and landed on the table. Bruce hurriedly opened the box and handed her the wine, then took the money and retreated to the other side of the bar with Madame Malin. Sharon tilted her chin at the man behind her. "Pour a glass for these two beautiful ladies." Leuashia quickly waved her hands, her expression a bit stiff. "Didn't we agree to split the bill? I may be broke, but I don't like taking advantage. I'll just order my own drink." Afraid she'd be forced to drink this overpriced wine, she hurried to order a pink rose from Bruce. Ying, having made money and tricked Sharon, was in a better mood, even showing a hint of a smile. "I'm underage, so I can't drink. You enjoy it yourself." That excuse worked every time. From a human or green witch's perspective, she was already 18 and technically an adult. But as an elf, given their long maturation, she could use this excuse to avoid drinking for centuries. Sharon wanted to say that elves don't have any custom of forbidding minors from drinking. Elven blood itself carries the fragrance of wine. But seeing that Ying's expression had relaxed a little, her resistance not as strong as before, Sharon decided not to argue. This girl is pretty guarded, so it's better to go along with her for now. "Well, then I'll just enjoy it myself." Sharon picked up the wine her servant had poured and raised her glass elegantly to Ying and Leuashia. She swirled the glass of red wine, took a small sip, and savored it carefully. Sensing everyone's eyes on her, Sharon smiled faintly and lightly licked the corner of her lips. Ying. Case closed. Vampires probably can't taste wine either. If she had any sense of taste, there's no way she could smile after drinking that stuff. Bruce, who had been worried about angry guests, didn't get the reaction he expected. He quietly sidled over to the bar near Ying and the others and asked tentatively, "So, what do you think? Didn't let you down, right? How mean, does he really not know what it tastes like?" "It's just so. The color isn't clear enough," Sharon replied. Ying couldn't help but laugh, though her tone was less than friendly. "Do you vampires judge wine by its color? The more it looks like blood, the more you like it." "Of course not. Why are you so hostile to me, little lord?" Sharon sounded a bit aggrieved. "I mean no harm. A vampire who feeds on blood, coming to human territory, are you just here for the smell?" Ying retorted sarcastically. Sharon waved her hand. "I'm not one of those low-level types who can't control their appetite. Besides, I'd never hurt someone as beautiful as you. If you'd like, I could even give you the embrace, make you like me, eternally youthful and far more powerful." "Oh, the embrace? Forever suppressed by you, living under your rule? Eternal youth? What's the point of youth if you can't see the sun, trapped in your own grave?" Ying didn't spare her any face. A vampire's immortality is an immortality without freedom. Every vampire is bound to their coffin, crypt, or grave, forced to rest there during the day. Those who didn't even have a proper funeral in life must lie within a foot of the ground where they were turned. Even humans turned by vampires have to die and be buried before they can crawl out of the grave. Vampires with a proper funeral can move their coffin with them. Those without can only relocate by moving a massive amount of grave soil, an enormous hassle. That's why vampires cherish their coffins so much, it's their resting place. In their long lives, most of their time is spent sleeping in lonely coffins and graves. No matter how powerful their rank or bloodline, it's always the same. The stronger ones just get a bit more flexibility. They don't have to sleep every single day, but can save up their sleep and rest for longer periods at once. But right now, one is a common vampire who must return to sleep every day, and the other is a baron, who at most can accumulate 3 days before needing to rest. So, what if you have a blood raven nest? Not long ago, Mewing had watched blood ravens move their nest. It was only as fast as a person walking, and they couldn't fly long distances with the heavy load. After each move, the ravens wouldn't come out to hunt for days, showing how long their recovery periods were. Otherwise, after migrating south for so long, they still wouldn't be anywhere near their original coastal city. Vampires can shapeshift into bats or ravens to fly, but how far can you really get from your resting place in a single night? Lulualua's attitude had given Sharon the illusion that the natives of Deep Blue Star romanticized vampires, but knowing there was such a threat around, Mewing had been gathering information and learning about them, even if she couldn't deal with them for now. She understood vampires far better than Sharon realized. Sharon's face twisted for a moment at Mu Ying's words, dark red veins flaring at the corners of her eyes and her sharp fangs bared. Though she quickly regained her calm and beautiful appearance, the glass in her hand shattered with a crisp snap at the moment she lost control. Glass shards mixed with murky red wine pierced her palm. The wound looked gruesome, flesh clearly visible, but not a single drop of blood flowed out. With a dangerous smile, Sharon slowly pulled the shards from her hand and set them on the bar. What she hated most was people saying she was trapped in a grave. This little brat really knew how to hit a sore spot. She wanted nothing more than to taste the sweetest, hottest, most fragrant blood pulsing in her neck and watch her crawl at her feet. Sharon wasn't like those useless vampires. The blood raven nest was her pride. She could move her entire nest, grave, and coffin, and even brew the finest blood essence. Not just anyone could become Sharon's servant. Being chosen was their honor. What she wanted had to be hers. Are you so hostile to me because you're afraid? Sharon's gaze was predatory, as if she wanted to see straight into Mu Ying's soul. Afraid? Mewing laughed. Miss Sharon, aren't you a bit too confident? Is it your level 9 sorcerer skills? Your pure-blooded lineage? Or that flock of weak, easily killed undead blood ravens? The territory's players didn't know much about vampires, only what they'd heard from pre-apocalypse Deep Blue Star legends. So at first, they thought vampires were just another race like merfolk or halflings, outsiders who paid to enter the territory, probably with good intentions. But once blood ravens were mentioned, everyone understood why the Lord had been so hostile from the start. Sure, when blood ravens attacked, it was a chance to get rich for players inside Qingshan Town's territory, since the shield kept them safe. But not everyone could make it back to the territory in time during an attack. Anyone caught outside by a blood raven swarm ended up missing. Survival was basically impossible. And the destruction of the Linglong Gorge camp was a bloody fact. Maybe my level is a bit lower than yours, but that doesn't mean I'm afraid of you. Unless you promise not to harm anyone, we can never be friends. But how can a vampire survive without hurting people? So, let's be honest, no need to hide your true nature or put on an act. Just say what you want. Mewing tore away the last bit of pretense. Sharon had lived for centuries, but she'd never encountered such a difficult little thing before. But that only made it more interesting. Prey that was too easy to tame offered no sense of accomplishment. What she enjoyed most was watching a rebellious spirit slowly worn down, cornered with nowhere to run, until finally it surrendered to her. So, rather than being angry, she found herself even more intrigued. She lounged bonelessly against the bar, propping herself up with one arm. Her slender fingers twirled a lock of jet-black hair as she stared unblinkingly at Ying. "I don't want anything from you. I just like you so much that I want to take a bite." As she spoke, she even bared her teeth in a mock-threatening gesture. Ying recoiled in disgust, leaning her head back to put more distance between them. She turned to Leuashia and asked, "If she were a man and talked like this, how would you feel?" Leuashia imagined it for a moment, her expression stiffening. Scumbag. A sleazy, shameless scumbag. The vampire fantasy shattered completely, she had to admit. Real vampires were nothing like she'd imagined. Their affection was the kind that could cost you your life. Romantic? Not at all. It was just creepy. Ying nodded approvingly. Well put. She liked being close to beautiful women, but not when she was being treated like prey. Sharon didn't understand what scumbag meant, but she caught the word sleazy. Talking like that isn't cute, you know, Sharon said, still radiating charm. Miss, I'm female and I like men. This is my boyfriend. The Lord here is single, but I doubt she likes women either. No offense to lesbians, but wanting to kill someone isn't love, Leuashia said seriously. The little figurine Shirin, perched on Ying's shoulder, bristled at the word single. He floated onto her hand, one hand on his hip, the other pointing at the silver ring on her finger. Shirin, can you see that huge partner contract? This girl is already taken. Watching his indignant little gestures, Ying found herself wrapping the bar and saying, "You're right, but I'm not single anymore." Leuashia, Sigma. What? Not single? What kind of man could be worthy of you? The figurine Shirin sat beside her hand, grinning foolishly. And somewhere, a boy journeying through the stars was grinning just as foolishly. That's not the point, Ying said. The point is, Miss Sharon, let's not talk about love or whatever. Vampires who've lost their lives, do you really still have human emotions? You want to bite our necks and drink our blood, and I want to get rid of enemies with bad intentions. In this situation, we're fundamentally opposed, so let's skip the mind games. She was debating whether to add Sharon and her group to the territory's blacklist. Banning them from entering was the safest option, but letting them in had its advantages. With the territory's rules for protection, as long as players didn't leave with them, there wouldn't be much danger. It would also make it easier for Ying to gather intel on the vampires and keep track of their movements. Plus, if they followed the rules, they'd generate tax revenue for the territory. Still, there were security risks. While she could keep tabs on Sharon, Sharon could also keep tabs on them. Ying herself wasn't too worried. Sharon was one level higher and had lived longer, so she was more familiar with the combat system. But now Ying had Xiaohong, which made up for her weakness in close combat. With magical support and her identity as a trial taker, her strength wasn't limited to her class abilities. And Sharon wasn't a trial taker. If she were, she wouldn't be able to settle on Deep Blue Star with a dungeon, just like how you can't start a new job if you're still under contract elsewhere. So, if it came to a real fight, Ying's chances of winning were slim, but the gap wasn't huge. Sharon was a warlock, so there was no class counter, and Ying could keep herself safe. The real concern was the safety of the territory's residents. If Sharon shifted her focus to the players and figured out their routines, it could get dangerous. Even the commoner vampires with her were level 8 and had many innate vampire skills. For players, that would be catastrophic. There were also 6 vampires who hadn't shown up yet. Their levels were unknown, but they probably weren't higher than Sharon's. Most likely, they were her converted underlings, so their talents and growth wouldn't surpass hers. Fortunately, Sharon didn't seem like the type to bite and convert just anyone. She had her own standards for choosing prey. She seemed to favor good-looking people. Besides, there were only 7 vampires in the Blood Crow nest, including Sharon. That was a small number, so her pickiness probably wasn't an act. So Ying figured that if she could keep Sharon's attention on herself, Sharon probably wouldn't target anyone else for now, buying them some time. Meanwhile, over in the Emerald World, there was already some progress on the infectious potion issue. They might be at a slight disadvantage in a direct confrontation, but there were ways to weaken the enemy. The Blood Crow nest was crucial for Sharon and her group. Their daily sustenance came from the Blood Crow's raids, and their coffins and resting places were all in the nest, guarded by the crows. Vampires in their dormant state were extremely vulnerable. Unlike humans, they couldn't just wake up at will. Unless their coffins or graves were disturbed, they wouldn't awaken, and being forced awake would weaken them. So the location of their resting places was a tightly kept secret. If an enemy found them, it would be extremely dangerous. But Sharon's resting place was easy to guess. It had to be near the White Castle at the center of the Blood Crow nest. That was the safest spot for them, and it could move with the nest. Would Sharon and her group dare to leave if they didn't trust the Blood Crows? If the Blood Crow flock was destroyed, Sharon's group would be severely affected. At the very least, the dark clouds covering the nest would thin out. Sunlight would pour in during the day, giving any attackers a natural advantage. The commoner-level vampires would be basically useless, and instead of Sharon leading her crows and underlings to attack, it would be Mu Ying's group besieging Sharon. With her level 9 warlock skills, Sharon wouldn't be able to make up the difference. She'd be the one in danger then. So all Mu Ying needed to do was buy some time, and the vampire threat would resolve itself. Sharon gritted her teeth. This damn little thing really knew how to hit where it hurt. Every time, she went straight for what Sharon cared about most. Emotions, huh? Such a luxury. She didn't have them, but that didn't stop her from enjoying them and destroying them. You say not to play mind games, is that a challenge to me? An 8th level sprite who picked things up halfway? What gave her such confidence? Mu Ying was secretly delighted when she heard this. She'd been provoking Sharon for a while now, deliberately targeting the two things vampires hated and were obsessed with most, according to the intel: freedom and emotions. Finally, she was getting a normal angry reaction. That's right. Instead of those useless psychological tricks, I prefer a straightforward approach. Don't you? Mu Ying put on an outrageously arrogant look. Sharon covered her face and laughed, as if she'd just heard something amusing. But just as her laughter peaked, it abruptly stopped. She lowered her hand, the smile on her face vanishing completely. Her sharp fangs were bared as she licked their tips, staring at Mu Ying with predatory intent. As you wish. You'll regret saying that today. Oh? I'll be waiting. I'm not just your prey, you're my prey too. Let's see who catches whom first. Mu Ying smiled, but her eyes were completely devoid of emotion. Good. Sharon was so excited by the challenge that she could barely contain herself. Her blood was boiling. What a thrill. She tipped back her head and drained the last of her drink. I really enjoyed our chat today. I'm claiming you. She slammed her glass down on the bar. Suddenly, a surge of dark energy erupted from her, her sharp claws extending, black markings spreading from the corners of her eyes as she lunged at Mu Ying with a ferocious snarl. This time, Sharon's killing intent was real. Several players stood up warily. But Mu Ying didn't move at all. She wasn't the least bit scared. In fact, before the territory's protective function ejected Sharon, she even managed to give her a mocking smile. This was Mu Ying's territory. The moment Sharon's intent to attack became real, she'd be instantly expelled. Did Sharon not know this? Of course she did. But she did it anyway, purely to intimidate her. Mu Ying was the one provoking her. If she couldn't even handle this kind of threat, she might as well run away now. Sharon was thrown out. The remaining male vampires faced the players' unfriendly stares. I'll see you out, Mu Ying said, and without waiting for a response, waved her hand and tossed him out too. She had to admit, as a lord, using her authority to throw people out of her territory felt pretty good. Once the outsiders were gone, the players erupted into chatter. It felt like their lord was playing a big game, but they had no idea what it was. Leuashia was the first to ask, Mu Ying, are they all bad people? Are the blood ravens really theirs? The tavern fell silent. Everyone pricked up their ears. Mu Ying figured there was no need to hide it anymore. Before, she'd kept quiet because vampires were powerful, and the players could only handle the blood ravens and their master thanks to the territory's shield. Saying too much would have hurt morale and hindered development. But now the vampires had shown up in person, and she'd leveled up. The gap wasn't so big anymore. She might as well explain the situation so they wouldn't be fooled by pretty faces. When I first heard the Bloodraven nest was moving south, I worried they'd threaten the territory one day, so I secretly investigated. Bloodravens are undead. They don't need to eat. When they attack creatures, they bring all the flesh and blood back to their lair and dump it in a forest of bones and meat. The blood flows into the center of the nest, forming a blood pool fountain. Sharon's bone castle is right there. I saw her and 7 other male vampires feeding there. So, don't be fooled by their looks. They may look human, but they're undead at heart. They're immortal because they've already lost their lives. They don't have the emotions they had in life. Bloodthirst is an unbreakable trait of their race. They're nothing like merfolk, halflings, or myconids. So if a vampire bites you, do you really become a vampire and live forever? Is that a way to change your race? Vampire templates are stronger than humans, right? A player upstairs asked. Mooing guessed that the vampire's long lifespans, even virtual immortality, would be fatally attractive to short-lived humans. Some people would definitely be tempted. She couldn't control everyone's desires. All she could do was lay out the pros and cons. The rest was up to them. If a vampire bites you, you'll die first. Then your corpse will become a vampire spawn, basically a zombie or ghoul, with obvious decay, no reason, just a monster driven by hunger, completely under the control of the vampire who bit you. Only if they're willing to give you some of their own blood can you become a true vampire and regain your senses. Some even recover a few memories from their past life, but your emotions and will won't carry over. You'll always be suppressed by the vampire who turned you. When you die, your soul is gone, only your body is reborn in darkness. You're not the same person at all. And vampires created this way are the lowest of the low. Their power is capped. They can only reach the rank of Viscount, level 12 at most. If you meet a vampire with purer blood, even if their level is lower, you'll have to bow your head. If you can accept all that, you still have to consider survival. Low-level vampires can't control their hunger for blood and need to feed often, which will make you lots of enemies. You'll also have many weaknesses: sunlight allergy, burned by daylight, running water is like strong acid to you, wounds from wooden weapons heal slowly, and a wooden stake through the heart is fatal. You can't enter a home without invitation. And you'll always be bound to the grave you were turned in, needing to return regularly to sleep. Vampires live long lives, but even purebloods rarely make it 1,000 years, most die early. As for humans, if you train well, your lifespan can increase too. Take shopkeeper Xiaomu, for example. He's pure human, but he's lived a very long time. I'll compile detailed info on vampires and post it on the forum soon. If you want to change your race and become a vampire, think it through. The process is irreversible, and once you're a vampire, you'll be an enemy to all living, fleshy beings, including humans. If you don't want to be bitten, keep your distance from them. Don't let their looks fool you. After finishing her explanation, Mooing reminded Leuashia, "You're in some danger lately too. Try not to leave the territory, stay safe, and always keep your bellflower with you. If anything happens, call me right away." Leuashia had probably caught Sharon's attention today as well, and she'd said quite a few unpleasant things during their conversation. Given Sharon's mindset of treating people as prey and enjoying the thrill of the hunt, there was a good chance she'd set her sights on Leuashia. Leuashia nodded like a pecking chick. "I won't go out. I just wander around the territory anyway." She definitely didn't want to become a vampire. Fighting and killing just wasn't her thing. Otherwise, back when she had an advantage in perception, she wouldn't have chosen the priest class, which was clearly not suited for combat. She was perfectly happy with things as they were. If she became a vampire, not to mention whether she'd even still be herself, just the thought of living every day in fear and worrying about food was unbearable. Mooing finally felt reassured. Just as she was about to leave, Leuashia grabbed her sleeve and asked, "Mooing, she's level 9. Can you handle her alone? Don't take any risks, okay? If you can't beat her, remember to call for help. We may not be as strong as you, but there's strength in numbers." "Yeah, that's right, Lord. Why not post another territory quest? We can all storm the Blood Raven's nest together. With contribution points, our clan chief would definitely be willing to work off his debt, a halfling chimed in. Lord, as long as you're in the territory, don't do anything rash. Let's play it safe for now, there's no shame in that. You're leveling up so fast, just wait a bit longer until you're stronger than her, then go and crush her. That's the satisfying way to do it. Exactly, let's bide our time, secretly grow stronger. It's just a level 9 vampire. The players in the tavern all chimed in. Mooing smiled helplessly. I'm actually very cautious with my life. Sharon wants to catch me, but that's not going to be easy. Besides, what you see isn't all I've got, don't forget, I'm a trial taker. Have a little faith in me, will you? Oh, and my training plan for now is just to tend the flowers and plants in the territory and study fourth circle spells. I won't be going out much, so she won't be able to find me. She definitely wasn't going to risk her life for pride and charge out to face Sharon head-on. If she ever did go out to fight Sharon, it would only be when she was certain she could win. Mooing teleported out of the tavern. The players started discussing among themselves. I told you guys you worry too much. Anyone who's fought ghouls with her knows, our lord is the most cautious person ever. With a lord like this, our assets are safe. At least we don't have to worry about waking up to find the territory gone. That's a real peace of mind. True. When the lord is gone, the whole territory basically collapses. Remember that territory in the south? What was it called? Hong. I heard someone struck it rich and spent all their money buying property there, but in the blink of an eye, it was no better than building a house in the wild. So tragic. Does the lord have some big secret move we don't know about? I'm so curious. Of course. Even that self-proclaimed trial taker on the forums got skills from the myriad world's trials, even gave up their own class training to focus on the abilities they gained there. That shows how OP trial takers are. Our lord is advancing both her class and her trials. How could she be any weaker? She's just super low-key, loves peace, spends her days gardening, and doesn't like to show off in fights. But with how hard she studies, who can say she's not strong in combat? Hey look! There's a new vampire thread. As soon as Mooing got back, she started editing her post about vampires. This time she posted it directly on the forum, since Sharon and her group would definitely come to the territory again, and it wouldn't be appropriate to display this information openly in the territory. Now that the grudge was established, she didn't plan to put Sharon and her group on the ban list, so she could keep tabs on Sharon's movements and sneak into the Blood Raven's nest to poison it when Sharon was away. And only players could see the forum. Even though there was a lot of false information floating around, she'd already told the territory players she'd post vampire info. In such a short time, no one would have coincidentally posted something else to muddy the waters before her. She wrote down all the vampire information, traits, and weaknesses she'd learned from Copper Coin 559, as well as the vampire innate skills, vampire warrior class skills, and vampire warlock bloodline spells she'd discovered today. It was practically an encyclopedia of vampires. The players from Qingshan Town, who'd been waiting for the info, rushed to the thread first, sending its popularity soaring and quickly pushing it to the top of the forum. Vampires weren't unfamiliar to the Deep Blue Star players. There were plenty of legends and movies about them before the apocalypse, so the thread immediately caught the attention of passers-by. Legendary creatures had become real, but they were far from friendly. At the end of the post, Mooing even signed her name. After posting, Mooing went to update the territory rules. She added a clause. Anyone expelled from the territory for showing intent to attack and acting on it would have to pay a fine to re-enter. It was because Sharon had tried to scare her before leaving today that she thought of this. Just expelling someone wasn't enough. There had to be a punishment. Mooing set the penalty. First time, 1 silver coin. Second time, 1 gold coin. Third time, 100 gold coins. Sharon would definitely try this kind of intimidation again. Mooing was actually hoping she'd do it a few more times so she could make some extra money. After updating the rules, Mooing went back to check her post. She wanted to see how people were reacting. Vampires in real life, are they really this terrifying? So the love between a vampire and a human is just a story after all. If they love you, They want to control you, even kill you. Who would want that? According to Ying, vampires have no real emotions, only desires. But they crave the emotions they lack, so they love conquering and then destroying other people's feelings. Isn't that just twisted? To be fair, vampires have a lot of weaknesses, but they're still really strong. And getting bitten by a vampire seems like a pretty easy way to change your race, right? Vampire bloodlines are stronger than humans, and they have innate skills and can even become warlocks. For people with bad stats, isn't this a shortcut? Wake up, dude. That's not changing your race, that's suicide. Your corpse becomes a vampire, but your consciousness dies with your soul. That's a whole different being. A level 9 warlock. I don't know how Ying, who just hit level 8, dares to go up against her. Qingshan Town players must be shaking in their boots. Your territory could be gone any minute. I'm waiting for you to get slapped in the face. Ying scrolled through the comments under the forum post. Overall, most players were now more cautious about vampires. That put Ying a little more at ease. As long as the players didn't, like Leuashia at first, have an inexplicable fondness for vampires just because of the pre-apocalypse stereotypes about them on Deep Blue Star, things would be fine. As for those who ignored the warnings and wanted to become vampires to gain both longevity and power, Ying didn't care. Everyone should be responsible for their own choices. As long as you can bear the consequences, you're free to do whatever you want. Ying had no interest in changing other people's minds. You can't persuade a ghost that's determined to die. Let them be. Closing the forum, Ying thought to herself that she had already more or less issued a challenge to Sharon today. Even though she planned to lay low and buy some time for now, the longer she dragged things out, the more danger her people would be in. So, dealing with the Blood Crows had to be moved up the agenda and put into action as soon as possible. But all of this had to wait until she got the potion formula. Fortunately, there was already some good news about that. Not long ago, she'd received a reply from her potion teacher. In the letter, her teacher said she had previously developed a similar contagious potion, though the target was a bit different from what Ying needed. Still, using her previous research as a foundation and making some adjustments based on Ying's requirements, she was confident she could do it. Since Ying had offered a generous price, her potion teacher happily took the commission herself. To help Ying solve the problem as quickly as possible, she even gathered a few witch friends who specialized in potions to help, planning to collaborate on developing the formula Ying wanted, and even promised that, at the latest, results would be ready in half a year. A few days ago, during a trial, Ying had already sent over the deposit and a bellflower for future contact. The items should still be en route, so there hadn't been any news yet. Half a year in the Emerald world was actually only about 60 hours in the real world. Given that she got 1 free trial hour per day, she'd have to wait about 2 months. That was a bit too long. Because even after she got the potion formula, she wouldn't be able to produce a finished product in reality right away. She'd still need time to practice the potion-making process. Also, if the formula required herbs she hadn't yet converted and started growing, she'd need more time to cultivate them. Even if she could speed up their growth, she couldn't just instantly mature them, or it would affect the potion's efficacy. That would take time, too. Adding all that up, it would take way too long. She could wait, but Sharon couldn't. If Ying stayed holed up for that long, Sharon would probably find some other way to force her out for a showdown. So she had to find a way to shorten the wait. Naturally, Ying's thoughts turned to extending her trial time. She got 1 free trial hour per day. But now she needed to burn through about 60 hours of trial time quickly. Just relying on the free hour wouldn't cut it. There was only one way: spend source energy to buy more paid trial time, which would speed up the flow of time in the trial world. It was just like a game where the daily free trial wasn't enough, so she had to pay to play longer. Back when she first started with the Myriad Worlds trials, she barely had any source energy, had a heavy study load in the real world, and was pressed for time, so she never even considered paying for extra trial hours. Later, she did have more source energy, but she was eyeing a private fragment world and wanted to save up for it. Plus, she was still busy in real life, so she never splurged on extra trial time and just didn't pay much attention to it. Now, though, she had no choice but to spend some source energy to speed things up. Luckily, at this point, she had tens of thousands of source energy in savings. She could afford it. Plus, since she'd leveled up, her upgrade speed had slowed, spell learning wasn't as rushed, and her territory had entered a stable period. She actually had more free time, so spending more on trials was doable. With that in mind, Ying opened the trial page and clicked on the trial time section. Free trial time, 1 hour per day. Paid trial time. First purchase of the day, 1 hour/10 source energy. Second purchase of the day, 1 hour/100 source energy. Third purchase of the day, 1 hour/1000 source energy. Fourth purchase of the day, 1 hour/10,000 source energy. The price for buying trial time increased exponentially, adding another 0 each time. The first purchase of the day was the best deal. In Ying's case, every hour she spent in the trial world, the villagers in the block world could generate at least 100 source energy for her. So buying an extra hour of trial time for 10 source energy actually netted her 90 source energy. The only cost was spending another hour in the trial world each day. Thinking it over, it was actually a great deal. Losing an hour of sleep in real life wasn't a big deal. Ever since her elf bloodline was purified, her standby time had increased. She discovered this by accident. At first, she kept her old routine, sleeping a full 8 hours a night. But during that stretch when she was rushing to make contraceptive potions and casting plant growth spells on her territory, she pulled several all-nighters in a row. Her body was tired and she had dark circles, but it wasn't too bad, about the same as when she'd pulled an all-nighter or two before the apocalypse. A normal person's body couldn't handle that, but she found that if she brewed potions until 3 a.m., slept for about 4 hours, and woke up at 8, she felt just as refreshed as if she'd slept a full 8 hours. So spending an extra hour wasn't an issue at all. She immediately felt like she'd missed out before. She should have been buying an extra hour of trial time every day. Even if she didn't use it, it would have accumulated. She'd have to remember this in the future. If she didn't buy it that day, the chance was gone. As for the second tier, the price jumped by a 0, so it was break-even. The third tier at 1,000 source energy per hour was too expensive and painful, and the fourth tier at 10,000 source energy was just unaffordable. After all, the ultimate item in the block world, a masterless fragment world, only cost 100,000 source energy. Ying calculated that if she bought 2 extra hours of trial time per day, she could get through 60 hours in about 20 days in the real world. That was acceptable. Ying immediately spent 110 source energy to buy the first 2 tiers of trial time for the day. Trial time, 3 hours. That would let her spend 9 days in the Emerald World. After washing up, Ying lay down on her bed, closed her eyes, and began today's trial. In the Emerald World, Ying's consciousness awoke in the body of her green witch character, lying on the purple lace bed in her spatial suitcase. Based on their previous pace, they should be arriving at Moonlight Harbor today. Thinking of the seaside at Moonlight Harbor, Ying got up and picked out a simple sea blue dress from her magical wardrobe. She grabbed a small sun hat, put it on, and then climbed up the ladder from the enchanted travel trunk into the magical carriage. She pushed open the carriage window, letting the warm sunlight stream in as the carriage sped along the winding dirt road. A breeze drifted by, carrying a faint salty tang, an aroma Ying knew well. It was the scent of the sea. Moonlight Harbor must be close now. Windsor had told her that Moonlight Harbor was an open and free port city, without complicated etiquette. Even the nobles were laid back. As a witch pretending to be a noble young lady, Ying didn't have to be overly reserved. She simply opened the carriage door and sat on the driver's seat, leaning back against the door with her legs dangling in the air. She sent her mind into her spatial ring and took out a small bamboo basket. Then she rummaged around. A bag of fried potato chips, a bag of dried fruit, a bag of nuts, and a bag of fresh strawberries. The little basket was soon filled to the brim. Swinging her legs, she enjoyed the fresh scenery while snacking. Before long, a city appeared in the distance at the end of the road. That had to be Moonlight Harbor. More and more side roads merged together until they reached a wide, straight, and well-packed dirt road. Carriages became more frequent. Ying encountered merchant caravans from other countries, noble boys and girls out for a countryside excursion, and farmers driving ox carts loaded with fresh produce to sell in the city. There were even more people on foot, carrying large and small bundles. Her magically disguised carriage blended right in with the flow of people and vehicles, not drawing any attention. Ying could feel the city's open atmosphere, just as Windsor had described, but she didn't notice any of the supposedly strange aesthetics of Moonlight Harbor's people that Windsor had mentioned. The only odd thing was that the local noble youths out for fun all looked remarkably similar. They all had long, sharp, upturned chins, what you'd call a shoehorn face. From the side, their profiles looked like a crescent moon. That shape might be poetic on the moon, but on a human face, it was rather unattractive. But someone's looks have nothing to do with aesthetics, right? You can't choose how you're born. As the carriage entered the city and she saw more people, Ying began to reconsider. A few people with that face shape could be a coincidence, but when all the young people looked like that, it was just bizarre. If it were a genetic trait of Moonlight Harbor, then the middle-aged and elderly should look the same. But in reality, the older folks looked perfectly normal. Ying was almost certain that the city's unique aesthetic must be related to this. Her curiosity was piqued. Did Moonlight Harbor have some kind of cosmetic surgery service? Otherwise, how could all the young people have the same face shape? And it wasn't just the face shape. Strictly speaking, it was the overall appearance that was off. She hadn't seen a single average-looking young person. By any other standard, every one of them would be considered unattractive, each with their own facial flaws. The weird face shape was just the beginning. Some had skin problems. Acne, large birthmarks, moles, or even fierce-looking scars. Others had body issues. Some were extremely overweight, others painfully thin, and some even had limbs of uneven length, looking almost disabled. Elsewhere, people with such flaws would be rare and wouldn't stand out. But here, after just a short time in the city, Ying had already seen more than a dozen young people with birthmarks covering half their faces. When rare traits become common, it just feels strange. Normally, people with such appearances might feel self-conscious, but here, everyone seemed unaffected by their looks, walking tall and exuding confidence. After watching for a while, Ying felt that the attractiveness index among Moonlight Harbor's youth had plummeted. Children and older adults looked normal, even young couples looked above average compared to other places. In the end, Ying could only draw one conclusion. The young people of Moonlight Harbor must enjoy making themselves look ugly, or perhaps they considered ugliness beautiful. With these questions in mind, she drove the carriage to King's Cross Street, then followed it to Windsor's shop, Azure Fragrance. The storefront was small, with a sign that looked handmade by Windsor herself, the lettering in her own handwriting. The door, display window, and much of the interior were decorated in white and various shades of blue, giving it a strong ocean vibe. Ying hadn't told Windsor she'd be arriving today, so this was a surprise visit. She was sure to startle her. She parked the carriage by the curb, straightened her clothes, hopped down, and quietly peeked through the window. Windsor seemed to be serving customers, introducing them to something. Though her style was very different from before, Ying recognized her at a glance. She wore an intricate crystal hairpiece, a small blue teardrop painted on her forehead, and a form-fitting sapphire mermaid dress adorned with tiny white crystals at the hem. Her hair was dyed too long, wavy dark brown with blue highlights. She exuded feminine charm and mystery. So beautiful. Ying glanced down at her own outfit, then turned and climbed back into the carriage. No way, I can't lose. She dove into the magical wardrobe, rummaged around, and picked out an even more exquisite sea blue dress, fine satin lining, a flared skirt, green vine embroidery at the waist, white wave embroidery at the hem, and a layer of pale blue gauze over the skirt. She tied her long hair into two loose, lazy braids draped over her chest, with two strands of pearl chains woven in, glimmering faintly. Standing before the mirror, Muing tidied her dress and braids, nodded in satisfaction, and headed back to the shop. Standing tall, she lifted the beaded curtain and strode inside. The beads jingled as they collided. Windsor looked over. "Welcome to Muing." Her polite smile instantly broadened, her eyes lighting up with joy. She turned to her customer and said, "Sorry, my friend just arrived. All the stinky perfumes are over here. You can try them yourself. Please excuse me for a moment." She gave a slight bow to the shoehorn-faced lady, then lifted her skirt and ran excitedly toward Muing, arms wide for a big hug. "You're finally here. Why didn't you send me a bellflower message first?" "I missed you so much." Muing calmly patted her back. "I wanted to surprise you, beautiful lady." When she heard Muing compliment her, Windsor blushed and smiled shyly. "You're really pretty too. This is the first time I've seen you in a blue dress. It suits you so well." Muing lifted the hem of her skirt playfully. "Well, this is a port city after all. Plus, I was coming to see you." The tinkling sound of bead curtains rang out as someone else entered the shop. Muing turned to Windsor and said, "You go greet the customers. I'll just look around by myself for a bit. We can chat more when you're done." "All right." Windsor didn't have any worries. There was no need for formalities between the two of them. With her hands behind her back, Muing began to browse the shop on her own. It was clear that Windsor had put a lot of thought into decorating the place. Perfumes and essential oils only took up a small portion of the display. The rest was filled with all sorts of handicrafts and little ornaments. They looked delicate and interesting, probably things Windsor had collected herself. The shop was small, but it gave off the feeling that you could discover something new and delightful every time you looked around. After glancing here and there, Muing felt reassured. Windsor really seemed to be doing well. She sat down at the white wrought iron tea table by the window, resting her chin in her hands as she watched Windsor serve the customers, gentle and perfectly at ease. How wonderful, she thought. Everyone is living their lives seriously in their own way. Business in the shop was quite good. It wasn't exactly bustling, but there were never more than 2 customers at a time, and as soon as one left, another would soon arrive. As dusk approached and the sky darkened, the shop grew quieter. All kinds of lamps lit up, twinkling here and there, making the place look especially beautiful. After seeing off the last customer, Windsor flipped the sign on the door, drew the curtains, and came over to sit beside Muing. "Finally done for the day. Let me take you to the witch's bar for a drink. I just learned a new water magic spell. It can keep you from getting drunk," Windsor said. "The witch's bar?" Muing asked curiously. Windsor nodded. "It's run by a senior witch who settled here in Mooport. The place is literally called the Witch's Bar. Lots of humans who are into mysterious things hang out there. Even if you walk in with a broom, a pointy hat, and a witch's robe, people will just think you're a witch enthusiast, not a real witch." Muing. Genius. By being so open about it, they actually managed to confuse everyone. Muing found herself intrigued. All the witches who come to Mooport like to gather there. Sometimes there are even little trading events. "I got the anti-drunkenness spell from the owner in a trade. It's her own creation," Windsor said, opening her witch's grimoire to the page with the spell. "Hurry up and copy it. Once you learn it, you won't have to sit there watching us drink and feeling jealous anymore." Muing leaned over to take a look. There wasn't much information, and it seemed like a fairly simple spell. She pulled out a quill, cast a copying spell on it, and let it work on its own. Meanwhile, Muing tried out the spell as she read. Even though it was a minor spell, because it was water-based, it didn't come as naturally to her as plant magic. Still, she had to admit, it was really useful for someone like her who couldn't hold her liquor at all. With such a lively nightlife among witches, it was always a pain for her not to be able to drink. Luckily, Windsor had already mastered the spell and could just cast it on Muing directly. While Windsor was closing up, Muing took advantage of the empty street to put away her carriage. The witch's bar was over by the docks, not far from Windsor's shop, so the two of them decided to walk. Arm in arm, they strolled along the cobblestone road, chatting as they went. Moonport's infrastructure was much better than Cantiara's. Even the narrow alleys where carriages couldn't go had streetlights. The streets were cleaner and tidier than those in Kantiara, with blue bricks paving every surface, no exposed dirt, and not a trace of filth in the corners. So, unless they were going far, even the nobles here often walked around the city. Seeing all this, Muing thought to herself that the Warbler's Beak Kingdom must be wealthier than the Rose Kingdom. Still full of questions, Muing asked Windsor on the way, "I heard you selling stinky perfume to a customer earlier. What's that about?" Windsor couldn't help but laugh. "Haha, bet you didn't expect that. In this city, all unmarried men and women of age avoid using anything that makes them more attractive. That's why I developed the stinky perfume. The regular perfumes are only used by married people or by those who don't want to find a partner. So if you see a really good-looking girl or a handsome guy on the street, they're either married or not interested in romance. People appreciate their beauty, but no one tries to pursue them just because of it." "Huh? That's the unusual aesthetic you mentioned," Muing asked. "How did that custom come about?" "Well, that goes back to the story of the Warbler's Beak Kingdom's king." As Windsor began her tale, Muying's quest progress ticked forward. By the time Windsor finished the story, a new notification popped up for Muing. "Your trial character Muing has learned about a major historical event in the Emerald World. You've gained 1,000 origin power and one world will fragment." This was probably the easiest time she'd ever earned a fragment and origin power. She hadn't done anything except listen to Windsor tell a story. The story of the Warbler's Beak Kingdom's king and his current queen was indeed related to a fairy tale Muing had heard in her previous life, and the similarities were striking. A few hundred years ago, the Warbler's Beak Kingdom was still called the Moon Kingdom. Next to it was a tiny country whose princess was famous for her beauty, but she was also notoriously picky. Every suitor who came for her hand was rejected, often with biting sarcasm. Over time, her reputation for arrogance and rudeness became as well known as her beauty. Back then, the Prince of the Moon Kingdom also attended a matchmaking banquet hosted by the little country's king. At the banquet, the princess mocked the Moon Kingdom prince's appearance, saying his chin was so pointy it looked just like a warbler's beak. Up to this point, the story matched what Muing already knew, but after that, things changed. Every suitor who had been mocked by the princess gave up and added to her growing infamy. Only the Moon Kingdom prince, who'd been called Warbler's Beak, didn't give up right away. After the banquet, he observed the princess for a while and discovered that, although she was arrogant and rude to her suitors, she was kind and gentle to her servants and subordinates. She was also very clever. The country's largest merchant guild was secretly run by her, and it was her business that kept her struggling nation afloat. From that day on, the Prince of the Moon Kingdom fell in love with the other side of the princess's proud exterior. He went to the palace a second time, sincerely expressing his wish to marry the princess to the king of the small country. Once again, the princess mercilessly mocked the Prince of the Moon Kingdom. The old king was furious and swore to marry her off to the first beggar who came to the palace asking for food. A few days later, a wandering singer passed by the palace window, singing in hopes of a little charity. The king heard the singing and ordered the man to be brought in. The singer was ragged and filthy. He sang before the king and princess, and when he finished, he begged for a reward. His disguise was convincing, but the slightly upturned chin still gave him away. It was the Prince of the Moon Kingdom in disguise. At this, the old king stroked his beard and smiled at the princess. This time, unexpectedly, the princess did not mock him. Instead, she said, "I've given you such awful nicknames, so why haven't you given up? Why would you throw away your dignity and dress like this just for a joke my father made? What is it about me that's worth loving?" The Moon Prince replied, "Your pride is just a shield. What I love is your inner gentleness and wisdom. Marry me." "Father, you swore to marry me to the first beggar who came asking for food." "You must keep your word," the princess said, turning to the old king instead of answering the prince. It turned out the princess was not truly arrogant, nor was the king truly angry. It had all been an act. The princess was so beautiful that all her suitors were drawn only to her looks or her family background. But beauty fades, and family background isn't truly hers. only her inner qualities are lasting and strong. She wanted to marry someone who loved her for who she was inside, so she used sharp words to ruin her own image, driving away those who cared only for appearances. Only the Prince of the Moon Kingdom never gave up. He saw the princess's true self, so she agreed to marry him, bringing her entire country as her dowry. Later, the Moon Prince inherited the throne and changed the country's name to Brushjin, Huamezue, to commemorate the love between him and the princess, a love that valued the heart over outward appearance. In fact, the two of them truly were each other's lifelong love, becoming role models for lovers throughout the kingdom. From then on, in the Brushjin Kingdom, from nobles to commoners, people imitated the prince and princess when choosing a partner. They would deliberately make themselves look unattractive to find someone who truly matched them in spirit. The most popular way was to wear a chin like a brush chin. At first, people just wore fake chins or used ugly makeup to achieve the look. Later, a witch skilled in potions arrived and created magical potions that could give people a brush-shaped chin or otherwise make themselves look unattractive. These potions became wildly popular among the youth. The witch was approached by the queen, who was still alive at the time. The queen signed a supply contract with her through her own business guild. The guild bought up all the witch's Brushjin potions and sold them at cost to people of marriageable age, as a blessing and support for those seeking a partner who loved their true self. Now, although the beautiful queen has passed away, her guild still operates, and the agreement is still in effect. Every young man and woman entering the age for love and marriage goes to the Queen's Guild to buy one of these potions, which is why you see so many young people on the streets with protruding, shoehorn chins. Of course, besides this potion, the guild also sells other, uglifying potions, like birthmark potions, at regular prices. In short, there are witch legends in Moon Harbor too. When the Queen was alive, many witches made a fortune in Moon Harbor by developing various, uglifying potions. Although people no longer reveal their identities openly, many locals still love witch culture and fashion. That's why the witch bar is so low-key. There are also human-run broom bars, witch tea rooms, and other such shops here. After learning this story, Muing was no longer fazed by the men and women with shoehorn faces she saw on the street. You have to admit, that princess was remarkable. She single-handedly changed the entire nation's approach to choosing a spouse. And, in fact, this change was for the better. You can see elderly couples everywhere on the street, hair already white, still holding hands as they stroll together. Divorce rates here are very low. It's also a country without any sex industry. Many people who long for lifelong, faithful love come here for the unique custom, hoping to find their other half. The story of the Brushjin King and the Proud Princess is, so far, the most beautiful tale Muing has ever heard, even more wonderful than a fairy tale. Thinking of what Senior Margarita had told her recently about the Rose Kingdom, this feeling only grew stronger. Prince Fina did end up marrying Princess Briar Rose, and they married as soon as he returned, not for love, of course. No normal person could feel romantic love for a girl with an adult's face, but a child's mind. They married only to give him the status and excuse to take over the vast lands of the Briar Kingdom, now cleared of thorns. After the wedding, Mu Ying's half-sister and her mother moved to a small estate outside the capital. The Rose Kingdom's royal family would provide them with a comfortable life, ensuring they kept some of the wealth they'd brought from the Briar Kingdom's palace. But the princess's dignity as a royal consort would only be restored once she gained a normal mind. So Muing couldn't help but be a bit of a conspiracy theorist, suspecting that the Rose Kingdom's royal family had never tried to stop their heir from marrying the princess of a country shrouded in thorns, where no one dared to go. They even let Fina set off alone, just him and his horse, when he went to brave the Thorne Forest to rescue his fiancée. His swordsmanship was good, but not invincible. Weren't they afraid he'd get hurt? But the benefits were just too great. A prince who braved danger alone to rescue his fiancée, such a devoted and heroic image would surely win everyone's hearts. That way, taking over his wife's country would seem perfectly natural. Even though the Briar Kingdom had lain desolate for so long, its lands were still vast and fertile. At its peak, the Briar Kingdom was even stronger than the Rose Kingdom. Just look at the calculating, self-serving royal family of the Rose Kingdom, and then at the Brushton King and Queen, a couple like something out of a fairy tale. The contrast couldn't be starker. In monarchies like these, the royal family's influence on the whole country is enormous. Compared to Cantiara, Moon Harbor feels more sincere, more trustworthy. A harbor city that values inner beauty over outward appearance. No wonder merchant caravans and fleets come and go in endless streams. After all, isn't honesty the most important thing in business? After listening to Windsor finish telling the story of the king with the whistling lips, Muing collected another page fragment related to the tale. She felt that there probably weren't any more fragments left in Mooport. At this point, she was certain the fragments were all connected to fairy tales. The creator of the Myriad Worlds Trials, the great sage Chen Mian, came from Blue Star, which, as far as Muing could tell, was the same blue star she'd lived on in her previous life. That's why she kept finding places in the trial worlds that felt so familiar. Her first trial world, the Block World, and Leuashia's Tower World both originated from Blue Star's games. The current Emerald World, meanwhile, was based on Blue Star's fairy tales. Block World and Tower World were both rather rigid, distinctly artificial trial worlds. That made their similarities even more obvious. But Emerald World, Muing had lived here for several years now, felt like a real, living world. Whether it was the creatures or the environment. There were plenty of traces of fairy tales, but things were quite different from the versions she'd heard in her previous life. Everything here felt more real. Every person had their own personality, their own intelligence, their own logic for how they acted. It was as if these stories had evolved into their own endings in a real world. The Myriad Worlds Trials claimed that all trial worlds were virtual, that participants only entered with their minds, and that dying in a trial wouldn't hurt their real bodies. But Muing felt it wasn't that simple. What was really going on here? Muing believed that as long as she became strong enough, she'd eventually be able to understand it all. For now, though, she had a clear advantage. She and Sage Chinmian both came from Blue Star, and she'd been exposed to the same cultural knowledge. That gave her a leg up in the Myriad Worlds Trials. It was like having a cheat sheet. Not to mention how much she'd benefited from her knowledge in Block World. Just in Emerald World alone, her familiarity with those well-known fairy tales let her pinpoint her quest targets with ease. Anyone less familiar with these stories would probably have to wander all over the continent, casting a wide net and chasing after every oddity, nothing like how easy things were for Muing. And if you were the type who didn't like asking questions, you might waste ages here without ever figuring out what the world's quest even was. Just goes to show how important it is to have a super powerful compatriot. Even if she'd never met Sage Chinmian, she was still benefiting from his legacy. One day, Muing vowed she'd become someone others could benefit from, too. Muing, what are you thinking about? We're here. Windsor tugged on Muing, who was still walking forward absent-mindedly. Muing snapped out of her thoughts and looked at the little shop by the road. The storefront was tiny, with only a single wooden door just wide enough for one person to pass through. There were no windows at all. Hanging on the door was a small wooden sign that read, "Witch's Bar, open for business." This is the place? Muing felt like this little door had just as much history as the Bruce Tavern. Windsor pulled her over. Yep. Don't be fooled by how plain it looks outside, it's lively inside. As soon as the door opened, Muing saw exactly what Windsor meant by lively. The lighting inside was a bit dim, but not the warm yellow of candlelight. Instead, the light came from a ceiling full of colorful little crystal lamps, blue, purple-red, green, white, and more, each like a spotlight, shining in different directions. The whole bar was a haze of shifting shadows, filled with people in all sorts of eccentric outfits, drinking and chatting in booths, dancing in the center, while a 5-piece band played off to the side. Pretty cool, right? Isn't it mysterious? Doesn't it have a vibe? Windsor said, seeing Muing staring at the lights and the dance floor. Muing nodded perfunctorily. Mysterious, sure. But mostly, it just looked a lot like a modern bar or nightclub, very trendy. The owner of this bar was something else. If she didn't know for sure there was only one trial participant in this world, Ying would have suspected the owner was another one. There really were quite a few people dressed as witches inside, but most of them weren't actually witches or even women. Ying followed Windsor up the stairs to the second floor. The booths upstairs are specially reserved for witches visiting Moonport. Only witches can see the stairs to the second floor. And every witch's first visit comes with a free signature drink, Ocean's Embrace. The second floor wasn't big, just a crescent-shaped loft with a matching crescent-shaped leather booth that could seat about 10 people and a small bar nearby. From up here, you could see everything happening on the first floor. When they arrived, there was only one witch sitting in the booth, dressed in traditional robes and holding a drink. Hearing footsteps on the stairs, the witch looked over, her gaze lingering on Ying for a few seconds before turning to Windsor. "Is this the classmate you're always talking about? Rosie's direct junior." Windsor nodded. "It's her first time here." "Boss, one Ocean's Embrace, please." "I'll have my usual." Ying studied the witch as well. You could usually tell a witch's affinity from her appearance. This one had long, deep blue hair and eyes to match, probably a blue witch, like Windsor. "Hello, I'm Deborah, the owner of this bar." "Have a seat. I'll mix your drinks," the witch said, nodding at Ying as she stood up. Windsor and Ying sat down. "Looks like you come here for drinks pretty often," Ying teased. Windsor grinned. "If I'm not brewing perfumes at night, I come here to hang out, gossip, or trade for interesting things. Especially when some of the witches who travel with the fleets come back from overseas, they always bring back cool stuff." Ying just smiled. She knew Windsor was a bit of a booze hound, but blue witches were born with a high tolerance, lucky them. "Rosie knows the owner too?" Windsor nodded. "The boss is amazing. Knowledgeable and a great businesswoman. She juggles several jobs, running this bar, selling magical items, and she's even connected with the witches who serve the Undersea Kingdom. Her business goes all the way underwater. Rosie knew her before I did. She's the one who brought me here. By the way, have you contacted her yet? Since you're finally here, we should all get together. Didn't you always want to meet her merman boyfriend?" Ying hadn't contacted Senior Rosie yet, so she took out her bellflower and called her. "You're in Moonport? Come visit my island tomorrow. I've just cultivated some new magical plants." "Windsor knows the way," Rosie's cheerful voice came through. "Senior, I still have to open my shop." Windsor protested. "You only open for half a day, barely 3 hours. Missing one day won't matter. And I found some of those undersea spices you wanted. So, are you coming or not?" Rosie quickly hit Windsor's weak spot. After arranging to visit senior sister Rosie tomorrow, Ying hung up the bellflower. At that moment, Boss Deborah finished mixing the drinks. She brought over a glass and set it in front of Windsor, then personally handed one to Ying. "It's a pleasure to meet you, Bellflower Witch Ying. Here's your Ocean's Embrace." "Thank you." Ying accepted it with both hands. With an anti-intoxication spell on her, she could finally drink with the other witches in the Emerald World. She took a sip. The wine had a faint salty aroma, with subtle sweetness and a slightly bitter aftertaste, complex and layered. "Do you like it?" Deborah asked. Ying nodded. "I like it very much." Deborah beamed. Anyone who liked her drinks was a good friend in her book. She immediately became enthusiastic. "Are you planning to settle in Moonport? Need me to help you find a place? You should come by more often. I have all kinds of drinks here for you to try. I probably won't stay in Moonport for long. My current plan is to travel the continent, and after I've been everywhere, I'll think about settling down. My next stop will probably be the Undersea Mermaid Kingdom. I heard from Windsor that you're quite familiar with it. Could you tell me about the merfolk?" Ying asked. She'd finished listening to the story of the king of the Browbird Kingdom. After visiting senior sister Rosie, she'd need to find her next story. The Undersea Mermaid Kingdom probably had one too. It was the perfect chance to ask Deborah about it. "You want to go underwater?" Deborah immediately sensed a business opportunity. "You'll need some breathing potions for that. I have some here on consignment from other witches, and I can also get the ingredients for the recipe. Interested? Do you have any bellflowers left? You can consign them here too, just a small commission fee. Or you can check out the next trade fair." Ying. She really was a shrewd businesswoman. The bar was her main business, but she also sold all sorts of goods on the side. But Muing had money. She didn't have the recipe for the breathing potion, but she really would need it to visit the Mermaid Kingdom. In the real world, she could use underwater breathing spells, but in the trial world, druid spells didn't work. "Do you have a product catalog or something?" Muing asked. If there were other useful things, she'd buy them too. Now that she could grow bellflowers, money was no longer a problem. What mattered more was collecting magical knowledge, potion recipes, and magical plants. Collecting these things was also part of her task while traveling, since once the third trial world opened up, her focus would shift there. Her character in this world would probably just stay put. Because once a trial started, no matter which world your character was in, time would continue to pass in all of them. In the block world, since it was just her and 50 villagers and not much danger, her character could be left there safely while time passed. But in the emerald world, things were less predictable. She'd definitely need to find a safe place to leave her character. So it was a good idea to stock up on supplies while exploring. Otherwise, if her character died, this whole trial world would basically be wasted. Deborah could tell right away she was dealing with a big customer. "Ahem, yes, I do," she said, rummaging through her spatial ring and pulling out a thick catalog. Muing flipped through it and found quite a few interesting things. Besides the breathing potion recipe, there were many potions she'd never seen before, most of them in line with Moonport's customs, like potions that made you look uglier. There were also 4 potions she'd never seen but was very interested in: hair growth potion, body strengthening potion, love potion, and loyalty potion. The hair growth potion promoted hair growth, the body strengthening potion enhanced physical abilities, the love potion made the drinker fall in love with the first person they saw, and the loyalty potion made the drinker loyal to the first person they saw. Their effects didn't change when taken out of the world. Muing was especially interested in the body strengthening and loyalty potions. The former was self-explanatory. She needed anything that could boost her physical abilities. As for the latter, she didn't plan to use it on people, but wouldn't it be great for griffins? No need for all that training, just subdue them and give them a potion. Not just griffins, but petrified lizards too. With enough magical beasts, her breeding camp could really thrive. Deborah sold the recipes for all these potions, and the prices seemed reasonable. There were also some obviously underwater use potions. The breathing potion was the most basic. There was also a wave-walking potion, which worked like the water walk spell, not essential, but nice to have. Another interesting one was the fish tail potion, which temporarily turned your legs into a fish tail. Each time you drank it, the tail you got was random, usually a beautiful mermaid tail, but sometimes you might end up with octopus tentacles. Just looking at the potions, Muing was already interested in quite a few. These were all rather niche potions, not available at the Witches' Association, which made her even more impressed with Deborah's wares. She found even more good stuff as she kept flipping. Things like echo conches, crystal coral, and bubble orbs, specialties from the sea. There were also some novel little spells. Muing waved her hand grandly. These, and these, I'll take them all. Do you want money or bellflowers? I only have bellflowers under 3 petals, but we can trade at market price. No need for consignment. Windsor stared at Muing in awe. So cool. She wanted to make lots of money too, so she could buy whatever she wanted without worrying about the price. Deborah saw Muing picking out a whole bunch of items, some of which hadn't sold in ages. She was tempted to just sell her everything, but in the end, she reminded her, except for the breathing and fishtail potions, the ingredients for the other potions are quite rare and hard to collect, which is why people usually just sell the recipes. For example, the main ingredient for the hair growth potion is werewolf hair, the body strengthening potion requires werewolf blood, the love potion needs the tears of a couple who've truly loved each other for over 50 years, and the loyalty potion's main herb, servant's grass, is extremely rare in the wild. I do have a friend with a few seeds, but they're very hard to grow. Most people who bought the recipes from me, your senior sister Rosie included, never managed to make even a single potion. After hearing this, Muying finally understood why these potions only had recipes available, not finished products, and why the prices weren't that high. Very few witches ever sold the potion recipes they developed themselves. Even if they did, the prices would be exorbitant. Most of the potion recipes Muying had collected, aside from the common ones, were legacies left behind by witches who had already passed away. Some witches, before the end of their lives, would donate their research results to the Witch Association or the Witch Magic Academy. If they were still alive, they would usually treat their recipes as a means of making money, only selling finished products, just like how Muying sold her bellflower. If it was because the ingredients were too rare, Muying could understand. If the finished product couldn't be mass-produced and the materials were hard to gather, it was actually more cost-effective to sell the recipe instead. After all, a recipe could be sold to multiple buyers. Generally speaking, potion ingredients were herbs and magical plants, and it was rare to use materials from other creatures. That's why green witches, who specialized in plant magic, tended to be more talented at potion making. Plant ingredients were easier to cultivate, while animal ingredients were much harder to obtain and less stable during the brewing process. Ingredients like the tears of a couple who have been in love for 50 years, or werewolf fur and blood, were also very difficult for Muying to get. She mainly bought these recipes to learn them and use them in the real world, but collecting these ingredients in reality would be even more challenging. Although Muying was a bit disappointed, she stuck to her principle of buy first and stock up, best if I can use them, and if not, it's not much of a loss, and said, I understand. I'll take them all, including the puffgrass seeds. Could you help me get in touch with the seller? Of course. Deborah was more than happy to make another sale. As for bellflower, I'd like to buy a set of 3-stemmed ones and a set of 2-stemmed ones. Muying nodded and took out the bellflowers Deborah wanted. After tallying it up, she realized that after buying so many things, she hadn't spent a single gold coin. In fact, she'd be making several hundred gold coins in profit. Thinking that Deborah's place could serve as a small trading hub in the future, and there might be more interesting things coming up, Muying gave her an extra 2-stemmed bellflower. If you come across any new potion recipes or magical knowledge in the future, you can use this to contact me. If it's useful to me, I'll buy it. With the transaction complete, both parties were satisfied, and it was time for some gossip. Although Deborah had spent money, she'd gotten her hands on bellflowers and made a valuable connection, so she was in a great mood and enthusiastically told Muying about the underwater kingdom and the merfolk. The merfolk in the Emerald World were similar to those in the real world, but there were also many differences. While both had human upper bodies and fishtails, in reality, merfolk had blue skin on their upper bodies, with fins and traces of scales. In the Emerald World, however, merfolk had completely human upper bodies, with skin tones just like humans and no fins or scales. Moreover, the merfolk in the Emerald World weren't particularly strong in combat. Their water magic wasn't as powerful as that of blue witches, their physical strength was inferior to real-world merfolk, and they didn't have the ability to tame sea beasts. Their only unique trait was their enchanting, bewitching singing voices. Overall, Muying's impression was that they were spirit-type mages with weak combat abilities. However, since merfolk were the only intelligent race in the sea, and there were no magical sea beasts with special bloodlines, the entire ocean basically belonged to them. As a result, they were extremely wealthy and had no natural enemies. The Mermaid Kingdom could be said to have the smallest population in the entire Emerald World, but it was by far the richest place. Crystals, pearls, gemstones, sunken treasures. The wealth hidden beneath the sea was at the merfolk's fingertips. The capital of the Mermaid Kingdom was located in the Misty Sea. According to the description, it was a true crystal palace, with its main building material being the crystal coral Muying had just bought. Their aesthetic sense was quite similar to that of real-world merfolk. They both loved shiny things. Muying planned to try growing the crystal coral seeds in the real world and then give some to the priestess and Lily. The Misty Sea was extremely dangerous, not only because of the perpetual thick fog, but also because of a storm vortex. Any ship that accidentally entered would sink. Because some shady slave traders would capture merfolk and sell them to the great nobles, the merfolk here were quite wary and even hostile toward humans. However, their relationship with witches was very friendly. Since merfolk were rich and generous, many witches who loved the sea would live on islands and maintain good relations with the merfolk, making a profit by reselling goods from the shore to them. In other words, merfolk were afraid of humans and didn't dare trade with them directly, so witches acted as intermediaries. Deborah was one of these middlemen. She even ran a small tavern under the sea, which also served as a trading post, mainly for merfolk. If you want to go, you can just fly east. Once you enter the mist, drink a breathing potion and jump into the sea to travel underwater. There are a lot of merfolk in the misty sea, just find one and ask for directions. Or, in a month, I'll be heading to the Mermaid Kingdom's capital myself. You could come with me, Deborah offered. No need. Senior sister Rosie's island is also near the misty sea, so I'll just swing by on my way, Mooing declined. Visiting the Mermaid Kingdom was secondary. The main thing was to complete her quest. She wondered if the Mermaid Kingdom had anything to do with the story of the Little Mermaid. Since Rosie had come up, Mooing used her merfolk boyfriend, Bertrand, as a pretext to ask about the royal family of the Mermaid Kingdom. Don't worry, merfolk are famous for their loyalty. If it weren't for the fact that they choose their mates based on tails, they'd be the perfect lovers for witches. Besides, even if that Bertrand is a member of the royal family, he has no inheritance rights. That's because merfolk are matriarchal. Only princesses have inheritance rights. The current Sea King has 6 daughters, so there's no way it would be his turn, Deborah explained. 6 daughters. Mooing took note. The protagonist of the Little Mermaid story seemed to be the youngest princess among the Sea King's 6 daughters. Do merfolk have anything like our witches' coming-of-age trials? Deborah thought for a moment. Not exactly trials, but merfolk are only allowed to surface when they turn 15. Since there are often human ships on the surface, it's pretty dangerous for them. Hearing that, which matched the story's detail that merfolk could only surface at 15, Mooing was almost certain that there must be a missing page here in the Mermaid Kingdom. After all, there couldn't be so many coincidences. The same merfolk, the same 6 daughters, the same custom. Mooing knew she'd found the right place. To determine when the story was taking place, she only needed to ask one thing. Have all the mermaid princesses come of age yet? I know about this. Windsor chimed in from the side. They say there are 6 princesses, and only the youngest hasn't come of age yet. This little princess is really curious. She often drags the witches who come from the shore down to the seafloor to ask them about life on land. I've heard other witches mention it when they came to the tavern before. Hearing about the little princess, Mooing noticed her quest progress hadn't changed, which meant the story probably hadn't actually happened yet. Looks like she'd have to stay in the Mermaid Kingdom for a while. Unlike before, when she pieced together the story from others' accounts, this time she'd have to experience and witness it herself. As night deepened, Mooing and Windsor left the tavern and returned to Windsor's little shop. There were still quite a few people out on the streets at this hour. Clearly, Moonlight Harbor had a lively nightlife. Windsor usually lived in the small attic above her shop. There was a little staircase behind the counter leading up. Mooing followed her up. The attic wasn't big. If you stood on tiptoe, you could touch the ceiling, but it was cozy, and the window looked out over the street. If she didn't have to return to the real world, she'd love to find a pretty city like this, buy a small house, open a little shop, and live just like Windsor. That would be happiness. Are you going to sleep in your suitcase, or with me? Windsor asked. After all, her bed was small and the attic was cramped. She was worried Mooing wouldn't be comfortable. Mooing didn't even hesitate. Of course I'll sleep with you. Hee. She really loved it here with Windsor. There was a sense of peace and quiet, a calm and steady life. It was especially comfortable. It was exactly the kind of retirement life she dreamed of. And she hadn't hugged Windsor's soft, cuddly self in ages. She missed it. Windsor saw the look in her eyes and understood immediately, shaking her head helplessly. After washing up, the two squeezed into the little bed and fell asleep. Gentle moonlight streamed through the window lattice, falling across the quilt and slowly shifting. Time passed, the stars wheeled, the moon set and the sun rose, and the morning light spilled into the tiny attic. Ying, sensing the brightness, unconsciously rolled over, arms and legs draping over Windsor. Windsor, though her shop only opened in the afternoons, usually got up early to shop at the morning market. So as soon as the room brightened, she woke up, only to find herself tightly hugged, pinned to the bed. She glanced down at Ying, whose head was nestled against her chest, rubbing against her a couple of times, a suspiciously shiny drool at the corner of her mouth. Windsor stared blankly at the ceiling. Oh well, she must be tired from traveling. Let her sleep a bit longer. After a while, Windsor's arm went numb, and any remaining sympathy turned mischievous. She picked up a stray lock of hair and gently tickled Ying's nose. Achoo! Ying sneezed herself awake, and seeing Windsor's barely suppressed laughter, pounced on her with flailing arms. A pillow fight broke out. Passers-by in front of the shop heard the girls' laughter and couldn't help glancing up at the attic window, then smiling knowingly. All right, I surrender. I'll treat you to breakfast, spare me. The war ended with Windsor's plea for mercy. By the time they finished breakfast, it was nearly noon. Senior Rosie couldn't help but send a flurry of messages, asking if they'd gotten lost. If they took their brooms, the trip should only take an hour or two. But it wouldn't do to take off directly from the city in broad daylight, so the two had to find a secluded spot first, walking along the coast for quite a while. Since Rosie's Island didn't appear on the map, they couldn't just use a magic carpet for navigation, so both of them rode their brooms. With a whoosh, they shot into the sky, and once they were high enough, they didn't have to worry about being seen. No one could make out who they were anyway. Occasionally, when they passed ships, they playfully swooped around them like birds, drawing shouts from the sailors below. The two of them just laughed freely. Ying had never flown so openly in the real world. She felt completely relaxed. After flying over the clear blue sea for a while, they could see, far ahead, a patch of grayish mist on the horizon, white fog swirling. That's the Misty Sea, Windsor pointed out. Once we get through it, Rosie's Island is just a little further. Ying saw that as they approached, all the ships veered away from the area, so the rumors about storms here were true. But Ying and Windsor weren't worried. A simple wind and waterproof spell would do the trick. They could fly even in stormy weather. Some witches even liked to travel during storms, when humans stayed indoors and visibility was low. They sped up and plunged into the Misty Sea. On a merchant ship, a young sailor asked his mentor, "There are storm eyes in the Misty Sea. Why do sea birds still fly in there?" The old sailor looked at the two tiny black dots in the sky. "Those aren't sea birds, those are witches on brooms. Legend says the mists and storms here are the work of witches' magic. Powerful witches live here, able to command wind and waves, and there's untold gold and treasure inside. But no ship can withstand the mists and storms. Still, anyone who makes it in never leaves empty-handed." Stories of witches once again spread among the crew of the merchant ship. Inside the Misty Sea, even Ying and Windsor's vision was blocked, but as long as they kept to their chosen direction, they wouldn't get lost. Sometimes, they could faintly hear singing. Windsor said it was Mermaid singing. But with all the layers of mist, Ying couldn't see anything. The Misty Sea wasn't huge, but it wasn't small either. It took them half an hour to fly through. Soon, a small, lush island appeared ahead. Rosie met Bertrand in the lake under the waterfall here. There's a tunnel at the bottom of the lake that leads straight to the seafloor. Bertrand often comes here alone to sing. Later, Rosie named this nameless island Mermaid Tail Island, built a cabin half on the shore and half over the lake, and even cultivated some land. They're basically self-sufficient now. As they drew closer, Windsor explained, "From what I've seen, Bertrand's really good to Rosie. He's basically moved into the lake, and even goes out to sea to fish and help support the household. He's very caring. Too bad not every merman has Bertrand's taste, otherwise I'd want to find a merman myself." Ying. Looks like Windsor had a pretty high opinion of Bertrand. "I'll probably have to stay in the Mermaid Kingdom for at least a year. Want to come with me? Maybe you'll find your own merman prince." With her around, it'd be safer than going alone. Ying admitted she was a bit of a worrywart, always afraid her bestie would get tricked. In fact, after half a year of trials, Windsor and the others were now fully capable of handling things on their own. Although there were still occasional cases of witches being tricked, under her daily guidance, this batch of witches had become much more vigilant. The little princess of the Mermaid Kingdom still had almost a year before she turned 15, so Ying would probably be staying under the sea for a while. It looked like another stretch of peaceful days ahead. Huh. Windsor's first reaction was excitement, but she was also a bit reluctant to leave her loyal customers at Port. We've been cooped up for so long, it's getting pretty boring. How about we open a little shop together? You can sell your scented oils and such, and I'll sell potions. I won't be staying here after a year anyway, and if I open a shop by myself just for a year, it seems like a waste. But if we do it together, when I leave, you can keep running it, Ying suggested. After visiting Windsor's little shop, to be honest, Ying found herself longing for the kind of cozy and fulfilling life where you settle down in one place and run a small store. It's rare to have a whole year. If she did it alone, put in all that effort, and then had to leave, it would feel like a waste. But if she partnered with Windsor when she left, Windsor could keep it going. Windsor thought it over. At worst, she could just change her Moonport shop's hours from every afternoon to just a few days a week or even a month. If business was good, she could even hire someone to help, just like Boss Deborah, with shops both on land and under the sea, making double the money. And, most importantly, there was the handsome merman. So she agreed and was even a little excited, wanting to pull Ying aside right away to discuss the shop. Hey, what are you two doing up there, just circling in the sky? Rosie had spotted them a while ago, but after waiting and waiting, they still hadn't landed. Helpless, she hopped on her broom to go up and hurry them along. Senior. Ying shot over to her side on her broom, let go, and gave her a sideways hug. Missed you. If you missed me, then get down here already. Rosie grumbled, pinching Ying's cheek. The three of them finally flew toward the little waterfall in the center of the island. Outside the wooden cabin by the lake under the waterfall, a handsome guy with long blue curly hair was sitting on a big rock, waving at them as they approached. His blue fishtail shimmered brilliantly in the sunlight. Isn't he handsome? Windsor sidled up to Ying and whispered gossipingly. Ying. He's okay, I guess. Not as handsome as Shireen. A bit too delicate, not enough masculinity. Hello, I'm Bertrand, Rosie's partner. The merman looked a little nervous as he greeted them, especially Ying. Ying snorted. She wasn't going to eat a merman. What was he so afraid of? As long as he treated Senior Rosie well, she had absolutely no problem with him. She now automatically saw herself as part of the family. Senior Rosie really liked Bertrand. It was different from Senior Margaret and the werewolf. Those two even had a kid, but Senior Margaret didn't seem to feel anything, and the werewolf was just desperate to take responsibility. All right, Bertrand is a bit shy, don't scare him. You'll see after a while, he's a really gentle guy. Rosie smoothed things over. He knew you were coming, so he went out early to catch a bunch of seafood. It's almost ready, let's eat first. Ying and Windsor both nodded. Senior Rosie sure was protective of her merman boyfriend. You could tell Rosie's house was designed with Bertrand in mind. For example, the dining room had half wooden flooring and half open space with water underneath. The dining table was a low round table set right at the edge of the floor. Ying and Windsor sat on woven cushions at the table, while Bertrand did a graceful leap and landed at the edge, his tail still soaking in the water. Rosie sat right next to him. During the meal, watching Rosie and Bertrand serve each other food with such tacit understanding, Ying felt a pang of envy. Her senior was someone else's now. Oh well, better to enjoy the seafood feast than eat dog food. After the meal, Ying went to check out Rosie's herb gardens. Rosie had 2 herb gardens, one on land, one under the lake. The land garden had pretty much the same magical plants as she used to grow in the school's herb fields before graduation. But the underwater one was special. Half of it, on the freshwater side of the sea tunnel, grew freshwater magical plants, while the other half, on the seaside, grew marine magical plants. Ying's eyes sparkled at the sight. Senior mooing tugged at Rosie's sleeve, swinging it back and forth. Rosie laughed. I knew you'd be coming, so I set aside a batch of seeds just for you. Hee, I knew Senior was the best. Mooing said sweetly. I brought some for you too. These are all new plant seeds I collected during my travels over the past half year. Some are magical, some are just regular plants. As fellow green witches, exchanging plant collections was pure joy. Mooing felt like she'd hit the jackpot, not only seeds, but Rosie even shared her planting tips. Once she tried growing them, she could bring them into the real world and gain more professional experience. Since today's trial time was 3 hours, she could spend a full 9 days in the Emerald World. It was only the second day, and Mooing planned to get the shop business settled this time, then just relax, waiting for a reply from her potion teacher while enjoying an early retirement in the underwater Mermaid Kingdom. After touring the herb gardens, Rosie and Bertrand planned to take them to Crystal City, the Mermaid Kingdom's capital. But first, Rosie shooed Bertrand out of the house, then brought out 3 bottles of breathing potion and 3 boxes of mermaid tail potion. Drink another breathing potion to extend your time underwater, then here's the mermaid tail potion, 1 box each. Mu Ying's mouth twitched at the difference in quantity. Is the mermaid tail potion really that tricky? Ahem. I'm just being prepared, in case you get unlucky. Just try it, Rosie said vaguely, handing each of them a bottle. Mooing felt something was off. Isn't the breathing potion enough? Do we really need the tail? It looks much neater if everyone has a tail, and it's way easier to swim with a tail than legs. Otherwise, you'd be walking forever underwater, Rosie insisted. Let's drink. I've never tried it before, Windsor said. Mooing. Fine. Even if she ended up with an octopus tail, she could live with it. Under Rosie's expectant gaze, Mooing and Windsor changed into skirts, sat at the edge of the floor, and drank the potion. Their legs uncontrollably pressed together under their skirts, shrouded in a misty gray light. A moment later, Windsor curiously watched her legs enveloped in light, while Mu Ying's expression turned odd. She couldn't see what her legs had become, but she could still feel them, and she definitely felt something splitting apart. No way, it couldn't really be an octopus, could it? Was it too late to take back what she'd said earlier? Mooing was starting to worry she was about to see something she couldn't unsee. Although the light faded slowly, it eventually dispersed. Mooing looked at her own feet, no, her tentacles, which were surprisingly flexible. Honestly, this was kind of fun. They were definitely octopus tentacles, but not quite what she'd imagined. Instead of being bright red and covered in suckers, hers were a deep, inky green, almost the same color as her hair. The tiny, densely packed suckers looked more like clusters of soft pink flowers than anything else. All in all, they didn't really look like tentacles, more like thick vines blossoming with little flowers. They weren't exactly beautiful, but having 8 legs felt pretty great, and, honestly, they looked way better than a regular octopus's tentacles. They're octopus legs. Rosie couldn't help but laugh. Everyone who's ever taken the mermaid tail potion has been grossed out by the octopus tentacles at least once. Suddenly, she felt a bit better about her own experience. Pour me another bottle. Ying reached out with a tentacle and pushed Rosie's hand away. No thanks, I'm good with this. I like it. 8 legs, so much fun. Look, they even have little flowers. Rosie. Well, as long as you're happy. Some witches do find octopus legs convenient, after all. 8 legs and 2 hands, you could brew 5 potions at once. Oh, you're right. Ying's eyes lit up. She hadn't thought of that. This potion had more uses than she realized. Next, Windsor's tail formed. A classic mermaid tail, with beautiful deep blue and pale white scales. She swished her tail curiously. Windsor's so lucky. She got a mermaid tail on her first try, Rosie said, a little envious. Didn't you want to find a merfolk partner? I think this tail will really make you stand out. Mermaids with multicolored scales are pretty rare. Really? Windsor was even happier. I can't believe you 2 finished after just 2 bottles each. That saves me a lot of trouble, Rosie said. Now it was her turn. She took a deep breath, drank a potion. Then, after a moment, drank another. Ying stared in shock. Rosie, you haven't even finished transforming. Why are you drinking another one already? Rosie shrugged helplessly. I've taken this potion so many times, I've pretty much unlocked the whole mermaid tail encyclopedia. Even before the light fades, I can move my legs and tell what kind of tail I've gotten, just by the feel of it. No need to wait for it to finish changing. Even if it's a lottery, as long as you draw enough times, you'll eventually get what you want. Hey, I want to see what other kinds of tails there are. This is pretty fun. Ying grinned mischievously and used several tentacles to sweep the remaining potions to one side. Rosie. Maybe she didn't want this junior after all. After that, Ying witnessed a light green lobster tail, a light green shark tail, a light green octopus tail, and more. She was amazed. So the mermaid tail potion keeps some of the user's original traits? Ying asked curiously. After all, hers was deep green, Rosie's were all shades of green, and Windsor's was blue. Yep. The next time you randomly get an octopus tail, it'll look the same as this one, Rosie explained. After drawing several more weird and wacky tails, she sighed. It took a whole set of potions before she finally got the mermaid tail she wanted. All right, let's go. Rosie was the first to leap into the water and swim outside. Do you think Rosie kicked Bertrand out before drinking the potion because she was afraid her weird tail would scare her lover? Windsor mused, stroking her chin. Of course. In merfolk culture, isn't beauty all about the tail? Ying replied. Windsor glanced at Ying, who was wiggling her tentacles. Each one seemed to have a mind of its own. Now I believe you really have zero interest in handsome mermen. Otherwise, how could she be so delighted with octopus legs? Ying. She could tell Windsor was teasing her about her little tentacles. Once she was in the water, she had to admit, the octopus tail was incredibly smooth to swim with. It was her first time as an octopus, but she got the hang of it quickly and was even swimming a bit faster than Windsor. Come on, let's hold hands as we swim. Ying stretched out a tentacle. That's a leg, not a hand. Windsor retorted, but she was laughing too. Holding hands, or legs, was actually pretty fun. She let Ying's tentacle wrap around her hand and gave it a squeeze. Octopus legs are so soft. They feel really nice. Well, I am a mollusk now, Ying said, unfazed. Stop dawdling, you two. We've got a journey ahead. Rosie, holding Bertrand's hand, turned and urged them on. And this journey was no joke. Although Mermaid Island was near the Misty Sea, the capital of the Merfolk Kingdom was at the very center of the Misty Sea. The swim was actually quite a distance. The tunnel beneath the island was lined with glowing seaweed, providing a faint light. This seaweed was one of the main ingredients for brewing the breathing potion, gill-pouch grass. It wasn't a magical plant, just an ordinary one, supposedly common on the sea floor. After swimming through the tunnel, Ying realized that the ocean in this world was very different from the real world. In reality, the deep sea had lots of colorful creatures, but few that glowed, so the ocean floor was always dim. No wonder Ying had nearly gotten depressed mining in that environment. But here, the sea floor was breathtakingly beautiful. Most of the plants and creatures had glowing patterns, but otherwise, they weren't so different from real-world species. It was as if someone had turned on the lights in the real ocean, letting the plants show their true colors even in the dark depths, utterly magical. Traveling through this underwater world was like wandering through an aquarium. You never wanted to leave. Ying, I think I'm in love with the ocean. Windsor exclaimed. It's even more beautiful than Moonport. I love it here. That's perfect. I bought some bubble spheres from Deborah this time, and I'm planning to buy a shop in Crystal City. When I leave, you can inherit the shop. How about it? Ready to be pampered by your rich bestie? Ying teased her. Windsor was still renting in Moonport, after all. Absolutely. I love you so much. Windsor giggled. Then can you be my human pillow again? But no tickling me with your hair this time. Ying wasn't about to lose out. She had to get something in return. Windsor was just too huggable. With dingling flowers, Ying could basically splurge as much as she wanted in the Emerald World. She could afford to pamper Windsor, or even all her seniors, classmates, and juniors if she wanted. Windsor really wanted to tickle her, but didn't dare. After all, Ying now had 2 hands and 8 legs. No way she could win that fight. Plus, she was about to buy Windsor a house. She'd worked in Mooport for half a year and still couldn't afford her own place. She could only rent a tiny shop. The underwater scenery was dazzling and colorful, but after wandering around the aquarium for a while, it started to get old. Once the initial novelty wore off, Ying and Windsor focused on their journey. Still, Ying secretly decided she wanted to collect every kind of plant from the Emerald World seabed, not just magical plants, but all of them. She hoped the real ocean floor could be this beautiful. That wish became even stronger when she saw the Crystal City. Compared to this place, where Lily and the others lived looked like a shabby, backward slum in the countryside, utterly unimpressive. The entire city was built around a sprawling crystal coral tree, its branches glowing with a rainbow of soft lights, perfectly complementing the merfolk's shimmering, iridescent tails. The colors were vibrant but never chaotic, possessing a unique beauty. This rainbow crystal coral is a magical plant too, Rosie explained to Ying. They say it can move, and it's still alive and growing. It's probably the oldest and longest living plant in the world. Every green witch visiting the Crystal City for the first time was stunned by the sight of this enormous coral tree. Ying nodded. For something to grow this large, it must have lived for ages. In reality, the corals native to Azure Star weren't actually plants at all, but colonies of coral polyps or their fossilized skeletons. They just looked like plants. But the corals Lily and the others grew for food were true plants. Ying had even tasted them herself. The crystal coral was the same, though it was a magical mineral plant, with branches that looked exactly like natural crystals. She'd bought plenty of crystal coral seeds from Boss Deborah. These were a specialty of the Merfolk Kingdom. Ying had basically collected all the common varieties. Each seed was about the size of a fingernail, irregularly shaped like a tiny crystal, and came in a variety of colors. Red, yellow, blue, purple, and more. But whether it was the seeds or the mature plants, they were always a single color, never two-toned, let alone rainbow. Clearly, this rainbow crystal coral was special not just for its age and size. Ying asked Senior Rosie, "Is there anything different about the rainbow crystal coral?" Rosie shook her head. Crystal coral, like regular crystal, is a common alchemy material. The different colors might have different properties, but for potions, they're not particularly useful. Some witches like to use processed crystal coral as dye. The rainbow crystal coral combines all the advantages of the other types. It's highly adaptable and superior in every way. But it's rare, a mutation from regular crystal coral. If you cut off a piece and try to grow it, you'll only get ordinary crystal coral. So it's actually more practical to use regular crystal coral, since it's easy to cultivate. Ying understood. It was just a bit prettier, that's all. If we want to buy a shop, where do we go? The Crystal City was beautiful and could be explored for ages, but it was better to get business sorted first. Windsor nodded in agreement, her eyes dazzled by all the handsome mermen. Rosie nudged her boyfriend, signaling him to answer. Bertrand pointed to the base of the rainbow coral tree. The houses under the tree are all for sale. Just go to the property office at the trunk to choose and register. You can also buy a plot of land and build your own place. After his explanation, Ying and Windsor realized that the Merfolk Kingdom was actually a very stratified society. The rainbow crystal coral tree was reserved for the royal family and nobles. It was known as the Crystal Palace. What people usually called the Crystal City was actually the area beneath and around the coral tree. The houses there were also made from crystal coral, but only the ordinary single-color kind. They were beautiful, but nothing compared to the Crystal Palace. Merfolk commoners and outsiders like themselves lived in the Crystal City below. They swam to the base of the coral tree and soon saw a crystal house with a sign reading Property and Land Rental and Sales Center. Inside, a miniature model of the Crystal City was displayed in the center. Most of the buildings were gray stone carvings, with only a few matching the crystal structures outside. Are you looking to buy or rent? A mermaid at the sales desk swam over. The crystal models are vacant and available for rent or sale. The gray stone models are already occupied. We'll take a look ourselves first, Ying said. The model displayed all the available information, whether a property was a residence or a shop. Even the shop names were clearly marked. They could browse freely. The mermaid was easygoing and, hearing this, didn't press further. She swam over to an indoor swing and began idly swinging. It seemed like a pretty relaxed job. Mooing pulled Windsor over to take a closer look. There were so many choices, it was hard to decide. In the end, she decided to be practical. Do you know what Deborah's tavern is called here? Windsor shook her head. Rosie was about to answer, but the mermaid on the swing chimed in. You mean Witch Deborah? Her tavern is called the Witch's Tavern on 12th Street. Thank you. Mooing was surprised she knew Deborah. They found 12th Street and, sure enough, saw a crystal house with a sign reading Witch's Tavern. Thinking it would be nice to be nearby, so they could sneak off for a drink with Windsor when they had time, she decided to open their shop on 12th Street as well. It was a good fit, clearly a commercial street with all kinds of shops, even a potion store. But all the crystal houses on this street were taken. Only a few empty plots of land remained. Why not build your own? Rosie suggested when she saw their hesitation. Crystal coral is easy to grow and shape, more natural than what mere folk craftsmen make. Mooing and Windsor exchanged a glance. What do you think? Either way is fine. We could stay at an inn for now and take our time designing it, Windsor agreed. I've never designed a house myself before. She had picked a spot to settle in the Witch Forest, but had too many ideas and not enough skills. She'd only managed half of it. She'd planned to finish after the trial, but now it looked like she wouldn't be going back for a long time. That attempt didn't really count. But you'll have to handle the construction, Windsor added. Her plant magic was terrible. She couldn't accelerate growth at all. All right, let's pick a plot. Once the decision was made, choosing went quickly. There were only a few vacant lots on 12th Street, all about the same size, so it was just a matter of picking the best location. In the end, they chose the plot closest to the Witch's Tavern, conveniently located right across from an inn. Plot 128. The mermaid lady flipped through her shell book. 200 gold coins. Windsor was shocked at the price. That expensive? The shop I bought in Moonport, land included, didn't even cost 200 gold coins. Mewing. Mewing pressed her hand reassuringly and pulled out the money from her spatial ring. Here you go. With the deed, a land certificate engraved on a shell, in hand, Mewing and her companions left the real estate office. Why didn't you let me say something back there? That was way too expensive. Windsor complained. Before Mewing could answer, Rosie chimed in. That's just how prices are here. Everything's expensive. But because the mermaid population is small and they welcome witches to settle, land and houses are actually cheap compared to other things. Aside from the extra cost of breathing potions, doing business here is actually pretty profitable. I'm a witch who can grow bellflowers. You really think I'm short on money? Mewing said to Windsor, looking smug. Windsor. So annoying. The ugly face of the nouveau riche. All right, let's go check out the land. Mewing stretched out 2 tentacles and pulled Windsor into her arms. Windsor. She was starting to dislike octopuses. With so many tentacles, once you're caught, there's no escape. That was just a small interlude. Following Bertrand, they soon found plot 128. The lot was bigger than they'd imagined. Even though it was a commercial street, the shops weren't crammed together. This place is big enough for a 2- or 3-story building, and there's still plenty of space in the back for a small herb garden, Rosie exclaimed, a little tempted herself. My family's yard is even bigger than this. If you like, you can stay at my place, Bertrand offered. Rosie shook her head. Was she jealous of the house? No, she envied having a small yard for a herb garden. Bertrand's home was up in the rainbow crystal tree. Even if the yard was big, you couldn't plant anything. Besides, she wanted to buy her own place. Why live at his? The palace on the crystal tree was beautiful, but it felt too restrictive. She wasn't as good at making money as her junior, but after a few years of selling potions in Crystal City, she'd saved up quite a bit. After measuring the lot, Mewing and Windsor headed to the inn across the street. The inn was covered by a bubble dome, keeping the water out. In Crystal City, only mermaids and witches lived here. The bubble dome was an alchemical item made by witches. It kept out seawater and could divide into smaller bubbles inside, some with water, some without, adjustable as needed. For witches, Entering felt just like being on land. For mermaids, a small bubble would envelop them, filled with seawater. This way, witches living here could go about their daily lives. After all, many of their things weren't waterproof. Mermaids could also freely enter witch shops, making it a win-win. In Crystal City, shops with bubble domes were basically all run by witches. As Ying and her friends passed through the bubble, a water-filled bubble formed around their lower halves, their tails. Bertrand, being a full mermaid, was completely enveloped. So smart, Ying thought. The bubble even adjusted by race. Witches who'd taken the mermaid potion only needed a bubble for their lower half, since their breathing organs were still the same as on land. With their individual bubbles, they entered the dry area inside, still buoyant as if in seawater, swimming forward with their tails. But seeing the chubby witch with brownish hair sleeping at the front desk, drooling a small river onto the counter, it was clear the buoyancy came from the bubble. At the counter, the witch was still sound asleep. Ying put her finger to her lips, signaling her friends to be quiet, and pointed to a wooden blackboard hanging nearby. Rosie and Windsor nodded, floated over, and quietly swam to the blackboard. Dear guests, if I'm sleeping too soundly, it's probably because I drank too much last night. You might have a hard time waking me up, so I've written the available rooms and prices below. Pick one and go rest. When I wake up, I'll come charge you. If you leave before I wake, congratulations on a free night's stay. But that's very, very rare after all. The scent of money is quite tempting. Aida. Ying picked a large suite with 2 bedrooms, grabbed the key, and followed the directions upstairs. Once they found the room and closed the door behind them, everyone let out a sigh of relief. This Aida lady is really something, Windsor exclaimed. How come she could run a shop while sleeping? Windsor was always worried that if she didn't go back for a few days, she'd lose all her regular customers. Ying just laughed. She thought every witch had their own unique personality. The living room of the suite was nothing special, but the bedrooms left Ying and Windsor wide-eyed. Besides a double bed, there was a huge fish tank, big enough for 2 mermaids to sleep in. Not a bathtub, but a real fish tank right next to the bed. They both turned to look at Rosie and Bertrand, the same question on their minds. Are you two going to sleep together on the bed, or together in the tank? Bertrand blushed. Rosie rolled her eyes. We'll each sleep in our own place. Oh, Ying and Windsor replied, nodding meaningfully. The sooner the house was built, the sooner they could move in and start making money. Windsor suggested they focus on the house first, then explore Crystal City later, since they'd be here for a while. Ying agreed. She wanted to get everything settled before the trial period ended. The two of them immediately started discussing plans at the table. With the bubble dome, they didn't have to use crystal coral for construction. Other materials could work and might even be more eye-catching. But given their abilities, plant-based materials would be fastest and easiest. Other plants could survive here, even without sunlight, as long as Ying used her plant and life magic to maintain them. But that would take a lot of effort, and after a year, when Ying left and only Windsor was here, she might not be able to care for them. So after weighing their options, crystal coral was still the best choice. Once it matured, it would stay in its final form, making it stable and easy to maintain. They had already chosen crystal coral as their main material, but then Ying remembered what Windsor had said. Using materials from the shore would be even more eye-catching and could help business. Although Ying had bought the land, Windsor was eager to earn money too. To do her part, she wasn't the type to just freeload. So Ying had a sudden idea. Why don't we use crystal coral for landscaping and build a house that looks like something from the shore? She was already skilled at wood and stone-shaping magic in real life, and had strong control over plant magic, so shaping things shouldn't be a problem. Windsor's eyes lit up at the suggestion. With the plan settled, the two of them started sketching on paper, with Rosie and Bertrand occasionally chiming in with suggestions. Windsor could even use ice magic to bring their designs to life, so everyone could see how they'd look. Their efficiency was amazing. By late that night, they'd finalized the design. Yawning, they collapsed into bed and fell asleep. The next morning, they were woken by a knock at the door. Ying was still groggy and didn't want to get up, so she grabbed a vine seed, closed her eyes, and used magic to make it grow over to the door and open it. "Hello, that'll be 1 gold coin," Ayatar said with a smile, but stopped mid-sentence when she saw it was a vine opening the door instead of a person. She relaxed immediately. Unfazed, she took the gold coins curled up at the tip of the vine. "All right, back you go," she said, even thoughtfully closing the door behind her. She understood, she was the same way herself. Once they'd slept in, Ying and the others got ready to start building the house. Rosie stayed to help speed up the growth of the crystal coral, and even Bertrand was given a task. Ying gave him money to go buy specific colors of crystal coral seeds they needed. Otherwise, it would have been tough for just Ying and Windsor to handle such a big project on their own. When they went downstairs, they finally met the innkeeper Ayatar, face to face, and introduced themselves. When Ayatar heard they'd bought the land across the street to build a shop, she got excited. "Let me help. I've got free time anyway. I might not be able to do everything, but I can help level and enrich the land." Ayatar was an orange witch, and Ying trusted her abilities. Just looking at the inn, entirely built of stone yet seamlessly integrated, showed how skilled she was with earth magic. Seeing how enthusiastic she was, Ying agreed. They'd be neighbors after all, and this was a good chance to get to know each other. "Once it's done, drinks are on me." "Deal, haha," Ayatar replied cheerfully. She loved a good drinking buddy. They all headed to the plot across the street. Ayatar looked over their blueprints and began leveling the land according to their plans, making the soil rich and loose where they'd plant things, and compacting it where paths would go. She finished in just a few breaths. The house they designed was a small building completely covered in green vines, with all sorts of flowers on the windowsills and at the base of the walls, and even a rooftop garden. The front yard was small, with a few irregular flower beds, while the backyard was bigger and left empty for now, so Ying could turn it into an herb garden later. Both the vines and the flowers would be made from crystal coral. It was a huge project, but with magic, it wasn't as difficult as it sounded. Originally, they'd planned to use white crystal coral for the walls, but when Ayatar heard this, she offered to help build with sea sand, quick and convenient. Windsor could then carve some stabilizing magic runes, making it sturdy. Her method was indeed faster, and the effect was similar, fitting their overall style. Ying silently added a few more rounds of drinks to her mental tab. This was a huge help. 1 drink would never be enough. This was true infrastructure magic. No wonder orange witches could raise a house with just 1 hand. Ayatar handled the main structure, Windsor carved the runes, and Ying and Rosie just had to grow and install the decorative crystal coral. First, they needed lots of vine-shaped crystal coral, so they picked seeds in various shades of green and started growing them one by one. Just as Rosie had said, crystal coral was easy to grow and had endless plasticity, much easier to shape than other plants, thanks to its smooth energy-conducting properties. Even better, crystal coral would stay in the state it was in at the moment of death, never withering. So even if Ying and the others used plant magic to force its growth, it would remain crystal clear and beautiful. They just had to carefully control its shape. Ayatar and the others quickly finished the main structure, then started attaching the vine-shaped crystal coral to the exterior walls. This step was easy. A wave of the wand did the trick. Growing and assembling all the different flower-shaped crystal coral took them 3 whole days, and that was just to roughly cover the main areas. There were still corners and edges to fill and optimize. As the exterior of the house gradually took shape, it attracted a crowd of merfolk onlookers. There were always a few witches living in the city, not many, but enough to bring things from the shore, so the merfolk weren't totally unfamiliar with such things. They could recognize some of the shore flowers and plants made from crystal coral, like roses and tulips, but many others were unknown to them. That was because some of the flowers Ying and Rosie made were modeled after magical plants, which they were most familiar with. Some they'd never even grown themselves, only seen in books, so they improvised based on the records, and ended up having a lot of fun with it. For example, the front yard flower beds had a big cluster of crystal coral bellflowers and another of starflowers. The big tree in the yard was a fireleaf maple, its leaves like red flames, a magical plant that was extinct, with no samples left, only illustrations in plant encyclopedias. While building the house and drawing crowds, they got to know many merfolk and a few resident witches in the city. Merfolk often came to ask what this or that plant was, and Ying and the others would sometimes grow a flower or a leaf to give to the curious onlookers, winning their goodwill. This made Ying and Rosie realize a new business opportunity. Selling these magically grown, artistically shaped crystal coral flowers might be more profitable than selling potions. Ying herself wasn't interested in the extra work. She'd opened the shop mainly to gather information about the Little Mermaid princess and wait for the story to unfold, not to make money. So she handed this business over to Rosie, and their potion, alchemy, and fragrance shop gained a new revenue stream: crystal coral flowers. Rosie even decided to become a partner in the shop. Now, Ying was investing with the land, while Windsor and Rosie were investing with their management and labor. Ying was currently using 8 tentacles, each holding a crystal coral seed, nurturing them to grow. Now that she was practiced, she could even multitask and shape several at once. She was getting more and more adept at using octopus tentacles. Lately, for work convenience, whenever she drank the mermaid tail potion, she always chose the octopus tentacle version. In her opinion, the greatest thing about this mermaid tail potion was that it freed up her hands. She could have 8 extra limbs to get things done. Even Windsor and Ide had been influenced by her. Windsor used 8 blue tentacles to hold several carving knives, engraving magic runes. Ide, keeping up with the trend, used 8 brown tentacles, each holding a different wine glass, and when she got drunk, she could even use her tentacles to twist herself a pillow and fall asleep. Unfortunately, senior sister Rosie still stuck to her preferences, favoring the pretty but not so useful classic mermaid tail. Ying, let me tell you, our shop's mermaid tail potion has been selling like crazy lately, thanks to you. A purple-haired octopus-tailed witch swam over to her, beaming with joy. This was Monica, the owner of the potion shop on 12th Street, a purple witch, an expert fisherwoman, though her potion skills were rather specialized. She could only brew breathing potions and mermaid tail potions. All the other potions in her shop were on consignment from other witches. She actually preferred fishing in the sea, zapping large schools of fish at once, but since sea fish didn't fetch good prices, she opened a potion shop. Still, her main income was from selling fish to Deborah, who then took them to the surface to sell. Have a lot of witches come by lately? Ying had indeed noticed there were more octopus-tailed girls around these days. Monica grinned. See that one? That's actually an octopus-tailed guy. Maybe it's because so many witches are copying you and using octopus tails for work. Even the merfolk are following the trend. Some hunters from the merfolk even came to order a batch of mermaid tail potions from me after they saw an octopus-tailed witch fighting with her tentacles. Ying. No wonder she'd noticed so many witches with octopus tails on the street lately. Turns out, most of them weren't witches at all, but merfolk. She turned to look up at the roof, where a red-haired octopus-tailed girl was chatting with senior sister Rosie. That girl had been hanging around here for quite a while today, acting like she was very familiar with Rosie. Ying had thought she was just a particularly petite red witch, but if merfolk were now into using the mermaid tail potion, then that girl. Ying tugged Monica's sleeve with a tentacle. So that red-haired girl is a mermaid too. Of course. That's Princess Lulu, the youngest of the merfolk royal family, Monica replied, as if it were nothing unusual. Ying. So after all this waiting, the person she'd been hoping to meet had been right in front of her all along. When the house decorations started drawing a crowd, she'd realized that the legendary curious Little Mermaid princess, fascinated by the surface and land, would probably come to take a look. She'd waited for days, even extended the construction schedule, but hadn't seen her. She thought she'd guessed wrong. Turns out the princess was already keeping up with the latest trends, sporting octopus tails. Ying planted the flower in her hand into the flower bed, swished her tail, and swam up to the rooftop. Sure enough, she heard Princess Lulu asking senior sister Rosie, Witch sister, are there really so many beautiful flowers on land? Yes, these are all modeled after land flowers, Rosie replied. I really want to see the surface. Princess Lulu rested her chin in her hands. If only there were a human legs potion, then when I come of age next year, I could go ashore and see for myself. Little princess, you're overthinking it. The mermaid tail potion only changes your appearance. Your internal respiratory organs stay the same. Even if a mermaid had legs, she'd still have trouble breathing on land, Ying interjected. It was the truth. From her observations these days, merfolk only looked human from the waist up, but their internal structure was very different. It looked like they breathed through their noses, but merfolk actually inhaled water through theirs. They could tolerate the dry air on land for a short while, but if they stayed too long, they'd dehydrate. Based on the principles of the mermaid tail potion, making a human legs potion wouldn't be hard, but for a mermaid to truly live on land, it would take more than just a potion. It would require a complete transformation, inside and out. No potion could do that yet. Actually, there are just as many beautiful plants and animals under the sea as on land, little princess. Why be so fixated on going ashore? Humans are far too complicated for us, Rosie tried to persuade Princess Lulu. But everything from the surface is so interesting. I've never seen any of it. I want to see what kind of people come up with such wonderful ideas, Princess Lulu insisted. Ying shook her head inwardly. There was no stopping her. What you haven't seen always seems the best, but it's just the allure of the unfamiliar. Besides, the deep sea in this world was no less colorful than the land, maybe even more so. But having grown up here, she'd become blind to the beauty around her, enchanted instead by her own idealized version of the human world. Humans did have many ingenious ideas, but merfolk culture was just as unique. Otherwise, when they first arrived at Crystal City, the witches wouldn't have been so amazed. Any human would have felt the same. And if there really was such a huge gap, merfolk goods wouldn't be so valuable on land. Princess Lulu would probably only understand after experiencing it herself. No one could convince her otherwise. The story of the Little Mermaid usually ends in tragedy. Ying didn't know what fate awaited Lulu in this world, but she certainly didn't want her to turn into sea foam for the sake of some man. After seeing the average looks of the merfolk, Ying doubted Lulu would ever fall for some land prince's looks. Even if you ignored the tails and just looked at faces, the merfolk had way too many handsome guys. Judging by Lulu's longing for the surface, Ying figured she'd already given that prince a lot of bonus points in her mind. She was basically self-sabotaging. Ying gave up on the idea of trying to influence things early. Let nature take its course. After all, Princess Lulu's coming-of-age date was public knowledge. She could pay attention then. For now, even interacting with her only made the quest progress bar tremble slightly, as if to say she'd found the right person, but nothing more. Today, the shop's decorations were finally finished. The last step was to set up the bubble spheres. Once the bubble spheres were in place, the crystal corals soaking in seawater would be completely dehydrated and preserved in their perfect state forever. The setup was simple, just imprint a magic mark on the bubble sphere, and you could control its size and position. While Ying and senior sister Leuashia were busy with the exterior decorations these past few days, Windsor had already finished preparing the interior. Now, as Ying expanded the bubble sphere, Windsor tapped her wand lightly, and all the interior furnishings floated in and arranged themselves. Finally, the three of them gathered in the front yard to hang up the shop sign together. Written in large, elegant script were 4 words: Witch's General Store. But for now, the sign was still covered with cloth. It would only be unveiled when the shop officially opened. The main reason for this name was that their merchandise was so varied: perfumes and essential oils, alchemical items, trinkets from the land, potions, and crystal flowers. It was a mix of a perfume shop, potion shop, magic item shop, and flower shop. Nothing seemed to fit, so they simply called it a general store. Of course, general store alone didn't really convey what they actually sold, and if they wanted good business, they couldn't leave out the witch label. After all, in Crystal City, a witch's shop was a living advertisement for all things fresh and magical from the land. The witch's general store will open in a week. We hope everyone will come support us. Every customer will receive a free crystal rose," Mewing announced to the onlookers, using an amplification spell. As for why they couldn't open right away, it was simply because they were all exhausted and wanted a couple days rest, plus some time to check out local prices before opening. After announcing the opening date, the three of them closed the door and went inside to check out their new home. The first floor front hall was the shop area, quite spacious, with a large counter and 3 or 4 display shelves, plus a sizable seating area by the window. A small door beside the front counter led to a dining area with a kitchen. Under the stairs was a shared bathroom, and further in a door opened to a backyard herb garden. Up the stairs, the first thing you saw was a round lounge, much like their dorm common room at the Witch's Magic Academy, though much smaller. 3 doors led off from the lounge, one to each of their bedrooms. Each room was basically a small suite, with a bedroom, study, workshop, washroom, and a little storage room. Apart from the basic furniture, everything was still empty. They'd have to decorate the interiors to their own tastes. They all carried some daily necessities with them. Even without a spatial ring with shrinking spells, a single suitcase could hold all the soft furnishings of a room, so setting up was pretty convenient. Within a few minutes, each of them had their rooms more or less arranged. They also took out some things to decorate and fill the common areas. Windsor and senior sister Luo, she had the most stuff in this regard. Mewing usually focused on magical items and hadn't paid much attention to collecting ordinary decorations. Finally, Mewing and senior sister Luo, she teamed up to prepare tonight's dinner, while Windsor went out to buy wine. These days, not only had their neighbor Tyre helped them a lot, but Monica and the later arriving Deborah had also lent a hand. Tonight, with the new house finished, it was time to celebrate. A witch's celebration meant good food and fine wine, and it was also a chance to host their new friends. Everyone had already been invited and showed up right on time. Haha, just from the smell, I can tell you've mastered cooking magic, Tyre said, sniffing the air. Monica brought in a fish as tall as herself. Come on, let's add a dish. I spent ages catching this fish today. It's a real treat. Ahem. Deborah coughed lightly. She hadn't brought anything. I just brought my appetite. They drank, feasted, and swapped interesting stories. 3 witches who'd lived 70 or 80 years, and 3 newcomers just starting out. The only non-witch present, the real mermaid Bertrand, listened with wide eyes, completely fascinated. The wine was intoxicating, and so was the joyful atmosphere. As night deepened, one by one, they all passed out. Only Mewing had used an anti-drunkenness spell, so she could purely savor the taste of the wine, without feeling any of the effects. As the lively merriment faded, she was the only one left awake. Mewing sighed, took out her wand, and floated the 5 women and Bertrand the fish one by one to their rooms. Senior sister Luo, she and her boyfriend shared a room. The rest were divided up, 2 in Windsor's room, 2 in Mewing's. After cleaning up the post-party mess, Mewing took a bath and lay down in bed. The trial was coming to an end. Happiness always seemed so fleeting. This time, the 3-hour trial had lasted 9 days in the dream world, and it felt like it had passed in the blink of an eye. Mewing glanced at Monica and Deborah, snoring away on either side of her, and envied how they could stay in this wonderful world without a care. But while life here was peaceful, she had ties in the real world she couldn't abandon. After relaxing and regaining her strength, she would have to return to reality and keep striving. With renewed energy, she closed her eyes. In the real world, in the bed of her magical cottage, she turned over and fell back asleep. The next morning, just as dawn was breaking, Mewing was sleeping soundly when she vaguely heard a rolling noise, clunk, clunk, as something rolled by. She figured it was probably Little Stone out for a stroll again and didn't think much of it. But soon after, she felt a weight pressing down on her. Still half asleep, Mewing reached out and patted it, then gave it a squeeze. That cold, hard feeling, yep, it was Little Stone. But why had it gotten hard again? Mewing opened her eyes. Sure enough, it was Little Stone. It had grown bigger again and looked dusty gray. She squeezed it, but the soft, pleasant texture from before was gone. It felt more like a piece of slightly dried clay. What's up with you? Little stone. Infinity, pout. Mooing opened the dungeon page. Dungeon. Age, 1 year. Size, room, 0/1. 1 year old? You finished a ton of stone powder already. Mooing was stunned. It had only been a few days. Even though 9 days had passed in the trial, she hadn't lost her memory. Doing the math, she started to worry that Little Stone might have overeaten. The day she leveled up to 8, Little Stone had turned 0 years old, and she'd given it the stone powder she'd prepared in advance. Besides the stuff in the tank, she'd even cleared out a whole room in her old wooden house to store its food, piled high with ground stone powder. A lot had happened that day. The Griffin hatched, Sharon and the others arrived, and she'd entered the trial world that very night. So, in total, Little Stone had eaten a ton of stone powder in just half a day and a night. Mooing picked up Little Stone and went to check the storage room. It was completely empty, not a speck left. She had no idea where it had all gone. You ate so fast, are you sure you're okay? Mooing asked, pinching Little Stone in her hand. Little Stone twisted around and hugged her hand. Room. Mooing sensed the meaning coming from their contract. Little Stone was talking about the first room it had created. Although the dungeon could now grow just by eating stones, once it turned 2 years old, eating stones would only increase its size and add more rooms. For special features, though, it would need emotional energy. What the dungeon would eventually become depended entirely on what it consumed as it grew. Also, once it produced its first room, it was time to choose a location for it. This really required some careful thought. The standard model, like the Grand Dungeon, grew by absorbing the emotions generated by adventurers exploring its maze. This was the most basic and common type of dungeon. But Mooing had many ideas not limited to adventure. Anything that could stir up emotions could work, not just fighting and exploration. Amusement facilities could do that too, like haunted houses, amusement parks, and so on. But on second thought, those weren't really suitable for the current situation. Only when people's material needs were basically met would they seek more spiritual satisfaction. That's when amusement facilities would become attractive. The development timeline for entertainment venues on Deep Blue Star also reflected this. Right now, most players were still struggling to make ends meet. A fun-focused dungeon just wasn't appropriate. Given the reality that everyone now had professional abilities, adventure was a timeless theme. When living standards are low, people hope to strike it rich through adventure. When living standards rise, they seek self-improvement through adventure. So, it all comes back to the same point. But since Mooing had her own territory, she didn't need to set up living quarters in the dungeon. If the time was right in the future, she could always add entertainment areas later. After all, who said a dungeon could only have one theme? Having her own territory as a backup had another benefit. She didn't need to reserve Little Stone's first room as a hiding place. The dungeon core could move within a certain range of the main dungeon. If she built the dungeon under her territory, Little Stone could actually hide within the territory itself. So she could start thinking ahead, build the first room, and put it to use to start collecting emotional energy. But with just one room, what kind of adventure could she create? Mooing sat on the grass, pinching Little Stone as she thought. That's right, the appeal of adventure is making money and getting stronger. But I'm not short on money right now. She slapped her thigh. She had an idea. Little Stone's first room didn't even have any defensive capabilities, just a basic self-repair function. That is, if it got damaged, it could recover by eating. This kind of damage didn't cause Little Stone any pain. Although it was a living creature, it didn't feel pain, just weakness if it wasn't fed enough. Mooing decided to make use of this trait. She chose to build the room directly beneath her main territory, even deeper than the Myconid's underground area. She teleported to a tunnel outside the Myconid area and continued digging downward, deep into the earth. "Lord, what are you doing?" a player on their way to the Myconid theater asked, seeing the new tunnel. Mooing smiled mysteriously. "It's a secret." She tossed a thick stone slab over the entrance to block it off, preventing anyone from snooping around. Player. Why the suspense? Now I'm really curious. At the end of the tunnel, Ying set Little Stone down. Right here. Little Stone curled into a ball and rolled to the dirt wall, then settled down. The earth melted away, replaced by a stone room. It wasn't very big. Ying estimated about 50 square meters, a little over 2 meters high, and completely empty inside. After the stone room appeared, Little Stone turned soft and squishy again, and even shrank a bit. If the player manual didn't still list the dungeon as 1 year old, Ying would have thought it was starving again. But now, Little Stone wasn't round anymore. It had become a rectangular block, like a miniature version of the stone room. That was normal. After a dungeon created its first room, the core would take on the shape of its own structure. Since Little Stone only had one room, it was a little block. Ying's idea was actually very simple. She didn't even need to decorate. She'd used the dungeon's self-repair ability to create a damage testing room. Inside, it was completely empty, with different wall sections for each class. She gripped Little Red in its longsword form and slashed at the wall for druids, leaving a scratch. A matching mark appeared on Little Stone at the same spot. How much? Ying asked. Little Stone, 1. When you give feedback, mark the damage number right next to the attack point, Ying instructed. Little Stone was highly sensitive to any damage or breakage on its body. In a way, it was a natural force sensor. Ying stepped back, cast rubber stick and attribute buffs on herself, then charged forward and stabbed the wall with all her strength. A 10 appeared on the wall. She switched to her greenwood longbow and fired her strongest goldstone elemental arrow. 12. The damage numbers weren't high, but that was normal. Ying's attack power wasn't great, and she was up against stone walls. The numbers reflected the extent of damage to the wall. Whether it was a sword or an arrow, the attack area was small. And since the room was made of stone, druids weren't good at breaking through that kind of defense. Of all her spells, only Stone Shape could really damage the wall. She transformed into a white wolf and clawed at the wall, and the numbers were a bit higher, up to 20. She had Little Stone erase the marks on the wall. Then she left the room, widened the tunnel a bit, and made a small hall, reinforcing it with stone. That way, the stone room's wall was more exposed. Ying communicated her ideas to Little Stone. The wall started to change. First, a sign appeared above the door, Damage Testing Room. Then a leaderboard area appeared, along with a section for rules and instructions. After confirming everything with Little Stone, she removed the stone blocking the tunnel and teleported back to the plantation. At the same time, a new announcement appeared on the territory bulletin board. Damage Testing Room. To encourage everyone to work hard and improve their strength, the territory has opened a special facility, the Damage Testing Room. It is located deeper underground in the Myconid area. Just follow the passage all the way to the end. The specific rules are as follows. 1. In the testing room, each class has its own testing area, and only one person can attack at a time in each area. Only the highest single attack damage is recorded. 2. There is a damage leaderboard for each class, with the number of spots determined by the total number of players of that class in the territory. Those who make the list will receive monetary rewards based on their ranking, ranging from 1 copper coin to 50 silver coins. Leaderboard rewards are settled monthly. 3. Please test strictly according to your own class and only in your designated area. When rewards are distributed, your class will be verified. Ying called the stone house a territory facility to muddy the waters and avoid exposing anything about the dungeon. Some players saw the announcement on the notice board in the Sky Plaza, while others noticed a new passage when visiting the Myconids and, curious, went to check it out. Regardless of how they found it, Ying's spur of the moment, somewhat rough and ready testing room quickly became all the rage throughout the territory. Is the Lord saying we're not working hard enough, so now she's offering money to motivate us? Haha, I love it. Why are there so many spots on the warrior leaderboard? 100? Us mages only get 10. Well, look at how many mages we have in the territory, and how many warriors. Sigh, the testing room is packed, I can't even get in. Guess I'll just wait and see for now. I just tried it and got a score of 15, currently 5th among warriors. Nice, man. Fast hands. How many people are on the warrior board now? 5. So you're only 5th because you were quick. After posting the announcement, Ying stayed in the plantation, watching the changes in Little Stone. Every attack players made on the walls inside the stone house was synced to Little Stone. If it still had enough strength, it could repair itself instantly. If not, it just needed to eat some rocks. Now that its teeth were much better, it didn't need to eat stone powder anymore. It could gnaw straight through rocks the size of a fist. Its eating method had also changed. Just leaning against a rock would let it suck the whole thing in. Ying had hauled a big pile of rocks from the quarry and set aside a special area in the plantation as its food stash. Although the damage testing room was really low-tech, judging by Little Stone's status, it seemed to be working well. Through their contract, Little Stone was sending over feelings like delicious, satisfied, and so much food. It was even eating very slowly. Normally, with people constantly attacking the walls in the testing room and Little Stone needing to repair them, it should be eating much faster. But since it was eating so slowly, it meant something else was filling it up besides rocks. There was only one possibility: the emotions generated by the players in the testing room and at the entrance. For Little Stone, that was even higher quality food. Dingling. The bellflower rang. Ying touched its stamen. Lulualua's voice came through. Lord, this damage testing room is so unfair. I punched the wall and only got a big fat 0. I've never even scored that low on a test before. Pfft. Ying couldn't help but laugh at the mental image. I heard that. You're laughing at me. Lulualuo said fiercely. Is this testing room biased against magic classes? Changwei hit it with a magic missile and only got 5, but a monk punched it and got several times that. Want me to tell you my highest score is only 20? Would that make you feel better? Ying replied. That does make me feel a bit better. Wait, you got 20? How big a hole did you punch in the wall? Not that big, just a bit deeper. Magic classes are at a disadvantage when it comes to damaging the wall. Physically strong classes have the edge. But the leaderboards are separate for each class. What's your rank as a priest? Ying comforted her. First. Lulualua's voice was clearly happier now. I borrowed a barbarian warrior's big hammer, struggled to lift it, and managed to smash the wall for a score of 7. Firmly in first place for priests. The prize is mine. Ying. She never expected anyone to pull a stunt like that. It might seem like a loophole, but it still achieved her goal. Especially with these kinds of creative antics, it might open up new possibilities for everyone, but it also generated plenty of emotions and engagement. Suddenly, Ying felt her previous announcement needed a little tweaking. She quietly added a line after to encourage everyone to improve their strength and to bring joy and relaxation to everyone. She also added a new rule. 4. Players may use any tools or items, including but not limited to weapons and props. Please use your imagination. Fun comes first, competition second. After adding the new rule, Ying realized she'd accidentally created a place where players could both show off their strength and have fun. Judging by the rich emotions generated, Little Stone was very satisfied. She really was a little genius. After hanging up the bellflower, she browsed the forum for related comments. After reading a bunch of posts from Qingshan Town players, all I can say is, do you guys have so much money you don't know what to do with it? You set up a useless testing room just to hand out cash? What's the point of measuring damage by hitting a wall? It doesn't reflect real combat power at all. Is this just a contest of brute strength? There were plenty of comments like this. Even Ying nodded in agreement. They were right, but she'd already updated the announcement. Training is important, but so is entertainment. Sure enough, a Qingshan Town player replied, the announcement just changed. Now it's not just about improving our strength, but also about having fun. Since there are no restrictions on attack methods, all the magic classes are borrowing heavy weapons. The blacksmith's hammers are all gone. Haha, I bet the Lord is lurking on the forum. How else would the notice change so fast? Ying swore she only checked the forum after making the changes. She sighed, picked up Little Stone, and gave it a vigorous rub. I'm really sacrificing my reputation for you. If it weren't for hiding the dungeon's existence, she wouldn't need such an elaborate excuse. She could just set up an empty room, have the myconids show movies inside, and let people watch. The emotional effect would be amazing. But if she ignored the perfectly good myconid theater and insisted on using the little stone house, there'd be no way to explain it, unless she admitted she was after their emotions. Little stone. Raising a child is no easy task, a mother can only sigh. In the end, it all comes down to her not being strong enough. Ying clenched her fists. Only by becoming truly powerful would she never have to worry about being unable to protect the things she cared about. It was just like at the very beginning, when she'd only dared to keep her status as a lord hidden away. It was only after she'd firmly pulled ahead of most people and gained confidence in her own strength that she dared to reveal it. Now, the dungeon was something even more special than her territory. The danger didn't come from native humans of Deep Blue Star, but from those outsiders. For them, a newly born dungeon was extremely valuable. Besides, Little Stone was still young, and their contract wasn't all that stable yet. It wasn't like her lord's status, which couldn't be stolen. There was no point overthinking it. The only solution was to keep getting stronger. While waiting for the potion formula these past couple of weeks, she couldn't just sit around doing nothing. She needed to study spells and accumulate professional experience. As for spells, she'd just follow the learning order she'd mapped out for herself, one by one. Next up were transmutation and divination. She also needed to consolidate her grasp of the confusion spell she'd just learned. She'd picked it up in a hurry, and her casting proficiency still needed improvement. Now, as Ying opened her spell list and carefully studied the details of these two spells, she stumbled upon a pleasant surprise. The higher the spell level, the more complex the information. Just reading it took a lot of time. When planning her studies, she usually only looked at the brief effect descriptions, just a sentence or two. But sometimes, a sentence or two wasn't enough to sum up a spell's full potential. So when it came time for actual study, there were always surprises, like with transmutation. The summary said it could transform a willing creature within casting range, one that you could see, into a new form. It didn't specify what kind of new form. Ying had always thought of it as a control spell, something to restrict opponents through transformation. But remembering her own wild shape, where her animal form and true form shared 2 health bars, she figured that using this spell to turn an enemy into something weak and then killing them wouldn't really work. If it only restricted them without causing real harm, how could you expect a powerful opponent, one you'd need to restrain this way, to obediently let you transform them? But after a closer look, she realized you really could transform a creature into any beast of a lower level than yourself. If the target didn't resist and accepted your magic, transmutation would succeed without a hitch. But if they resisted, then whether the spell worked depended not just on your class level, but also on your perception stat. As a druid, who did Ying have to fear in terms of perception, aside from priests? Now that she'd hit level 8 and allocated all her free attribute points to perception, hers was a whopping 19. Her biggest enemies now were those vampires lurking in the Bloodraven's nest. But none of them were perception specialists. Take Sharon, for example, a level 9 warlock, only 1 level higher than Ying. That slight level advantage was more than offset by Ying's 19 perception, so the odds of successfully casting transmutation on her were pretty good. If she could effectively restrain opponents stronger or higher level than herself, even if she could only trap them in weaker animal forms, killing them in animal form would just return them to their original state, with no extra harm done. Still, in terms of utility, it was a game changer. Just imagine, once she'd mastered transmutation, if Sharon got too close, Ying could turn her into a little lamb and stroll away at her leisure, while Sharon would have to wait for the spell to wear off before she could recover. In the meantime, she'd be no different from a real lamb, maybe even munching on some grass. By the time she came to, she'd probably be furious. Haha, Ying couldn't help but laugh at the thought. If she wanted to be even nastier, she could carry the little lamb out over the sea, tie some big rocks to her, and toss her in. The lamb would quickly drown, revert to her original form, and then be corroded by the seawater like it was acid. Even if Sharon turned into a crow or something to fly away, she'd still suffer serious injuries. If she wanted to be even more devious, she could use transmutation to capture each vampire one by one, set up a water prison on the seafloor, and lock them all inside. Thinking about it this way, vampires didn't seem so scary after all. But that was just wishful thinking. If she really went through with it, it would mean total war. If she failed to pull it off in one go and something went wrong, the enemy would be on guard, and things could get very troublesome. She wasn't worried for herself, but the players in her territory couldn't hide out forever. Being targeted was never a good thing. Plus, vampires had escape skills like mist form. The chances of catching them all with transmutation alone weren't high. Still, Ying was thrilled to soon have such a powerful spell in her arsenal. Divination was also a pleasant surprise. It was a prophecy-type spell. As a green witch, Ying had zero talent for prophecy magic. But back in the Rose Kingdom and Thorn Kingdom, she'd always been under the shadow of the fairy godmother Thanatos' prophecies. Her every move seemed predicted in advance. Even when she deliberately changed her plans, she still couldn't escape the web of prophecy. So she had a healthy respect for prophecy-type abilities. Divination couldn't compare to Thanatos' prophecy magic, but it was still a great way to track an enemy's whereabouts. This spell let you see and hear a creature on the same plane of existence as yourself. Like transmutation, it was a spell that could easily fail. Even if the caster's skills and abilities were perfect, there were still many restrictions. Aside from the target's level and strength, it also depended on how much you knew about them and your physical connection to them. The more information you had about them, the greater your chance of success. If you had an item connected to them as a medium, your odds improved even more. The deeper the connection, the higher the success rate. Useful items included portraits, belongings, or body parts like hair or nails. This spell would be incredibly useful. Right now, her biggest threat was the vampires, so all her spell applications were aimed at them. Divination would clearly be great for monitoring their movements. The more she knew, the more confident she'd be when it came time to act. Intelligence was crucial in battle. Of course, whether it would work would have to be tested in practice. Even if she failed with Sharon, she still had 7 vampire minions she could target. At her current pace of learning fourth circle spells, by the time she'd mastered these 2, the potion master would probably have replied as well. Full of confidence, Ying let Little Stone go play on the rock pile and began her spell studies for the day. Mana is limited. Once you've figured out the theory behind a spell, you can only practice casting it a certain number of times each day. After you've used up your mana, all you can do is quietly wait for it to recover. She usually spent this downtime practicing swordsmanship and archery, or tending to plants to accumulate experience. She was already very familiar with the plants in her plantation, and their returns were becoming less and less. She still needed over 3,000 experience points to go from level 8 to level 9. Now that she no longer had the experience packs like the Murloc altar to give her a big boost, she could only rely on the most basic druid training method, cultivating plants, to make progress. With little mana left and leaving the territory being too dangerous, Ying decided to save just enough mana to cast underwater breathing twice, then teleported to the undersea corridor. After all, if you can cultivate plants on land, you can do it underwater too. This was also a place that the water-fearing vampires would never dare to come. During this trial, she had collected many underwater plant seeds from the Emerald World, not just ordinary plants, but magical ones too. To save source energy, she only exchanged for a single sample of each seed. She planned to establish a private cultivation site underwater, where she could grow these plants. Once she succeeded, she could use Hand of Feedback to harvest more seeds, expand her crops, give some to the merfolk, or scatter them on the seabed to let them grow freely. Biodiversity is always important to nature. As the exterior of the house gradually took shape, it attracted a crowd of merfolk onlookers. There were always a few witches living in the city, not many, but enough to bring things from the shore, so the merfolk weren't totally unfamiliar with such things. They could recognize some of the shore flowers and plants made from crystal coral, like roses and tulips, but many others were unknown to them. That was because some of the flowers Ying and Rosie made were modeled after magical plants, which they were most familiar with. Some they'd never even grown themselves, only seen in books, so they improvised based on the records and ended up having a lot of fun with it. For example, the front yard flower beds had a big cluster of crystal coral bellflowers and another of starflowers. The big tree in the yard was a fireleaf maple, its leaves like red flames, a magical plant that was extinct, with no samples left, only illustrations in plant encyclopedias. While building the house and drawing crowds, they got to know many merfolk and a few resident witches in the city. Merfolk often came to ask what this or that plant was, and Ying and the others would sometimes grow a flower or a leaf to give to the curious onlookers, winning their goodwill. This made Ying and Rosie realize a new business opportunity. Selling these magically grown, artistically shaped crystal coral flowers might be more profitable than selling potions. Ying herself wasn't interested in the extra work. She'd opened the shop mainly to gather information about the Little Mermaid princess and wait for the story to unfold, not to make money. So she handed this business over to Rosie, and their potion, alchemy, and fragrance shop gained a new revenue stream: crystal coral flowers. Rosie even decided to become a partner in the shop. Now, Ying was investing with the land, while Windsor and Rosie were investing with their management and labor. Ying was currently using 8 tentacles, each holding a crystal coral seed, nurturing them to grow. Now that she was practiced, she could even multitask and shape several at once. She was getting more and more adept at using octopus tentacles. Lately, for work convenience, whenever she drank the mermaid tail potion, she always chose the octopus tentacle version. In her opinion, the greatest thing about this mermaid tail potion was that it freed up her hands. She could have 8 extra limbs to get things done. Even Windsor and Ide had been influenced by her. Windsor used 8 blue tentacles to hold several carving knives, engraving magic runes. Ide, keeping up with the trend, used 8 brown tentacles, each holding a different wine glass, and when she got drunk, she could even use her tentacles to twist herself a pillow and fall asleep. Unfortunately, senior sister Rosie still stuck to her preferences, favoring the pretty but not so useful classic mermaid tail. Ying, let me tell you, our shop's mermaid tail potion has been selling like crazy lately, thanks to you. A purple-haired octopus-tailed witch swam over to her, beaming with joy. This was Monica, the owner of the potion shop on 12th Street, a purple witch, an expert fisherwoman, though her potion skills were rather specialized. She could only brew breathing potions and mermaid tail potions. All the other potions in her shop were on consignment from other witches. She actually preferred fishing in the sea, zapping large schools of fish at once, but since sea fish didn't fetch good prices, she opened a potion shop. Still, her main income was from selling fish to Deborah, who then took them to the surface to sell. Have a lot of witches come by lately? Ying had indeed noticed there were more octopus-tailed girls around these days. Monica grinned. See that one? That's actually an octopus-tailed guy. Maybe it's because so many witches are copying you and using octopus tails for work. Even the merfolk are following the trend. Some hunters from the merfolk even came to order a batch of mermaid tail potions from me after they saw an octopus-tailed witch fighting with her tentacles. Ying. No wonder she'd noticed so many witches with octopus tails on the street lately. Turns out, most of them weren't witches at all, but merfolk. She turned to look up at the roof, where a red-haired octopus-tailed girl was chatting with senior sister Rosie. That girl had been hanging around here for quite a while today, acting like she was very familiar with Rosie. Ying had thought she was just a particularly petite red witch, but if merfolk were now into using the mermaid tail potion, then that girl. Ying tugged Monica's sleeve with a tentacle. So that red-haired girl is a mermaid too. Of course. That's Princess Lulu, the youngest of the merfolk royal family, Monica replied, as if it were nothing unusual. Ying. So after all this waiting, the person she'd been hoping to meet had been right in front of her all along. When the house decorations started drawing a crowd, she'd realized that the legendary curious Little Mermaid princess, fascinated by the surface and land, would probably come to take a look. She'd waited for days, even extended the construction schedule, but hadn't seen her. She thought she'd guessed wrong. Turns out the princess was already keeping up with the latest trends, sporting octopus tails. Ying planted the flower in her hand into the flower bed, swished her tail, and swam up to the rooftop. Sure enough, she heard Princess Lulu asking senior sister Rosie, "Which sister, are there really so many beautiful flowers on land?" "Yes, these are all modeled after land flowers," Rosie replied. "I really want to see the surface." Princess Lulu rested her chin in her hands. "If only there were a human legs potion, then when I come of age next year, I could go ashore and see for myself." Little princess, you're overthinking it. The mermaid tail potion only changes your appearance. Your internal respiratory organs stay the same. Even if a mermaid had legs, she'd still have trouble breathing on land, Ying interjected. It was the truth. From her observations these days, merfolk only looked human from the waist up, but their internal structure was very different. It looked like they breathed through their noses, but merfolk actually inhaled water through theirs. They could tolerate the dry air on land for a short while, but if they stayed too long, they'd dehydrate. Based on the principles of the mermaid tail potion, making a human legs potion wouldn't be hard, but for a mermaid to truly live on land, it would take more than just a potion. It would require a complete transformation, inside and out. No potion could do that yet. Actually, there are just as many beautiful plants and animals under the sea as on land, little princess. Why be so fixated on going ashore? Humans are far too complicated for us, Rosie tried to persuade Princess Lulu. But everything from the surface is so interesting. I've never seen any of it. I want to see what kind of people come up with such wonderful ideas, Princess Lulu insisted. Ying shook her head inwardly. There was no stopping her. What you haven't seen always seems the best, but it's just the allure of the unfamiliar. Besides, the deep sea in this world was no less colorful than the land, maybe even more so. But having grown up here, she'd become blind to the beauty around her, enchanted instead by her own idealized version of the human world. Humans did have many ingenious ideas, but merfolk culture was just as unique. Otherwise, when they first arrived at Crystal City, the witches wouldn't have been so amazed. Any human would have felt the same. And if there really was such a huge gap, merfolk goods wouldn't be so valuable on land. Princess Lulu would probably only understand after experiencing it herself. No one could convince her otherwise. The story of the Little Mermaid usually ends in tragedy. Ying didn't know what fate awaited Lulu in this world, but she certainly didn't want her to turn into sea foam for the sake of some man. After seeing the average looks of the merfolk, Ying doubted Lulu would ever fall for some land prince's looks. Even if you ignored the tails and just looked at faces, the merfolk had way too many handsome guys. Judging by Lulu's longing for the surface, Ying figured she'd already given that prince a lot of bonus points in her mind. She was basically self-sabotaging. Ying gave up on the idea of trying to influence things early. Let nature take its course. After all, Princess Lulu's coming-of-age date was public knowledge. She could pay attention then. For now, even interacting with her only made the quest progress bar tremble slightly, as if to say she'd found the right person, but nothing more. Today, the shop's decorations were finally finished. The last step was to set up the bubble spheres. Once the bubble spheres were in place, the crystal corals soaking in seawater would be completely dehydrated and preserved in their perfect state forever. The setup was simple, just imprint a magic mark on the bubble sphere, and you could control its size and position. While Ying and senior sister Leuashia were busy with the exterior decorations these past few days, Windsor had already finished preparing the interior. Now, as Ying expanded the bubble sphere, Windsor tapped her wand lightly, and all the interior furnishings floated in and arranged themselves. Finally, the three of them gathered in the front yard to hang up the shop sign together. Written in large, elegant script were 4 words: Witch's General Store. But for now, the sign was still covered with cloth. It would only be unveiled when the shop officially opened. The main reason for this name was that their merchandise was so varied: perfumes and essential oils, alchemical items, trinkets from the land, potions, and crystal flowers. It was a mix of a perfume shop, potion shop, magic item shop, and flower shop. Nothing seemed to fit, so they simply called it a general store. Of course, general store alone didn't really convey what they actually sold, and if they wanted good business, they couldn't leave out the witch label. After all, in Crystal City, a witch's shop was a living advertisement for all things fresh and magical from the land. The witch's general store will open in a week. We hope everyone will come support us. Every customer will receive a free crystal rose, Mooing announced to the onlookers, using an amplification spell. As for why they couldn't open right away, it was simply because they were all exhausted and wanted a couple days rest, plus some time to check out local prices before opening. After announcing the opening date, the three of them closed the door and went inside to check out their new home. The first floor front hall was the shop area, quite spacious, with a large counter and 3 or 4 display shelves, plus a sizable seating area by the window. A small door beside the front counter led to a dining area with a kitchen. Under the stairs was a shared bathroom, and further in a door opened to a backyard herb garden. Up the stairs, the first thing you saw was a round lounge, much like their dorm common room at the Witch's Magic Academy, though much smaller. 3 doors led off from the lounge, one to each of their bedrooms. Each room was basically a small suite, with a bedroom, study, workshop, washroom, and a little storage room. Apart from the basic furniture, everything was still empty. They'd have to decorate the interiors to their own tastes. They all carried some daily necessities with them. Even without a spatial ring with shrinking spells, a single suitcase could hold all the soft furnishings of a room, so setting up was pretty convenient. Within a few minutes, each of them had their rooms more or less arranged. They also took out some things to decorate and fill the common areas. Windsor and senior sister Leuashia had the most stuff in this regard. Mooing usually focused on magical items and hadn't paid much attention to collecting ordinary decorations. Finally, Mooing and senior sister Leuashia teamed up to prepare tonight's dinner, while Windsor went out to buy wine. These days, not only had their neighbor Tyre helped them a lot, but Monica and the later arriving Deborah had also lent a hand. Tonight, with the new house finished, it was time to celebrate. A witch's celebration meant good food and fine wine, and it was also a chance to host their new friends. Everyone had already been invited and showed up right on time. Haha, just from the smell, I can tell you've mastered cooking magic, Tyre said, sniffing the air. Monica brought in a fish as tall as herself. Come on, let's add a dish. I spent ages catching this fish today. It's a real treat. Ahem. Deborah coughed lightly. She hadn't brought anything. I just brought my appetite. They drank, feasted, and swapped interesting stories. 3 witches who'd lived 70 or 80 years, and 3 newcomers just starting out. The only non-witch present, the real mermaid Bertrand, listened with wide eyes, completely fascinated. The wine was intoxicating, and so was the joyful atmosphere. As night deepened, one by one, they all passed out. Only Mooing had used an anti-drunkenness spell, so she could purely savor the taste of the wine, without feeling any of the effects. As the lively merriment faded, she was the only one left awake. Mooing sighed, took out her wand, and floated the 5 women and Bertrand the fish one by one to their rooms. Senior sister Leuashia and her boyfriend shared a room. The rest were divided up, 2 in Windsor's room, 2 in Ying's. After cleaning up the post-party mess, Mooing took a bath and lay down in bed. The trial was coming to an end. Happiness always seemed so fleeting. This time, the 3-hour trial had lasted 9 days in the dream world, and it felt like it had passed in the blink of an eye. Mooing glanced at Monica and Deborah, snoring away on either side of her, and envied how they could stay in this wonderful world without a care. But while life here was peaceful, she had ties in the real world she couldn't abandon. After relaxing and regaining her strength, she would have to return to reality and keep striving. With renewed energy, she closed her eyes. In the real world, in the bed of her magical cottage, she turned over and fell back asleep. The next morning, just as dawn was breaking, Mooing was sleeping soundly when she vaguely heard a rolling noise, clunk, clunk, as something rolled by. She figured it was probably Little Stone out for a stroll again and didn't think much of it. But soon after, she felt a weight pressing down on her. Still half asleep, Mewing reached out and patted it, then gave it a squeeze. That cold, hard feeling, yep, it was Little Stone. But why had it gotten hard again? Mewing opened her eyes. Sure enough, it was Little Stone. It had grown bigger again and looked dusty gray. She squeezed it, but the soft, pleasant texture from before was gone. It felt more like a piece of slightly dried clay. What's up with you? Little Stone. Infinity, pout. Mewing opened the dungeon page. Dungeon. Age, 1 year. Size, room, 0/1. 1 year old? You finished a ton of stone powder already. Mewing was stunned. It had only been a few days. Even though 9 days had passed in the trial, she hadn't lost her memory. Doing the math, she started to worry that Little Stone might have overeaten. The day she leveled up to 8, Little Stone had turned 0 years old, and she'd given it the stone powder she'd prepared in advance. Besides the stuff in the tank, she'd even cleared out a whole room in her old wooden house to store its food, piled high with ground stone powder. A lot had happened that day. The Griffin hatched, Sharon and the others arrived, and she'd entered the trial world that very night. So, in total, Little Stone had eaten a ton of stone powder in just half a day and a night. Mewing picked up Little Stone and went to check the storage room. It was completely empty, not a speck left. She had no idea where it had all gone. You ate so fast, are you sure you're okay? Mewing asked, pinching Little Stone in her hand. Little Stone twisted around and hugged her hand. Room. Mewing sensed the meaning coming from their contract. Little Stone was talking about the first room it had created. Although the dungeon could now grow just by eating stones, once it turned 2 years old, eating stones would only increase its size and add more rooms. For special features, though, it would need emotional energy. What the dungeon would eventually become depended entirely on what it consumed as it grew. Also, once it produced its first room, it was time to choose a location for it. This really required some careful thought. The standard model, like the Grand Dungeon, grew by absorbing the emotions generated by adventurers exploring its maze. This was the most basic and common type of dungeon. But Mewing had many ideas not limited to adventure. Anything that could stir up emotions could work, not just fighting and exploration. Amusement facilities could do that too, like haunted houses, amusement parks, and so on. But on second thought, those weren't really suitable for the current situation. Only when people's material needs were basically met would they seek more spiritual satisfaction. That's when amusement facilities would become attractive. The development timeline for entertainment venues on Deep Blue Star also reflected this. Right now, most players were still struggling to make ends meet. A fun-focused dungeon just wasn't appropriate. Given the reality that everyone now had professional abilities, adventure was a timeless theme. When living standards are low, people hope to strike it rich through adventure. When living standards rise, they seek self-improvement through adventure. So, it all comes back to the same point. But since Mewing had her own territory, she didn't need to set up living quarters in the dungeon. If the time was right in the future, she could always add entertainment areas later. After all, who said a dungeon could only have one theme? Having her own territory as a backup had another benefit. She didn't need to reserve Little Stone's first room as a hiding place. The dungeon core could move within a certain range of the main dungeon. If she built the dungeon under her territory, Little Stone could actually hide within the territory itself. So she could start thinking ahead, build the first room, and put it to use to start collecting emotional energy. But with just one room, what kind of adventure could she create? Mewing sat on the grass, pinching Little Stone as she thought. That's right, the appeal of adventure is making money and getting stronger. But I'm not short on money right now. She slapped her thigh. She had an idea. Little Stone's first room didn't even have any defensive capabilities, just a basic self-repair function. That is, if it got damaged, it could recover by eating. This kind of damage didn't cause Little Stone any pain. Although it was a living creature, it didn't feel pain, just weakness if it wasn't fed enough.